Paper Dragon.
It's got some block looking colors.
Ooh, forgot my phone.
We'll take that one. This one's got a little bit of pinkish and red.
Alright. For everyone who's currently here watching and lurking, on my side of the stream.
That one's gonna have orange. That's gonna be. That's gonna look. I think Monkey might want this one. It's solid with pink.
Yep. We did it. We did it. We did it. Go!
Oh, I have to bring up the chat again.
I puzzled, bitch!
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny High Side a Kick, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny High Side a Kick, welcome to my channel.
There we go. Now my chat's showing up for me.
Kaito Destiny, so to Dragon Mama 03. Stream Elements, look, it's Dragon Mama 03, they were playing home. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Dragon Mama 03 at URL.
This is another 83. Okay, I know Monkey wants that pink one. So we'll cut that on for a second.
Oh man, the motion capture for the monkey the monkey king.
Peggy, thank you.
That'd be a cool job.
Sneaks inside the gate too.
Alright,
He is shocked to see the same thing Ray is seeing. Exploring the massive object, she can tell that it is the corpse of a man the size of Malcolm. Meanwhile, Ray is climbing the corpse.
Pokemon community game A Wild Bellossom appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Affairs headquarters, Kina and Bai have been working on the report all day, and Kina suggests they take a walk together. Bai is conscious that he has been wearing fair since last night, and that Kina gives him the spare piece of Fair's uniform to wear. They walk the street, where Kina is just happy to bask in the light of the sun. She tells him that they should value the small moments, since they can never know the day they will end up dead. She looks at the citizens walking the
Destroyer of Toots, big fluffy cheers. Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Toots, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Toots, welcome to my channel.
By answers with conviction that he wants to annihilate all of humanity. Kina thinks she is so cringe that she is barely holding herself together to not laugh. She congratulates him for having a goal, shocking by that she seems so open to a guy who just said humanity. Kina replies that she has seen worse sealers than him. She is reminded of her father's words about how he always saw failures as opportunities for new success. To her father was a great man who did everything to protect himself.
Okay, kitties are snuggled.
Trail from others, and she replies that he is right. She remembers how she teased her father for his naivety just before he died. Bai tells her he would be happy to help her get revenge. Kina does not want
and I think this one is the
father's ideals of protecting the weak. She recalls Shio since she believes he wastes his immense power.
Pokemon community game Bellossom escaped. No one caught it.
Alright.
So understands it. She hopes that the day he succeeds in his goal is the day the world will be saved.
Boost part about this. Snoopy, I have two drakes that are level 250. I've got two drakes that are level 291.
And the other candidates gather. This leads to Bai thinking that he needs to find a place to stay. Later, Wako is at her mansion, drinking vast amounts of
we got some decent levels.
She complains about
a lot of them
colors and
colors.
plotting against him.
So we got a 175.
She also hates that Bai is ordering. She swears that she will show Wato's boss the next time they
Stream Elements, hi everyone. As a heads up, I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
Bai tells her that he came to borrow a room to stay in. Wako does not want this and replies that he should stay elsewhere. Bai proposes that he would help her with her problems if she lets him
These
stay.
are gonna be
Wako cries now that she knows that Bai did not just ditch her, he will actually help her out. Aside from staying in her house, Bai proposes that he will help her plan her family business in exchange for gathering pollution data from her. His request is welcomed, and he has decided to join the Dean candidacy, and she She is happy for him.
But I'm
She
also not
explains that
done. I
dean
just found a new
candidates must
section
clear pollution
of
events within a time limit. The
Fail.
first stage is clearing a
Says
C-class
about
pollution
Kaito.
incident. The second to B class.
Don't know yet.
And the
They're
third A
intimate.
class. She shares that Shao is hated among the 6 noble families because he coerced them
They
all
are
to do his bidding in
intimate.
the last dean candidacy. Wako begs him not to get killed in the dean candidacy since he is the only partner she can trust. She shares the information that his cousin Shingo will also enter the candidacy and that she hates him for stealing her vice president position.
I'm
Headed to
go.
King's VC shortly.
He
but
says
Mad
that
I
his
ain't
ability
found. I
to
didn't
take
find the
down
egg.
obey him
The level
and his ability to
of
and her
See.
persuasion ability.
It's
Bai
rock,
says they should
rock
move on
drain,
with their plans to take
and
advantage
it was,
of how no one knows
I know I
yet that
seen
she made
black,
it
I
back alive.
seen
She asks how
that
he knows
teal
that no one
blue.
knows she is alive
I
yet.
think I seen
He
like
says that it is
green or like a
because he
pinkish
checked her
purple on
phone
it.
and noticed that no
I
one
never
had
did find the
messaged
egg.
her. The young man judging her makes her so
That's why I'm not
annoyed.
TPing
Later,
anywhere just yet.
One Chamber of Commerce building. Shingo is in his
Patient.
office, talking with a business partner.
Waiting.
The business partner says he wants to step away as his partner since he believes it is time for them to deal with things on their own.
I'm letting him
Shingo
eat
steps
on
away
his
from
blood
his chair
pack.
to lock the door.
Help.
He then goes back to his chair to tell the
And
man
then we're
that
gonna
he should
jump
sign a
right
contract.
back where we were.
The business partner's
Take
belt
them
suddenly
all,
unbuckles,
'cause there was
and this
several of
shocks
them
the man.
over there, so.
The old man senses an unexplainable ecstatic sensation. It leads him to agree to sign a contract with Shingo. Later, a company employee gathers a batch of student applicants for Shingo to interview. The lineup consists of nervous young women, all at the edge of their seats, wondering what Shingo will say to them. Shingo gets up from his chair and walks around them to scan them. He then goes to the door and scratches it. At the same time, the women feel a mysterious sensation that leaves them shivering.
Come on,
Shingo
bud,
tells
you need to
everyone to get out aside from the
eat
room
on the
that
blood pack.
one of the
Change of
applicants asks
transition.
why he is not going to interview them. He does not answer and just shouts at them to get out of his office. The office door suddenly opens, smacking him in the face. Bai enters like he owns the room and says,
Feathers.
"Time to be interviewed." Shingo demands that Bai get into his office immediately. However, Bai plays it like someone ignorant and tells him that someone told him to go to him for an interview. Bai then sits in Shingo's chair and even puts his foot up like he is the one who is in control.
Found us
The
a new
applicants all think that he is being
Megalo.
disrespectful
I know
to
it's
the
not
vice
an
president
Instagram
and
cast,
he
but I
contemplates
found us a
calling
new
the
one.
cops. Bai sees that one of the applicants is crying and asks Shingo
Yeah,
to
I'm about to
use
take
water.
these blood
He
packs
also
up to
says
the
he is
fridge
not
for right
leaving,
now.
claiming that he has the word of
So
Shingo's
when
cousin who will take care of him.
TP's
Shingo
over, if he
demands
wants to
know
take these
who
blood
the
packs
cousin he
with
is
him,
talking about is.
they
Yet he
can.
blacklists them from Quan Corp Biter
Or they
feeds
can
that
just
the
sit
name is
there
Walker.
until
Shingo replies that what he is claiming is
we're
impossible.
ready for him.
Bai corrects him, saying that she just ditched home for a beach vacation and that he dragged
I
her
don't
back.
remember what
Shingo
level
calls him a
Kaito
liar.
got on
Secretly, he is thinking about
the
how much the
Megalos
young
because
man
I
knows,
was
considering
his
Wako's
life,
imprisonment in the
and,
whale
and
dream
there were
is a
some
secret only
babies.
a few know.
He had 3
He
babies,
notices
and I
that
think it was
Bai
a
is
decent
wearing
level.
the uniform of the Peace Affairs
So
Office. This
I know
leads
he got
Shingo
a
to accuse
he
him
got
of being in
both
the
male
Peace
and
Affairs and
female.
sent by
So
Director Kina to investigate Wako's
I gotta wait for
disappearance.
him to figure out
Shingo
what it
then
is
tells the
whenever
girls
he's
to
got
get
time.
out while also telling the only one he hired to also get out to make tea for him. He watches as the girls go outside. With them now alone, Shingo tells Bai that he will cooperate with his
Oh yeah,
investigation.
feather.
Bai tells him that the only way to cooperate is if he hands over every pollution entity he controls. Shingo hears him by saying
I got
that
us
he has
2
a very good sense of
dumplings, by
humor.
the way. One was a
Meanwhile,
max
Bai is
level,
thinking about killing him while they are alone. He smiles
Level.
at the thought of killing him the moment he grabs
but
the
we
rules
needed
and
oil,
he
so
has. Shingo continues to wonder how he has a hint of Wako's whale dream imprisonment when it is supposed to be top secret. He thinks about how it will take the interns 10 minutes to
I think
fix
the other
tea
one turned
and
into
how
like
he
a
can make his visitor disappear before that time. Bai asks him what his view
yeah,
is
that
on
was the nice
parallel
level.
universes. Shingo answers that
This
parallel
was the other
worlds
one,
exist,
1
that
through
they
6,
directly
and
affect
then
their
I couldn't
reality.
resist this
Without warning,
level
Bai's chest
200
gets
something.
wounded. It leads him to fall to the floor, confused about what just happened. Shingo goes on a monologue about how he will
This
not ruin his career since it took him a
173.
long time to claw his way up to the top.
I don't know, I didn't get that one.
That
Mikey
Wako got herself to
did.
the top by flaunting her body and flirting with everyone. And that is why he is the more honorable of the two. He declares that no one will stop him from going higher and making Quan Corp #1 in the world.
I think
Bai
Mikey's
stands
got a
up
couple
with a
on
chest,
him.
and yet is speaking about how Wako actually used her skill to climb
I don't know, but I found out who
Nothing
jacked
bad
all the
happened to
crank
him.
crap.
Shingo was shocked that he is still alive. Bai replies
He
that his
did.
insides
He
are built
took 'em all.
differently from others. He summons black spears and throws them at his opponent. He
And
orders
the
him to
kibble.
touch Shingo, only for him to suddenly disappear. Bai
Damn,
looks
dude.
around but cannot find him.
Kibble just
To
gonna
get ready for
spoil
him,
them daggone
he
buildings.
opens his light
What the
domain,
hell?
which expands until it covers half the building. He snaps his
Wrong
fingers,
side.
which teleports all the people in the building to a street nearby. The people panic, thinking that they must have experienced some kind of polluting event. Back in the building, Bai shrinks his domain. He then realizes that he can only shrink his domain to the entirety of the office. He believes that it is because the rules of his domain are clashing with his opponent's abilities. He deduces that Shingo is hiding in a parallel world he was talking about and is too cowardly to get out. He recalls how Shingo attacked his chest with some kind of invisible hand and deduces that he must have some way to turn his entire body invisible. Bai heals his chest to full health. He then yawns as if there is no trouble and takes a nap on the office chair. Bai closes his eyes and genuinely sleeps. Meanwhile, Shingo is watching him, wondering where King found someone like him. He is currently a ghost in the parallel world, frustrated that his opponent healed his own chest and even retreated his moments in the parallel world to only the office. He tries to get out of the office, but he finds it impossible. The most frustrating of all for him is that the young man is just napping in his chair as if it were just a regular day. Since a strike through the chest did not work, he ponders if he should take off his head instead. He hopes that the leather shoes he is wearing, which his brother gave him, will bless him with victory. He walks on the floor and creates waves like he is stepping on water. Stepping on it enough, the pattern of footprints lights up to reveal itself. The footprints go all the way to where Bai is. Shingo declares that he has found his opponent's footprints in the parallel world. He follows the footprints until they lead him to a ghostly version of the napping Bai. He explains that he has the power to command the parallel world and harm his opponent's parallel bodies by stepping into the parallel footprints of others. He grabs onto Bai's throat with his left arm while pulling on his left horn with his right hand. With a firm pull, he separates Bai's head from his body. The man laughs as he looks the young man in the eyes. He recalls when his big brother was wearing a business suit and announced to Shingo that he had become the manager of the business team in the company. The young Shingo, who has unkempt hair and clothes, told his brother that he did not believe he became a manager overnight. The big brother replied that his claim was real and massive. He believed in parallel worlds. Jane replied that he believed if only he paid him. He justified that he had no choice but to sell even his soul because the Quan family does not like poor relatives like that, and so he has no chance to be hired in the Quan Corps even if he had a good resume. He shared his view that it would be a lot easier if he were a woman who only needed to spread her legs for money. He believes he was not being sexist since he had a girl classmate who had an easy life because she could easily flirt with guys who would give her whatever she wanted. He believed that all he had to do after graduation as a girl was wear skimpy clothes to make money. He claimed while shouting that he was justified in anything because he would like to live in a world of fairness. The big brother believed that he just liked the girl's classmate and would not admit it. The flustered and prideful Shingo told him that he wanted nothing to do with her. He said that if parallel worlds existed, he wished he and his classmate would never cross paths, but that even in that world, he would still be a loser. All he wanted, he said, was a world where he could get money fast all the time. The big brother laughed at him, making Shingo wonder why he was not disturbed by everything he had been saying so far. The brothers asked him if he liked the leather shoes that accompanied his business suit. Zai answered that they looked great. Suddenly, the big brother disappeared in front of him. Then in the dark, Shingo opened his eyes, only to find himself lying on a hospital bed. His mother was happy he woke up. Shingo asked what happened, as all he knew was that he was chatting with his brother. The mother did not know what he was talking about and told him that he was found fainted in a rental store. She also reported with sadness and tears that his brother hanged himself 3 days ago, and that she wished nothing bad would happen to him too. Shingo was shocked to hear, especially after his big brother told him that he had found a job as a manager. He quickly got up from the bed to frantically find his brother. It was then that he realized that he was wearing his brother's leather shoes. Shingo looked down in shock, not understanding how his brother's shoes got to his feet. Suddenly he struck him with memory. A long time ago, his well-dressed brother noticed him looking at his shoes. Looking far shabbier than he is now, he uncaringly looked at the man. To his surprise, a dark energy wrapped around his feet. He's told to put the footwear on and enter the beautiful parallel world and bring great things back. With a sinister smile, the older sibling reached out, enticing him to join. However, Shingo knew he wasn't his brother and was likely possessed by a pollutant. He continues saying he got his awesome job in the other world and transferred it to reality. In other words, he was consumed after provoking a pollutant, and now he's trying to harm others. Slipping away from the loafers, they ran out of their dingy apartment and down the building. This was not a problem for the pollutant, who could slip through the walls in the parallel world. He called out to his little brother, who was trying to escape as fast as possible, tempting him with money and fortune. He crept forward, slowly but surely toward his prey. His cold but deep voice rang throughout the streets and shoes,
rock through a
now
cable.
back wrapped around his feet.
What I've
Shocked
always
and in
been
disbelief, he jumped out with a loud yell. Unfortunately, this exposes his location, and the pollutant brother
And I'm
finds
thinking
him
they
right
might
away.
not all
Again, he's told that
hold
he
back up
will be
just
promised
yet because it wasn't that long
pull his shoes right
what
into
was done.
as his
They
dearest
had to put
sibling.
them down.
He simply
I
wants
don't
to
know
share its
what
blessings
it
and bring them
but
there as well. Shingo was firm, shouting that the sealers from the peace agency were arriving soon. However, he's then asked how different sealers are from pollutants. He tried to answer, but couldn't find one that didn't contradict his ideas. Mastering rules is only a way for ordinary humans to cross social classes. With wealth, status, and power right in front of him, giving up would be foolish. The young man realized as well that this was his one chance in life to get all he yearned for.
Oh, come on, Oliver. You keep on moving my keyboard.
And on the other is a boring life with no meaning. Bubbling with determination, Shingo makes a decision and stands up to take his brother's power. The older man was delighted and promised to take him to the parallel world. Just then, he remembers the other world's paradise like life, which anyone would love to have, and asks his brother why he'd bother returning to the real world anyway. With that said, he accuses him of lying about how beautiful things are on the other side, repeating his words repeatedly. The older brother started to smile. Soon starting to cackle, he agreed and gripped his neck, deciding to head to the other side forever. It was slow, his body trembled as he strangled himself, but he eventually reached his destination. He fell to the ground, lifeless but with a smile on his face. Shingo's brother wasn't smart, but he wasn't foolish enough to die from a simple suggestion. As such, he deduces that he's already been killed by the pollutant and was just following its rules. Knowing better as the smarter sibling, he vows to inherit everything and live long. With the leather shoes tucked to his feet snugly, he walks into the promised parallel world. Now, he holds Bai's severed head high.
Pokemon community game. A wild fletchling appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Suddenly, the boy's head spoke, alive and well despite it being ripped right off his body. Shingo lets go and jumps back in surprise. Bai is just glad that he's finally shown himself, and says he only has 4 minutes before his brain dies. Shingo raised his foot, aiming to crush Bai's skull without mercy. The stomp landed with a heavy crash, but the impact struck him in his face. He spun around in confusion, demanding to know where Bai had gone. He saw that Bai's realm was still active and wondered what the 4 minutes meant. Shingo realizes Bai plans to release his pollution by dying. He steps down hard and activates his realm, a parallel world. He explains his realm shows other footprints, and capturing them lets him summon their parallel selves to obey him. Purple footprints began glowing across the floor. A figure appeared from the prints, but he said it was not the one. Another figure rose. He dismissed it right away. Shingo muttered in disbelief because Bai's footprint wasn't showing up. He wondered if Bai was already gone and taken over by the pollution. He thought if Bai was gone, he should decode the pollution to escape. Then he realized his parallel world was free to reality. He checked the time. It was 9:42. 2 minutes since Bai lost its head, and the pollution was starting to stir. He calculated it would leave in 3 minutes, grinning as he offered to help.
Okay, so I need...
Sound reached him, steady footsteps that felt all too familiar. He froze when he heard the sound.
Pokemon community game. Fletchling escaped. No one caught it.
As he shouted in denial. Shingo checked the time. The pollution should have left Bai's body. Footsteps echoed closer and closer. He screamed for it not to come any nearer, stumbling back and yelling for it to stay away. In desperation, he pounded at the walls, crying out to be let out, but the steps only grew louder, circling him, until his body trembled with fear. He heard a low chuckle behind him. His parallel self stood before him, smirking as he asked if his leather shoes looked stylish. Shingo had no idea why, but he was now facing himself, or rather a mirage of him. What's more, there was an odd wound running around his neck, since everything other than that was the same. He wonders if it was him from a parallel world. Looking at his phone, he sees that 5 minutes have passed, meaning Bai must have died already. His reflection suddenly reached toward him, his hands ready to grip around his neck. He pushes himself away and runs to safety. The reflection topples over like a mannequin, and his head falls off from the part where his neck was wounded. Bewilderment and panic started taking over him as the head corrected itself and hopped over to his arms. His body then took it and reattached the part back to its neck like it was nothing. Shingo was finally understanding that the young man had somehow switched their footprints. From the beginning, the head he removed by triggering the footprint wasn't Bai's, it was actually his own. His reflection was looming over him, and he realized that the life that had 4 minutes left was
Kaito Destiny Monster _ Armstrong. Welcome to my channel.
Monster Armstrong, hello and welcome.
The gluten separated from the body, and he heard the
At
sound of leather
Kaitotstiny
shoes.
monster
After
underscore
5 minutes,
Armstrong,
he completely
welcome to my
forgot
channel.
how he emerged, causing him to see himself. He hid in the other world and killed his real body.
Let's see.
Gluten
Did that work?
chased him even then. In other words, he no longer has a future, and his
Oh,
life
that's
ends
why.
there. Holding the severed head with a smile, his reflection placed it on the table and began to change form. Bai appeared, revealing himself to be the so-called reflection manifested by Shingo's overthinking. With the life force of a whale, a hole in his chest, or even decapitation won't easily cause his death. The boy's head really was torn off, and the man's deduction was just a misguided way to make sense of it. After hiding in the parallel world, he thought he was well hidden and couldn't be found. What he didn't know was that Bai used transparency to feign disappearance and just joined him in hiding. From there, it was just a matter of manipulating the environment, and in turn, his mind. After everything he went through, the ending was unavoidable and absolute. Shingo's methods would have worked on anyone else, but he was unfortunate enough to become Bai's target. A seal whose mental defenses have broken down like his are doomed to destroy.
Alright, so let's go take a look here and see what I all have stocked up.
As the rule of the leather shoes allows the wearer to enter a world of out-of-body experience, influencing others with soul power. The cost of use is paranoia, and the inability to return to the real world. Taking his light and dark swords, Bai cuts through the bleakness and completes the containment. In the Quanchai Chamber of Commerce headquarters, a board meeting is called. Wako announces that Shingo must have been apprehended by now, resolving the company's internal strife. A board member scolds her, saying they didn't gather to watch young people accuse each other. Another asks for proof of her claims, and another questions why she's so intolerant to others, despite coming from the bottom herself. With this, Wako boldly explains that she isn't there for revenge, but to take control of their entire chamber. This sparks a fiery reaction from the others, who are unwilling to hand such power to a little girl. From that one statement, the entire board vanishes from the company and the family. She wanted to make their chamber the largest in the country, but things changed since Ray came. Fortunately, the person she follows has more hope of becoming the dean than Ray. After creating a miracle to save her,
Okay, let's see. We got that.
with his future. Spilling water onto the floor and revealing Yan's water sealing tool, she says she knows that the executives who framed her are all there and will be punished accordingly. The board tells Wako to rein her ambitiousness in with a little more prudence. Bringing a sealed artifact into a board meeting is enough ground to have her expelled and punished. Unfortunately for her, she did not care about such threats and continued to let the water flow onto the floor and pool under their feet. As soon as a man sees his reflection, he suddenly finds himself sinking into the water. He grabbed onto the desk and screamed, begging anyone for help, trembling as he kept his grip. He questioned what the girl was doing. Another executive slams his hand to stop the attack, saying he'll give her back her position as the chamber vice president. However, trust that's been broken cannot be rebuilt with just a few words. After all, the decision to get rid of her must have been made unanimously. They panic upon hearing this, obviously confirming the accusation. The man was still sinking, and his grip was growing tired as the water sucked him in. Finally, he slips, and they all watch as he disappears from their sight, leaving only after a low but painful gurgle. Wako draws the window's curtains and looks outside. On the streets, she sees a bunch of men walking around. They were an odd and suspicious combination, which she recognized right away. As a threat had come for the board, the Quan family guards had come to respond. Surprisingly, the woman kept her smile and told them to look further into the distance. There stood the nostalgic branch office building, her former workspace. Somewhere between them was the person she mentioned, about to arrive to her rescue. They tell her to worry about herself. After all, the family guards had arrived at the foot of the headquarters. One pushed his arm out, and as he raised his fingers, a metal sheet trinket on his knuckle lit up. The entire group was encased in a glowing purple box. Wako was surprised as the window she was looking out suddenly glowed the same color. As she backed away, the guards appeared before her, teleporting several stories. A burly man greets her, saying he never thought he'd see her again. The executive tells them to deal with her quickly, as they have other meetings to attend. With a disgusting smile, they confirm that they can do whatever they want to her. A small member points his phone, saying he needs a recording of someone being killed and tortured. His device is a sealed item, able to convert videos into dreams that can throw his targets into nightmares. With a sleazy expression, he tells Wako to be mindful of her reactions. Again, she still hasn't lost her smile, and says she's well aware of who they are. Lido can transfer his scars to others and recreate their injuries, and specializes in decapitation. Hitoki has elevated elevator button sealed at the back of his hand and is responsible for transportation. Gaku phone records videos, which can be turned into torturous nightmares for sleeping targets. Toshi can enter people's dreams as a Grim Reaper, pairing well with Gaku. Lastly, Tom has a whip, capable of making things endlessly spin like a top. Since Wako already knows so much about Tom, they discourage her from resisting her death. Just then, a flash of light came right in the middle of the booth. As it cleared out, by casually resting his hands on the men's shoulders. Unfortunately for them, he has no intention of letting Wako go anywhere. Smiling as he looked at the hand on his shoulder, Lito told his members to do it. Just then, Hitoki took action and placed his palm on Bai's back, marking it with a bunch of elevator commands. Raising his fingers like he did before, he says goodbye to the intruder. The upmark lit up, and all of a sudden, the young man found his body flying to the ceiling. Unable to stop the strong force, he breaks through to the next floor, then the next, and the next. In a matter of moments, he's been blasted out of the roof of the building. Despite being blasted up, he was elated, seeing that the sealed item can be used for his spaceship. He has to find a way to stop it from sending him higher, since the rule of ascension was applied. He won't stop rising without the user's permission, and he'll continue even if he breaks through the atmosphere and enters space. The others complained, saying they weren't even given a chance to play around.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Everything for her back. The smile has not disappeared from her face. Bai was still being launched up, but he was completely calm and in thought. After a while, he takes his sword of light and swings it around, blocked by the elevator sending him up. The small scale domain keeps the sword, so he needs a counter rule that also generates movement. With this, he opens the light domain, first encapsulating himself, then spreading it to consume the entire headquarters. Just like that, he appears right back in the boardroom. He staggered back, unable to believe what he just did. In a fit of rage, he took repeatedly clicks on the buttons on his knuckles, commanding them to work. Since Bai is using the light domain to stop the elevator, he can't teleport and must be careful. The elevator man was still pressing on the sealed item, and it's so bad that Lito urgently tries to stop him from corrupting himself. Gaku had already sensed that he was at his limit, but did not expect such fragile mentality. Waka mocks them, saying at least they're there to seal their own house. She laughs at them, making sure that her words hit hard. Just then, Hitoki fell to the ground, surrounded by a dark and sinister horde. Tom takes his whip out and volunteers to stop their combat. However, Lito stops him, saying the food has already corrupted and killed him. He can hit the ceiling, but if he interacts with the raging seal artifact, he's going to lose control as well. Besides, their group isn't his target. Hitoki lifted his head and bared the devilish smile.
Okay, this.
He now presses the button to open doors at the same time. The sealers start to panic, remembering his old warning that doing this causes something terrible. Just then, a familiar purple light flashed right in front of Bai. It opens up like a door, and the young man is shocked by what he sees. Beforehand, the doors have opened to show the inside of an abandoned hospital. A nurse appeared, her face blank as she crept slowly forward. Considering her an ordinary dead person, he wonders if the sealer has lost control. Just then, another nurse appeared, splitting from the first. The boy looked down, trying to make sense of what was happening, but there were 3 nurses when he looked back up. Absolutely perplexed, he rubs his eyes, wondering if he was being deceived. The amount increases again, and he finally realizes that his weapon was triggering multiplication. Gaku wonders why he's suddenly screaming, but is told not to die from curiosity. The elevator came from a hospital that's been abandoned for 30 years. A caregiver whose polluted killed everyone there. It couldn't resolve. For now, they have to use Hitoki to stop the nurse from getting out, once he kills his target. The number of nurses seen on the other side was now troublesome, so Bai had to physically keep his eyelids open to stop them from increasing any further, testing things out. He looks away for a second, then back, but even this triggers the rule. Just then, he uses his light teleportation powers and calls one of the executives to his side. The old man disappeared from his seat and, in an instant, found his neck being gripped tightly by the poison. Still holding onto his pride, he demands to be released and threatens repercussions. Bai knows he's the mastermind betraying Quaco, so he asks if he has any last words. The old man's troubles.
Okay, I got a rock drake of 208.
However,
Oh, it came out as twins. And I got an S1 that is, where'd the S1 go? 158.
He turns to the ceiling guard squad. and orders them to save her. Vi smiles at the command, knowing they wouldn't dare involve themselves with the elevator. As expected, they remain still and silent. The pollutant is connected to an S-rank incident,
Let's see.
which even a Dean candidate couldn't figure out. As for Han, he might have been an operator who merged with the elevator when the pollution broke out. The bad news is Vi was being targeted, but at least he's the only one being targeted for now. If he dies or runs away, the others likely have no method to stop the nurses from escaping. He reads the mind of Toshi, who considers distributing a nurse to each bachelor in the country. Agreeing with the idea, he decides to let the executives try first, and tosses the old man inside. As soon as he plops down on the hospital ground as the women approach, he tries to crawl away, begging to be saved. But no one
Hello.
dare go inside to save him. After all, he's a pig who spends millions
Welcome to the
himself
streaming
and
madness.
doesn't care about his subordinates. Subordinates, just like the guards, whose lives don't even matter to him. Waka wonders why he's so talkative, and if he's in such a pinch that he can't deal with the others. Sensing his troubles, she volunteers to test the rules for him, promising obedience. However, if she needs for such sacrifice, she just has to stay away. After all, the old man was already surrounded.
Yeah, we're having
He
a
flailed
minor
around and
issue
screamed,
throughout the whole
telling
entire
the women to
cluster.
stay
No
away
matter
from
what
him.
server I go
One
to, I
hand
can't seem
finally
to craft
manages
anything
to touch
using
his
elements.
face, and as soon
I'm
as
just
it
really
does, dark
randomly
threads
wondering
immediately begin sewing from the ends of his
if
eyelids.
you have
In a matter of seconds, both
elements
eyes
or
have been
anything that you might be able to craft into element dust for a test, just to see whether it's possible for you. But I don't know whether aberration has elements, so that's sort of
There is
where I'm
element. You have to craft the element, though.
I'm just wondering, at all throughout the day today, would it be possible to attempt to find a little bit of element dust or element
Pokemon community
and
game
try
a
and
wild
craft
hop if appears
something
catch
with,
it using poke
some
catch.
sort of element
Winners
component,
revealed in
as
90s.
try and craft some element dust or try and use element dust to craft a piece of element or something?
Monkey.
Do you think you can do it or not?
Okay, we can craft element.
Did you get anything to eat, Agro?
We have to make it. Yes, you can. You can craft it by making an element farm in one of the element river locations.
Yeah, because
I'm about to head over there to make one.
Sweet, sweet. For some reason on Astrios and Lost Colony, I can't craft any element dust using element. I can't convert it, I can't craft it in anything. It won't let me. It's as if the element isn't there, or the element dust is physically not there. I've tried putting it in my own inventory. I've tried putting it in all forms of wireless forms so far. So VSD, normal everyday text, the cleaners, wireless. I've tried everything. I can't seem to get element to craft on Lost Colony or Astrios for some reason. Very weird. I was just,
Pokemon community game hop if escaped. No one caught it.
If it's just Lost Colony, or I really don't know. I've looked at the settings. I've looked at the mods. There's only one mod that I see that may or may not have a very, very minor issue, which would be the TG stacking mod. But if it's craftable on Aberration or the other maps, then I've got to look at some other reason on why it's doing it.
Is there a tutorial that we have to go through
But yeah.
first? And that's kind of the story like the
Yeah.
The Maguana, the Maywing does work, the Maguana does work. She's got the Maguana. Doesn't let it out. I don't see Maguana being used on this map before.
Sound completely shut. Unable to see, he hears Bai's voice, mockingly telling him to touch the beautiful legs nearby. He has no choice but to do so, more to keep himself up instead of vile pleasure. Through this, the boy confirms that being touched by the nurses triggers the rule, but touching them won't. Just then, Lito appeared from behind, intending to end the fiasco by killing him. He comes with a smile, but it's returned by Bob, who is waiting for him to make a move.
This is one of mine.
I'm like in my own world right now. Hang on, I have a message.
Do you have extinction installed?
On the other hand, this exchange gave
Yeah, I
Karna
do.
an idea
I've
of
got
how
all
much
the
power he
map
needs.
DLCs
Using the Wind of
installed.
Decay,
It works
he
on
attacks his
single player.
enemy and allows a strong
Ooh,
gust of power to engulf
what was
it.
that?
The dragon's body began to crumble,
Visual glitch.
devoid of any
It
life,
does work!
and its prized
The
eye
S
fell
May
off
wing
its
is
face
out!
and onto the ground with the rest of its body. With the target in his
May
hands,
wings on that,
all
would
that's
be
left to do is
awesome.
bring it back to the guild and be rewarded. Just then, the eye turned to dust, just like its body, meaning Karna has nothing to present to the guild as proof of his success. If this goes on, he won't be able to send any money to his grandparents. Up until now, he was promised a stable income, so all he can do is wonder how and why things ended up
let's
this
see.
way. The 13-year-old boy's job is a wise man with a talent for necromancy. In his world,
Did I leave that stuff over there, or did I bring it back?
bestowed with a seal from God. Demons are one of the gifted. His job and talent combination was quite exceptional, so the hero's party randomly showed up on their door
Not
one day,
kicking her off.
inviting him to join and use his power to subjugate the evil demon king. Back then, he
Glider
wondered if it was really
gliders
okay for him
work.
to take on such an important role, but the hero assured him that it's something only he can do. Piling it on, he spoke of bountiful rewards, in addition to 200,000 gold monthly. The boy's eyes sparkled upon hearing how great the pay is, and his quick acceptance makes his grandparents chuckle endearingly. Calling to them, Karna promised to make a lot of money to help him live comfortably, but they insisted that he just worry about living for himself. Nonetheless, it's what he's always dreamed of doing. They took him in and raised him all by themselves, back when his parents passed away. Now, he's determined to give them a happy life in return. They gush with tears and affection for the child, who makes them feel nothing but great pride. And so, he became a member of the hero's party and journeyed together. During their adventures, the monsters were often tougher and stronger, so that the members struggled.
That was an
Karna did his
argument
job
in
and supported
someone's
his
stream
teammates to
yesterday.
the
I
best
think it
of
was
his
Ross's
ability.
stream.
He showered the battle master's enemy with sludge bullets,
someone asked
making it melt
the
away
question
without an
yesterday,
ounce of
and it sort
resistance.
of
However, instead of joining in the
decent,
celebration, she backed away and frowned in disgust. Later on, the team was surrounded by an entire horde of orcs, so he leveled the playing field by
genuinely
summoning
got
the
me
undead to
curious.
fight
I
with
wonder
him.
whether
Like
they
the
do
master,
work. They do.
the Holy Knight gagged
Maybe.
and nearly vomited in repulsion,
Love it.
unable to watch the zombies move.
We
One
need to
time,
read my
the
chat.
hero dashed into battle, excited to show his magnificent swordsmanship to the team, but Karna swept in to handle the monster himself and allow his comrade to save his strength for later. A single spell
All
from the
gliders
boy
work. All
takes the
gliders work
enormous
on
enemy
that.
down,
Yeah,
leaving the
so
rest
do
of the party
the
stunned
fluffy
and
rat.
speechless.
Oh,
The hero
yeah,
just
yep,
praised the boy, who did his
I've
very
seen
best to
Dragon
earn a
Ball
lot of
Z
money,
just a few
as weak as he thought he was.
That is really cool.
Unfortunately, he was completely unaware of what was brewing inside him. This came to light later on, when the hero apologized and asked him to leave their party. He was shocked,
I
of course.
tamed that
While he says that
Raptor.
he'd be in big trouble, the master argued that if he then
Oh, that
struck
was
him in
tanky.
she can't attack
Even
because
better.
of his disgusting sludge, which she refused to
Oh,
touch. The knight chimed in, saying she also has
wonder
flaws
if
in his
there's
power.
a,
It's unreasonable, but she just can't stand his necromancy on a physiological level. All they wanted was his revival magic, but the knight has already learned it, making him obsolete. As they walked away, he asked for the reward he was promised. Turning back with
what do
an
they call
apologetic
them?
smile, the hero
An
says there
aberrant
won't be
version.
one, as the probation period
I'm
hasn't ended
curious.
yet. Seeing the boy's
Very
devastated
curious
face,
they
he
developed
apologizes
a,
that things turned out this way, and hands him a couple of gold coins as a token of gratitude.
The patterns.
Just like
you know
that,
how,
he was
how
fired from the hero's
dinos
party
on
with
this map
barely
has
any
a
money,
certain
and
patterns
became an
when you find
unemployed
them.
wise man.
On
On top of
aberrant
that,
version,
his bad reputation
I'm
spread like
curious if I had
wildfire,
an aberrant
leading
version of
others
that.
to reject him completely. As he couldn't find any jobs after that, he had no choice but to become a freelance adventurer. While remembering his story, he suddenly heard voices calling to him, saying they found something here and there. A spirit under his control says the reconnaissance unit was reporting something. This cheered him up, in case he didn't get any loot. He sent them to look for other things that could serve as a reward. Acting as his eyes, he scans through whatever the other spirits were seeing. There was nothing much. That is until he sees something that makes him run as fast as possible. After a while, he stopped and looked up in both confusion and amazement as a huge castle stood before him. Inside, a demon knelt down to Cecil, reporting that there is a human intruder by the front gates. Given how rare it is, the dark and alluring
the Maywings. The Maywing chaos.
feels a barrier protecting the castle gates. With that said, such protection can only mean great and valuable treasures hidden deep inside. The barrier sparked and resisted upon being touched by his power, but it eventually broke down along with the actual gate. Instead of directly destroying it, he actually just sped up the barrier's time. While skipping through the entrance, the wise man suddenly sensed something coming and jumped back just in time to avoid getting hit by an attack. Belf watched from above, surprised that the boy dodged his lightning in an instant. The demon acknowledges his reaction speed
Oh, they're gold.
and another spell.
To fix
His
the
kind
resource,
receives a mark from
to
another
fix the
god,
resource
as opposed to
ID
humans who receive
error
from the gods of
inside your
God.
arc
In other
server,
words, they are
remove
residents
the
of the dark
stacking
world.
mod in question
Karna wonders
and
why
replace
such a
it
being was in a
with
place like
a
that.
more
But
stable
Belf shoots the
version.
question back at him, curious what a human child was doing. Moreover, breaking through the barrier and intruding was unacceptable, as the castle belongs to Cecil, one of the 7 great demon lords.
I think it's the
The
middle
boy was
one.
confused at the mention of the demon
No,
lord,
no,
as there's no
Hunter,
reason for a
turn
castle
it
of that
up.
caliber to be accessible through a regular quest. Thinking he's playing dumb, the loyal servant of the Lord
Push them
prepares a
up.
powerful attack to punish his ignorant wrongdoings.
That's
A
down.
raging
You
burst
go
of
up
violet
from
lightning
down.
is shot
Don't play
forward to
this.
kill the human, and the entrance
Let's
nearly
switch.
explodes from the sheer energy in the spell. As expected, the weak species is nothing to the violet
Ah,
burst, which is
game
bestowed by
froze.
the old god, Nodens.
I don't know,
However,
but I still
How you
have
doing,
the
Gold?
he
settings
reduced to
for
ashes
4.1,
was still standing,
and it's still not
completely
showing.
unharmed after taking a direct hit of the formidable spell. Just then, a voice spoke, saying the
Casper.
miraculous power he granted will not be allowed to harm his precious master. The old spirit had turned into a
Okay.
live Belf is shocked, as it was actually Nodens himself. He questions why the old god was siding with another human. Karna is surprised that his
It's not
spirit
the
was such
stacking
an
mod.
amazing person.
It's your
He
element.
says it's from a long time
You need
ago.
to convert
The
it
human commanding
because the
god was
stacking
simply
mod has its
unthinkable.
own element.
So the demon can't help but wonder just who the boy was. The old man asks his master to lend him some power, and as soon as the two hold hands, his body bursts with unimaginable strength. As purple bolts spark throughout the area, Nodens calls to the demon, saying it's a good opportunity to show him the true despair of violent thunder. A powerful blast hits Belf and sends him flying
If
into
you
the
look in the
air.
end
The
rooms
demon
at the
eventually
top,
crashes into the castle,
the
charred
stacking
and
mod
still spasming from the
has its
electricity
own
moving throughout his
element
body. Meanwhile,
that
the
is
god
transferable.
transformed into a small spirit form.
It's at the
and the two
element,
joyfully
it's the
continue
element
their
dust
journey
that's
into
at
the
your
castle.
base that it
However,
won't let
Karna isn't able
Silvia
to take
convert
more than
into
a single
anything.
step, as Cecil appears
It
to
just
commend her.
pretends like it's
Feeling
not
the
there.
danger in her
It's not
presence,
physically
he
there. There's not
instinctively
one
jumped back
single
to
bit
save
of
his
element
life.
resource
She insists
within
that there's no
arc
need to be so
that is
forward,
allowing it to use
unless he
it.
wants to hurt his
Not
older
one.
sister's feelings.
That's
The aura was so
the problem.
overwhelming that even the god was worried.
Not
The demon
showing
lord
the
smiled,
element
looking at the
either.
intruders of her
You
castle,
can have it on you.
asking what his name is.
Doesn't
She does something
recognize it even
unexpected
there.
and offers him a role of servant under her. He's stunned by the proposition, but she wants him so much, just based on the way he
Yeah,
fought
but
Belf
first
just
hang
now.
on, we gotta help
Gently
you here.
taking her hand
The
off,
element that's on
he
your
says he
colony
doesn't
base
think that would be a great idea. After all, his creepy magic, necromancy, is what got him kicked out of his former party. Understanding his sentiments, she takes his hands again, calling the humans fools
I
who
tried
have no eye
finding
for
in
talent.
some fresh
In
brand new
contrast,
stuff
she
as well,
believes that
but
his power is the most
that didn't
wonderful
even
magic in the world.
register that
Enamored,
either, 'cause
she
I
asks
was
him to
just
stay
simply
by
gonna
her
swap.
side and show more of her.
I mean,
He
I've
hesitates
done
as this
an
might mean
admin
betraying
fix for
humanity,
now.
including his hometown.
I mean, I've
Besides,
done a
all
trade.
he wants to do
We're done,
is earn money for his family.
I used
With
the
this, she
calculator
offers
to
a
work
signing
out how
bonus of
much,
2 million gold, an annual
element
salary of
would
20
let me
million,
convert that
and the
into,
safety of his
so we've
family
done
guaranteed. His
an
eyes sparkled with
admin
green, and,
exchange.
like before, all hesitation faded
and I
away.
gave- and
As
I,
such, the young man found
I
a new
gave that
job.
little bit
With the
extra
young boy's
because
acceptance,
obviously,
Cecil invites him over to the castle, but there's
Is
something
it still at the
holding her
base?
back. She hands Karna an odd
You should
dragon
be,
mask
it says
and
that you're
asks
in
him to
bed.
wear it. While she
I
personally
mean,
scouted
it
her,
does.
many demons would still
You
oppose
think
Oh,
so?
her
yeah, it
presence.
should be.
It's just the way it is. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Proving her point,
It's all
Belf
still
calls out,
here.
still injured from the
You can
attack,
hold the dust,
and asks if
the
she's sure
element,
about what she's doing.
anything element,
Understanding
and
his
it doesn't
sentiments,
recognize
the
the
kind-hearted
power.
Lord commends him for a job well done, but as someone who directly fought the boy, he must know how strong he is. As such, she asks that he keep the human's
Oh,
identity
okay.
a secret. The ever-loyal servant hesitates but gives in eventually. Meanwhile, Karna then asks if demons hate his kind for some reason. The two realize that humans must not know, so Cecil decides to tell them the story from the past. Long ago, gods descended to the world and defeated the dragons that ruled humanity. People worshipped these gods, but eventually, driven by greed, they stole the power of their saviors and sealed them away. Bastet created demons out of just before she was sealed away. In other words, demons were innately born to take revenge on humans. Seeing the sadness appear on Karna's face, Cecil says he shouldn't just see the bad side of it, because humanity forged its own path. A lot of wonderful culture was born. The boy doesn't know what he can do, but he'll do his best, at least for the sake of sending money back home. As enthusiastic as one can be, he asks for the first thing he has to do. For now, they entered the castle and, with Belf's loud voice, announced the arrival of a new comrade who even commands an old god. The other demons were confused, even noting that he smells like a human. Hearing this earned him a fervent spoken from the primary servant. Cecil ushered him forward with a smile, saying she wants him to eventually become a demon general who leads the army. He'll be staying by her side and gaining experience for the time being, and his first task will be tidying her messy room up. The boy is stunned by the piles of clutter inside the small room, and gives a blank but judging look at the demon lord. Karna asks if she isn't good at cleaning, and she shamefully silences the newbie. She says she does it properly, but somehow gets worse anyway. Moving on, the demon reads it in his hand, and designates it as his workplace. It's still odd that she didn't choose someone from her family. Even when they were all comfortable and glad to be there, she suddenly took his hand and put on puppy dog eyes, saying he's the only one she can be trusted to. The sense of value makes his determination spike, so she leaves him to the special task. Calling to his spirits, the necromancer gets ready to start. To their surprise, he picks up a book and begins his job by reading it. He isn't playing around, and is reading to understand demon culture, which will in turn help with organizing Cecil's ideal room.
Pokemon community game. A wild giraffe Eric F appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Seeing this, Nodens discourages him from pushing himself too much. After all, he can't memorize everything at once. His words are quickly proven wrong, as the boy suddenly announces that he's finished. He thanked everyone for their help, and now it was finally time to clean to their heart's content. A little while later, Cecil is delightfully surprised by how clean everything became after just a few hours. Again, Karna attributes it to all the help he received from the spirits, so the demon lord extends her thanks to them as well. Their performance reassures her of her decision, but he says he's just glad to be of help. The young man then mentions that she must also read human books, based ones he found under her bed. There was a wide collection that even included romance novels, and the mention of them makes her flustered and red. He asks if she actually likes humans. Caught red-handed, she asks him to keep the secret, adding her fingers to create a world where humans and demons can live happily. For that, she's doing her best to study human culture, which has a lot of unfamiliar things for demons, especially love and war. The dense boy says it must be why she has so many romance novels.
Because when you pull this out,
She
it's only
frowns in
stacked in
embarrassment
your
and puts the books back where they belong, saying she's seen
But I
everything
have
she's
it in
read.
my inventory.
As it feels a bit
It shows
unfair,
up, but it should
the
be
demon
way
lord
higher.
drives him to a corner and insists
Right,
on
so
knowing
that
more
means it's
about
reading
him as
this
well.
stuff.
Pokemon community game. Giraffe Eric F escaped. No one caught it.
Ended up making a contract with the old god. Karna is surprised that this is what she wanted to know, so she teases and questions what he imagined in his mind. The boy says the old gods used to be his neighbors, which is even more confusing. It
Because when I
happened right
picked it
after
up,
he
it is
received his
not
mind. His
recognized
grandparents
element either.
apologized for being tricked into buying terrible
Look at
land.
this color
They can't
there.
expand the farm. They might struggle to make ends meet. They tried to keep it a secret from him, but he heard about the problem and planned to do something about it on his own. Working on filial piety, Karna snuck out while they were sleeping at night, determined to make them happy by somehow expanding the farm. Repaying them was the only thing in his mind, so he stood in the middle of the cursed soil. As necromancy can't purify curses, he'll just have to gather and disperse the evil spirits. His power was unleashed and spread throughout their land. However, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, causing him to fall into a deep hole. A drop from that height would have been strong enough to kill him. Fortunately, he was able to keep the bottom of the sludge that then softened his fall. It was a close call, but he still didn't know why a hole suddenly opened up. The boy took a look around and was shocked to find a dungeon hidden deep under their home. He ran toward it, thinking it might be the cause of the vengeful spirits. He suddenly ordered to halt by Nodens, who imposingly stood before him with his violent thunder at the ready. Ask what they are. The old god says he and those with him are divine spirits, resting in the graveyard. This shocks Karna, who's then told to leave as it isn't a place for humans. The boy rejects the order and insists on lifting the curse from the land. Seeing that element don't work as far as I know. To Nodes, who then moved to teach the boy a lesson. His thunder roared as he told the child to show them his power. The young gifted had no choice but to face it with everything
Spark powder.
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Wisebot 3 viewers, plus 3, alarm clock 54 minutes and 20 seconds.
The attack obviously doesn't even get through, but he was already spent and panting. As he still had a bit of strength remaining, Nodes decides to get serious to knock him down for good. Their back and forth went on for quite a while, although the god naturally dominated the battle against the weak human. Nonetheless, Karna never gave up and continued to stand amid the continued beating. He can't get the image of his sad grandparents and was willing to do anything to make them smile all the time. With that in mind, he's going to lift the curse and purify them. Nodes takes a good look at him and is convinced by the brilliance in his eyes. In fact, if he follows the boy, he might just witness something interesting. This is the story of how they formed a contract to help each other out. They've grown beyond that, of course, and the gods now treat him like a grandson. Cecil is surprised, as there were no mentions of the gods' graves in any of the texts. Even so, the fact that Karna unsealed them and remained unharmed is a testament to his strength. Her serious expression makes him worried, but she just thanks him for sharing his story. It only reassured her decision and belief that he'll eventually make a great demon general for her army. The next step is to give him his own territory to rule over. So she opens a portal to inspect his new home together. In the demon's cavern dungeon, a bunch of soldiers ran from an area they can't defeat. Seeing the captain stay and dare to defy him, a huge ogre laughed, saying fools like her are worth killing. The knight stood her ground, unwilling to forgive his crimes against her kingdom. With this, she charged in to slay her opponent. Her sword clashes against his thick, hard back, but the strength difference is so overwhelming that she's sent crashing into the wall. Just one exchange nearly takes her out, and he lifts her head by the hair, intrigued by the taste of a trained woman. To the demon, humans are nothing more but food. Seeing his sharp teeth bare and told to give up, the knight's skin turns pale with terror. Just as he was about to rip her apart, necrobullets hit the ogre's back, sending him flying away. The woman thinks reinforcements have come, but Karna stepped forward, saying he's just there to take over the dungeon. After all, he's an enemy commanding. A while ago, Cecil explained how the dungeon belongs to the great demon lord's territory. His mission is to defeat the demon general governing over it. They're taking the land from the ogres living in the capital, as they've repeatedly attacked the kingdom and its people. Given their joint goals, they can't really allow that to keep happening. The Lord doesn't want to go against her contract, but it's the first step towards creating a world where we need another element. Now, General Bello laughs at the absurdity of the unrealistic objective. With his invincible might, he'll crush him in the greed lord's.
Oh wait, I need light pad.
Given the ogre's size and power, the formidable foe raised its club to crush the dungeon challenge. Never worked for anything. The 32 spirit is some of what's left of me. Gusts of wind surged through the cave as the beams clashed. To Bello's shock, his attack was completely blocked by the human, whose hand was engulfed in flames. Both of them were seemingly confused, as the boy looks at his flaming hand, and then tells him red element against a mere on the other hand, Karna wants to be more cautious. He believes that the recent attack wasn't the strongest, and it'll come harder next time. Doubting it and wanting to convince himself, the general raises his weapon again, saying it's impossible for him to be stopped by a mere kid, as he doesn't want to underestimate his opponent. The wise boy goes all out, fire raged in his hand, and the flames of Kagetsuchi shot towards the enemy, scorching and turning everything to ash, including Bello. Karna is left perplexed when he sees nothing in front, and wonders if the ogre was hiding. The enemy is a general under a demon lord, so it can't be that easy to beat. While ordinary ghosts are sent out to search for the missing enemy, the human knight hid behind a large boulder in fear. The terrifying presence and image of the black demon is burned from her mind, so she quietly retreats to inform the hero. After all, there's a possibility of a new demon lord being born. Karna found it strange, as his ghosts couldn't find Bello oblivious to his own power. He says he might have actually escaped, and makes a mental note to report what happened to Cecil. As he says this, his demon lord, with a satisfied smile, prays closing with her job well done. The new recruit apologizes for letting the target get away. Although she knows what actually happened, she playfully scolds him being careless. Hearing his apologies, she silently thinks about the forbidden spell of ball, which even she saw for the first time today. His power seems to know no bounds, and the mere thought of what he's capable of makes her skin tingle with excitement. Getting back on track, they discuss his journey.
Okay, let's see. Theory.
He stared at it. How won't use this he's free to create a maze, castle, or any dungeon structure worthy of his position. From today onwards, the land is his territory. So
we're going down to Blue Zone.
The thought excites him, and so he gets holding the dungeon core up. He used its authority and rolled a bunch of gravestones to rise from the ground. Redecoration goes on for a short time, but he soon announces the completion of the
I'm just gonna upload it when I'm done.
small hill on the quite bizarre, but necromancy can only do such things. He invites his master, and she's surprised to find a surprisingly warm and cozy interior.
What's your implant?
Jumping on the monster cushion, he says he's glad that she likes it.
Yeah, but
Then
is it
he
still
installs
good
the
and
dungeon
good
floor
too?
for a second, easing his confusion. The Lord says
Yeah, that's very true.
the sudden blow as such, she pushed her arm toward the floor and imbued it with a huge magic core. The entire room glows with power, and Cecil just casually states that she's given him a direct route to her personal room. The boy turned beet red out of embarrassment and sternly refuses the idea of having unlimited access to her room. Silencing him with her finger, she says she trusts him and asks if he's so flustered because he's planning to do something. Like before, the sight of the demon lord towering over him makes him panic and fluster, so he just fervently insists that he wasn't thinking of going in.
But yeah, if you ever
Later
get in
on,
Monkey
the Royal
Beast
Capital Guild
element,
gives a new
how
subjugation
cute
quest
they look
for a
different.
formidable enemy with a defeated bellow in single
I'll be
strength.
throwing you
After
just a
all,
couple of seconds.
only one person is capable of defeating such a target. Norris smiled and readied the rest of his hero part to complete the subjugation.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Esha called out and encouraged them to reconsider the danger of fighting
And I'm betting if you're
size
following
and assures
some
her that
regular
there's no
element,
need to worry.
it's gonna
Thanks
look
to the
good.
convenient stepping stone that is Karnak, their member learned resurrection magic. It was finally his chance to shine by challenging and defeating a big shot. He asks if
I mean, if you put it in your inventory and look at it side by side, you can tell
The assassin stood there with a stern gaze.
like this
sitting
one
put on
that
his
works
couch.
is a
Arna
lighter
wonders
red
why his
color
demon lord was late.
and
They
looks
had
slightly
planned to have
different
breakfast together, but she seems to have overslept.
than the
a bit.
stack of
He
3,000.
walks to the portal to do his job of attending to her. He excuses himself for entering her room without permission. To his surprise and embarrassment, Cecil was sprawled
There we
out
go.
on her bed, still in nothing but her sleepwear. As her eyes opened from the presence of another person, she said good morning to the boy whose redness permeated the countenance. Completely uncaring about her revealing look, she just apologizes for oversleeping, as if he wasn't already dying of embarrassment. She calls him over to join him in her cozy bed for 5 more minutes. The demon lord apologizes again later on, and to make it up to him, a bountiful spread of human's meat is laid on his table. To satisfy his palate, she first considered
Hey, yesterday while I was streaming, man, I started
since he notices something odd. His master was eating a bowl of dark. To his surprise, she takes a spoonful and basically squeals in delight over how delicious it is. Seeing his face, she says he must be curious about it. Demon food is mainly meant for absorbing men, which is why it doesn't look good. She uncharacteristically looks apologetic for how it appears.
Okay, well you may have to
Karna
do that
remembers the hero's condescending face. He stood up and excitedly asked to try a bite, eager to taste demon food. While not as tries to dissuade
I
him
don't know.
Cecil was already feeding him just like he was. The spoonful was accepted with a big smile, and everyone looked in anticipation while he chewed. A while later, the young man's eyes sparkled for how good it tastes, which makes the demon lord happy. On the
Yeah?
other hand, the old god is confused, as he remembers how it used to taste terrible. She says demon culture evolved over the years, resulting in improved flavor overall. Even if they don't
Did it.
You did it?
I tamed the bastards.
Congratulations.
She did it!
She got the Giga Danger Noodle.
Cheers.
I kind of accidentally forgot stuff, and I don't want to use the spot where I was at getting eggs. And I don't know how I got there. I know the way down, but
Okay.
found this big section of eggs.
Nice.
But I got the male. I'm gonna go. And we'll just start breeding them. I need to.
Because you can take best.
I needed to combine the health and the stam of the female with the weight and the male. So I don't know where they're.
Who the fuck are you? Oh, you're Santa's helper. Come here, Santa's helper. You're gonna die.
It's probably the stacking mod.
But it's already got 3K down.
Every bit of that, other than that stack of
They didn't do that yesterday.
Worse than 4.1.
Every bit of it was working prior to the update. Except for that 3,000, which I just put in there.
Oh, it worked yesterday, too.
Well, the 3,000 did not. It hasn't worked since I got it.
Well, what
It's
I've had
only
is
not
when
working
you
yesterday.
look at your inventory, the stacking mod, the CC, has traveler element that you can make that you can transfer between servers. It's not registered any of the element in the space as element.
I know. It was doing all that before.
Even that stack of 30 that you have in there is not counting it as element.
Well, seeing that dust, I just got today, because I was out of dust.
I can't do anything about the dust.
Let's see what you do.
Still trying to spawning. Sorry.
Pokemon community game A Wild Hypno, F, appears catch it using, Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
No! I just freaking crashed. Dadgummit. Kaito is
The only thing I could think of.
Nope.
Server that works on a different server, you can convert it. But if it's not working on any server, then there's nothing you can do.
Emergency burp. You were in the blue zone, right?
Yep.
Here, I'll take this over. I think Ab is up now, yeah.
Wow, we made it out alive. We did so
Or not
much
Ab,
work.
but,
Wait, Agra, why do you have to pull your hat?
Astrios. I'm gonna jump over to Astrios and see if I can convert it.
Pokemon community game Hypno, F, escaped. No one caught it.
I don't remember doing that.
I mean, yesterday when I logged in, it was registering the regular element.
I can't even
And today it's not, so I don't know what worked being yesterday and today.
Alright, mic check. Third bucket.
Doesn't even register it on Astrios.
Probably the stacking mod.
We'll jump back.
all the music is terrible in this one.
Okay, let's go fly around in blue zone areas and see if I can find you.
Well, I've got my light pet with me.
Yeah, I'm not allied with you, so it's going to be interesting to...
That's enough, Tyler. Like that, I'll keep that. Do not look at me that way. Yeah, I need to...
Hello, man.
Alright. Alright, loading my cam. That wasn't too bad.
There are many good people, and food is just the same. Karna makes Cecil's heart race by asking for more, so the two decide to share their breakfast with each other. A while later, the two are full, and it's finally time to build the dungeon. He's asked if he's aware of a dungeon's role. It is a valuable place where demons can replenish their mana outside of Eden. The mana used by humans who enter the dungeon is absorbed by the core and turned green. If the core is destroyed, mana used to create the space returns to the earth, making the land fertile for humans. In other words, the very existence of such areas give humans a reason to challenge them. It is important to note that his dungeon is at the border of monster spells just need to travel to get to the target dungeon. Just then, he hears his team members arguing behind him. Ruth is mad that Maya got hurt, but the knight argues that it's because she rushed in without thinking. Esha silences them both, saying demons might notice if
I'll be back on later.
They watch the assassin approach, but the anger is directed to her for introducing a supposedly useless person. She thought that a necromancer with a gold seal would be a valuable asset, but they flatly refuse to work with someone just because his skills disgusted them. On the other hand, Norris agrees that he was strong, but stood in the way of him shining as a hero. With this, the three proceeded with their journey, while Isha stood behind, judging them for their irrational decision. The hero has the power to enhance all abilities with his skill, but he's just an attention seeker who chooses his companions based on talent and looks, even letting a promising recruit slip away. She joined the party because of the great pay, but now she was stuck babysitting the birds. Just then, a terribly dark feeling struck her heart, and she questioned the divine aura emanating from the dungeon. Even the others couldn't believe it.
Flying around.
Esha wants to reconsider their strategy.
You're in that direction. Okay.
The three were already rushing in without a care.
No, I'm running back.
She tries to stop them and ends up entering as well. Inside, the spirits feel the presence of new challengers. They send signals to Karna, who jerks up and announces that the hero's party has entered the dungeon. Even Cecil and Nodens are surprised, as no one expected the hero to be their first challenger. With that said, he has no intention of holding back against them. Karna raised the dungeon core and called to the grave keepers, telling them to rise and fortify the defenses to the eternal coffin. As commanded, the undead rose from their graves, crawling and lurching at the humans to defend their home. The party is surprised by the unexpected enemies, and the battle master squeals at the zombies as she always does. Cecil commends him for making such an impressive dungeon. He blushes, saying he didn't have a lot of time and couldn't make it elaborate, although Nodens silently disagrees with the sentiment. Such powerful defenses won't be breached so easily. Norris steps forward to defeat the first wave of enemies, but gets confident as he sees one fall from just one slash of his blade. Just then, they all looked up upon noticing a bunch of ghosts floating in the air. The little beings flew around, mocking the humans who entered their domain. The hero can't do anything against incorporeal beings, so he tells the knight to use magic. A bright flash comes from Maya's hand as she uses a spell to turn them undead, but it's void as that's what they already are. With this, the humans are just laughed at for being so helpless. Flustered, Norris tells the two to do their jobs properly, and grits his teeth for For a hero party, they're fairly disappointing, and lack the mere capacity to fight the undead. The leader specializes in physical attacks, which are ineffective against ghosts, proving that she's much better than them. Esha started sprinting across the space, and spreading holy water to purify the area, forcing the ghosts to scream and run away in terror. However, they couldn't do anything as she dove in and pierced through their bodies with her holy silver knife. The material is effective against such enemies, and while she supposedly did great, Ruth scolds her for taking so long. If the assassin could defeat them, then she should have done so from the start. Their infighting makes the atmosphere in the team even worse than ever. Even if an assassin is skilled, the party won't last if the rest of the members are like that. Karna then announces that he's heading off to prepare for his part. So Cecil wishes him luck on his very first dungeon defense, and watches him put the dragon mask on like usual. Esha tries to convince everyone to retreat for now, and rethink their strategy. Unwilling to back down, Norris arrogantly claims to have the future of humanity on his shoulders. She insists, saying they're at a reckless disadvantage, but he argues that it's just a bad matchup, and that she can just keep using her items. Holy water is expensive and precious, not one to use so easily. The two others scold her for holding back when her comrades are in danger, telling them to pay for it then. She silently decides to leave the party after this mission. Greedy for glory, Norris offers to pay for the water if they urges her to use it in the next fight. With this, she has no choice but to accept, but on the condition that they retreat now and only use it if they encounter enemies. The others are also convinced and accept, so the party moves with the assassin leading the way. They eventually reach the exit, but do so unbelievably fast. Something was wrong. It isn't supposed to be so nearby. Oblivious, the others
Don't show it on me.
just glad that there weren't any enemies. Steel gates crashed down to block their way. Both the entrance and the exits were covered, and now they were trapped. Feeling an odd presence behind her, Isha launches a dagger at a precise spot, but the mysterious being knocks it away with barely any effort. While she starts to get troubled, Karna commends her for being able to break through his illusion. The dungeon master appeared, saying he came to greet the hero and his party. While the challengers face the dungeon master, Vol asks why the boy isn't bringing Nodens out. Karna explains that they've actually seen his grandfather before, and if they discover that he's become an enemy, the humans might put his family back home in danger. For this party, they'll have to repel them with just the two of them. Norris greets the master, thinking it's their first time meeting. Given his appearance, he scolds the filthy demon for taking on the form of a human. Meanwhile, Isha was busy worrying about the fact that her holy knife was swatted away. She wants to work together and attack carefully, but the battle master is already rushing in, arrogantly
sort of
thinking that
element
she
type
alone is
object.
enough. Ready for her, Karna signals Vol, who then empowers his fist with an unbelievable amount of flame. He travels from his
That's
fist
the
to his
DJ
entire body.
Sapping version.
Ruth was already above
The
him. She
transfer.
releases a super combo to blow him away, and just raises his staff to defend him. Ridiculous to her, but he doesn't lose a second of retaliates. By attacking with the snake on his weapon, it attacks her gut and sends her flying away. Just like that, the battle between them was already over. Even Karna couldn't believe that it was that easy, and thinks it's just an odd strategy. On the other hand, Norris screams in shock as he watches his comrade fall. Since physical techniques weren't working, Maya steps in, to fight with magic instead. She calls to her god and asks for the power to smite evildoers. A blast of pure magic shot forward, even with Ruth still in its path.
Let me go
While
over
the
here
young boy was
and
looking at the fallen
recognize
battle
this.
master, the spell made contact and exploded in the middle of the room. The knight grinned in triumph, not minding Isha, who scolded her for attacking her allies as well. Instead, she approached recklessly to revive the girl. A blast of dark magic suddenly shot forward and hit the girl who didn't even have her guard up in the battle. She falls as well. Karna was somehow standing on a wall he raised using necromancy. His physical technique
Let me land right here.
to let Esha know that they were massively outmatched.
Like
The boy wasn't
regular
there,
element.
then Ruth
Oh
would
wait,
die,
I've got something.
not caring about it at all.
I've got it.
Norris let out a
I've got it.
enhancing all his abilities with this
Ingram
heroic act.
resource
It
element.
seems he
TT
intends to
travel
attack
element.
again, even with his allies in the
240
way.
TT
He confidently
travel
says that
element
using
available.
hostages won't work on
Take
their
one
part.
of them.
After all, they have resurrection magic that can revive them. It might be a trap, and Karna has no reason to help the enemy, but having been abandoned
Ingram.
countless
It's an
times
Ingram.
before, he can't bear to do the same and
Yeah.
not anymore. He's had
PG
enough and calls to
allows
Paul,
you to
willing the fire god to manifest in him.
can jump.
The maniacal hero tells the demon to die, and
So,
unleashes a
please get
massive
down off
slash
the-
of holy light. Its power doesn't
Yeah,
even
see,
make the old
he
god
keeps
back
traveling.
and she just takes it on by releasing a blast of fire thunder. Their
Get
powers
down,
clash
boys.
for just a second, until the raging flames completely devour the weak light and sped towards the target. Fortunately for the hero, it doesn't hit him, and instead vaporizes the wall.
I'm currently at your base, Dragon Mama.
He questions just what in the world the two of them are. Norris regains his hope, saying he still has his holy sword.
I've been
But that
using
very
it.
same sword breaks right in his hand. To his surprise, his holy armor also
Haven't felt
crumbles
it
and
in.
falls off. leaving him a completely bare man. Seeing his equipment destroyed, he questions what type of magic the dungeon master is using. Esha explains that the hero's power to vanquish evil depends on performing righteous deeds.
So I have to
If he
use
abandons
whatever
his
ring.
comrades without repenting,
Let me see
it's
whether
only
I can
natural
make
for
it.
the equipment to forsake it. He argues that he hasn't abandoned his comrades at all. In fact, he paid Karna a small reward back when he kicked him out for being unneeded. He's also preparing means to save his dead comrades.
Are the numbers
To him,
going down
none
for
of
you
that is
on the
selfish
Dirty
at
Box?
all. In their world, souls are classified as good, which protects and nurtures others, and evil, which prioritizes one's own gain. The attributes are determined by one's actions and can change quite easily. Her goggles of truth reveal the attribute of the
240
target,
pieces of
which
normal
shows that he is
elements
currently evil
created in my
and a fallen
inventory.
sage who's lost his divine revelation. Nora screams in horror. A normal human would consider it natural to not betray their comrades. Before being a hero, he's already been disqualified as a human. Finally understanding that he was hopeless in the situation, the fallen one runs away,
Lab will
crying
not
for help.
recognize the
He
regular
foolishly
element
trips over a
still.
random item on the ground and drops to the ground without any defenses.
powered it,
Karna
it
sends a
will
bolt of
recognize it.
electricity at the target.
The bit
Despite
that I've
their
done,
differences, Isha
transfer
rushed
that
in
in
between the
there,
hero and the spell.
and
She catches the bolt with an odd bottle in her hand, which seemingly negates the damage to a degree. As he doesn't want to be too rough,
Not the
the
flame
boy
again?
tells her to give up already. Unfortunately, she was still being paid, so she
Oh,
intends to
because it
keep
wants
her
it
end of
as
the
dust.
contract and do her best. The assassin
right, and
suddenly
it can't
tosses
create
another
it
knife
out
at
of
him.
dust because it says
Unfazed,
it's something
he
good.
watches it fly towards
I'm
him.
all the
Yeah,
way
you
up
can't
there.
make
Falls on his
you
boots
can't
to
make the
appear under
dust
his feet.
because it doesn't
Lending a
recognize.
hand,
Okay.
he speeds forward and
Dust
circles around.
itself is
The powerful
non-recognized.
spell isn't even needed, and he just physically knocks her out with his stick.
Uh,
Watching her
It's
fall,
not recognized.
Yeah,
Nora
I'm
starts to
outside the
convulse,
door.
Regular
and he
element.
urgently tries to crawl away and escape. However,
It is right
a
now
foot
it's
suddenly
crafted
kicked
into
his
normal
back.
everyday
The familiar
elements.
figure couldn't believe
It's
that someone this
non-recognized.
pathetic is the hero. Still on his knees, he looks up and asks who she is. So the Plus introduces herself with a
Then
smile,
if you come over
realizing who
here
his opponent is.
and
He
like red
regrets
element,
challenging the dungeon in the
put
first
a red
place.
element in there.
Unfortunately, he can't change the past. He must face the consequences of his actions.
Pokemon community game A Wild Centauret appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Recognize the red element either,
Become her
but
supporter.
doesn't
She
recognize the
flatly
element
refuses to
card.
have someone like him in her army, which he
You're not
seems to be
searching that out,
underestimating. Demons value individuals as equal, and this is why they work together to reach places unattainable alone. It's different from a mere selfishness
Well, I guess it would be
While
mean
Karna
to
wondered
recognize
if she was
that
telling him
because there's nothing to do with that.
Cecil says that he
Hello.
doesn't even have enough value to be killed by her. With this, the boy waves his
Right,
staff
so
and
is it
commands his spirits
actually
to take him out of
registering
his
the
dungeon.
red element? Is
Screams
there a
fill the
texture
hall
around
as they're
here?
swept away by the balls of
Oh no,
fire.
we don't need
With the
texture.
humans finally gone,
yeah, we do.
the demon lord
Some
checks
sort
on
of
how her subject
texture.
feels. Karna takes his mask off and shares that he feels quite refreshed. From now on, he'll become a formidable enemy in the community of precious Lord, who's done nothing but recognize and
I like
support
to
her.
craft something.
Glad to hear his thoughts, she asks him to keep doing his best. Settling this
We'll
matter,
do
she
texture,
turns
you
to
might
move
just
to the
set it
next
over here
one,
next to
which
the
is
other
talking
one.
to Esha about a variety of things. In the land of violence, called Kazan, the hero's loss is reported. The goblin shook as he knelt, sharing that the
If
lust
that's the case,
demon
I'd
lord
be
also
curious if
appeared.
that
Guru,
You
the
got
dead
it,
lord
Kaito.
of fate, sat on top of a dead dragon,
Yep.
saying he must settle things with the one who took over his dungeon and snatched the hero's head. Just like that, he sets his eyes on Cecil. In the capital city's Adventurers Guild, the news of the hero's defeat reaches the guild master. Norris lost his divine power, became a fallen sage.
Pokemon community game Centauret escaped. No one caught it.
over here next to this
Also
other
permanently
generator.
incapacitated. Meanwhile, the mercenary assassin assigned
Let
to
me
watch
see if
the
that
gates
even
return
recognizes it.
was most likely
It's
captured
right
by
over here
information.
somewhere.
That said, she's a guild sealed veteran, and likely won't get anything important to the enemy, as they don't have the resources to rescue her.
I
They're
gotta
going
make
to
an
assume that
aircon.
she's dead and consider it a total loss.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I can't pick the stuff that you made in there.
So one bit of element. Registered and usable. Okay, that's weird. Right, so where
So-
The rock crates are ready to hatch. I had to make aircon.
That's 32.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to ally up.
So one red. Put one in there.
that's okay. So it's the stacking and using. All right.
Oh wait.
This is too hot.
So it's not the physical object in question.
You need 4 AC units.
Yeah.
Dang, what do I need to make a... Oh, okay. See if I got another.
You could probably just get rid of 3,000 with that.
Kato, did you say 4?
Yeah, you need 4. You have 3 out right now.
The 3,000 don't register with anything.
Alright. Let's see some pretty rap tricks.
Alright, Snoop. Try that batch.
Which batch?
The one I just dumped in the inventory.
Oh, the dust?
Yeah.
Nope, it's not recognizing that I have any on me.
Still saying too hot.
Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna do a mid-range and a long range.
Huh.
Still not registering.
Hey, by the way, does it say my name or does it say player?
No, I got your name. Even my spyglass is picking you up.
It's not registering that I have any on me.
Oh. Yeah, because, okay. You might have to have 8 ACs then.
So chill.
Not
Get away
seeing
from
any
me.
game stuff, but...
Here, I gotta check something, so I gotta
It's
switch
not
to my
recognizing
computer.
that I have any dust on me.
Alright, I got more electronics.
Oh, there's a party! There's a party! Yep.
Oh, look at that little
fucking dead. Bye. Oh, shit! Where the fuck is our team?
Let's go to a different setting.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Throttle, you take care. Be safe on your way home.
Oh, God.
Lucas Venomous Nix, they were playing Dead by Daylight. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Venomous Nix at https://twitch.tv/VenomousNix. Venomous Nix said,
This must be
No
different
out.
type of dust in the game too.
Yes, Nick. Yes, you deserve it. Accept my fluffy support.
Venomous Nix said, no.
Well, tough, you're getting it. You're getting my fluffy support,
Venomous
bitch.
Nix said, you.
What server do we want to jump to?
Yeah. Is no one here to see this? Are you guys all blind or something? I mean, look at that cake. Look at that dessert. I'm so dead. I'm just eating a cake. Oh. You killed by a duck!
Try to get all the high level hacks first.
What'd you do to
Okay,
piss
so
off a little duck?
immediately the weight is different. But
Hesperornis. A little ducky duck. You got killed by a little quack quacker.
oh no. There's something to make us
I saw the message. It was like, what?
LOL.
You must be at your base or something on this one.
I'm a fluffy dragon, bitch.
Twitch.tv/flow of Yava.
Dude,
Lazy Waters
I just hacked.
said, Fortnite sounds like an acid trip. Like how do you explain to someone Master Chief killed John Cena with a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes! Yes! Oh, someone clip that, please. That came out perfect.
Oh my god, the lag. What the actual hell?
Let's see the tip. Let's see this. Ooh, you got interesting.
Thank you.
Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're pretty.
Yeah, it's not recognizing it as being on my inventory.
None of them.
Very nice.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Both have two trees. Got hinder and got no turns. Both have two.
Very nice. I need to go back to my base real quick and respawn, because, as we're trying to make a little... Oh.
It's fine.
Yeah. You might want to shut your doors, too. You got some pagos outside. The non-friendly kind. Alright.
Let's go.
I wonder if it's doing the same thing on your test server.
Fair question.
Barbecue sauce.
Depends on the brand.
Hey, sweetie.
I'll just get rid of this dust and then jump over to the test one.
Amanda, are you
I'll
stuck
stop
up there?
See you?
Okay, because on my
Yeah,
screen I see your jetpack and you're just kind of stuck.
Outside, spirits watch the conversation
doing it on test server with all the stuff saying.
Karna was stressed about the limitations of strengthening his territory. Nodin suggests that the hero should consider it strong enough, but he firmly rejects it and argues that the party just lost out of carelessness. Veterans are different and will break through. For Cecil's sake, he's determined to do everything to keep the area safe. Just then, the site supervisor started to appear from the patrol. The spirit of Urtal, ancestor of all dragons and dungeon site supervisor, emerged and is asked how it is. He reports that the facilities the boy can create with magic has reached its limit. Necromancy creation is primarily used to enhance cemeteries and the undead, and isn't exactly suitable for strengthening a dungeon. As such, he must compensate with operations and propose an efficient arrangement strategy. Karna definitely has ideas, but carrying them out requires a lot of experience. In other words, they need someone who understands the perspective of adventurers. Seeing him put his mask on, Nodin's asks where the boy is headed, and is told that he's going to consult with a certain someone. In their prison, screams rang out, furious over how they're treating her. Esha cried and asked them to stop, as her quarters were filled with demon cats, adorable enough to disarm her. One hums and purrs at her, nearly knocking her defenses down in one go. The assassin steals her resolve, unwilling to fall for the cat who lays down and asks for belly rubs. Unfortunately, her will isn't strong enough, and she
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Swadloon appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She questions how he found out about her love for cats, and is told that he used his necromancy to read her soul. Such immense power is unthinkable, as she can't even stop herself from leaking information. She's a 24-year-old mercenary, with the assassin job and items master talent. Her hobby is rescuing cats in the slums, even feeding strays food and potions. While he can't read detailed memories, he is able to understand her background and interests. Feeling intruded on, Esha argues that cats are all honest, unlike humans who always betray. He assures her that there's nothing wrong with that, adding that it's wonderful. Taking a seat, she regains composure and states that it's useless to try and curry her favor with felines. As she's already received her pay, the mercenary refuses to leak any information, insisting that it isn't what he's after. The young man takes his mask off and shocks her by revealing the truth behind his identity. He's also surprised to hear that she's the one who recommended him for the hero party. More importantly, why was a human like him
Alright, what do we have?
He unapologetically shares that he's betrayed humanity, mainly for pay and benefit.
Oh, this is gonna get interesting.
Working under Cecil is fun and a great learning experience. In demon society, strength is everything, and hierarchy is based on wealth and power, while cuteness is seen as a weakness. As such, the demon cats are cruelly used as training targets and food for other monsters.
Pokemon Community Game Swadloon escaped. No one caught it.
Karna wants their help in repelling adventurers who continuously drain their power. For that purpose, he's reached the conclusion of creating an area where cute monsters appear, and designing a dungeon that seems comparable. Hearing his plan, she questions why he doesn't even hesitate to betray humanity. It doesn't matter to him which side he's on, since there isn't much difference between the races. Isha realizes that their enemy is worse than the demon lords. To her surprise, Karna extends his hand, saying he needs someone who knows a lot about adventures, and asks her to become his subordinate under a formal contract. She knows it's a trap, but asks for the reward nonetheless. It's a 10 million gold signing bonus, and 10 more as an annual salary. It's twice the pay for the hero's party, but she's still able to hold on to her love for humanity. However, he offers to make all the cats her subordinates if she signs now. Her resolve crumbles completely, and she asks to hear more about this clause. Convinced with the offer of cats, Isha accepts the offer to be a member of the Demon Lord's army. That said, she only agreed to avoid the risk and steal information by acting as a double agent. Nodin suggests showing the new recruit the current state of the dungeon, so he offers to tour her around the entire area. As it's a great opportunity to gather information, she accepts right away. Starting with the entrance, he gestures forward to introduce the gatekeeper, the enormous dragon zombie. The sight of the fearsome beast makes the veteran adventurer scream. He says it's an undead earth dragon that's motivated with the prospect of being revived, as if proving his point. It roars with praise for carnage and a promise to kill intruders. The beast is scolded, as killing isn't great for gathering the magic power of humans. It pouts in disappointment, finding it hard to hold back. Moving on, he opens a trapdoor that leads to the trap zone, which he's proud of. They haven't even entered, but she already knows that the dungeon is incomparable to others. It was a long and unending path forward. The small group spends ages walking, but don't seem to reach anywhere despite it. He reveals that he manipulated space to create a Mobius strip that can't be escaped without his danger. It was far from a light stop, and someone who steps in unknowingly could actually die. The two insist that it's a 5-minute stop at best with teleportation, but only a few can do that. Excited to move on, Karna hopped forward and ushered her to follow. As their journey continued, it became even clearer that the dungeon was practically unbeatable, especially to a normal person. When their tour finally ends, the master obliviously calls his territory mild and embarrassing, but she scolds him for failing to realize that it's like a milder version of hell. Getting the wrong takeaway, he says he'll make it even closer to the real hell. Just then, a familiar portal opened, meaning the assessment hall. As the engineer, Ertal is ashamed and asks for suggestions so he can make it better. Nisha freezes from his presence, quickly understanding that he's an ancient dragon. To her surprise, he's introduced as the dungeon craftsman, who even politely bows to the human. He's the ancestor of his clan, whom the old gods fought a long time ago. Now, he just quietly follows Karna and watches over the world from its corners. While she's still awestruck, the boy notes that it must be difficult to converse in this form, so the dragon then rapidly shrunk to the size of the other spirits. He couldn't believe that the necromancer commanded both the ancient dragons and the old gods. It was unquestionable. The only reason they're quiet is because they regard there are stronger beings outside. If they learn that no such force exists among humanity, they could break out of the dungeon and drop all hesitation to wreak havoc on their weak race. Such powerful entities would laugh as they destroy their world. Karna notices her face turning pale, but she just moves on and suggests that he suppress the dungeon's cunning intent. The current difficulty is too high for general adventurers and should be adjusted to a gradual increase. Finally, understanding the perspective they missed, the overpowered beings move to review and improve based on her suggestions. If the weakness of humanity becomes known, the world might just be destroyed. It's fine if the privileged royals are killed, but the slums of the castle are home to her friends, family, and several stray cats, so she can't let it be destroyed. Her plan is to infiltrate the demon army, without them realizing how weak their enemies are compared to them. A month later, a few adventurers walked through the graveyard, hacking at skeleton monsters and questioning if the trail was really beaten them. All they have to do is avoid the intermediate area, as the initial stages already have amazing loot. The image of the bountiful rewards being taken is played in Cecil's executive manner. An angry demon bangs his hand on the table and complains about the items in the new dungeon being continuously stolen by humans. They demand an explanation from the demon. Belf tells his peer to disclose himself, as he was embarrassing the entire board. Also present were Barrett, Incubus tribe chief, and Borg, chief of the Orc tribe. Mammon found him pathetic for even losing to the newcomer they know nothing about. The servant is unable to do anything but acknowledge his defeat. Meanwhile, Cecil and Karna were having some tea, as if there wasn't an argument happening. She encourages everyone to have some as well, but is told that it isn't the time. She seized another lord's territory without warning him, and it's been losing items instead of getting mana, so he wants to know how they intend to take responsibility. It's true that they're in the red, but it's more of a startup investment recommended by his advisor. Then calling on his advisor to explain, Esha stepped forward, wearing a mask to disguise her human identity. Having an advisor pop up from nowhere is suspicious, but Mammon humors it for now. The true nature of the Eternal Coffin's beginner zone lies in baiting adventurers into coming. When they joyfully take their loot, the dungeon finishes them off in profits. The screen shows two adventurers in a room filled with demon cats, which they found ridiculous but cute. Watching one purr under their touch, the men fall in love and continue to play with the women. What they don't notice are the others approaching to launch a surprise attack. The rest of the cats pounced and knocked them unconscious. Their goal is to raise the weakest class of monsters with minimal labor. After that, they don't kill the adventurers, but simply siphon their mana while confiscating the items they obtained from the dungeon. Ghosts will then possess and devour their memories of the Phantom Cat room before they're kicked out of the Eternal Coffin. Without the memory of the last room, they'll think they can win next time, and return over and over, allowing for a repetitive and endless cycle of mana harvest. They're currently in the deficit, but it'll pay off once rumors spread to the general public. Belf was stunned by the ruthless exploitation, while the two others are impressed by how far they've planned ahead. On the other hand, Mammon still refused and had more questions. He notes that the cats use charm magic, which they shouldn't be able to, so he accuses them of using a precious castle artifact. With a loud voice, he deems it as foul play. To ease his tension and curiosity, Karna puts his hands out and summons a bunch of succubus spirits, which then fill and fly around the room. While thanking him for summoning them, their presence immediately affected everyone, who started seeing the newcomer as an incredibly cute and attractive person. Borg nearly passes out from the sight of him, and even Belf has to remind himself that he's looking at him. While Derek panted, unable to hold back, Mammon barely managed to retain his anger. The spirits unleash people's deepest desires, and make those without defenses lose reason. Such is the true danger behind the dungeon's beginner level. The incubus wonders where he found such rare creatures as even sheep and incubus kin. Karna shares that they're from a nearby graveyard, and we're happy to help when he asks. This is the first time Cecil has heard about this, but she realizes that he must be talking about another sealed divine spirit. Some of the cats get the power to use charm magic and are possessed by the succubus spirits. Still reeling, the entire room has no choice but to accept his method and operations. If things continue this way, the felines will be able to use charm magic on their own. Karna completes his presentation, but Esha looks troubled. She was against the plan in the first place, skeptical that the cats alone could fix the problem of discrimination against the weak. Still, he was willing to gamble on
All right.
The girl was still worried about the little ones getting hurt, so he assured her that that won't happen. He believes in them, just like he's here now because Cecil chose to believe in him. As naive as it sounds, he knows that faith changes things. The boy really must be a soft-hearted kid who doesn't know how the world works. Just then, Cecil forbid the unjust treatment of low-ranked monsters in the dungeon, effective immediately. This gets quite a positive reaction from the table, who's glad to make progress with their world. Shocked, Esha realizes that the world might not be so cold after all. Karna rummaged through Cecil's messy room. She says he can clean up later, but the boy is insistent on doing it right away, and thanks her for indulging in his selfishness. Carrying a demon cat in her arm, she reminds him that they agreed to improve their lives together. The choice to believe in him was hers, and he responded to her feelings much better than she ever expected him to. Now, she wonders if he's feeling their bond grow stronger, just as she is.
Yep.
With this, the demon lord asks the human if he's ever been in love before. The boy isn't sure about it, as there weren't any girls his age in his hometown. In other words, it might be a first for both of them. Her words make him turn beet red in embarrassment. Not minding it, she opens a portal to teach him about the countless things he must not know about. They step through the portal to study love, hand in hand. Demons lack the concept of love and romance, but there are some races that marry. He's brought to the village of the orcs, and is greeted by a familiar figure who's been waiting for them. Borg welcomes them to the settlement of his kind. Karna recognizes him as the one from the executive meeting. As he bows, Cecil explains that she's teaching him the demon way of life and wants to inspect as well. He's asked to raise his head, as bound to lower-ranked demons will have him look down. Originally, demons absorb magic to live.
Let's see.
In other words, they're the dropouts of the human world. Karna assures him that he's different and has no intention of fighting with demons. This gets a chuckle out of Cecil, while Borg's confusion is interrupted by a loud scolding, calling him a log that's just standing around. His wife tells him to cook dinner already, so he tells her that the demon lord is there. Her tone immediately shifts, and she heads over to flatter even inviting them to their house despite his refusal. As the lord came all the way there, she insisted on entertaining her somehow. Cecil understands why he's hesitant, and says she's grateful to have a glimpse of their life. With this, he ushers her in, saying he can't offer much, and adding that a human-born wife is terrifying indeed. The woman before them is half-orc and half-human. As his kind cannot create offspring with magic alone, they must mate with humans. Truth be told, they are a species that would go extinct without humankind. This must be the reason why orcs are known to often abduct human women in the woods. In the house beside the sludge lake, the family serves their guests salted rotten meat with withered vegetables. While the children drooled in delight, the visitors couldn't help but cover their noses. Snowden admits that eating the dish would give him an upset stomach. Apologizing, Borg says they can't even make a field look decent meat, as they live in a cave. Fresh ingredients overflowing with magic are a pipe dream.
See,
Even
gas
then, he dreams of one day
collector.
feeding his children delicious food. Moved by his sentiments, Karna offers to
Are
help
you
a bit
talking
and
about
puts his hand over the bowl of orc food.
the
With magic,
place
they
that
watch
you
as
give
the rotten
me
meat and
me?
vegetables turn into a freshly made meal. The entire room is slapped, jawed, and shocked as he explains that he rewinded its time. Wasting no time, the children scarf down the food, which tastes unlike anything they've had. Karna is glad they like it, so he marches out with his two old gods. Org is confused and doesn't know what he intends to do, but the boy just walks over to the sludge lake and releases the spirits. Nodens and Vol materialize to unleash their power on
Pressure
the
tank,
barren
okay,
land.
that's
As they
right.
work together, purple electricity combines with raging fire, willing the earth to wake. In a matter of moments, life grew out of the dry land, covering it with healthy soil and lush greenery. The water that
I
was thick
need
with
red
gems,
gems, so...
just like that, the cave that had no life was filled with
Are
hope,
you talking
and
about
they
the
can
normal
finally
cluster
learn to farm
island,
and
or are you
harvest fresh
talking about the
vegetables.
Arctic
This brings the orcs to tears,
The deck
as the
valley.
children can finally eat as
Yeah,
many
but we have
vegetables
two.
as they
Which
want.
one are you talking
Calling
about?
Karna
The
their
normal
savior
everyday
and the
one
mage of
from the
blessings,
Altar or
they
the
carry
other
him and
one?
toss him up in celebration,
I'm
swearing
getting on
loyalty
both.
to the new demon general. While smiling at them from nearby, Cecil is again reassured that the boy is the person she always believed he is. Back in the castle, the demon tells Manuel that the investigation results on the adventurer's guild. According to the stolen adventurer list, the person
It
who
says
functions magic is definitely
Forgotten
necromancy.
Land.
Only one person fits that description. Gritting his teeth as he discovers Karna's real identity, he calls for the demon lord of greed. Groveling before demons is unforgivable, and he's willing to
We
wage
have
an
no
eternal
idea
war
whether
to
you're
stop
being
it.
there or not because your
With their
players
duty
never
done,
come
the
up
servant
with
and
you
master bid farewell to the orc tribe. Cecil is
players.
stuffed from the delicious feast the villagers made for it, which of course would not have been possible without Karna's help. Despite his humility, it's undeniable that he's amazing. Still refusing the credit, he insists that it was only done with the help of the old gods. This makes her chuckle and amuse him.
Pokemon community game A wild semi-poor appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
And that alone is remarkable, as this is the first time she's felt like this. She wonders if it's what people call love. Pulling himself away, the boy insists that he doesn't know either. While he still averted his eyes, she tells him to look at something and pulls her sleeve back. On the back of her hand is the seal of inheritance. Her demon lord title is passed from mother to child, along with the crest infused with Bastard's power. However, every time she uses her magic to create a child, her soul vessel deteriorates. Fortunately, he appeared. If it's a child with him, who has immense mana, it might be able to hold the great magic. As such, she asks him to fall in love with her. He blushes and says that he doesn't really understand love too well yet. Nonetheless, she
It's
accepts
okay, sweetie, I'm just trying to get that off you.
He'll do anything to help her. Like with others, he'll work hard at love too, if this is what it takes to make her happy. Together, the three walk towards the main hall. It was finally time for his official enlistment into the Demon Lord's army. They have to do something about his race and name, as they can't exactly reveal that he's a human. He might pretend to be a mysterious demon who rules over old gods. Hiding his identity in the human realm would be impossible, but they're in the demon realm, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Additionally, Cecil is already the demon lord and can essentially do what she wants to. Told that she's so cool for that, she tells him to fall in love with her if he feels that way. Suddenly sullen,
Pokemon community game semi-poor escaped. No one caught it.
An inexperienced kid like him. Finding his sincerity adorable, she takes his hand and says that it isn't something given, but something built together. She's decided against rushing, since they have a lot of time together after all. With their hands holding each other, they can find happiness little by little. Isha hates to ruin their lovey-dovey moment, but it's time to head to the ceremony. Like they said, they head to his big debut hand in hand. The hall is filled with the followers of the Demon Lord, cheering loudly for their one and only master. All her generals were there, waiting for the glorious moment. Presented to the priest, they all hail the grand feast. He starts the oath, swearing to the old god that he'll offer everything to Cecil. The boy is asked if he wishes and vows to become her loyal soldier. Their seals glow bright, and the entire hall is filled with the light of their bond. Looking into his new master's eyes, he starts to swear with all his resolve, but the entire castle suddenly shakes with unfamiliar power. An orc suddenly barged into the hall with terrible news. Their realm was under attack. Outside, an ogre swung his massive mallet and sent a shockwave strong enough to break the castle gates open. The orc soldiers stood their ground.
Okay, so you can get rare mushrooms from over here.
Dared to barge into a demon lord's territory. He is hit in the face and sent tumbling across the ground, used as an example to the other pigs for thinking of fighting back. From that moment on, the castle belongs to the Greed Demon Lord's Plunder Legion. The ogres were openly invading the Lust Demon Lord's castle, and the barrier being managed by a general was for some reason not working. Chuckling at their confusion, one of the enemies raised its hammer to kill everyone. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly shot forward and consumed his body entirely. The raging electricity coursed through his body, making him scream in pain while being electrocuted alive. Belk appears and tells the orcs to arm themselves already. As a loyal servant of Cecil, he is willing to protect their home. His appearance gives the soldiers newfound hope, and they now take arms to fight back. Their faith rebuilds his self-esteem that was destroyed in the fight against Kaito. Just then, he's told to watch out as a new and more powerful enemy appears, swinging his mace to the ground. It was a higher demon, which none of them expected to team up with Greed. Cecil is told about the invaders, and that Belk won't be able to hold him back for long. At this rate, the throne room will be breached and fall at any moment. The barrier should fend enemies off, but it seems to have been tampered with. There's only one person who could do that, and it was Mama, who was watching the violence and chaos from above. She doesn't want to jump to the trail just yet, and would like to hear his side. Unfortunately, they have to cut Karna's ritual short, and ask for his help right away. Her crest now glowed on his palm, and he vows to protect the Lord with his life. For now, he summons Urtal and tells him to restore the barrier that protects the castle. Doing as told, the ancient dragon unleashed its power, forming a path of protection that traveled out to the gates. Just like that, he rebuilds the entire barrier in no time, surprising even those demons outside. The moment of distraction ends up with Belk getting a direct hit, and is scolded for gawking around when he has an enemy right in front of him. There were just too many of them, and his magic was already drained when he was just about to accept defeat. A silhouette appeared above, refusing to give in so easily. Karna dove down to defend his lord's sanctuary, unwilling to let them defile it any longer. Nodens is manifested, and the old god emerges with a blast of purple thunder that tears the ogre army apart. Seeing them completely helpless, Belk could only watch and shout.
I need gas balls.
It was a good warm-up for the old god's creaking bones. Calling to the demon who bears his sigil, Nodens commends him for exhibiting his unwavering loyalty to Cecil. Now reunited, they can defend the castle together, if he can still fight.
No, that's
Standing back up,
funny.
Belk acts all strong and takes command of the troops, telling them all to start the Lust Lord's counterattack. The ogres stand their ground and also charge in, but compared to before, their numbers have been whittled down by a ton. Mammon doesn't understand how they're being pushed back, and why the barrier is up and running again. Could it really be the humans doing it? The blade suddenly touched his neck. Apprehending him, Aisha says he'll never defeat that human he hates so much, threatened with death if he moves. She asks why he guided the ogres there. The sharp assassin realized it was him, the moment the barrier dropped during the attack, telling him to state his purpose. She dragged the blade across his neck, and questions if he intends to die standing. A terrifying presence then emerged from the side, saying it's her who's going to die. Her arm instinctively rose to defend, but one quick hit was enough to send her crashing into the wall far away. Already near death, she asks who he is, and quickly realizes that she was just attacked by the Demon Lord of Greed. Guru called to Cecil and told her to wait, as he, the Great One, was coming to take everything from her. Isha has heard the name of the Demon Lord before. He's the greedy ruler of Kalzakan, who'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Mammon was relieved to see him there, thinking he came to save him. However, Guru couldn't care less about such a useless little subject, who can't even lift the barrier properly like they planned. Apologizing profusely and promising to lead him to Cecil right away, he asks what the Lord intends to do with the human in his hands. Still gripping her by the neck, he decides to handle her while they are. He'll take anything he wants, and ditch everything that slows him down. He was infiltrating another lord's domain, and even among them, the gap wasn't so wide, just as Karna said. On the other hand, Cecil's reign and kingdom was much, much better, blurring the lines even more. Countless lives will be lost if she falls and the other lords march onto human land. Determined to stop that from happening, she takes an odd ball from her pouch and drops it. The item emits a blinding light as soon as it hits the floor, but Guru smiled as he stared at it with wide eyes. Despite getting kicked away by the human assassin, it was just a fit of amusement for him. Esha dashes past him with amazing speed, making full use of her hard-trained battle capabilities.
Okay, let's see.
As she tries to hide and watch how her opponent moves. However, he appeared from the smoke, merely laughing at her pathetic attempt to blind him. A sonic vacuum pushes all the smoke away and cuts through the ground, leading to her. Dodging for now, it becomes clear that he's using a martial arts time seal, so she just has to keep her distance and be wary of his moves. Regardless of how thick the smoke is, they're just petty items in the face of a demon lord. More annoyed than hurt, Guru uses a different seal and blows everything away with a howling red gale. She's sent flying, shocked that he used one spirit magic on top of the martial arts sigil earlier. It was incomprehensible. A single being should only be able to have one engraving, so how was he doing this? Taking a look at Isha's items for himself, he's surprised to see that there's nothing special. In other words, she must be someone who reinforced her weapons with a gold seal. Her body moves under his firm grip, rendered completely defenseless by his power. He reveals the mark on her body and confirms his suspicions that she holds an incredibly rare mark. Unfortunately for her, the Demon Lord of Greed wants it. As the images of those important to her flashes, she refuses to die in such a pathetic state. The human curses Guru, but he just laughs at her face and starts stealing her power.
Kaito Destiny Diddle Brat, welcome to my channel.
Hey,
Kaito
Brad.
Destiny Omnir,
Hi, Omni.
welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Diddle Brat, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Omnir, welcome to my channel.
While the ring on her finger glowed, Mammon praised Guru and essentially begs him to kill the human necromancer. The Lord says they don't even need to step in, as he's already brought out his 3 generals to take care of the boy.
Kaito Destiny, so too Diddle Brat. Stream Elements look at Diddle Brat, they were playing Pal World. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Diddle Brat at URL.
Priceless. That was almost as good as the Myers.
He just popped out of.
I'm being smothered by kitties. I have 5 of them on me right now. I'm on my way to get some red gems. I'll switch channels. Alright. So, for everyone who's watching and I hope you're all doing well. If you're all wanting to hang out and chit-chat, I welcome that as well. Hello.
Hey.
It
was hard trying to talk to everybody else was going on.
Yeah, I thought I'd just come over here because it's like, yeah.
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Inventory, when you go to craft one specific item, everything else blacks out till it's done.
Yep. Yeah, it seems to be with the update that they did. Found a nice deposit of rare mushrooms.
Oh, nice.
Yep, and I got a good spot for an element farm factory. Come on, step lagging.
Alright, well I got stuff to build a reaper trap. And I've spotted a decent one. It's a 141.
Nice.
the best of them. We only got 2 Reapers. If they don't move, none of the others move. There's only 2 in its path. It's just we're gonna have to kite it towards blue.
Yep.
Because I know the best way to do the Reaper impregnation is not have any gear on.
Yeah, best to be naked.
Yeah.
Naked. Naked. Ladies and gentlemen, we're stripping an arc. That means we're only wearing our tidy whities. Me, on the other hand, I'm fluffy, so it's like... I hate how they switched Abby a little bit. Kitty's cuddle hugging.
Shit, I ain't unlocking none of the metal tier stuff.
It's one of those programs that I'm going to highly recommend. It's just literally, it's a program to help manage stuff. And, like,
Deal with the narcotics. Much cheaper. What's our O'Reilly's core charge?
It definitely helps. Like if I get raided, mix it up, send the command to Twitch to automatically snooze ads for Black Ops.
Pokemon Community Game. A wild Swirlix appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
I'm being hit with love.
Karn was standing against the 3 demon generals, backed by the 2 old gods under his command. Present were Hans, the peerless samurai who was supposedly chosen by Baal, and Yoda, the great archmage. Together, they form the threefold invocation as Guru's demon generals, and by his command, they'll be taking the life of the enemy in front of them. The trio unleashed their attacks together on one single human, but Karna just had to call for Vol's help. Her blazing fire raged and enhanced his staff with so much power that the 3 were immediately consumed by the red flames. Just like that, the demon generals were kneeling on the ground, with hands
I'm being hit with love and stuff.
profusely apologized, while the Vol burned the fate-chosen one's head for taking their sword. The trio could normally defeat entire armies.
Pokemon Community Game. Swirlix escaped.
With this,
No one caught it.
couldn't help but finally acknowledge Karna's unbelievable power. Hans, now bald from being burned, begged for mercy, and is then told to reveal the real reason for their frontal assault. Crying, he shares that they're meant to thin the defenses on the front lines, to allow Guru to infiltrate and kill the demon lord of lust without issues. Finally realizing what they're aiming for, Karna hurries to save her in time, but he notices Belf struggling with the ogres. No matter how many he took down, they just kept coming and coming. As such, the necromancer raised his staff and cast a spell on the fallen demons. Suddenly, they rose from the dead and were reinvigorated with his power. His servant doesn't understand what's happening right away, and is told that they've been reanimated to fight as fresh troops. Just then, a bunch of spirits rushed to Karna's feet and lifted him up. Belf is left in charge of the border, while he goes ahead and assists their lord. The demon understands and vows to defeat the stragglers, while he saves Cecil. As such, the human flew past the army and back into the castle, dearly hoping that he makes it in time. Hertal's barrier was keeping the additional enemies outside of the border. A subject rushed into the halls to report the enemy forces were being pushed back. The people cheered,
Can't hear it during the earthquake.
Kaito Destiny Dragon Mama 03, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Dragon Mama 03, welcome to my channel.
Okay. Now I can hear you. What was it you need?
I said, you got any construction thinking about, I've got a little starter hut over here, but I was thinking about maybe we need to, I don't know if we should widen it a little bit further.
Well, I am working on getting metal and paste all set up here.
I can't build any of the metal tier structures. I don't have enough points to even unlock them.
Yeah, I had a mind wipe and I got a shitload more points than before. But if we do a 4x4 foundation with behemoth gate and a door on it, then a bunch of pillars around it, we can trap a
oh no, I've got what I need to build the Reaper trap. It's Captain Hot Dog trap. You know his shit works good.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta look at a different spot.
Oh, I know I'm gonna go build the trap. It's only
Oh yeah.
The Reaper's right. I mean, we'll have some tighter a little ways, but should hopefully be a straight shot.
I have to go to a spot that has red gems.
Thessal must flee as soon as possible. Those who hear her are incredulous, refusing to believe that the demon general betrayed them. They're all silenced with one word, the human wrist becoming a ghost just to warn the Lord of what was coming. After Guru struck, she used a rare item to turn herself into a spirit, which is why she looks that way. But the demon of greed took her seal, meaning her form won't last long. As such, she encourages her to find Karna while she can, and allow him to protect her. She's right about this, but Cecil says she can still save her.
Aiko Jitsun Yaeu, Kaito. Kaito Destiny Aiko Jitsun,
Aiko.
Aiko Jitsun, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Aiko Jitsun, Aiko Jitsun, welcome to my channel.
Hello and welcome. It's surprised to see you here. I'll give you a shout out.
Kaito Destiny, so too Aiko Jitsun. Stream Elements look it's Aiko Jitsun they were playing Astroneer. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Aiko Jitsun at URL.
Oh, that's an old clip, the nose twitchy. That was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But hello, Aiko, welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you've been, hope you've been feeling better and getting healthier. Currently, I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended here with Dragon Mama.
Aiko Jitsun, I'm okay, a little frozen.
Aw. Do you need a warm up? Do you need some hugs? Do you need some cuddles? I can warm you up.
Aiko Jitsun, I wish you okay too, Kaito.
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm all nestled in with my kitty cat, my 6 kitty cat kids here, and just doing a little Ark Survival Center with Drake and Mama. We're on the map called Apparition, and we're getting stuff ready to get eggs and other things. And the map's changed a bit since I played it back on Evolve, so yeah. I'm trying to see what I can get here.
Aiko Jitsunu. So far only have 2 meow meow so far.
Oh, you got 2 kitties? Oh, I gotta see the kitties. I gotta see your little fluff babies of joy and terror.
Bleeding by the way too. The new mail just raised up. 265 on the mail.
That's no, that's radiation. That's radiation. Ow, 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 ow.
Chill on the car part. You can't do nothing. I said at least you can go back to driving my car.
This way. Ow, 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 ow.
Aiko Jitsune still I cannot play this game. Too strong FO me.
Yeah, Ark is pretty strong on a computer and a laptop. But I've been seeing you play other games lately. But see you play a bunch of survival games and shooter games.
Aiko Jitsune it keep crash when I go Seaton place.
Yeah. A game like this, you can't even play it on max settings. You have to go down to low or medium.
Aiko Jitsune who you?
Yeah, even though I have a computer that is literally made to play this, I have all my settings at medium or low. The only things I have high are like graphics and textures and processing. Those are the only 3 I can have up set on high or epic. Everything else is low or medium settings. I have to get new upgraded parts, but all the parts I need are not
Aiko
on
Jitsune
sale.
that mean is the game then.
Yeah, it's the game. The game takes too much because they never optimized it. I'm being smothered by 5 cats. One's on my feet. One's on my right side. 3 are on my left side, all curled up, snuggle ball together. And I need to see if I can take a picture before they move.
Aiko Jitsune they need antachen.
Yeah, well, they get enough attention. They were getting attention off of me earlier. Especially in my last stream. They got so much attention, they made me pass out. Because they were loving me up so much. And now, I got pictures of them, so, before they moved.
Stream
Yay.
Elements hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
There, I can send that to my mom later. She always gets a kick seeing pictures of the kids. Where? Let's see.
Alright, so I'm kind of curious because I'll have to go get more stone.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we could convert my original starter base into basically a hatchery. The only thing is I don't know if it makes a difference because this starter base is built out of wood.
There's bees.
Yeah, we could do that too. I'm trying to find a spot here where I can get red gems without going into the red zone.
Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. I think I saved it.
They changed this map so much that... Oh god, there's so much spawning in.
Okay, you got your thing up?
I got Cord's map up.
Yes.
Oh shit, I fucked up.
I found a little path. It is... Whenever you're ready.
Running.
39 and 68.4. That's where I have found the path. I don't know how much you're needing, but I didn't have the path there. Are you needing to go into the red zone to get gems too? I mean, because I can get you a hazard suit, mate. I mean, it's standard, but...
Yeah.
Plus, I gotta repair mine anyway. I've got a second set made.
Alright.
Pokemon community game A Wild Starly appears catch it using
the wrong
Poke
button
catch.
and jumped off
Winners
my
revealed
dino.
in 90s.
Okay. Let's see. Where was it again?
Stream Elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for
Texas
crazy
Beatbot.
adventures through the worlds. URL.
Okay, red gems, it's in the blue zone. But I found some at 39.9, 68.3.
Alright.
And you won't be far from, you'll actually be right across. Because at 39.2, 78.9, which is literally beside it a little ways, is one of the entrances to the surface.
Oh, okay. They have red gems over there. Okay, yeah, I know where to go.
Pokemon community game Starly escaped. No one caught it.
The fuck was that?
Huh? Go up. Oh, well, back out. Just join it. We're gonna make another third set.
Okay, and you go this way. Okay, autopilot sounds. Okay, I'll put these items on the bird.
I just keep it on because I'm literally about to go over that way. I haven't noticed it to do it.
Alright, stop. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. But hey, Aiko, sometime you gotta show me the pictures of the kitties in you. I'd love to see the pictures.
That's what they like to eat. Do what? Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a set of gear in the tab. I don't think I have to unlock it for you, kiddo. I think you should be able to gain access to it. But yeah, I'm gonna head over here towards the Reaper Queen now. Or get nearer and then figure out the path we're gonna need to take. And that way I can place the trap right, hopefully in a good way. Captain's Fat Dog Trap consists of 8 triangle foundations, 8 double doorways, 8 triangle ceilings, and 6 stairs.
Wait, before I do a stupid, what is the game time? Let's see, current game time is 2:17 a.m.
You might still have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on 90% day, 10% night, don't do it.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of worrying about, because it's getting really bright over here all of a sudden, so yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
And I'm at the entrance over by the portal chamber. I must be really blind because I do not see any red gems.
Oh, no. Hey! Oh, you're a leopard. You're not the one I want.
Yeah, I'll go down here into the blue zone there. I think there was a spot over here that, if I remember correctly.
They're the ones that chase after light sources, Mikey.
Seekers? Yeah. Yeah.
If you don't have a light pet, nameless come after you. When you have the light pet, seekers come after you. So it's literally a no-win scenario.
Yeah, it's a no-win for us, but a win-win for them.
Why is your gorgeous ass a freaking lovebird? I want to pin you. Come here.
Alright.
Alright, so this just started going. Okay, so right here.
Oh, Aiko, I don't know if you knew, but we got a new type of shoulder pet, or a companion pet, I should say, and they are dragon foxes. the ice foxes.
Well, ironically, Kaito, where I'm headed to come and look at this Reaper, I'm looking right at Red Gem. Oh, this is gonna suck. Shit. I have to tighten her off this ledge.
Yep, gonna suck. Goddamn quake. Okay.
We're up here.
Alright. And, let's see, might as well continue the anime manga story too.
Blessed by the original god, Basta turned to her subjects and told them to follow her command. Again, she's discouraged from throwing her life away for no reason. But the idea of a human worrying and protecting her makes her chuckle, especially after being betrayed by her supposedly faithful kin. It is both clumsy and sincere, and it is exactly why she would protect Esha as well. A teleportation circle flashed right by Guru, and he's shocked to see Cecil appear right before him, rushing them onto the climax of the invasion. He's all fired up, as she came all the way there just to die in his hands. Unfazed, she commands the Demon Lord of Lust to get out of the castle immediately. Cecil tells Guru to let go of her troops, unless he wants to get hurt as well. Seeing her again, Mammon accuses her of causing this entire battle, as she betrayed Demonkind and sided with the humans. She finally understands why he sided with the Demon Lord of Greed. Still, the ever-sympathetic master, she urges him to talk to her for now. After all, she loves every one of her subordinates, including him. Guru scoffs at her words and offers to share what the traitor said about her. He called her a coward who threw her pride away to serve humans, and unfit to lead Demonkind. The mere thought of him being a loyal subject was ridiculous. Cecil accepts his words with an open heart, and won't blame him for losing faith in her. That said, she doesn't love all humans, only those who believe and will fight beside her. Her moral lecture is rebuked, and the Lord is reminded that humans are their sworn enemies. It's true that the original demons created by Bastet were branded with her hatred towards the race, but was that really all they could do? Questioned if she denies their progenitor's will, she argues that she simply wants her own power. As such, she asks him why he bears such a burden so deeply that he feels so very hurt. He is unable to give a straight answer. Guru interrupted and called them out for whining about the misdeeds. One just has to take what's in it, and there's nothing more to it. Souls, hatred, and inherited will. None of that mattered to him. A real demon lord who just takes whatever it is he desires. Seeing him charge in, Cecil first summons a protective barrier around Esha's lead. Mammon is surprised to see the same barrier around him. The power of the two demon lords clashed and howled in the air. Guru laughed and advised her to worry about herself before giving a lecture to her troops. As she sends his words back to him, the demon of greed disappeared from her sight, moving around and reappearing at her blind spot with a clenched fist. She was ready for this, of course, and protected herself with barely any effort. Her shield is so tough that he ends up damaging his own hand. But the thrill of fighting a powerful opponent only serves to excite him. Unaffected by his efforts, Cecil encourages the battle-hungry demon to try harder. Guru retorts, saying she should start hitting him for real, as they know she's strong enough to beat him with sheer force alone. Giving a glimpse of her real power, she tells him to say please if he really wants to die. Mammon is in awe as he sees this for the first time, and asks where she was hiding it all this time. The 7 demon lords are split from the soul of Bastet, with each sin given a shape. When a demon lord dies, their soul reincarnates into the next vessel, and Bastet's magic within keeps fading each time. They've all experienced that, except for one. The demon lord of lust has never reincarnated and lost any of the original power. In other words, she carries divine ancestral magic, and a direct lineage link. Their aura alone makes this difference apparent. When demon lords clash, the victor keeps the merged soul along with its power. This is the exact reason why Guru has come to challenge her. He intends to take every single drop of her overwhelming power and reign as the strongest of all. Despite being clearly outclassed, he foolishly continues to strike her barrier.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Grinning and cackling like a madman, she hits one last time and completely breaks her defenses. Forced to dodge the next strike, she starts to use her power to stop him for good. The ice sword of demon lord is sent back with a powerful blast, but a single hand is enough to defend himself from her magic. While she wants to put more magic into it, doing so would blow the entire castle sky high. Her fingernail starts to crack for stress.
I'm flying! I'm flying!
Momentary weakness. Driving the demon of lust's body into the wall, he laughs and says he likes her even more. Still gripping her neck, he warns her about burning through her magic too fast. Her vessel won't be able to keep up.
I was trying to get out.
Knowing this, she's told to be a good girl and be his own. Not minding her opponent's quips, Cecil answers by emitting power from the finger with the broken link, and sends Guru flying with another strong blast of magic. Her answer to his command is clear, but he has no problem with taking her divine magic by force. Esha checks on the Lord, and warns of the 2 seals on the back of his hand. One of them belongs to a hero from generations ago, who could shatter barriers with just his fists. It's the mark of the fist, and the second is the Spirit King's anti-magic, both of which counter her perfectly. This is the reason her spells seem completely ineffective on him. Saying it'd be ridiculous to fight her without a plan, he charges in again. Like before, their energies clash against each other, and Guru laughs as he already knows how this is going to end. As he thought, her barrier breaks as it did last time, but she does something unexpected and releases a smoke bomb, not unlike the one Esha used earlier. She makes use of the opening from the surprise attack, and sends him flying away with another burst of magic. Seeing him reach so far, Mammon worries and asks Guru if he's okay. There's no time for that, as Cecil was already
I'm going back for it.
It's much more concentrated this time, so much so that her opponent knows it'll be trouble if he gets hit directly.
It's just there's two
Fortunately, he knows just what to do, and breaks through her shield to grab Mammon's body, and use him as a shield for her attack. The loyal and benevolent Lord scowled at the petty tactic, but it works, and she forces herself to take the backlash of the cancelled spell, leaving her with an injured hand. It works exactly as Guru expected, and he's now free to attack because she's bound by her own karma. The punch hits her deep in the gut, sending the Lord of Lust tumbling on the ground. They are the manifestation of the 7 testaments of Bastet. Cecil, who was given the karma of lust, the love of the progenitor, cannot attack her own men.
Bingo. Red gems. Here we go.
So he steps on the head of the foolish Lord, who worries about her subordinates, even in this situation. Guru now understands that the reason she's been running away all this time is because she struggles to kill. Despite her power, this karma leaves
Hello, Casper.
Refusing to hit the floor, she orders him to stop calling it karma. After all, her ability to love is a valuable blessing from their progenitor. Since she's still so intent on sticking to her ideals, he's made up his mind to take her subordinate's soul right in front of her. Mammon becomes his first victim, and the traitor screams in pain as his soul is sucked right out of his body. She orders him to stop, but the deed is done. The limp body is tossed away, and then she will soon fall.
Pokemon Community Game. A wild bug appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The YouTube is faster than Twitch. Twitch is like
10 seconds
behind YouTube.
But there's nothing she can do in her form. Suddenly, she feels a
that's all the
presence
Pelovian
rushing in from
around.
nearby,
Right when
gripping
you were
the
flying
demon lord
above it.
tight. Guru held his hand up to claim her and her power for good. Suddenly, he finds his arm blasted away.
And the problem with your bat
Kagutsuchi.
is the
It's
Megalo kept
surprisingly
grabbing
effective,
you.
so he questions what in the world
That's why it kept following you. So when you did the TP, the Megalo was stuck behind the Pelovia, so your bat TP back to base
Karna
from
appears
its
with
mouth.
the 2 old gods, coming just in time to rescue his
But
beloved
it was in
brother.
the bubble.
Finally on the scene, Karna checks on Cecil, who is
Yeah, I was trying
fortunately
to see if I
okay
could
despite
TP
the
out
battle.
real quick,
On
but
the other hand,
they knocked me
Guru
out of
started
it.
laughing as he finally saw the human necromancer Mammon kept on watching. He now understands why, as the power
was very
he holds
entertaining
is
to watch
definitely
them.
unreal. So much so that his 3 great generals didn't even stand a chance. Seeing
Yeah,
his
I'm
hand,
trying to figure
Ball
out-
informs the boy that he has
I
a
wanted that
flame-resistant
Reaper
sigil,
one.
so not
And
only
that
goes
Reaper
ahead and takes
is
the lead
either in
by
the wall
unleashing his iconic purple lightning of despair.
or
However,
underneath.
it's completely pointless as Guru swats the spell away,
Oh, it showed it
combining
right
his seals to
beside.
make him completely impervious to magic-based attacks. Seeing their attacks rendered ineffective annoys
it's
the old
probably in
god.
the bag.
Ball asks the boy to
You
give
might
her
be
some
able
of
to
his
get it out,
power,
though.
wanting to go all out.
Pokemon Community Game. Bug escaped. No one caught it. Wisebot 4 viewers, +1. Alarm clock 2 hours 37 minutes and 31 seconds.
He rushed in to take another powerful seal
Yeah, that's
for
where you
himself,
get
adding that
a
the 2
higher
ghosts beside
probability
him
of
are
hazard
decent enough to
DPs.
steal as well. The room shakes and shockwaves rage as the 2 clash. While the gods do their best to defend against possible casualties, Karna bravely stood tall against the demon lord on his own. On the other hand, Cecil watched them with sadness in her eyes. Nodens remembers being with Bastet, and how she cherished humans more than anyone else, even befriending them. He could also remember how betrayed she felt when the humans sealed her. Filled with hatred, she vowed to reclaim what she lost, and never lose anything ever again. This is the essence of Guru, the personification of her greed. The old god tells the Lord to surrender, as he's just being controlled by Bastet's lingering will. He must not stain his soul any longer. Enraged, he tells the god to not talk down to him, a demon of greed who will seize everything in the world with his own will. They see his body, and are shocked by the amount of sigils spread across his flesh. The demon's power rushed toward the human necromancer, who stood his ground and defended with his staff. Hearing Cecil worry, he assures her that he's fine, and was just saddened by the overwhelming amount of souls crying out. Guru is confused. Seals are etched into the soul, and stealing one means stealing the soul itself. Enraged,
After you die once, you have to restart it.
how many he's taken. The Lord of Greed laughs out loud, amused that he
That don't
figured out
always
the
work.
secret of his power. Extremely intrigued by the boy, he deems it a waste to end such potential, and offers him a spot to dominate the world beside him. Karna flatly refused, saying a world ruled by greed would only breed more war. The world he dreams of is one free of malice and fear, and one where anyone can love whoever they want to. That is what he believes in. As such, he won't let him have his way any longer.
Okay,
Not
that.
the two rushed at each other to end their battle. The first hit comes, and several others follow, none of which actually damage the target clean. However, Karna was physically
We don't have beef
outmatched as everyone expected. His opponent was too fast to keep up with, and he can barely come close. Just then, Isho, already fading, called to the Necromancer and asked him to lend just enough mana for one hit. While he's stunned that she's already a ghost, she just insists on serving as bait. She curses it all, forced unto such a fate.
Did you just make any mushroom brewery yet?
Left with no choice, she wants to help him one last time. Karna accepts her request and raises his staff to
That's
fight
because
together.
pest creatures
Feeling like she
are
owes
immune
him
to
one,
radiation.
she vows to
But you can
strike
take
back
it,
at least once,
like,
even if it shatters her soul. An odd fabric
it
suddenly
slows
wrapped
down
around her
the
body, and the
progression of
assassin is shocked
radiation
to find herself in
when
a
you
totally
shoot
new
breaks and
form.
stuff.
With the Necromancer's
Good to have
power,
on you.
Esha's magic evolved, and she's wrapped in the spirit of death. Karna apologizes and explains that she needs to be his familiar for him to pour magic in. For now, she'll need to lend him her strength, so he can revive her properly later on. Seeing her turn into quite the specimen, Guru targets the half-dead enemy, certain that she won't be able to do anything without a seal on her. He'd normally be correct, but the Necromancer reached out to take her hand. As soon as he does, their power combines and the demon strike hits the floor, sending dust and debris everywhere. That said, Karna appeared, standing, lighting on his arm. With Esha's power fusing with his, he's turned into an assassin-type fighter, and he's finally able to trade physical hits and overcome the disadvantage. Guru is surprised as the heavier strikes somehow send him back, and things take a turn.
Kaito Destiny Cook asks, welcome to my channel.
Unable to even track his enemy's movement. Even if Esha's crest was stolen.
At Kaito Destiny Cook asks, welcome to my channel.
No, that's the best way to get a Reaper without a trap. Because they can impregnate you on the saddle.
As the boy rapidly took each of the marks scattered on his body.
Because you can shoot it, and when it gets low enough on health, it can actually grab you on the back of the diver.
And the scale of their magic power was simply leagues above his, rendering him helpless. Now that they're connected, he understands that the hero and demon lord don't even compare, and that Guru is the real monster. Karna purifies each soul he retrieves, and all that might forcibly taken until now has been saved by incredulous. The demon lord
Hey, cowboy. Hi, Q.
is dealing with
Kaito Destiny, so too Cook asks. Stream Elements look it's Cook asks they were playing Resident Evil Outbreak File 2. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Cook asks what URL.
I had a middle shield for it. That might work.
Oh, that really sucks, man.
Karate Cowboy, it's been a bit.
Oh yeah, and remember that
Kaito
night-
Destiny Karate Cowboy, welcome to my channel.
Yeah.
That's gone too.
At Kaito Destiny Karate Cowboy, welcome to my channel.
Because I think it's the Glowtail Cave. It has the ropes for you to Ravager to walk on.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do the cave without it, but then you miss out on all the loot.
Karate Cowboy still have your place?
Hey, cowboy. Yeah, I'm still at this studio apartment. Still waiting to hear from the realtor.
You got the Yankee?
It's in that terminal over here. Over here by the chicken.
think it was me.
I looked at one of Captain Fat Dog's traps, and I've got everything I need to do with the Reaper trap, so the decimal.
Oh yeah, I know how it works.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I've got it in. Yeah, there's a
I think the biggest problem we're gonna have is damage.
Hey, at least we got a PP for Karkin and Saddle.
Because we need to lower its health without killing it. And we have overpowered weapons. And creatures. I have to go plant my food. Why is it every time I want to get moving
Oh, knows the big man's
Rockwell's trying to break away from this prison. That's all he's trying to do.
No, it knows Captain's online. It knows it's about to get out.
Okay, I need a light pet.
There's several out here. There's a full stock out here.
Oh, we're puzzling.
I don't know. Is it still over there?
Where did you drag my body from? Did he get
Might be dragged me from the starter base.
Okay, it might still be on the ground over there.
No. We don't need no anaconda.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Casper! The dire bear. It's dire bear and the aberrant bear. It's in here.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, and there's a rabbit over here. You look there.
23.
Okay, we can use the crane. There we go.
225 megalos. 225 megalos. They're still here. And the 233 rabbit.
Hey, are rabbits or something?
Oh, Aiko, just so you know, I've actually joined a Japanese server. I've been trying to learn Japanese. While,
Your ladies are in here too?
let's see.
Well, they're Mikey's, or they might have been your own.
Those are Mikey's. Mine are upstairs.
Ooh, I'm pulling this.
Oh yeah, I'd take everything.
I forgot
There's
about
a permanent roll rats out of here too.
Yay, chat! I could put this female with that 250 in there. Yay! We didn't lose everything. Let's
here.
Is Pug still here, or do you need to grab one?
Yes. No, I got him.
Okay, let me just check here real quick.
Because I didn't want to have to reload.
Oh, Aiko's already gone.
Kaito Destiny, yes.
I hatched the rock drake. We just need saddles now. I know we're probably going to breed them, but they...
Konnichiwa, Aiko-chan. Kaiwa do desuka. I hope that came out right.
I normally just get them because everybody else likes them. Oh, man.
Exactly. He refused to let the boy take his things.
Well, I
attacked
figured,
with enraged force, moving his body.
They're known
Karna's
for being here. Might as well at least attempt to tame it. I've never went into the direct trench to get X before, so...
Now,
and it was still hilarious because my ass got lost.
He refuses as the boy puts his hand over his head. But his flight
I don't want to make a new one of
more sins in this life. With one final purification, the resentment in him was purified.
It's a
The Lord
240.
screamed in defiance, refusing to lose to such a pathetic opponent after all he's been through. Soon enough, his seal finally popped out, signaling the end of the battle. The victor holds the seal of dream in his palm and purifies it into something more permanent. It's returned to the old gods, who then profusely apologize to past owners. They wonder what they're supposed to do, as it's too dangerous to live out here. With the grudges purified, the seal is nothing more than a pure vessel of magic. He offers it to Cecil, who he sure will find some use for the power. The sigil hummed along her palms and soon dissipated into the air, making her body glow golden while it absorbed the magic. Seeing the reappear on her hand, she couldn't be more thankful. Finally understanding more of Bastet's will. She then turns to Kaito. While he's surprised to see her thanking in tears, he returns the gesture with a reassuring smile. That settles it all, and the only thing left is cleaning up after the huge mess. The two are already having fun, but Isha knew it was far from over. The demon lord has been defeated. A new war will inevitably break out over his freed territory, and the backlash from it might put the human realm in danger. The power that can stop it is Karna himself, and humanity's crisis isn't over just yet.
I
After
gave
the
you
fight with
one
the
of
Great
them and I
Demon,
kept
the
the other
demons are
because I
now
already
busy
had two
restoring
that
the
I
demon
found with
castle.
him.
Belf oversees the process, patiently watching the demons move things around. He then notices Esha back in her original body and is a little surprised that she appears completely normal, as if nothing happened. She assures him that she is already fine and that she just went out to get some fresh air. The demons call out to Belf and ask for his help, and he immediately rushes to their side to offer his assistance. Esha watches him and reminisces about the events of the previous night. Cecil wanted to revive Nan even though he betrayed her. After all, he was her precious attendant and subordinate. She wanted to give all her strength to protect him and was willing to overlook what he did to her, as she was adamant about forgiving him. Isha then sees Belf about to go and report to Cecil about the restoration process and warns him that he will regret
Pokemon community game A Wild Litleo appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Cecil keeps complaining about the pain she felt when her leg broke during a fight and asks Karna
No,
for
it's Nuclear.
She tells him that the pain will surely go away once he kisses her finger. She pushes it into his mouth, and she immediately feels a surge of his magic flowing through her. In an instant, she is healed, and it feels as though countless hands are caressing her in all the right places. She continues to tease him, suggesting they try another way to heal her. They are so engrossed in their moment that they do not realize Belf and Esha are already watching them. Belf is shocked to see how intimate they look together. The embarrassment overwhelms him, and he collapses onto the floor.
Is it the same one?
Finally, the two notice them, blushing deeply.
No, that's a
How
different
long
one.
they have been watching.
Oh wait, no,
Cecil
it's the
adds
same
that
one.
they
No,
should
it's
have
not
called
the
out to
one.
them instead, remarking that it is rude to just stare. Esha chimes in, pointing out that they are not even hiding her, so it is only natural that
Oh no, they're
others would
different.
see what they
I
are
don't know
doing.
where that one
Belf
came from.
then reports on the status of the castle's restoration. He explains that the
Okay,
barrier
that
is
one's
progressing
going
smoothly
good.
and that the barrier is being properly maintained. He also adds that the
Barry
castle's
does no
entrance
good,
has been relocated,
unfortunately.
which should mislead their enemies for a while. Seeing Karna's
We gotta go
confusion,
find Barry.
Cecil explains that the castle exists
We need
in the
Aberrant
realm,
Homes
but
to
is
do the
connected to
case.
several other spaces as emergency escape routes. This arrangement is convenient for her and helps ensure she will not be easily captured by her enemies. Belf suddenly raises his hand.
Pokemon community game Litleo escaped. No one caught it.
His territory is now essentially independent. Because of this, it would be beneficial for them to prepare for an invasion. This would be the perfect opportunity to use their momentum
I
to
mean,
crush
we
the
could just go do all the
conquer
caves
the continent,
and then
elevating
go
Cecil
see me
as the great
and
demon
do the
lord.
boss.
However, Cecil looks away and quietly says that she does not want that plan. Belf nearly chokes in shock. When he recovers, he pleads with her to reconsider, even if only a little. He knows she does not desire conquest, but he argues that if they continue fighting only to defend themselves, everyone will eventually be exhausted. For the sake of her followers, she must think long term and adopt a more aggressive stance. He further points out that after the battle, the other demon lords must have noticed the defeat of the Greed Demon and may now see Cecil as a threat. They could become the next target, believing that her victory granted her 2 fragments of the progenitor god's magic. This would mean that she could surpass the power of the other demon lords. They must seize this opportunity and take the initiative,
That one's
as war will
protocol.
be unavoidable one day. Cecil understands his concerns, but reminds him to take a break, assuring him that she will figure out their situation and asking him to trust her. Belf then notices that the barrier surrounding the castle is stronger than before.
Mikey, why do I have all
Doubting his master, he bows and apologizes.
Okay,
Cecil smiles and thanks him for thinking of her. She explains that she has no intention of wasting time
Because when it rolled back, I
towards
still
his
have all
peaceful.
his stuff.
To achieve this, she needs to immerse herself more in the human world.
I have a whole crap ton of flint arrows and
they
darts.
eventually travel to the human world.
I'm leaving the arrows in there in case you want to mix
They
it.
successfully receive their adventure cards and are ready to begin taking on missions. Meanwhile, Isha waits outside the guild while they finish their registration. Karna excitedly shows his adventurer card and tells her that he has switched his job from sage to warrior. However, he cannot help but worry about Isha, who was initially listed as a deceased adventurer. She assures him that she has a number and created a fake identity. She is now Arsha and shows them her fake ID card. Cecil also assures them that her demon mark is concealed using Guru's magic, so no one will know she is a demon lord in the human world. She is now the human Syria and has the abilities of a healer. She also shares that she and Karna were registered as a married couple
melee is
while
not
signing
bad.
up as adventurers.
44 is
Karna
pretty
turns
good.
beet red and becomes flustered,
But you could have
saying
rolled a
that
lot
they only
higher.
did it to keep their identities hidden. Even at only 13, this means Karna has officially reached adulthood. Other adventurers at a nearby table overhear this and voice their disagreement about Karna being married at such a young age, doubting that he has already planned out his life. They introduce themselves as Dinev, a warrior blessed with dark magic who uses a dark blade as his weapon, and Vega, a warrior blessed with the poison eyes. Vega has a talent for poison techniques and has used them to defeat many demons. Just then, a girl chimes in and introduces herself as Altair, the third member of the group. Together, they form a three-person party. The two men
Remember I was grinding to make all those
they
dead
should not
torches?
underestimate what it means to be an adventurer.
I crashed by that
Looks
thing?
on their faces.
Yeah, the only thing
Not
we
to
need
die
now
in
for
this
these
first
forges
quest,
is
and not to overdo anything. Their voices echo as their pitch rises, as if they are scolding.
Let's
Altair
see.
steps in and explains that the men are only concerned for Karna's safety since he is still young. Karna realizes that they are not bad people after all. They are just loud and rough, which is simply how they show concern. They offer to spar with him to show how the real world works and to teach him the ways of seasoned adventurers. Just then, Esha steps in and questions whether it would be fair for Karna to fight both of them, especially since Vega's sword is laced with poison. She calls them cowards for planning a 2-on-1 fight, but Vega declares that they will only use wooden swords, so Karna will not be serious.
I mean, we don't really need
He
3 of
then
them
urges
either.
the
One
boy
to
to
be
fight with whatever weapon he is best at. Karna
He's got like
understands
200
his intention
slots.
and draws his sword. On the sidelines, Cecil cheers for him as he raises his blade against the two older men.
Yeah, I had to
Vega
get to
moves swiftly and attacks using his snake
they
Karna
Yeah,
uses
you're
the
like
dagger
Dire
to
Bear.
acknowledges that Vega is fast. As they exchange blows, Vega strikes every weak point in
And then you also just need
Seeing
oil
Karna falter,
to make
Vega tells him that he does
the
not
cooking
want to
pot
keep
too.
hurting him and urges him to yield
No, we
if
got
he is
256
overwhelmed.
oil
However,
right now.
Karna
You have
refuses,
enough to make the
saying that
cooking
he is
pot.
fine. He then
What about
counters
over
by
here?
using his
This
opponent's
one
own
work?
technique, the snake
I
fang
brought that
blade.
back from the
Vega
island.
is shocked that Karna is able
Will
to
this one
copy
work?
his move and
It
is knocked
wasn't
to the
max
ground
with
by
what
the
was in
attack.
the daddy box.
Dinev smirks and praises Karna for his
What, the
excellent
oil?
technique. He then raises his sword and attempts to
No,
overwhelm him.
because
Karna blocks the attack
it
with
won't
his
go
own
in Daddy
blade,
Box because this
and,
one's
with
foil.
a
You have
powerful
to put
swing,
it in the pantry.
breaks Dinev's wooden sword by copying his technique.
What kind of?
The two men
is it
are stunned by
regular
how
oil or
easily
It came from
Karna
the back.
copied their skills. Karna then reveals his power as a
so that's why
necromancer and his ability to synchronize with his
Hey,
opponent's
remember
sword,
the Fuso and the
allowing
Basti
him to learn
produce
their
oil?
skills during battle. The
Yeah.
two men are in awe, surprised
Yeah,
that
that's
such
why.
ability is actually
Wait,
useful.
do we want
At
the
this,
cooking
Altair
pot
rushes over and
first?
suddenly hugs
Or do we want the
Karna,
metal
asking him to join their party.
forge first?
Karna immediately
let's get a
declines,
kitchen pot,
explaining that he already has his own party.
Food
Altair
drink
accepts
with
this,
mayonnaise.
saying
Oh,
she
well,
simply
we
had
have
to
enough.
ask while she had the chance.
Actually, I need to make a
Gently
new
pats his
recipe,
head.
so I'm gonna have
She
to make
expresses her
a
admiration
my
for
life
his
potion.
necromancy.
Because
Having
we
been
can use the
rejected
water
before
mushrooms
because of
on
his
here.
abilities, Karna thanks them for
Oh,
being
here, they're
kind
in
to him.
here. And
He
yes,
returns
you can make a
to the
thing
hero's
for
party
oil.
and looked down upon by him. Now, he
If
has
you
found people
make
who
the
truly
squid oil
appreciate him.
one, this will let me make it.
He realizes that being an adventurer might be a worthwhile experience after all. He is especially grateful to Cecil, who is the first to trust him and recognize his work. Suddenly, she hugs him from behind and teases him, causing the trio to shriek with a public display of affection. Meanwhile, Esha observes from a distance, thinking that the three adventurers could be useful allies in the long run. She then interrupts their cheerful banter and informs them that scouts have spotted remnants of the Greek army along the main road leading to the central. In response, the guild offers a suppression mission to intercept them in the lands of Escol. Isha proposes that they take on the quest and team up with the trio. On hearing this, the trio is surprised that she is considering it. Esha aims to show Cecil about making peace with humanity. She hopes that, by going on a quest with adventurers,
Okay,
they
yeah,
will
you have
realize
to.
the potential of humans.
We
She
need
adds
a
that the guild is
beaker
paying
thingy.
$1 million if they rescue the captives split the reward among the members. Hearing this, the trio agrees, also noting that as virtuous adventurers, they have brought turns back some people in trouble. Karna also gets fired up by their determination and asks Cecil to help. The group later arrives at the very Miles Mountain Road, where they witness a soul slaves. In one of the cages, an ogre drags a slave out. The woman begs for her life as it mercilessly pulls her to her knees. She is feisty, and the ogre cannot wait to devour her. Angered by this, Karna becomes furious and is about to attack the monsters, but Esha stops him from acting recklessly. She tells him that he is not working alone now, and that he has comrades he can rely on. Just then, the trio attacks the beast, dragging the woman, punishing it for hurting her. After seeing one of their kind slain, the other ogres leap into action and attack the trio. Vega and Deneb overwhelm them, slaying one after another. The leader starts to grow irritated with his underlings. Just then, Altair steps in and entices the ogre with her body as she pours honey over herself, inviting him in. The ogre almost faints from her allure. Falling for her captivating magic, the beast follows her orders and attacks the other monsters with him.
But I need another one.
Karna and Isha free the other captives inside. He promises to help them until the end to secure their freedom. He escorts them outside and thanks Isha, crediting her for the successful rescue of the captives. She explains that she planned to use the trio to distract the enemy while they rescued the rest of the captives. She wants to teach him how to cooperate with his comrades using wisdom and ingenuity. She hopes Karna learns from this and gains a clearer picture of what humanity truly is. Karna thanks her for being so considerate. She reflects that if she had Karna's strength, she could probably solve most things by simply forcing her way through. She hopes to make him realize the power of a party, something he likely did not see in the hero's
Okay.
In this way, peace between beasts and humans can be restored and their current peace policy protected. Somehow, her plan is working, and she is satisfied. Just then, the trio is suddenly overshadowed by a looming danger. The giant slowly makes its way toward
Today is not the day
its
for
sharp
it.
teeth at humans. It expresses its disdain for them for interrupting its meal, declaring that they deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The trio gathers together and acknowledges that they cannot handle something that big. As the giant is about to attack, Cecil takes action and activates a barrier shield to protect them from the onslaught. As she holds the shield, she looks back at Karna, trusting him to do the rest and finish the giant. The boy wields his sword and activates a spell, teleporting near the giant's face. He uses to his advantage the skill he learned from Esha, called Assassin's Revelation. He combines it with the sword style he just learned and strikes with the maximum power he can muster. With this, he swings his sword and slashes the giant. The beast receives a fatal blow, loses its footing, and crashes to the ground with a heavy impact. Aisha and the trio are shocked by his display of power, while Cecil is delighted. The boy happily strides to Isha and tells her that he now understands what she meant by working in a team. The receptionist in the guild welcomes them with a heaping reward for defeating the remnants of the Green Army. The trio almost pop their eyes out. They are rewarded with a 1 million gold bounty. They quickly inspect the gold bags and cannot
The cooking pots do not do
the mountain treasure in front of them. As they celebrate, the receptionist adds that there is still a celebratory feast prepared by the guild for all the heroes who saved the town. The trio looks
So you
back
can
at
pour
the
the
long
stuff in
table
there and it
and
will only craft the rest.
completely shocked.
It doesn't make
Feeling guilty
sense.
that they are
You
the
don't
ones
have to
enjoying
worry.
the rewards. Altair tells the receptionist that it was all because of Karna's group that they were able to defeat the beasts, so they cannot enjoy the rewards by
Because
themselves.
it doesn't
At
make
this,
dice, so
the
you can leave it on
receptionist reveals
autograph.
that she received a letter
So
from
you can
Karna
make your
and his
civils
team.
and everything.
She hands
Ko-fi
the letter to the
Streambot
trio
visit
to
Kaito
deliver.
Destiny's
The
KO5
letter
page
explains
at
that Karna has
URL.
previously vanished, and although
Because like
it is a
normally,
great
if you
honor,
put purple
they cannot
berries
accept the reward
in
without
those,
drawing too much
it would make a
attention.
bunch of purple
He commends
dice.
them for doing their
It'll
best
make
during
them
the rescue and for helping with the aftercare of the captives.
on
He was
autograph.
deeply inspired by
You
their
have to
heroic
push
actions
the
and
button
believes that
after.
the reward truly belongs to the three of them. He wishes for them to accept the reward and divide it among themselves. Altair feels sad
But this
that
thing
Karna
won't
and
make
his
things,
team
so
did
you
not
can
get
just
to
leave
say
on
goodbye.
autograph.
Since they feel it is unfair to keep all the reward, she suggests using Karna's share to cover the prisoner's medical expenses. The receptionist is surprised by their decision, but the team insists that they will keep only enough gold to live on. Altair hopes that someday Karna and his team will feel that they belong in the city and, moreover, belong with her. They then share the feast with everyone, announcing that it is from Karna and his group. As she watches the
Well, we
people
can
feast,
either
she
do
wishes
the
that
berries,
someday her path
or I
with
can make a
Karna's
new
will cross
recipe
again.
for
Meanwhile, Karna and Cecil discuss the other adventurers. Cecil fears that if people start recognizing her in the city,
you want a different one for
but
ads.
she hopes that there are still good humans who will side with those who have good intentions. even if they are demons.
I mean,
It increases to thank Karna instantly for his hard work. This excites the boy and reminds him of when Cecil was bouncing around the bookstore earlier. He realizes in that moment that she is truly fascinated by humans and their world. After discussing the reward, Cecil suggests that they take a break and go on a real date this time. She grabs his hand, making him blush profusely. He follows her lead, but is extremely nervous about his first date. In the end, they eat at a restaurant, watch a fire show, and see a movie together. After the movie, Cecil expresses her happiness, while Karna turns red from embarrassment. She asks where they should go next, but the boy suddenly runs away, telling her that he will go get their drinks. While running, he asks his familiars where old people usually go on dates. Nodin suggests a moonlit date where they can look at the galaxy together and pour love into the stars. Vulcan chimes in and suggests
there's
blazing inferno instead. Suddenly, Karna remembers something. The next day, Esha lies on her bed enjoying a peaceful moment with her cats. She does not want to do anything and just wants to stay in bed and cuddle them all day. While enjoying her rest, Karna suddenly speaks to her telepathically. She wonders how they are connected through their minds and reprimands him for bothering her during her day off. Embarrassed, he confesses that he is on a date with Cecil and does not know where to take her to have fun. Esha sighs and tells him that she has no experience with love and swore it off long ago. Karna admits that she is the only one who can talk to about this. Esha sighs again and tries to help him confess.
Okay, so that would start.
Karna says they have already done everything, including eating and watching a movie. Esha thinks again and agrees that the city does not offer much else. Despite her lack of dating experience, she suggests a classy cafe. Karna jokingly judges her taste, and Esha snaps back, saying she was born in the slums, trusted no one, and lived on her own. Embarrassed, she ends the conversation and walks back onto her bed, calling Karna
Pokemon community game A Wild Lurantis appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
thinking he cannot make Cecil happy. As he walks back toward her, he senses a familiar aura. Turning around, he sees the chief of the succubi tribe. The woman asks if he is with Cecil, and Karna admits that they are on a date. He confesses that he does not know where to take her and only wants to make her smile but feels like he is failing.
Oh no, that's not fur on it. That's just the
sincerity and concern. She decides to help him and suggests visiting a nearby shop owned by the Lust Demon Lord's army to treat Cecil together. Since Karna also fought to protect the Lust Demon Lord's castle, she has wanted to repay his heroism. Hearing this, Karna recalls the moments when Cecil reached out to him and openly shared her emotions. He realizes that he must be honest with himself as well and do his best to make Cecil happy. Cecil enters the cafe and is greeted by the maids. She is surprised and delighted to see Karna dressed in a maid outfit. There, they continue their date, with Karna serving Cecil as her maid and presenting a warm rice cooker. They even take a photo together, all with Derek's help. Later, Cecil expresses that she had so much fun with Karna. He is happy to hear this. Curious, she asks why he was a maid in the shop. He confesses that he really wanted to make her happy on their date, so he consulted a succubus maid. Cecil feels special upon hearing this, knowing that Karna fought so hard for her. Because of this, she could not be happier. Karna smiles at her.
Pokemon community game Lurantis escaped. No one caught it.
My fluffy baby girl. Oh, cuddle drop.
So she wants to hear from her personally. The succubus mood shifts, and she suddenly becomes emotional. She recounts that after the greedy demon died and the battle for his territory began, the number of adventurers visiting her shop plummeted. Even her daughter, who cannot use mimicry magic for sales, has left. They are running out of customers, and at this rate, they might not close down. Hearing this alarms Cecil. She did not know they were facing such a huge problem at the shop. She realizes she must come up with a solution, or else, if the shop goes under, she will no longer be able to pay Karna's salary. This statement catches Karna off guard. Derek wishes that she could use lewd spirits. The shop has been passed down to her by her ancestors, and she cannot afford to lose it. Karna's attention shifts to a bottle of alcohol in front of her, and an idea comes to mind. He asks Derek if she can bring him more bottles of alcohol. She reprimands him for asking for alcohol while he is still alive, but he assures her that he is not the one. Derek then brings him different kinds of liquor. He performs a spell and offers the bottles as a sacrifice in accordance with the covenant. The liquors are absorbed by the magic circle, and the two demons are surprised by Karna's knowledge of summoning magic. After the ritual, the girl with pink hair appears. She is the ancestor of the succubi race, the Dark Mother, Tasha. The succubi are all beyond shocked on the appearance of their creator. Nodens greets the Dark Mother, and you can tell that she is still a drunken mess, even though the store's finances are quite tight. Karna also greets her and thanks her for answering his summoning magic. Hearing him call her grandmother, she insists on calling her mother instead. Karna was hesitant at first, but he relents to the wish of the succubi mother. Derek humbly asks for their creator's assistance and help to save their shop. Tasha assures her that she will now take over, and she doesn't have to worry about it. Tasha then gives her a kiss on the cheek, and she instantly felt the surgical power pumping throughout her body. Tasha just gave her a destruction mark that casts mimicry magic, and if she gives the other girls a kiss, she can transform the other girls too. In addition to this, she also gave her an extra boost of charm spells so she can attract more customers. In this way, they can up their sales in no time. This renews the hope of the girls and gets fired up to start working again. However, Tasha notices that there aren't a lot of girls in the cafe to serve customers. Derek replies that due to their lower sales, some of them have already left the shop to look for another job. She is even trying to find a partner to create more children's succubi. However, it isn't going too well. Since they look confused, Nodens explains that the succubus race is born with magic that can combine the magic of succubi and humans to create children. Tasha assures Derek that she can also help solve the problem. With her dark magic, she can create more children.
I got him twice. I poked him behind the ear with the straw, got him to jump.
Derek immediately
He
gets
turned
emotional
around.
and starts
I
crying.
poked him with the straw on his ass.
Cecil shifts her gaze to
He
Karna
turns around
and
to
asks
face me
Nodens if
and
she
fell
can
in
use the
front
same
of
spell to have a child with a human. She can do it the normal way, but wants to know her own. This question caught Karna off guard. She seems excited with it, and even asks the Dark Mother to teach her the spell. She confirms that she wants to make babies with Karna, which makes the boy blush with embarrassment. Tasha finds having grandkids adorable, and looking at Karna, now isn't the right time. Karna is about to say something to Tasha, but she then disappears. Cecil wonders why the succubus creator won't tell her the spell, but figures that even if she fumbled the chance now, she looks forward to making babies with him in the future. This makes Karna blush again out of sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the former lands of the greedy demon, Carcazan region, the demons and the humans fight to death to claim the territory. The humans look like they are losing the fight. Just then, a man in an armor riding a horse breaks up the fight and declares that from now, he will be the demon army's greatest opponent. He is the former hero, Cress. Cress summons a divine army, and they fight against the demons. The beasts immediately notice that the divine army is stronger than the one before. Knowing that they are fighting a losing battle, the demon army retreats before things get worse. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Zeta, a knight of the royal order of Prince Plen, watches as the hero Cress and his army easily push back the demon forces. While resting with her comrades, she wondered when the cursed war would ever end. Since the greed demon guru had died, many had perished trying to claim his territory. She overheard other knights talking about the relic of greed that Guru had hoarded over the years, and about how Hybrid and Comorian were already occupied by the demon army. The battle was only going to grow fiercer. At this rate, other cities would be occupied as well. They had no real support from the royal city, and the noble armies seemed to be in it only for it. The knights wondered if having the hero there would change the outcome. Zeta recalled the moment she had begged the hero for help in the past. She had never imagined that the hero could fall so easily. She wanted to fight back and reclaim her hometown, Comorian, with hope that someone strong could lead them all to victory. With this thought, she remembered someone and rode her horse with urgency. There was someone who could lead them, and she hoped that she would not fumble this chance. Later, she arrived at an enormous estate and was greeted by a respectable man who turned out to be the former hero, Cress. He told her that he already knew the situation and had decided to help save humanity. If he stayed retired any longer, his wife and him would share the spoil. He then mounted his horse and vowed that, as the remaining hero, he would lead the human army and wield his blade one more time to protect humanity. At present, Cress states that since they are only one-third of their original numbers, advancing on the greedy demons castle now would be impossible. Additionally, the recovery of the treasures left by Guru would be handled by them, while the remaining forces should focus on liberating the occupied city. He reminds them that they are not to touch any relics they recover, and that all of them must be handed over to Ted. The army heeds his words and vows to follow his orders as their commander. He then asks Zeta to deliver a message to the allied command, and then march with them to reclaim Comorian. She is honored that he is thinking of her hometown, and rides the fastest horse to deliver the message to the demon city. The two ride off in different directions, both determined to save humankind and put an end to the war. Later, at the allied lord's encampment, Zeta delivers the message to the commander, explaining the hero's plan. The commander continues eating his meal and finds it advantageous that the former hero has joined the war. To him, it is reassuring to hear that the hero will recover the treasures, as this will allow them to reclaim new lands. Zeta is shocked by this, as their original aim was to capture the city. However, this is far from what the commander's planned. He now intends to recreate Army's territory for himself and turn it into new colonies. Alarmed, Zeta begs him to save Comorian and its people. Instead of listening, the man grabs a bottle of liquor from the table and over her head. His frustration is evident as he tells her that if she wants to do it, she should do it alone. He is not willing to command the royal army for her pathetic whims. He calls her a disgrace and pities her. Although rejected, Zeta refuses to give up and vows to fight until the end for her hometown and for Cress's will. She decides to save it herself. Later, in the town of Comoria, Zeta swings her blade against a horde of beasts. Although she displays exemplary swordsmanship, she is clearly outnumbered, making her mission nearly impossible. The demons eventually overpower her and call her a fool for fighting alone. One of them grabs her by the hair and plans to feast on her, as they did to others. He opens his massive mouth, ready to devour the helpless knight, when Karna suddenly appears and slices the orc's arm. Esha carries her away, while Cecil offers to heal her injury. Shocked by their presence, Zeta asks who they are. Karna replies that they are just passing adventurers who came to
Yeah, we'll still keep the other one.
But it seems
I'll probably take all the recipes with me.
The war between humans and demons intensifies over the legacy of the fallen demon of greed, Guru. Meanwhile, inside a noble house in Comoria, Nezil, another demon general, claims the treasure located in the town. He also takes Lady Thelma, the eldest daughter of the Count of Comoria, hostage. Now that the treasure is in his possession, she demands that he liberate Comorium immediately. However, the demon general refuses, as the town is poised to become the new stronghold of the remnant greed army invading their lands. He then mocks her, asking how it feels to have her magic drained by the top-tier legacy of greed, the Jar of Plunder. She begs him and asks him not to hurt the townsfolk. He replies that this depends entirely on her, because to fulfill their grand cause, they must consume magic. At the moment, every drop of her power is gone, and they will capture the surviving townsfolk and turn them into slaves. He aims to carry on Guru's will and thrive. The demon general continues to humiliate her when Karna appears from behind and strikes him with his blade. The sword cuts deep, and the demon remains still moments later. Karna assures her that everyone is safe now, and that the other townsfolk are receiving help as well. Outside, Tasha annihilates the remaining demons, displaying powers that have been sealed for a long time. Vol throws a tantrum and tells her not to steal his thunder, but she dismisses his childish behavior, and they continue to dominate the other demons. Back in the castle, Thelma thanks Karna for saving her land. He remains unable to shelter her and simply happen to be there to help. She offers to grant him any favor in return as thanks for what he did. However, the group has no idea what to ask for. Instead, she offers Guru's coveted treasure, since it was not theirs to begin with. She reasons that it would be fair to consider it a war prize instead. Both Karna and Isha are glad of the offer. Karna's attention then shifts to the townsfolk being interviewed by Zeta. He realizes that he should take the treasure and donate it to the cities damaged by the war, much to Esha's frustration. On the other hand, Cecil immediately agrees with his idea and suggests that they use everything except the magic stones and magic items for the construction. Isha interjects, saying that they must leave something for themselves. However, Karna points out that their top priority should be restoring the cities destroyed by the war, and that they can deal with other matters later. Observing this, Thelma can tell that Karna is a kind and noble person. He and his group are, without a doubt, heroes. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the demon lord of gluttony, Ruki, and the demon lord of envy, Baya, wonder who could have taken the treasure. Ruki remarks that if she had that kind of money, she could have eaten a lot of food. Baya scolds her, telling her that she is being indecent. The younger demon cries, saying that she is hungry. Baya reprimands her further, saying that she is ruining their reputation with her behavior. She then tells Ruki that she will reclaim the treasure herself and raise her status in the demon realm. They soon spot Cress's army and go after him, believing that he knows where the treasure is. The army tries to escape from the two demon lords. The knights are alarmed, knowing that at this rate, the enemies will surely catch up to them.
I guess my baby's coming to Kaito.
Orders the knights to retreat from the front
Oh no, you start. You're stuck here. You're stuck here, my dad.
By himself, but he convinces them that he can survive the fight and asks them to trust him. The knights wish him well and retreat. Cress serves as a distraction as the knights escape the front lines. while the two demon lords pursue him. Ruki releases flying insects at him, while Baya demands that he reveal the location of the treasure. Cress easily annihilates the insects, but Baya remains unfazed and tells him that struggling is pointless and that he should surrender to them. Suddenly, the two demon lords stop attacking and listen to someone speaking to them telepathically. They hear that the treasure of greed is in Comoria. Doubtful of their informant's intentions, Baya asks what he will gain by leaking the information. Satisfied with the answer given by the demon who calls himself Sloth, they head straight for Comoria, threatening him that if he is deceiving them, he will regret it. Cress overhears this and becomes alarmed, thinking of Zeta's safety and the others in the town. With this in mind, he decides to head straight to Comoria to stop the demons from wreaking havoc on humanity. Meanwhile, at the border, the commander is reprimanding a knight for his incompetence. However, the knight argues that many people in other cities still need rescue. The commander ignores his plea and states that he doesn't need to waste time and resources saving mere commoners. What matters to him is retrieving the treasure. He then decides to give orders himself, grumbling that he should have brought a more competent crew. As he steps out of the tent, a ball of fire comes barreling from the sky toward him. In an instant, he is burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Above, Bel, the demon lord of pride, smirks after him on humor. He despises them so much that he finds joy in simply annihilating them. He commands his general to head toward Comoria, noting that their intel indicates the treasure is there. Meanwhile, Karna's familiars report that they have been monitoring three demon lords heading to the town to claim the treasure. They are the demon lords, arrogance, envy, and gluttony. Zeta warns that at this rate, her hometown will become a battlefield and many of her people will be in danger. Just then, one of the spirits informs them that the three demons are near the border. Karna declares that he knows a way to protect everyone. He tells them they should build a dungeon. With it, they can safely hide the people from the demon lords and conceal the treasure.
Pokemon community game A Wild Klefki appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Set up as a barrier, it will block most movement. Eshat, however, is alarmed and doubts they can construct a dungeon from scratch in such a short time. She points out that it won't fit, and there's no suitable place in the town to build it. Karna assures her that she doesn't need to worry. There is a mountain range that touches Comoria, which they can use as the base for their dungeon. Esha sighs, thinking this all seems impossible. Sure, Karna can build a dungeon, but it will be too late for them. Besides, the plan will drain his magic, and there won't be time to recover it before the three demons arrive. Just then, they feel that the nearby magic pot is draining their energy. Thelma confirms that it is indeed a magic pot that saps energy and power, as she had been trapped in one earlier. An idea suddenly strikes Karna, and he grabs her hand. He asks her to help him by becoming the dungeon master, much to her surprise. Meanwhile, Bel and his aide fly over the town, but cannot find any villagers, as their forces have already been eliminated. Croy spots a dungeon on the outskirts and suspects that the townsfolk and the treasure are hiding there. Bel finds it impressive that humans are so cunning, but he vows to burn them all and claim the treasure for himself. Croy volunteers to retrieve the treasure personally. Bel allows him to go, along with his aide, reminding him never to betray him. Croy swears loyalty and proceeds to scout the place. He is surprised to find the dungeon disguised as a hot spring. He expresses annoyance and uses his ice magic to try to break
Pokemon community game Klefki escaped. No one caught it.
Even more surprising, he realizes that he inside is using magic of the same caliber as his own. He smirks, finding this intriguing and exciting. Croy then commands the other demons to charge in and retrieve the treasure, ordering them to eliminate anyone who gets in their way without mercy. The demons are taken aback when an odd-looking monster rises from beneath the hot spring. The blob-like creature splashes them with boiling water, causing them to shriek in pain. Croy watches from behind, finding it absurd that humans can create new monsters. He wonders who might be behind this trickery. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon's command room, Thelma and Karna watch the entertainment. The three girls are enjoying their bath inside the dungeon's hot spring. At last, they can finally experience the famed Comorian hot spring. As they soak in the relaxing water, it warms their bodies and relieves the heat they feel. Not only that, their mana helps maintain the defense and stability of the dungeon. Karna enters the hot spring along with Thelma and thanks everyone for their hard work in maintaining the dungeon's defense barrier. Upon seeing him, Cecil invites him to join her, but the boy refuses, clearly embarrassed by her teasing. She winks at him and suggests that they do it after the battle, further poking fun at him. Meanwhile, they see on the monitor that the townsfolk are also enjoying the hot spring, even commenting that their defense mission feels like paradise. Seeing them happy, Thelma and Karna both feel relieved. Esha never thought such a thing would be possible. They have turned the mana-draining urn into a massive hot spring. The citizens soak, sharing their mana in the process, which is then handed over to Thelma, the dungeon master. Fortunately, she has a vast mana reservoir, making her the best candidate for the role. Aside from this, her family's magic is deeply connected to the Comorian hot springs, so she can essentially control them. Who would have thought that such a peaceful talent would shine in battle? With a dungeon born from the combination of the hot spring and the mana urn, they become nearly unstoppable. Meanwhile, Froy and his enemies are having a hard time inside the dungeon. The monsters express regret at entering and suggest that they retreat. This angers Froy, who calls them useless for giving up so easily. Frustrated, he decides to handle the hot spring monster himself. However, to his surprise, the monster melts his ice instantly and flushes the demons out of the hot spring. The townsfolk celebrate upon seeing this unfold on the monitor while Karna praises Thelma for being incredible as a dungeon master. Esha interrupts their celebration, reminding them that over Comorian skies, Bel, the demon lord of pride, still lurks, and is observing the situation. She adds that the previous hero, Cress, is fighting the demon lords of gluttony and evil, so they should also be thinking about their next move. Zeta observes the group from the sidelines. She believes that if the three demon lords attack at once, their chances of defending will be greatly reduced, even if Karna's group protects the relics. As long as the nobles oppose using the treasure for the city's revival, the war will not end. She then realizes what she must do to end it all and seeks Karna's help. Meanwhile, at the Comorian border, the demon lords, Envy, and Gluttony are fighting the human army. Surprised, Cress asks why they are back on the front lines. The army tells him that as the elite unit, they refuse to retreat and leave him behind. They want to fight together and stand by him until the end. Even though the army is a big help, Cress's mission still stands. He needs to retrieve the treasure himself. Their presence frustrates Bay, who decides to punish them. If they crave death at battle, he will grant it. They attack the human army, declaring that it will be the end. Meanwhile, over the skies of Comoria, Bel is ashamed that humans were able to defeat him. Humiliated, he asks the demon lord under him for another chance. However, Bel mercilessly removes him from his command, saying he is too incompetent to be his right hand. He can only trust his plans from now on. Bel activates his celestial inferno, burning everything to ash. His blazing flames sweep through the skies of Comoria. Just then, he senses a presence behind him and sees Vol, who instantly recognizes him. Meanwhile, Noddins arrives to help Cress and his army against the two demon lords. He tells Cress to head to the Comorian hot spring dungeon immediately as he deals with Riku and Violet. Cress and his army ride their horses toward Comoria. In the sky, they see the demon lord of pride clashing with Vol.
Kaito Destiny Angel _ Paradox _ welcome to my channel.
Angel!
He had only handed Cress a letter from Zeta. Cress reads the letter.
At Kaito Destiny Angel _ Paradox _ welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny, sub to Angel _ Paradox _ Stream Elements look it's Angel _ Paradox _ they were playing Fortnite. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Angel _ Paradox _ at URL.
And the army tries to warn him of the danger and the traps that the demons have laid out. However, Cress ignores their warnings, decides to take the lead, and steps into the entrance. Just then, one of Karna's ghosts appears, angering the human army and causing them to reach for their swords. Cress stops them, and the ghost delivers Zeta's message through its hologram ability. Finding it odd, Cress asks if she is alright. She explains that it is an illusion created by Karna's ability and assures him that she and the remaining townsfolk are safe. Since they need to discuss strategy and the treasure, she asks him to proceed alone to the dungeon's core. Cress agrees,
Hi Angel, hope
but
you're
the
doing
human
well.
army attacks Zeta's image, refusing to believe that she is not a product of the demon army's magic. Zeta attempts to reassure them that she is no demon and is an ally of humans. The army resists, claiming that only demons can create dungeons, and that anything tied to demons must be purged and destroyed. Meanwhile, inside the command center, Karna and Cecil find it strange that members of the human army are acting this way.
Wisebot 4 viewers, alarm clock 3 hours 28 minutes and 35 seconds.
That's like believes that humans are exploited by demons and must be saved through their destruction. They distrust anything remotely demonic, even other humans. If they hate someone, they will not hesitate to kill.
And this is
In
the
the
other one
past,
I was
they
curious
tortured
on.
refugees under the guise of demon hunts, burned slums, and stirred chaos. Although the king who supported dungeon exploration disbanded years ago, rumors suggest they still lurk among citizens,
I seen the
adventurers,
green
and
and I
even
was
the
hoping
army.
the
As long as they exist, true peace between humans and demons is impossible. They can instigate rifts, and it seems someone is pulling the strings behind it all. Cecil interjects, saying she has someone in mind who could be behind the grand scheme.
When we get to Asterius, I'll make the red and black ones again.
Tarot, the faceless demon lord of slaughter.
Wait,
Cecil
no,
is
off the keyboard.
The extinctionists have infiltrated the Royal Knight's army. It could cause another problem. This would divide human sentiment, making peace talks between the two worlds difficult. Back at the dungeon's entrance, the knights call Zeta a traitor and advance to tear down the dungeon. Cress stops them, telling them not to let their hatred blind them to the truth. He orders them to hold their ground and stay behind. He bravely walks away, despite his subordinates' warnings that it could be a trap. He assures them that he will be fine since he is speaking to a peace. With a determined look, he strides to the dungeon's entrance, hoping that his choice will save humanity. As Cress goes deeper into the dungeon, he encounters the monsters guarding its entrance. He unsheathes his sword and easily
Did you go the right way?
Did
you go right or left?
Zeta apologizes because she forgot to turn
one
off
way
the
leads you to the
dungeon's
artifact
system.
and one
He
way
assures her
leads
that
you
it is
to
not a
the
problem, saying that he must prove his strength as well. As he passes through the
Then you went the wrong way.
he unknowingly activates it to the maximum level, demonstrating that his strength and power are no joke. The hot spring blob attacks him, but like the others, he easily slays it using his divine power. Watching him, Zeta realizes that he is truly every inch a hero. Cress opens the final door.
If I'm not mistaken, every cave on Ab
Zeta walks over,
undead in it.
impressed that he conquered the dungeon so
Some of them have
he
multiple.
sees familiar faces and instantly recognizes Karna and Esha. He lays eyes on Cecil and senses that her power is no ordinary magic. He demands that she reveal herself. Cecil, impressed by his ability, reveals her true form as the demon lord of Lights. Cress grips his sword tightly, ready to attack. Karna steps in and tells him that Cecil is not a bad person. He explains that he works under her as her demon general and shows him his demon mask. Zeta is shocked to realize that Karna is the Black Demon. Karna apologizes for hiding her, claiming that he never intended to deceive her. Cecil states that she seeks to unite the human and demon worlds and live in harmony. Zeta feels betrayed and lashes out at her for gathering information about humans against them. Thelma steps in and reminds her that while Cecil is a demon, she also saved their town along with her.
No, I'm not.
She adds that they saved Zeta as well, so they should at least hear them out. Zeta grits her teeth, apologizes to Cress for her insolence, and chooses to remain silent. The hero demands that she save her purpose.
all the
Cecil
elements were
explains that
moving.
her goal in helping humans is to strive for peace and coexistence. She traveled to the human world to learn more about that. In her short stay, she witnessed cities flourishing in culture and abundance, while others were ravaged by war and suffering. She has seen both mankind's glory and corruption, yet she still adores humanity. She admires their creativity, vulnerability, bravery, and their ability to care for others until the end. She also learned from her human companions. Karna taught her to fight for what is right, and she learned from Esha how to grieve for the weak and voiceless. Along the way, she met other humans she can call friends. Through these experiences, she realized that she wants to protect humanity and build a territory where both races could coexist without conflict. Cress finds her cause absurd. Since the creation of the world, humans and demons have been natural enemies, and the two races have a long history of battles. He finds it impossible that she wants to end a bloody feud that has lasted 1,000 years in a single generation. Unfazed, Cecil confirms that it is her grand vision. She knows it will be difficult, but she wants to fight for what she believes is right. That is why she asks Cress for a favor. He must duel Karna and lose to him. She wants him to train
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
After all, he would not have entered this dangerous and unknown dungeon if his heart did not also yearn for peace. Hearing this, Cress recalls part of his past. He once spoke to someone who longed for peace, pointing out that even the demons they slay had families. As soldiers of the royal army, their hands would be stained with blood. Cress could not even stay by his alien wife's side. The man told him that despite this, they had to keep fighting for their wives, waiting for their safe return, and for the loved ones others hold dear, even if they could not see it through themselves.
I mean,
One
it's
of their
another
missions was to
thing,
keep
though.
hope alive for the future. The two watched as the sun set and vowed to keep
I have the
to
mushrooms
live
if you
long
want
to
to pay me.
protect those they cared about. The scene shifts, and Cress' friend lies lies on the ground with a fatal injury. Before taking his last breath, he gives his crest to Cress, who weeps for his friend. In the present, Cress demands proof that he can believe. Thelma claims she has something to show him to prove that Karna and Cecil truly want to unite the two worlds. She shows him the grand bath, where all the humans are gathered and safe. Cress is surprised to see everyone relaxed and well cared for. Thelma explains that they are bathing in magical water that recharges their mana and energizes their bodies. She points out that their compassion for the weak and their will to protect people is genuine, and they seem fitting to lead the next generation of heroes. She is confident that if they join hands with Karna and Cecil, something good will come. Cress's eyes shift to Karna, and he asks if he hates humans after being exiled from the family by his former gift. Karna answers honestly that he does not. He originally needed to send money home and became desperate enough to consider becoming humanity's enemy. However, Cecil accepted him and helped him become a better person. After meeting Cecil, Esha, and others, he realized he had come to love being among them. Both humans and demons have loved ones they need to protect. In essence, there is not much difference between the two races.
When the server resets,
Deaths and wants to end his relationship with one perfect human and seek world peace. He aims to become the one who will forge peace between humans and demons. Cress has heard enough and vows that as long as he lives, he will dedicate himself to peace on earth. In this way, when his time comes, he can face his wife and his friend peacefully. Cress states that they need to deal with the demons near the dungeon first. Karna volunteers and demonstrates his power. He wants to prove to the hero that he can protect everyone. He communicates with his spirits and declares that he will go all out. The spirits are fired up and thrilled by this. Receiving Karna's words, Nuns becomes serious in his fight against the two demon lords. Frustrated, Envy declares that she will no longer hold back and will show her true power. She calls forth her serpents, bares her fangs, and prepares to drag the old man straight to hell for provoking her. She lunges at Nodens, who recognizes that she is far more formidable than he had expected. She is shocked that he can even move after her attack.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Oddish appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Nodens finds her power pathetic, since she is merely a manifestation of humanity's negative emotions, driven to consume anything to survive. Nodens activates his power, intending to free them from their torments and put them in peace. He strikes them with purple lightning of despair. Envy protects Gluttony with an attack, which surprises the old man because it is a selfless act. Envy barks at Gluttony, saying that she is still useful for her plans, so she saved her. She aims to become the strongest among the demon lords, kind of everyone but Envy. For now, she will retreat to survive. She grabs Gluttony and escapes, vowing to kill Nodens the next time they meet. Meanwhile, back in Primorium, Pride attacks the god Ball with flame lightning. Ball counters with his own fire, but to his surprise, his magic is easily deflected. He realizes that Pride is a superior fire user, even surpassing those who inherited the power of the outer god Balvados. The god laughs and tells him that he is Balvados himself. Pride does not believe him.
Might be still looking for
is considered the strongest of all fire users,
I don't think so. I think I got
Ball understands his doubts and decides to show her her true power. Ball surrounds herself with demons and transforms into her true form, the goddess Vol. She states that her magic depletes quickly in this form, so she normally does not use it. However, since this is a special encounter, she will use it for now, as the creator of fire.
Pokemon Community Game Oddish escaped. No one caught it.
Refuses to allow her power to be defiled by a monster like Pride. Pride smirks, determined to prove that his power has already surpassed the creator's. He is the demon lord of Pride and the man destined to ascend to great demon lord. He attacks Ball with all his power. However, the creator of fire easily extinguishes his flames and reaches him. She performs a ritual, breaking the curse that made him the demon lord of Pride, and commands him to return to his true form. Bell screams in pain, and after a blinding light, he transforms into a woman. Pride is shocked by the transformation. She is now a woman, and no longer the demon lord of Pride. Suddenly, Foy arrives and scoops her up. They escape using a teleportation item. Vol scratches her head and tells Karna that she failed to contain the enemies. Karna reassures her that it is fine since Pride has been purified. Meanwhile, he and Cress prepare for the final battle between humans and demons. Together, they exit the dungeon, where the royal army is waiting for Cress's arrival. Upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately check his condition. They notice that he is accompanied by an enemy because of Karna's demon mask. Cress tells them that he has something to say to the humans. Karna projects himself in front of the soldiers and declares that, under the demon lord Cecil's wishes, he will protect them and bring them to safety from the demons. create a world where humans and demons can coexist together. He vows never to harm the people, impose unfair taxes, or abuse them. Additionally, they plan to create a dungeon system that will benefit both races. This will provide humans with additional sources of income, allowing them to start businesses around the dungeons. Some humans recognize the potential benefits, but others are opposed to working with humans. This system will also be beneficial. The soldiers turn to Cress and tell him that they cannot accept a proposal involving demons, as they will surely betray him. The hero recalls the moment Karna promised him peace for both humans and demons. Karna only wishes for humanity's happiness and peace. To convince the humans that demons can coexist peacefully, Cress challenges Karna to a duel. Karna accepts and unsheathes his sword. The humans are shocked and hope that Cress will win, demonstrating that humans are stronger than demons. The two warriors stand facing each other, each determined to do what is best for humanity and to end the long-standing war. In this fight, Karna is meant to win. This is the only way for humans to accept help from demons. The two exchange attacks, displaying their true power. As the clash continues, Cress realizes that Karna's talent is extraordinary. His power did not come solely from divine revelation. It was honed through effort and practice. They continue to swing their weapons at each other, and Cress is amazed beyond imagination. He thinks that if someone like Karna leads the peace effort, it will all be worth it. The humans cheer, hoping he will emerge victorious. While looking at them, Cress reminisces about his wife, who smiles brightly at him, giving him courage. The people continue to chant his name. He tightens his grip on his sword and swings it toward Karna. The air sizzles with their powers, but ultimately, Karna comes out as the winner. The humans cannot believe that their hero has been defeated. Karna extends his hand to Cress and thanks him for trusting him. They shake hands, sealing their agreement. Cress will rely on him to bridge the two worlds. Despite their agreement, the soldiers and townsfolk feel as if humanity's fate has ended. However, Cress assures them that they should not be afraid, as this is the beginning of a new chapter for both worlds. He will continue to devote himself to protecting the people. Cecil and the others walk toward the dungeon exit. She greets him and warns that things are about to become busy now that their dream is starting. Karna agrees, and the others give him warm, hopeful smiles. This is officially the start of a new chapter in their lives. 1 year after the battle...
Come here, baby! Come here!
Good team here. One of the 3 greedy generals once slain by Karna fights alongside Deneb and Vega. The two show their prowess, giving their best to defeat the demon. Lai attempts to attack them with his poisonous breath, but Altair blocks it with her magical robe. As a final strike, Vega uses his dark slash-bang technique and brings the demon down. The trio wins the battle and is declared by Vol to be the first to conquer the Hellfire Mid-Zone. They are initially surprised, thinking the entity might be a new boss. Just as they feel threatened, Vol introduces himself as the Guardian of the Flame Emperor and asks if they are ready for the next challenge. Although cautious at first, the trio decide to dive deeper and conquer the next stage of the dungeon. However, to Vol's surprise, they run in the opposite direction, prioritizing their safety. They feel that Vol may gain their trust and betray them later, so for now, they choose to flee. Vol transforms and comments that humans have become much more intuitive and tougher. Later, the trio celebrates their achievement after conquering the Hellfire Mid-Zone. They feel they deserve a cold beer after their ordeal and cheer as they receive the Hellfire badge as proof of victory. Altair cannot believe it has been almost a year since Cecil conquered the Zeal-Arna region. Meanwhile, Karna, wearing his mask, addresses the people in town. For their safety, he instructs them to explore only their assigned dungeons. He encourages them to venture into dungeons in exchange for rewards. Doubtful, the townsfolk worry especially for those without skill or power to fight demons. Karna assures them that the dungeons are designed to fit different abilities. There are zones for beginners, mid-level adventurers, and top-tier adventurers. He personally oversees the hard level, which is the most challenging. Beginners can safely explore the surface and reach the middle part. Once conquered, they receive a badge. Those who collect all 5 dungeon badges will receive a personal invitation to Cecil's castle, where any wish can be granted. The trio becomes fired up to continue exploring. They observe that much has changed after humans agreed to coexist with demons, noting undead casually walking on the streets. People from different regions now come to explore dungeons for a chance at fortune. Businesses around the dungeons are booming, providing significant learnings to the townsfolk. However, Deneb is concerned about Karna, Cecil, and Esha, whom they have not seen since the Rumors say the demon army may have captured them. Though they did not know them long, they treated them as friends. They raise their glasses, cheering to their goal of conquering the hardest part of the dungeon and meeting the demon lord. After this, they hope to reunite with their friends. Meanwhile, a spirit watches over them. In the castle, Cecil observes the trio, worried they are overexerting themselves. Esha assures her that they are fine and that Vol has reported they have grown stronger since the last encounter. This confirms that their mission to train humans using the dungeon is working. Cecil is pleased to hear this. Esha adds that the trio could easily defeat an average demon general.
Kaito Destiny the _wanderer _153, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny the _wanderer _153, welcome to my channel.
She will wait for them to reach her. By then, she will reveal her true identity and let them choose. For now, she must check on each dungeon and monitor the progress of human adventurers. After calling the overseers of the 5 great dungeons, Cecil and Karna begin the Demon General's Council meeting. Esha, now the Chief Demon General, steps forward and updates them on the progress in the Eternal Coffin Dungeon. Since it serves as the gateway to Cecil's castle, many adventurers pass through the dungeon every day. Some manage to break past the entrance guardian, the dragon zombie. After that, the adventurers face her monster cats, which effectively drive them back every time.
The _wanderer _153, hey, it keeps coming up, network error for dragons, so I'll watch you.
With the increase in visitors, illegal settlements have spread around the dungeon. This causes issues such as disturbing public order.
Monkey says, hey, it keeps coming up, network error for dragons, so I'll be watching you.
He has to fully, like, reset it. It went up until just now. It's now back up and running.
Wow.
Normally you gotta back out or just make it refresh. It normally takes a couple times. Alright.
Okay, there's a lot of corpses around here now.
Alright, I'm coming. Man. You got a nameless on it. You've got a life pet there.
Life pet's on.
If a nameless that is turning red is nearby, they'll just start making other nameless appear no matter what.
Yeah, but they killed everything, and then they still spawned in.
Yeah, even when you have a light pet on. The red one, the alpha, will cause so much trouble.
They killed it. They killed it with one hit. They were still swapping with the light pet on. But that will kill you both those. I guess would be the nameless.
I've become super high as a kite. Uh-oh. Timer reset.
30 Pegos, there's a Pego there too.
Do you not have a drink, Sosa? Melody, will you find her cup, please? Do you see it over there? What level is that, babe?
Okay.
No, for a split second when I just looked, it looked like a berry. And I looked at it, and a second look.
inspecting the piece of legal merchants nearby. Karna takes note and ensures proper countermeasures are implemented. Belf reports next about the Sky Demon Castle dungeon, which he guards. Since the dungeon floats in the sky, it poses a challenge for adventurers without the ability to fly. Karna realizes the complication, remembering that he designed it, though only now recognizing the full extent. The Sky Fortress also collects heavenly mana, which could become a larger problem later. Belf agrees, but is gathering data for further study. Cecil notes that their mana balance sheet is still in the red. Belf adds that, although the fortress is challenging, it has become an effective amusement area where humans can ride flying monsters for a fee. Nodens, the guardian of the Sky Fortress, agrees, noting that it has become a mix of battlefield and playground. Despite this, no one has successfully breached the mid-layer, and he joins Belf with the solid defenses. Belf humbly downplays his contribution, but Nodens points out his potential, saying he could rival any demon lord's general. He tries to give the credit to Cecil, but she also praises him. Belf promises to strive harder so he will not disappoint them. Cecil then turns her attention to Karna and promises to support him as his wife. She gets close to Karna, feeling embarrassed, much to Belf's frustration. Next, the Orc Warfront Guardian reports that their dungeon reuses abandoned human fortifications to protect orc settlements, farmlands, and ranches. Many humans still attack, seeking to reclaim what was once theirs, and without Karna's help, their survival would be impossible. The Orc Warfront mid-layer guardian thanks him for making them his subordinates. With no further issues, they move to Derek, the guardian of the Hot Spring Labyrinth, with Zeta as her unwilling human relations advisor. Derek reports that the dungeon is guarded by succubi and sahu agents, who dislike fighting. Instead, they set imagination-based traps that expose adventurers' inner desires. For the middle layer, Karna is impressed that the dungeon harvests the second highest volume.
Pokemon community game A Wild Bellabolt appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Which guarantees high mana output. Zeta comments that managing human and demon coexistence is exhausting. Cecil assures her she will help every step of the way.
So we'd have to tie it on the way.
Derek checks on the intelligence division and notes that Tasha has helped gather information, creating a data network spanning almost the entire human realm. They have received intelligence about forces plotting to eliminate Cress after their defeat by crime, though others resist these plans. Cecil orders Cress to be protected at all costs, as he is key to their mission. Derek adds that low-ranked adventurers and thieves are flooding in, raising serious local security concerns. Isha is alarmed and suggests implementing serious countermeasures. Karna volunteers, claiming he has a secret plan concealed. Late at night, Karna performs a ritual, calling forth ancient spirits. After the spell is complete, legendary heroes, adventurers, and nobles from the past rise from the dead. Esha is overwhelmed to see faces from history books. Karna seeks their help to restore order and protect the local population. He reminds them that they need rest and magical energy, but otherwise they will remain most.
He's on his way!
Esha cannot believe the audacity of his actions, but remains casual. Cecil praises him for solving another problem so
another reason we needed
his progress. He announces that a team has cleared the mid-layer of the Hellfire Dungeon, which is fascinating and hard to believe.
Pokemon community game Bellabolt escaped. No one caught it.
Cecil says this is the perfect moment to discuss the coming age system. Dungeon badges are crafted from magical relics salvaged from the legacy of the Demon of Greed. While the badges do not grant powers directly, they store magical energy. Humanity grows stronger through steady training, discipline, and gradual accumulation of mana. When a skilled individual earns a badge and continues to fight, the badge amplifies their mana, allowing them to evolve further. The Orc Chief asks what they hope to achieve by strengthening humanity. Cecil explains that for both worlds to coexist, they must stand as equals. Humans need to be trained to grow as strong as demons, sharing control over the world's order. She envisions a bond of respect and trust between the two races, holding Karna's hand as a symbol of possible human-demon cooperation. Derek expresses concern that humans might grow strong enough to overthrow demons. Cecil points out that demons must train just as hard to prevent falling behind. With enough mana, demons can grow and stronger, and they are living proof. Belf becomes fired up and agrees, vowing to become stronger to protect Cecil. Cecil and Karna exchange smiles, proud of their achievements. Later, as they prepare to rest, Cecil notices that Esha is not around. Karna explains that she returned to her room and her kids. Cecil flashes a naughty smile, implying that it is just the two of them, which embarrasses Karna. She apologizes for making him work hard and reminds him that the path to Peace does not come easily. Demon clans remain divided.
I'm not going in that water right there.
Nobles and royals continue to profit from endless war, while many suffer without hope. Even if peace comes, uprisings against the ruling class could cause civil strife. Until humanity can save itself and fight on equal terms with humans, the path will be difficult. Cecil reassures them that as long as they stand hand in hand, they can help humanity survive. They will support each other toward their ultimate goals. She thanks him for being with her, and he expresses his appreciation for her and helping him realize his dreams. Just then, Belf enters the room with urgent news. Gluttony, envy, and pride have attacked. In Pride's domain, blazing volcanoes rise over a scorched land. The demon general urgently questions if their demon lord is awakened already. Helper responds softly that she has kept herself locked up in her chamber. The soldiers worried that Belf was suffering from pride and get their act together despite Troy's efforts to cheer her up. Frustrated, he proposes to replace the demon lord until a powerful force shakes the castle. A swarm of locusts suddenly invade the domain, darkening the sky as they surge forward. A blazing beam erupts to stop the invasion, blasting forward as fiery projectiles chase the swarm. However, the locusts are unscathed, triggering the demon soldiers to panic and retreat.
That's not bad.
Inside the castle, another demon soldier reports the invasion, triggering the general's fury as well.
Not great either.
The demon soldiers pause in shock, seeing envy and mock them as they enter the castle free. The soldiers are in disbelief after seeing the two demon lords join force in betraying their domain. Envy continues to mock the general and explains that the 7 demon lords are destined to feast on one another if one rises too high. Gluttony expresses her confusion, but Envy explains that there can only be one true demon king, prompting the demon general to question her logic when there are 2 of them present. Pride silences him with a furious glare, forcing the soldiers to the ground under the crushing pressure of her presence. Gluttony suddenly makes her move, transforming into a massive monster as she prepares to eat the soldiers. After devouring them without hesitation, Gluttony returns to her cute form.
They're in the terminal with a
Still craving for more, Envy reassures her as they move on to the next course. Her excitement displays as she prepares to cause the castle. She quietly reveals her lingering fear that the old gods might strike again. She declares her resolve to stand above everyone else, bound as fear drives her toward overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Gluttony worries and admits she is better suited for support magic rather than direct combat, prompting Envy to conclude that they must strengthen their best fighters and face the situation head-on. Gluttony hesitantly asks if they are still talking about food, prompting Envy to explain that she plans to eat more as the Glutton's empowered. Realizing this involves overwhelming magic, she reacts with excitement and loudly demands strong magic.
Dragonfly.
Envy smirks calmly and explains that Gluttony can consume anything.
No, Megalodon's gonna pick you up.
Envy outlines the plan clearly, stating that Gluttony will eat Pride to strengthen her vessel before devouring minions one by one to absorb their power. She then declares her plan to kill Gluttony and absorb her strength so she can take everything for herself, calling it a flawless plan to absolute victory. Satisfied with her strategy, she urges Gluttony to advance, slamming the door as they reach Pride's room. Helpless, Pride lies in bed and tells the intruders to stay back, but Envy mocks her by calling her current form small and weak, claiming her strength and karma were split in 2. She ridicules her loss of confidence and transformation, dismissing it as pathetic. Without warning, Envy restrains her, insisting she must understand hardship before being allowed to serve, causing Pride to struggle and cry out while Gluttony can't wait to devour her. Pride panics as her thoughts fracture under pressure. At that moment, freezing magic surges in, slamming into the 2 demon lords and interrupting their control. Troy finally appears to rescue Pride, shielding his demon lord and apologizing for the delay as the locusts took longer to subdue than expected. Pride realizes it is too late, until Envy slams the ice with her foot. She scoffs and mocks the weak attack, and Gluttony taunts Pride's frozen state. Pride curses the traitors as Froy holds her tightly. Meanwhile, Derek and Esha finish their report to Karna and Cecil. Derek explains that they have not tracked Pride since she lost her base and assumes she is still in the loop. Vol wonders if releasing Karma was a mistake, but Esha states clearly that she is still an enemy and does not deserve mercy, while Cecil adds that she wiped out the aristocratic army and remains dangerous even if she is absent. Esha also confirms that demon generals like Belf have grown stronger and suggests that they should attack other demon lords' territories. But Cecil's response is firm that now is not the time to act. She explains that many humans are focused on the 5 great dungeons, fewer are entering demon domains, and with limited will weaken on their own. Cecil suddenly declares that their time is limited and suggests completing one important task first. After an urgent matter is announced, Esha is surprised since she believes everything has been settled already. Cecil insists this issue is the most important of all and admits she has waited too long. Esha reacts in shock, realizing how serious this sounds, before Cecil suddenly proposes they visit Karna's family home. Karna is stunned that he can go home, while Cecil recalls that in human society, visiting family is essential when considering a future together and says she wants to do it properly. She adds that she has prepared many souvenirs for his family. Meanwhile, Cecil internally admits that she cannot relax around them and sees this as a chance to finally rest. Her eyes suddenly widen, until Esha suggests that since it is a good opportunity, Karna and Cecil should take time off and enjoy themselves. Esha volunteers to handle the pets while they are away, but she really plans to use the time to rest and cuddle with her cats. Karna begs Esha to come with them, but she loudly refuses and insists he is ruining her cuddle time. Despite his pleading, she resists until he explains that his grandparents would feel more at ease if she were present. He suddenly plays cute and acts pitiful as he tries to convince her, flustering Esha all of a sudden. She finally agrees.
Hey, the berry is almost knocked out.
He thanks her enthusiastically as Cecil notes how effective Karna's pleas are. Meanwhile, at Karna's family home in the remote region of Jabalani, a giant chicken named Coca for laying a massive egg cheerfully thanks and praises her.
don't bother the chicken.
Surprised Karna would be to see it now.
It does
The
not
eggs
knock
are
me off
revealed
my...
to sell for a large sum, which makes Grandma question if they should be living comfortably like this. Suddenly, the earth shakes and the ground suddenly trembles and something massive approaches. The red dragon crashes into the area.
But I don't know if we're going to risk knocking it out.
Karna's grandparents shout in alarm.
Hey, if you got biotoxin, we could
appear in the mountains and is heading straight toward them.
Yeah, there's biotoxin all over on here.
Red and it's 125.
Commands the dragon to move. The creature is seized effortlessly, frozen mid-motion, and then flicked away into the
mill, you should
The grandparents stare in stunned silence as the danger vanishes. Grandpa remarks that it was a surprise, while Grandma notes their neighbors seem to be in a bad mood. Suddenly, another towering figure looms over them, revealing the arrival of Uru, who is carrying Karna and his friend. He appears excited, calling out to his grandparents and proudly announcing that he is home. Karna's grandparents look up in excitement as they finally see their grandkid. Meanwhile, a sealed mountain of ice comes into view as Gaia states that someone has touched the fragment of her that remained on Earth. She identifies the cause clearly, saying it was love and power, and concludes that it was that child who made contact. The figure confirms that the child connected with Bastid's fragment and defeated her, declaring that this same child is the one capable of stopping her from breaking the seal. Meanwhile, Uru calls on the earth to gather steel as divine power surges around him to create a skillet and a stove. The eggs are cracked first, milk and seasoning are poured in, then Nodens vigorously stirs everything together, while Vol channels scorching fire into the heat rises
out of 2.8 right now.
leaving the dish half-cooked before it is refined
Put
further.
2 darts in the
Nodens
tank.
carefully stirs the golden mixture until it solidifies into a shining golden omelet. The finished dish is presented to everyone as Triss's egg omelet, drawing amazed reactions from Karna's grandparents. Cecil playfully feeds Karna, teasing him as he reacts in embarrassment. The grandparents marvel at how Karna brought such a wonderful woman home, noting how much he resembles his father. When asked about Karna's father, they begin recalling his past and reveal that he is an adventurer. Grandpa explains that Karna's dad was born and raised in their home before leaving to attend school in the capital and wanted to see the ends of the world. He left Karna as a baby to their care and departed with his wife in search of the farthest reaches. Esha is shocked when he explains that the farthest reaches were described as a legendary land beyond the continent. An uncharted realm
now we got
has ever
to get rid of that hill,
making the journey reckless even for top-tier adventurers. Karna calls Esha
because it
as
might
the
not
meal
bother your
continues,
chicken, but it's
catching
gonna
her
bother
off
you
guard
if you
as
go
he
to
feeds
cook.
her. She reacts in surprise by the taste and clearly overwhelmed by how good it is. The grandparents explain the dish was made with special farm ingredients, proudly stating that it is truly delicious and even extends their lives. Isha also notices her skin
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Karna happily announces he has another present for her, turning to Uru for help. The dragon responds, activating teleportation magic as a magic circle forms beneath him. Cress and Thelma arrive, greeting Karna and Cecil after Karna introduces them as work colleagues. Thelma politely introduces herself, while Cress reveals himself as the Golden Hero, thanking Karna for the invitation and acknowledging how much Karna has changed. Karna apologizes for summoning them so suddenly, but Thelma
And it
responds
just
that it is not a
overweighted,
big deal.
about to drown.
Cress expresses
Somebody put
gratitude
them
for
down.
being invited, and Karna says he is glad the former hero is doing well. Karna
Okay,
then
there we go.
asks Thelma to begin, and she confidently agrees, activating healing spring magic and summoning a powerful surge of water that erupts into the ground.
Yeah,
The
I didn't
grandparents react in
get a chance.
amazement as the hot spring forms and call it a
Alright, we
wonderful
need to get
gift.
out of the water.
Karna smiles and says he really wanted to make them happy now that he is back home. They quietly watch him until reassuring Karna that he made them really happy. The grandparents reflect that there is no greater joy than seeing Karna loved by his companions and caring for them. They thank Karna sincerely and say they are happy. The moment ends with Karna running forward while embracing them warmly. Cress notes that even the strongest demon general who once saved the world is still just a child, prompting Cecil to agree quietly with the observation. As Cress continues to watch Karna cling to his grandparents, he remarks that he is strong, but also has a childish, mischievous, and cute side. Karna beams with a bright smile as he hugs his grandparents. Steam rises from the hot spring as the tension in the air slowly eases. Cress exhales deeply and feels every muscle in his body loosening as he relaxes. The fatigue from the long journey is clear, and the grandparents tell them they must be tired, so they let them use the hot spring before them. Cecil notes that this bath is a gift for Karna's family, and they kindly let them go first. Still soaking in the hot spring, Cress wonders how long it has been since he last felt the place, while Karna acknowledges that things must have been tough for him lately. Cress shares that since the alliance was formed, the human territories have been in constant chaos. Kingdoms that lost their armies were forced to rebuild by collecting wartime taxes. He explains that poor civilians who could not afford had no choice but to flee their homes. Cress shares that he now has an order between himself and the king, since the loyal knights have lost trust and are limited to security gains. Cecil realizes that this is why humans have been steadily flowing into the demon lord's territory.
Pokemon community game A Wild Why Not appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Receiving protection. Cress says that's still not the only issue, because the human extinctionist church is exploiting the chaos to stir up Europeans and stop people from fleeing into the demon lord's territory, adding that Cecil has shut the border and the kingdom capital has been cut off from the royal territory. A map shows other royal lands being liberated, refugees being redirected toward the border connected to the demon lord's territory, since it's the only route still open. In the northern demon territories, weakened pride, envy, and gluttony are fighting, and there's a high chance a human kingdom will try to invade the demon lord's land while the region is in chaos. Cress warns that, at this rate, another war between humans and demons could break out and insists they must stop it at all costs. Cecil looks serious and says that things are finally starting to get dangerous. Thinking about the faceless sloth, Esha shares a story about a mysterious demon lord lurking in the demon territory, which Cecil confirms that he is aiming to sever the ties between humans and demons while manipulating politics within the kingdom. Karna immediately suggests gathering information about the sloth by investigating the faceless one. Instantly, the group reacts in shock as Karna announces that information about a new demon lord has just been received. Esha immediately asks where the information came from. Karna explains that it came from the old god's grandpas who are currently sleeping, saying
But
it's
yeah,
from
as
their
far as I
place
know,
in
that's the
story.
only way
He
to get
explains
rid
that
of
one of
those.
the old gods, the goddess of
Pokemon community game Why Not escaped. No one caught it.
He confidently adds that the goddess of Earth will tell them everything they need to know about the new demon lord. Karna excitedly suggests that they conquer the hidden dungeon together and gather information about Sloth.
Alright, so where are we
The
going?
group reacts in disbelief and realizes that the place being mentioned is the old god's hidden dungeon. A massive pillar crashes down as the ground trembles, revealing something
Mikey, go pick it up in your
emerging
mouth.
from below. The group arrives before a colossal skull-shaped structure that Karna identifies as the entrance to the hidden dungeon. Cecil marvels at the dungeon's appearance and asks how Karna managed to build something like this, while Karna casually admits he broke it here before. Karna confirms that he broke the seal before, which is why the dungeon reacted the way it did. He cheerfully explains that since the old entrance was broken, he simply made a new one.
I know, it's been a while since I used to know
Ball
that.
warns that if the old gods are allowed to sleep, their magic will fall into trouble, while Isha insists things are already bad enough. Cress states that even he, despite conquering countless dungeons, finds this one impossible to clear because it is far too dangerous. Karna brushes it off, saying they are only exploring a small part of the dungeon this time, repeatedly emphasizing that it is just a small section. Nodens introduces the hidden dungeon known as the Great Tomb, explaining that it is responsible for sealing the souls of the old gods. He clarifies that each old god is individually sealed inside a dedicated dungeon tied to the Great Tomb, all connected across space and time. which is something that breaks
I
normal
forgot how
rules.
fast
Vol
this
excitedly
was.
announces that this
Gonna
dungeon
be
is specifically the Goddess of Earth's dungeon. Seeing the massive entrance, Esha panics and asks if they are really going inside, admitting she is not mentally prepared yet. Karna steps forward and declares that he will open the gate himself without hesitation. A massive magical gate activates as layered magic circles flare open in front of him.
Okay, now you do.
As the energy surges, the others are pulled in and react in shock while noticing the sword forming within the light. Karna turns back and reassures them to trust him as the gate fully stabilizes. The group follows behind him, agreeing to move forward while Esha warns him she will be angry if anything goes wrong. The group advances to approach the purple portal with confidence until the scenery shifts as they arrive in a frozen land filled with towering ice crystals and drifting snow. They silently take in their unfamiliar surroundings
on the bright side,
until Cecil recognizes something ahead, witnessing Gaia's gigantic form, the goddess of Earth, lying on the ground.
I found out
Upon
the
mentioning
solar
her name,
storm reapers.
Gaia awakens with immense force. Cecil explains that among the elder gods who slumber beneath this land, the Earth Goddess is the most shrouded in mystery. As they stand before her, Chris feels an overwhelming presence, while Thelma describes Gaia as the land itself has come to life. Cecil notes that Gaia is worshipped for water and bountiful life, while Karna thinks she actually wanted to come along with them. Even after shrinking herself down, Vol notes that she is still absurdly huge,
There's a path that
and
goes
her
down
loudly
there.
insisting she was coming too, creating quite a scene. Suddenly, Gaia warns that she can hear everything clearly and calls out Vol by name as the group stiffens. She sharply tells her not to speak so casually in front of mortals, saying it damages her divine dignity. Vol loudly demands that the transport be activated already, and points out that they are wasting time talking instead of
Your
moving.
Megalo
As they
is
look
gonna
up,
die though.
Esha questions whether they are really supposed to climb the colossal goddess's fingers. Karna casually confirms that this is exactly how they climbed
Because
before,
it's not
when
immune
they
to
first flew
radiation.
break
That's
the
what the
seal.
ticks
Even with time
are
frozen
going
from the
off on
outside,
right now.
Nodens
The
realizes
Megalo's
that the
taking
climb
health
must have
damage.
taken years. They started from her toes and slowly climbed upward, making their way past her shins to her thighs. They continued past her waistline.
It's because it's gotta be an S or an aberrant to be
Karna
immune
kept
to
climbing
radiation.
without stopping, pushing himself higher and higher. In the end, he reached what they called the summit, leaving others stunned as they questioned where he actually ended up. Thelma questions whether he really climbed the goddess herself, while Cecil stares at him suspiciously, prompting Karna to act defensive. He panics and explains that she was so massive he could not even tell what he was climbing, quickly denying what it sounds like. Esha cuts him off sharply, saying it does not matter, and accusing him
He
of
might be
planning to
okay,
do
he's
the
got a
same
lot
thing
of
again,
health.
and insists they only came for information.
If it gets
on
too
the
low,
Legion
you can
Lord.
TP
The
out.
goddess speaks calmly, saying that this
You
time
are
she
spawning
summoned
nameless, so
herself,
I don't
and that this is
understand
exactly
that.
what they were hoping for. As
You
they
have-
surround
you have
her
a life
ship,
pet,
she
right?
offers a slight compromise and suggests another trial instead. After declaring that they must overcome this trial, a powerful presence begins to descend before them. Gaia manifests Fall, her own daughter and the goddess of nights, and declares that she will grant what they seek once the trial is clear.
You gotta go
Karna stares in
around.
confusion as Nodens recognizes Sval. Crest shares that he has already heard of her before, recalling that Sval is ordained by the Church of the Royal Capital as
And
the
more
guardian
nameless.
deity of nights and revered by mankind. Gaia calmly confirms the truth, stating that Sval is indeed her daughter, and that what stands before them is only a recreation of her former self. Gaia speaks her daughter's name with solemn weight, explaining that Sval was once a strong and sincere knight with a pure heart and an unshakable spirit.
But yeah, we
during
working
the war
on
with
it, Paper
humanity,
Dragon.
everything changed. The truth is revealed as Sval is shown bound in chains, captured by
Yes,
mortals
we
long
are
ago.
going after
She
it.
states that in their arrogance, humans turned Sval into a god and worshipped her, vowing never to lose someone dear again. She says that if they swear an oath to her as part of her sorrow, she will reveal information about Sloth. She adds that she will only do so if they prove themselves worthy through her judgment. As the tension rises, the old gods eagerly volunteer to join in, asking Karna to supply them with mana. However, a magic circle activates before them, signaling the trial's start as one of them reacts in surprise. A massive barrier activates around them, throwing the old gods off balance and slamming into
he's
them.
fine.
Gaia
He's got
coldly
plenty
orders
of
the
help on
gods to
this
stay
thing.
back and not interfere with what follows. Karna realizes that
Nice
this
colored
trial is
berry
meant
over
for
here.
humanity and everyone who lives upon the earth.
Yeah, I'm not too
Glowing
worried
symbol
about
is revealed as the divine Aegis seal, an absolute defense that nullifies all spells and abilities. The group braces themselves as they are told that no magic and no divine aid will be able to break through. Gaia declares that they must rely solely on their own strength and commands them to prove it by defeating her daughter. Without warning, Sval lunges forward and Karna shouts a warning as her strike comes crashing down. The blow slams into the ground with
Do we need
overwhelming
to go
force, sending shockwaves through the arena as they barely evade it. Esha charges ahead, deciding that if magic does not work, then physical force will have to. She activates
There's
the
a
flame
path
stone
you
and
can
lets
walk
him out,
down to the
unleashing a
residence.
blazing attack as someone desperately calls out for magic stone. Spall calmly
And it's
withstands the
somewhere
flames
around
head on,
here.
showing no sign of damage as the attack crashes into her. Watching closely, Esha realizes and states that she is completely immune to elemental
Well, that's not good. That
Despite
was me that time,
Karna
Reggie.
charges through a violent vortex of swirling fire as the assault continues to intensify. Karna yells and forces himself forward through the flames, pushing his body to its limits. Spall counters
They only stay on for so long until you find a glow bug to recharge the. I must stay here for a minute.
Impact marks appear on its surface. Karna declares that if everyone works together,
The little glowing bugs that we keep killing recharge.
he charges forward with his sword raised and confidently shouts that he will put her at ease right away. Gaia looks at him calmly as Karna calls out her name. Gaia seals the battlefield shut, trapping
as long
everyone
as we
inside
stay
the
here
ring.
next to this
Cressy
little one flying behind
charges
us,
forward with Legion Revelation.
it's all in
power
charge
flaring as he attacks head. Aisha and Karna react at once, while the former releases divine threads to intercept
We
the
can't
strike.
sit very long
With her
until
towering
we're in
form,
radiation.
Spall steps in with her shield raised as she prepares for their attacks. The threads wrap around her head, while Karna
Yeah, no, but
fixes
you constantly take durability on the street.
Spall looks up until Karna slashes her armor with his sword. Esha continues her support by using threads of the divine spider, restraining Spall. Karna charges forward without hesitation, using his speed to entangle
These
Spall.
patrollers came out pretty
The
good,
old
though.
gods observe outside the barrier after the three team up to fight Spall, finding their strategy impressive. However, Nodens expresses his hesitation, while Gaia confidently notes that their little strategy is not enough to defeat her daughter. Spall pulls out her gigantic sword, cutting the threads that once entangled her. Karna is stunned as Spall stands confidently, while Esha is in disbelief after the Lady of Nights sliced through her spider threads instantly. Spall prepares to make her move, launching a powerful slash in her way, but Cecilia blocks her attack without hesitation to protect her comrades. Karna and Esha are stunned after Celia shields them, while Esha thought she could not use spells, but Celia clarifies that
Yeah, I'm looking for the path.
a powerful blast erupts as Celia explains that she is releasing all the mana and evil of the lust demon realm and gives it her. She manages to successfully counter Spall's attack, but she is uncertain if she can still block their opponent's next attack. Thelma suddenly chants an incantation, asking the mighty earth to bless her revelation. Spall is stunned when ice bursts from the ground. Thelma urges Karna to make his move while the goddess is off balance. Cress tells everyone to finish the fight in one strike. Karna charges without hesitation, flames training behind him. Karna slashes the goddess with his holy sword, and the battlefield falls silent. Karna notes that he doesn't want any human or demon to suffer for eternity. His sword suddenly breaks, promising to find the goddess of nights if she still suffers something. He continues to fight with Gaia, prompting the earth goddess to smile in approval. Spall suddenly disappears, while Gaia extends her hand and notes that Karna's resolve has reached her, giving him the permission to take her.
Yeah,
As
because
promised,
it's
Gaia is
paleo,
ready to tell him
not
what
an
she
S.
knows about the new demon king. Looking at Karna and his comrades, Gaia is confident to entrust the world's future to them. Gaia summons a bright
Alright,
light.
I'm gonna keep
While the
looking.
group praises the beauty of the world the goddess
It's gotta be
created,
here
Gaia
somewhere.
quickly shifts to business, presenting a floating projection that shows the current state of the world. As the crowd gathers below, she announces the beginning of a new chapter and signals that something momentous is about to unfold. The scene cuts to a dark hall where robed followers begin a summoning ritual. The crowd realizes a divine presence has finally manifested, asking her to guide them. The angel of the gospel descends and warns that the demon king of wrath and humanity are about to clash, declaring that this confrontation will decide humanity's fate. She urges everyone to pray, calling it the final moment of salvation. The followers continue chanting until a massive magic formation appears above the church. The sigil expands outward, shaping the surroundings and carving itself into the terrain. An enormous sword rises violently from the ground, signaling the activation of an ancient, large-scale ritual. Gaia reveals that only the church was entrusted with this power. She explains that a demon king of wrath,
Yeah, but
also
this
by
one thing
heroes
can be
of the
picked
church
up by
and
Megalith.
has returned.
Psycho
The
can't.
crowd learns that this demon king was once forgotten entirely, erased from common knowledge, while Karna points out that she looks just like the goddess of the night. Gaia confirms his observation, explaining that Priscilla was captured by demons, and her soul was shattered by the church itself. That shattered soul was divided, destroyed, and fused into a single being, creating what is now known as the Demon King of Wrath. The cruelty of the act shocks the group. Gaia asks if they understand the origin of revelation. Cress responds that revelation is an imprint granted by the church, falsely labeled as talent or profession. Gaia reveals that Sval gave revelation to humanity, shocking the group. The goddess also shares the truth that the church implanted fragments of Sval's shattered soul into selected humans, creating heroes and knights, and this manipulation is revealed as the real origin of revelation. Cress reacts in disbelief as the goddess explains that while most recipients were controlled, there were exceptions. Gaia points out that Cress was protected by gods outside the church's influence, while Thelma was blessed with oxygen talent and revealed to have been protected directly by the Earth Goddess herself. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Sval's true soul resides beneath a specific altar, guarded by remnants of an ancient civilization.
The _Wanderer_153 Have you seen the 3 new skin sets for Astrios yet? Man, they look amazing.
Have I seen the new skins yet? Kinda, but I'm not really interested in any more skins, really.
Bestowed upon the ancestors of the Necromos family. Over time, the sages refined necromancy from that fragment, turning it into a form of profession. Karna learns that this power awakened within
I'm trying to figure out a way down. I can't figure it out.
Karna expresses his astonishment at finding out his origin. When asked what he intends to do with such power, the goddess presses him directly, asking whether he plans to use it to rule the world. Karna
Fuck you, Dr. Claus!
Says he wants to protect his family and friends.
Cunt.
And to make the people he loves happy. He declares that he will use his power for that purpose alone. The goddess listens closely, clearly moved by his answer. Gaia offers to make Karna's familiar and fight alongside him so that he can satisfied, the goddess promises to bestow blessings and rewards upon the group. She explains that defeating the demon king of wrath
Pokemon community game A Wild Lillipup appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Wisebot 4 viewers. Alarm clock 4 hours 21 minutes and 6 seconds.
The demon lords celebrate wildly. Convinced victory is assured now that only the Ice General is left. With this, envy and bloody cheer that Pride's head is finally within reach. Orders his forces to stop the intruders before they reach their lords, but envy boasts that Gluttony's magic makes defeat impossible. Gluttony charges immensely as she transforms into a giant head. Inside the dungeon, Pride is visibly terrified, begging Froy not to leave her alone. Froy reassures her that while Pride is ready to give up everything just so they won't hurt her. As she slowly loses her hope, Froy responds that it's useless and declares that envy and gluttony will consume them all, triggering Pride to spiral out of control. Cornered and broken, Pride begs Froy to end her life and inherit her soul. She reveals that she was blessed by the outer gods and cannot die. Desperately asking him to kill her and inherit her soul, saving her from a worse fate. Froy steels himself and pushes her against the ground. Pride closes her eyes and begs him to make it painless. Suddenly, a drop of tear falls into Pride's face, revealing Froy crying and hesitating. Froy recalls that he once revealed Aragine as a parent after creating him, shocking the demon lord.
Pokemon community game Lillipup escaped. No one caught it.
The strong devours the weak, but Froy angrily calls her pathetic, reminding the demon lord that he looked up to her.
Are you having this other lag again?
Feeling betrayed by his own parent and demon lord. Pride rejects the general's plea and calls him a foolish child.
Hey Mikey, be careful, do not go off the waterfall.
The general of his title, stunning him. Pride orders the remaining forces to stand down and surrender so they can spare their lives. Froy falters as Pride reveals that becoming Gluttony's meal frightens her. However, the thought of her child dying frightens her more. She notes that after being blessed by the flame god of the divine, her maternal instincts awaken again. Suddenly, Froy gently pushes her away and imprisons her inside a protective barrier. Froy thanks her and resolves to fight as the Ice General alone, even if he must fall here. Pride shouts for him to stop, realizing he is ready to throw his life away. Froy kneels and swears to protect her, calling it a form of honor greater than glory. She freezes in shock as he moves forward despite her pleas, leaving her unable to stop him. He locks the gate with his ice magic, prompting her to be surprised after seeing him. The demon lords mock him as he becomes Gluttony's meal. Froy smiles in response, prompting envy to question his reaction. He calmly declares he is not fighting for fame, demons, or generals, but only for his parent.
And if I'm wrong, then I don't know.
Roy unleashes his strength and declares that his feelings for his demon lord are the source of his
Because normally you look
Roy
for the
raises his hand
structure,
as torrents of
and
freezing
then
water spiral
the
out,
passes
flooding the chamber with
to the left
overwhelming
of the
pressure.
broken
The
structure.
demon lords reel in shock as the sheer scale of his power becomes clear. Realizing a single demon general is resisting forces meant to
So
crush
this
him.
should take us
Ice
down
surges
through
around him
the
as he steps forward.
whether
calm
our
and
hazard
resolute.
gear holds up on the way. I don't know.
Faint echo of Bastet's power still lingers within him. Troy declares that all his strength exists for one purpose only, and that is to protect his demon lord. Envy and gluttony choose to retreat, deciding
this frickin' glitch with this goddamn one resource.
as they pull back. Troy presses
Wait, why am I taking
while a
damage?
massive magic circle forms, signaling the teleportation magic for the demon lord's escape. Troy strains as exhaustion catches up to him. Barely holding himself upright, he calls out weakly to Pride and declares their success. The demon lord reaches for him through the ice barrier and calls his name, asking if he is safe.
Okay, I'm really
Troy tries to reach Pride, while the demon lord can't wait to reunite with him. As they reach
like
each other, a sword suddenly pierces through Troy's
soul is
chest.
taking
Pride is
damage,
stunned and
but not
disbelieved,
taking damage?
while
Because
Troy
it's
drops
like
to his
zero?
knees. The demon lord begs him to stay with her,
Understand.
and he apologizes through labored breaths. Troy weakly asks her to be safe as he breaks apart like a broken ice. Pride screams his name as the barrier violently collapses, throwing both of them apart. The demon lord claims a new figure appearing amid the chaos. Faceless Sloth, another demon lord, smiles coldly and amused by the despair before him.
Oh,
Pride questions
somebody
him why
killed
he
a
is
seeker.
loud. She ignites in fury and screams that her child's life is not a joke. Flames
Or it
erupt
kills my
violently
armor.
around her as she launches herself forward in rage, vowing retribution. Sloth tries to escape her wrath.
Max level seeker just came out of nowhere.
Fire rains down in a devastating barrage, engulfing the battlefield in scorching destruction as the attack consumes everything in its path. Sloth is thrown away from the impact, but he manages to summon a teleportation
Okay, just move forward.
mocking the demon lord with
Just
a
stop
cold,
when you go
smile,
forward.
narrowly escaping as flames tear through the air.
That's
A
so
distant
weird.
ship
I
in
don't
Singapore reveals the human realm's
that was
royal
all
capital
about.
cathedral, the place where Sloth teleports to. He skips inside his mansion as if
But we
nothing
gotta
happened.
kill everything,
Sloth announces
otherwise
that
it's
everything
gonna go
has
after
gone
me.
exactly as planned. He mocks the situation as a
But
dull
be careful
game
of
and lacks
seekers,
excitement.
because
He transforms
I
into
think
another
they
figure
work
and expresses his
like
appetite. He transforms into
dimorphs,
another
so they
figure
kill you.
again and
Oh no, watch out!
old
Get it!
man and declares the stage an altar of sin. All
Yeah,
for
you
his
got
words and their hands. The final host sits down,
That was
introducing his real identity and declaring his
done it. I don't know.
Addressing the unseen audience, he invites them to enjoy the show until the very end. Under a focused spotlight,
left trigger.
he kneels theatrically and begins invoking the Lord of the Outer Gods, who is the primordial one. In a peaceful countryside, Karna asks Cress if he is leaving already, to which the former hero confirms. Cress presents the divine artifact
Oh, there's
called
another
the Ring
one.
of
What
Life,
the hell?
explaining it is a gift from the Earth Goddess that can
Thank you,
revive the
Columbia.
dead, meant for his fallen
That's why I
comrades.
didn't want to
Cress
go
reflects
forward.
that he could use the ring to bring
There
them
you go.
back, including
And
the
the Earth Orb.
subordinates who worshipped him, revealing there is someone who wants to see the bottom of his heart.
Yeah, he's
Yet
screwed.
when Karna
He just
asks
got
if he
to
will use the ring,
another Earth on
Cress
the other
refuses.
side.
The former hero says they live their
Oh,
lives
TP out, please.
even as briefly, and they cannot find them again for selfish desires. He declares his mission is to create an era of peace so that people can live fully when reborn, calling this his duty. Karna praises his resolve and tells him to discipline himself and fulfill his duty as a hero, assuring him that his wife is watching over him. Cress quietly hopes so. The memory surfaces of his wife waiting for him, as he admits she was too good for him, always gave him peace even while he lived in constant war. He explains that because she was there, he could though he wants to live with his wife again, he states he cannot abandon his pride.
Hey, how's your deal with
Cress
you?
asks Karna to hold onto the ring, vowing to see his path through to the end. He asks Karna to promise to save as many lives as possible and protect the kingdom. As the ring is passed to Karna's hand,
That is a
he tells
beautiful
Cress to let him know if he ever wants to use it. While Cress prays that day never comes, Cress activates teleportation magic, saying he has talked too much and is being carried away. He announces he is returning to the kingdom to prepare for the great war against the demon lord of wrath. As he departs, the group admits that even together, they cannot defeat the demon lord right now. Nodens reminds him that the demon lord of wrath possesses the souls of Bastet and Skull, making him an exceptional being on
You're
par
gonna
with
come back and fight me, you're gonna be
the
stupid
seven
on
great
the
demon
I
lords.
got
His
time.
territory expands, spawning high difficulty dungeons and increasing danger. Cress reassures them not to worry. declaring that humans and demons will unite against the demon lord of Wrath by forming a united front. He promises to fight with them until the end to realize the future they promised that day. A teleportation circle activates, lifting the group away as Cecilia says to defeat the demon lord of Wrath. They must become stronger and learn more about him. Isha asks how exactly they will do that. Cecilia says she has an idea. She questions whether everyone will cooperate. The scene shifts to the former territory of the Demon Lord Kree, Western Karkazan, where a Demon Lord Army commander, Doba, scoffs at the idea that a mere human could challenge him. Doba notices Esha approaching and demands to know who she is. She steps forward confidently, identified as a demon general normally formidable but currently weakened. She draws her sword and releases the First Order phase, unleashing a devastating strike.
I don't see anything in the water either.
She remarks that Doba is trapped and
That's
fighting
concerning.
Yeah, what are you trying to find in the water?
I was trying to see if it was safe to go through the water or not. Watch out, gas main.
Prompting her to invoke the goddess of heaven and earth to bless the withered leylands. A massive pillar of light erupts skyward, restoring the land. Thelma is astonished that she can now build forests and plains and stabilize the land.
Some of the water in the red zone hurts you, right, Kaito?
The red zone water will kill you, actually. It does not just hurt you, it literally kills you.
She vows to pacify former demon territories
Yep.
and absorb
Purple water, bad, no matter what. Blue water is good.
It looks clear up here, though.
Yeah.
Cecil reflected on how Karzakin's rebellion had finally been crushed without bloodshed.
Not that
Karna
way.
celebrated the
We gotta go round. There should be a path up here.
efforts for making it possible. Cecil then admitted that truly mastering Bastard's power would require
Yay, back to the gate.
capacity even further. She revealed that beyond absorbing fragments, she would also need to take in the Demon Lord's souls as well. The weight of that realization settled in. She recalled how observing the shard of the Lord of Flame had
Fuck you,
briefly made
Pago.
her feel like she was no longer herself. Cecil wondered aloud what would happen if she absorbed
Oh, I
the
can't wait for those little
remaining
fuckers to
souls.
go away.
She would still be herself afterward. She feared losing a version of herself that
Yes.
loved Karna.
Told
asking
you,
if she
Pro.
would still
We
be
are
innocent.
everywhere.
Karna reassured her gently, telling
You're
her that she
riding
would
the small
always be
dinos.
herself, no matter what changed. Smiling through her doubts, Cecil accepted his words. Overcome with emotion, she embraced him,
You sure you don't want
comforted
to
by the
perform?
promise that his feelings would never change. Cecil thanked Karna quietly as the moment lingered.
Because they
Explained
can't
that
be
the seven
stunned.
demon lords and fragments of the same god had fought each other for ages. With the Lord of Wrath rising, crime was now
Either that or
running
just
out.
watch the spyglass for Polovia.
Cecil resolved that humans and demons must stand together to stop the faceless sloth, who thrived on chaos. She proposed fighting side by side for a future where both races could coexist. Incarnate eagerly agreed. Hearing her conviction, Cecil notes that perhaps the timing truly was
I was
perfect.
just telling you.
Suddenly, Gaia appears
This is not the place to go.
reporting a disturbance that caught her attention as a massive mana clash erupted within the Pride Demon Lord's territory. She confirms that the battle between Gluttony, Envy, and Pride was rapidly intensifying. In a hellish battlefield, the land burns under overwhelming power. Gluttony and Envy
Yeah, water down here is bad, and watch out for that purple gas coming out the ground.
Gluttony and Envy describe the situation as spiraling far beyond
Yeah, watch out
as they experience
for
Pride's
that.
fury. Driven by vengeance for her child, Pride unleashed a devastating assault, declaring that this was not even Troy's full strength. Envy attempts to interrupt, but Pride gains her final payback. However, Envy taunts Pride and mocks her, sounding the war trumpet. Pride snaps back furiously and screams
Yeah,
for
I'm on the
silence,
map. I was
flames
gonna put
engulf
it on
the
top
battlefield. Envy drags Gluttony away from the inferno.
Because I gotta be careful down here, because there's a lot of red water.
Envy admits she had completely miscalculated. Never imagined she would be so helpless, even with numbers on her side.
Yes.
Suddenly, Gluttony demands to know why Envy has been protecting her, accusing her of acting
Doesn't
strange.
matter what health
Gluttony
you have.
bluntly points out that she was always shielding her, reminding her they were falling back for now.
It's not
Watching
even
in
like
disbelief,
jumping in lava.
she questions whether Envy likes her or something. Envy
You go in there,
explodes in
you die.
rage, screaming in disbelief as she berates her companion
Mike, you remember
cruelly,
when I showed
reminding her that she
Claire
had
how
only
such a
kept her
character
alive
drop down
because
there?
she was useful. Suddenly,
Down below in the
Gluttony
red zone?
tells Envy to eat her instead without hesitation. Realizing the battlefield could not sustain them both, Gluttony acknowledges there is no choice but to merge into
I might be able to
one
get there.
She urges her to
Then
consume
I have to
her,
TP out.
grow stronger, and continue the fight. Though conflicted, Envy expresses her confusion since she is Gluttony herself. The latter admits that eating her would fill her stomach and leave her soul unbearably. Gluttony, shaken, begs Envy to eat her instead. Unable to accept such an outcome, Envy lashes out emotionally, accusing her of joking at a time like this. As energy surges violently between them, Envy screams that a demon lord's throne was not something to be given away. Envy shouts back that winning meant taking everything, including what was theirs. A massive surge of demonic energy erupts as the demon lord's souls resonate with each other. Pride realizes that the demon lords feel compassion.
Kofi stream bot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Okay, so here we have to go right.
Just before they clash violently, Gaia's massive hand appears from the volcano, followed by her towering form, stopping the children of Bastet. The Earth Goddess finally intervenes, descending with divine authority, and declares a ceasefire in her name, while Karna stands confidently on her hand with his staff. Gaia descends, prompting Envy to instantly question why she
we're not going down there. Stop until
magic flash and rush over using teleportation with Gaia's avatar. Envy accuses him of stealing while Karna is exhausted, reacting with open hostility. Karna only introduces himself as an envoy.
But it's just like cool. I like this spot.
Correcting her assumption, he asks for strength and demon lords, speaking with clear resolve. He offers a deal, proposing an exchange involving the seals of the outer god. She hesitates, clearly displeased, tightening her grip as she considers his words. Both react in anger, rejecting the idea outright and refusing to be ordered around. Karna is clueless and questions whether the outer god seals are truly stronger than current powers. But Envy furiously replies,
Botrix, thank you for the follow at CC Kick Pro.
It is, but I'm looking
CC Kick Pro, thank you very much for your follow. It's greatly appreciated.
She watches in shock, recognizing his figure as someone similar to the one
looks like something that wraps.
Pride explodes in rage, accusing him of
I'm just trying to make
sure
everything
Karna displays his confusion, but Pride charges forward and orders the other demon lord to deal with him first. Envy responds furiously and declares she will kill him with her own murderous intent. Gaia watches calmly until Karna declares that the negotiation failed, but she asks him to hold back. Karna acknowledges her command without resistance.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Yamper appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Barrages of water to the ground, but Gluttony simply devours her. Envy scoffs, mocking her magic as weak and unworthy. She declares the seal of Gluttony devours even creation
I see there's a Polovia here somewhere, I
compatibility.
don't know where it's
Gaia calmly interrupts, suggesting a different solution. Karna looks up in surprise after a glowing sword descends from above and radiates a cold blue light. Gaia confirms that it is Vol's sword, recalling its past burden and sacrifice. She asks him to use it instead, while power surges through her as the answer and grips the sword firmly. Envy charges forward, announcing this will be the final blow. Gluttony expands her form and counters with a class-level devouring technique. A burst of blue light flashes as Karna cleaves through with a single decisive slash. The demon lords are separated by the strike, stunned and overwhelmed. Karna instantly activates multiple seals, asking the goddess to rest while he finishes things. Crystals scatter around stable. Karna moves through the lava field.
Yeah, that's where we came down, but we're gonna have to go back.
He steps closer and clarifies he did not come to fight the demon lords. He extends his hand, saying he came in friendship and not hostility. Pride looks at him.
I thought he was down in the red zone.
Her expression conflicted as the flames continue to burn. Pride asks if he came to join forces with the scorched ground. She scoffs and attacks in anger.
Pokemon Community Game Yamper escaped. No one caught it.
Insisting he does not even know who Roy is and has done nothing. She accuses him of mocking her grief, shouting that he dared say it after killing her child. Confused and firm, Karna says he truly does not know anything and believes she has the wrong person. She falls silent for a moment, staring at him with conflicted eyes. Power suddenly erupts around her as a violent aura. Pride screams in shock, unable to understand the magic overwhelming her. Karna calls out to the Lord of Wrath as he rushes forward to the end. Gaia identifies the magic as Slot's work and confirms the Faceless is involved. She declares she will track the magic through the Earth's network since it is in her control. Both of them tense as the ground reacts to her authority. A massive monster bursts out in flames, roaring as it charges. Gaia questions why a giant monster is here, suspecting it is a minion of Slot sent to stop her. The goddess explains that any life daring to challenge her will face judgment if the monster charges forward. Gaia calls out to Karna and asks him to lend her strength. He answers eagerly, telling her to send it and claiming he will take one of the old gods' magic. She gathers power and invokes the wrath of the Mother Stone. A devastating beam erupts as heaven and earth seem to collapse. The attack crashes down as the line is broken up. She admits he overdid it and apologizes for trying to hold back. The battlefield settles as Sloth's power completely vanishes. Gaia warns Karna that their movements are now more active and urges him to be careful. He promises to return to Lord Tiwa and hand over the secret to him. The scene cuts to a distant cathedral where Sloth resides. Pride wakes up weakly, groaning as she lies on the floor. She looks around the unfamiliar hall, wondering where she is and what happened to her. Sloth arrives and admits that she is awake as she struggles to sit up. Startled, Pride demands to know who the person before her is. Sloth takes a new form, introducing himself calmly and tells her she may call him Kaito. Sloth explains he has long worked in the shadows, manipulating humans and demons alike, until Pride finally realizes that he is the demon lord of Sloth, and asks why he reveals himself now. Sloth says he cannot remain hidden anymore and chose to show himself. He thinks about Karna and identifies him as the abominable child of God. Defeated and trembling, Pride admits that Karna is far too strong.
You may just have to fly and find it.
Sloth states plainly that there is
Where did I
no
leave my
possible
paper
outcome,
towels?
but he reveals that there is a way to defeat him. Sloth confirms that such power does exist and prepares to reveal it. Pride kneels as he says he will bestow it upon her. A blazing seal appears, revealed as the hero oracle executed long ago. Sloth reminds her she abandoned gods and humanity and was branded with heresy. Yet he claims that as a mother who lost her child, Pride's pain and desire for revenge are justified. She declares the demon lord worthy of receiving a new hero's oracle. Two souls manifest, bound by a mother's rage and hatred toward humanity. Sloth vows to lend her strength so she can avenge her child's death. He asks if the demon lord is prepared to accept the power he will bestow. Pride reaches out, clenching her hands in resolve. She shouts that she wants the hero's oracle and demands it be given to her. Sloth smiles calmly and clearly. Golden light engulfs the demon lord as the oracle is finally transferred. She collapses in pain as Sloth orders her to surrender, promising the pain will soon fade. States bluntly that even now, she is still not strong enough to defeat Karna. Gritting her teeth, Pride insists this is not what she was told and admits she still cannot do it. Sloth calmly tells her not to worry as she struggles to rise. With a twisted smile, he explains that to make her stronger, they simply need to add another soul. Sloth notes that the answer is to get Cress, the hero of humanity, revealing that he has already cultivated a network
you little
that
bastard,
is
come here.
At the human realm's royal capital, Cress walks through the hallways. Suddenly,
Come here, you little pego bastard.
subjugation party has been completely annihilated.
Get him, Thrasher. Kill him, kill him. Murder that little bastard.
Even their strongest heroes have fallen. Defeating Wrath is no longer possible, as the surrounding area has become an impenetrable dungeon fortress. Morgan, an archmage from the former heroes' party, orders the evacuation of citizens, the gathering of food and supplies, and the establishment of a defensive line.
Fucking
Another council
pegos.
member objects angrily, warning that doing so would cut off the kingdom's primary breadbasket. Another lord furiously asks where their prince is while humanity stands on the brink. The empty hallway reveals as the official tells them that their prince is taken. One of them hesitates but confirms that he skipped the council meeting. Inside his chamber, it reveals that the prince
you gotta keep me out.
berates the council for their incompetence. He complains that despite following every order, they still blame him for the defeat. Irritated, he demands to know why the girl is making those faces. He explodes in rage, accusing them of questioning his authority and calling one woman a filthy wench. Furious, he orders her thrown out of the harem and fed to the monsters. Before the order can be carried out, his wrist is suddenly seized mid-strike. Cress restrains him effortlessly, greeting the prince with respect. Cress coldly instructs him to leave the rest to him and keep this incident secret, noting that the prince did not change a bit. Furious, he questions Cress what is the meaning of his sudden appearance. The prince accuses him of treason for sneaking into his harem and threatens punishment. Laughing arrogantly, the prince declares he will disband the royal knights and execute him for his insolence. Cress kneels, stating he came knowing his actions would be seen as disrespectful. He declares he has a plan to save humanity and defeat the demon lord of Wrath. The prince mocks him, asking how an old man could possibly defeat that monster. Cress explains that the prince right now lacks strength, but proposes using the enemy to defeat the enemy. He formally presents his proposal, suggesting Sicilia's demon army be treated as a peace force to jointly defeat Wrath. The prince reacts in disbelief, shocked by the suggestion. He shouts that exterminating demons
yeah, I believe so.
refuses to cooperate with them. Cress calmly explains that demons oppose Wrath and
Tell
that
him I
even
need my
demon
costume
infighting
back.
creates exploitable weaknesses. He declares that he will be the one to unite them, the prince hesitates, worried that if he delays, his younger brothers may rise and challenge him. After a pause, the prince agrees but warns there will be conditions. He states that Cress will bear full responsibility and threatens him if he fails. Cress accepts calmly, acknowledging the risk. Resolute, he vows to fulfill his mission even if it costs his life for the future of humanity and demons, asking Karna to wait for a little.
Monkey, if you're still here, he needs his costume back.
It'll fix it to where it spawns. Because I had to make this character when that other one froze.
Monkey's not even here.
Anymore that I unlocked. They're all locked to that character.
Well, if you want, I have a bunch of extra costumes.
So, whenever you're ready to TP that.
Yeah. Forever here.
Fucking Pecos every single time.
I saved, damn it, I saved.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah, I still have a couple of extra ones laying around.
Which one do you need?
I'm on the cliff side. And then...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm literally on like a tippy. I didn't know where else to go. Alright, come on.
Yep,
I just know that my armor.
Okay, so
what are you doing?
we're gonna go fucking straight train Charmander.
Oh shit.
We gotta watch out for archers.
That's not the problem. She spots me and she's staring at me.
Well, the problem was the archer spit at me and broke my armor.
What? Does she see your left? She just reburied, like right there. She was not there.
Cool. How you doing?
So it might be easier to lure.
Oh, that's right.
Cause she was on that cliff.
You know he thinks you pointing out.
Like,
I know where it's at. I have it on tracker. It's like 800 meters right over there.
No, Casper, she's 63 meters in front of me.
Oh, that was 80, my bad. Not 800. Okay, yeah, it's 80 meters.
You're all going to die. You're all going to die.
Oh no, I'll spend it.
She's right here beneath me.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Kaito, the solos are broken.
Oh, I know.
They can stun the Reaper. As long as you hit them with the tail whip.
Did you see her? She's right.
Yeah. I mean,
so the question is, how do we...
We'd rather do it out of radiation, but at the same time, we could just do it right here. If you want to lure, I'm gonna have to take hits and figure out how to walk out of here to get it where you want it. Cause it'll chase me. All I gotta do is get closer.
Should I run your light?
You should always have a light pad.
Can I put it on companion mode?
No.
There's no for that.
So what do you think, Dragon?
I don't know, that's what I said, I don't know.
It won't follow the flyers. Because flyers aren't even supposed to be here. That's the problem.
Yeah, land dino, make it chase you.
I just need to know where to take it. And Mikey is probably gonna die in about 2 seconds. It's gonna be fun to watch though. Cause he just TP'd to where you were standing 2 seconds ago.
Like, you don't run up here before she spots you. Don't kill her.
Great.
She's right to the left. You stop and look to your left, that's where she's buried.
That was great. I'm surprised you would come out the way. Alright, so what are you thinking? Where do you want to take you?
To Walmart.
You spawned right next to it. Oh, it's moving. Oh. Alright, make it run.
Avoid water.
Run, boy, run! It comes for your ass!
Oh no! Bye!
Oh, hi, Andy.
It's down there now. I didn't want to kill it.
We have a good night. No one's gonna good sleep. How about
What?
I didn't know what else to do.
I might come bug you. If I do, I'll bring you in and give you a drink. Or not, I don't know.
Because it's right here in the cliff. It thinks it can still hit me, but it can't. I didn't know what else to do. It tried to knock me off the edge.
Oh, you went underground. That's why you.
Yeah, I dipped under and went around and back up, and she went over the cliff.
The Vanara is here.
I did this number because I'm not stupid.
Yeah, all I saw her was. Oh God. Alright, so the question is, which direction we try to take?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's down there now.
Death.
I mean, honestly, if you can deal with radiation, she's in a great spot right now.
Yeah, we're gonna get blacked
Other than
out.
the Perlovia sitting over there under the...
Out, and then we'll go trade Charmander a little more.
She's following you, Dragon. Get her
We'll
attention.
beat Brock, and we'll beat Brock tonight. Do the hot juice.
She's chasing the Desmodus now.
Oh, it's showing her still sitting where she's at.
For me, she just moved under the ground over there to you.
Alright, let's see.
There's also a rock
Pokemon community game A Wild Breloom appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
You're gonna lose that Metapod. I'm sorry. Your sacrifice.
Yeah, I have it on tracker and it moved all the way over there. Because the Reaper moves under the ground.
And I'm trying to figure out what the best way to try to get closer to Blue Zone.
Where are we at on the map? We're pretty far out. I'm not even sure the path to get back up to Blue Zone.
Another kitty coming over to lay on my lap.
No, the charge node's behind us.
Dad, I'm sorry I lost. Sorry, Father. I let you down.
Alright, we need to figure out the way up before we do anything. We want it to Blue Zone.
Hi, Kaito. How are you? Not the face reveal.
Thank you.
Pokemon community game Breloom escaped. No one caught it.
I don't know if anybody.
You can't TP. What are you talking about? If you TP... Wait, what do you mean TP?
Using the.
Like, was that your plan? To impregnate yourself and then TP out?
Probably use some out here. Reality.
You can't TP once you're pregnant, though.
Wait.
Then how have people been able to transfer servers in and birthday? Or a birthday will do it.
You have to go out to one of these nodes and transfer out. Yeah, you can't TP. If you TP, it aborts it. But basically, you want to get pregnant to take your dino and go kill everything to get all the levels.
Then we've got to get closer to blue zone, or people not gonna make it.
But we gotta at least figure out the way out.
Yep.
I mean, the blue zone, I don't really care about it. You can give them hazard, cancer. That's on them. But you need to at least have a straight path to get out. Because, I mean, technically, it's in a great place. Other than there being, you know, everything down there. Because there's only 2 ways in and out of it.
Okay. Items crafting. I am snuggle hugging my kitties. BBs, how many BBs are you getting away? Trap of cuddlers.
I mean, it's smart where it looks like.
Easy to fly around and find a path.
This is going up.
Where we're standing right now is straight down.
Alright. Alright, let's step away from
I mean, the house has been forever. 51.
Good dodge.
We already have the Weed Kazakh art that's gonna be released when we hit but I need to play at the celebration stream.
That is. This
Okay,
went
I'm coming
up,
over.
but
I'd like some quesadillas.
We'll have something fun though.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Might just be a
I'm
dry
not sure
queue.
the way out of this pit, but we dropped it in. But I didn't know what else to do without killing the thing.
I do know we're gonna do a Spazzy Pass though. The Charmander, while not great for the gyms, are amazing for power lift. Is amazing at power leveling, fighting the bug with fast type. Took forever. Yeah.
What weapon am I using? Big sword. Big sword.
Grass type and water type are like you can level the fuck out of a Charmander in Viridian Forest.
Let me come back.
I think the funniest one I ever had was
Just keep Ember on deck.
She's there. Lead her off down here.
I already got it.
How far and get this
I
way?
don't remember what it was. All I remember was on Garden of
I don't have capture materials.
Must be the Garden of Pain. Garden of Joy.
Shit.
You don't know, brother. When you guys said GG's.
Oh man, are you
Yeah,
serious?
that's probably my favorite so far.
What killer it was.
Well, we got another issue too. We gotta deal with.
What?
Yeah. There's another Reaper Queen down there.
It was on
Wait, guys.
I just imagine some kid walking into Viridian Forest with a Charmander, just like
There's also a 75
looking at
down in
his
that
Charmander,
pit.
like light it all on fire.
People are telling me
Get all
to
the
use a
XP you
horn.
want. Just light the whole
Whatever that
forest
is.
on fire. Collect all the XP.
I'm not going to.
Just walk in, the whole fucking forest is on fire, and the kid's just sitting there like with a Charizard, like what? I burned all of it to the ground. I got all the XP.
Oh, the moment you blow your nose and you just get the freaking snot shut out and then fucking breathe again.
Oh, that's moody. So on the other side of the tree is a 75 Reaper Queen, 41 Prolovia, right next to each other.
Hold on, I need two. Maybe I got two.
We're gonna feed the kid.
Tell you.
I'm so bad, bro.
Hunter rank 32.
Shut up.
Like, it's such a shit tile.
I will say Bo is also super satisfying.
I'm pretty sure
Put
from
some
where
effort
we're
in
at.
Viridian Forest.
Okay, we're gonna
this
have
is
to
an older
zigzag.
game. I can't really bitch too much, but
But we can
It's
do
up
it.
and to
there
the
has
right,
been rumors
isn't it?
like they're gonna
No, we're gonna have to drop her
remix. If they did remix, because I will say
and
like
get her to
Let's
follow.
Go Pikachu and Eevee.
I just found a way. We're gonna have to.
I didn't like the
But
capture
it's a
style.
way,
I didn't like that I had to like
and we
throw
can
the
get her
ball.
right
I
in the
didn't get to
blue.
battle them, but I had to throw the ball.
But we're gonna have
Can
to
I
go
make it
through
with
that
the
They were like,
Fasola?
"Oh,
room
Pokemon Go is great, guys. Everybody loves Pokemon Go. Let's take a mechanic from our fucking
Can I
phone
make it through with
game
the Fasola?
and put it in the fucking Switch game."
Okay, there's two spots where you get hurt.
But whatever.
I don't care about getting hurt. It's
Well, I mean,
is it a
technically,
straight
I will
path?
show a 5
It's not 100% straight, but it'll work.
It's where I started!
Okay,
Like I said, we'll have to
think it'll
drop
work.
her.
I'll risk
I mean,
it.
we'll have to drop her down off the cliff
You're
below,
almost there.
and it's
You're
gonna be
almost
a
about to
little
be an
tricky.
angsty teenager.
Straight down to this next
Wrapping her off a
ledge.
cliff is easy.
I just realized how much I love the ground types in this game.
I already did that
Half of
once.
my team is not 4-6 or ground part ground. It's fucking nuts. You got a Sand Slash, doesn't you? Sand Slash, Rhydon.
I see Dragon Mother heading towards Daddy's way.
Alright, let me get Stam. Pull up my screen and let me know when you see me sitting beside you. And I'll show you.
You saying what?
Because I don't know how else, unless you see what I see.
I'm trying to remember what my original team was for blue. I know it was Charizard,
I mean, if there's a way, it'll work.
Nidoking,
It's not too
Yeah, I
bad.
know, but
Arcanine.
I know, but if you're seeing what I'm try to do this.
Alright, go ahead.
What the?
I think it was a Rhydon.
Who thinks I did it? That's all.
Kaito. Here, get her to drop straight down
Motherfucker.
this ledge.
That motherfucker was there.
And then this is where we start zig. So you get either make
Oh yeah, that was the path I was looking for to walk
My
down.
brain don't function right now.
Yeah, put the cat cream back.
Yeah, that's the path I was looking for to get down there.
I had a Parasect in my
Couldn't find it.
because Sporop.
I did. I have my full set now. Thank you.
Oh,
Snorlax.
what time is it?
Dude, oh god, you got that legendary.
Yeah, that way is fine.
It's 10. Places are closed already.
Oh my god.
Get her to come up this way. It's not this way, it's this way.
Well,
Like I said, it's gonna sag, but
kitty cats are fed.
Here.
Parasect was fucking OP.
Longer. Suddenly, a
And
purple energy
radiation
surges, hitting Cress instantly. The prince panics, but a voice announces itself and reassures his highness, the Archbishop of the Royal Palace arrives, stating he came to punish the traitor and see Cress personally. The prince questions why the Archbishop of the Royal Palace is inside the harem and confirms an oracle was given. The Archbishop accuses Cress of conspiring with demons and betraying humanity. Cress denies it, declaring he will save the country and humanity. The heretic mark suddenly manifests on his hand, reacting violently. The Archbishop watches closely as the mark activates. He announces that God has abandoned Cress and declares him no longer a hero. He is seized by soldiers as he realizes he has been framed. In the shadows, Sloth thanks someone and praises the deception.
It's a long
Cress
way,
is
but I
shocked
think I
and
can do
realizes
it.
that Sloth hid among humans just as he thought. Inside the Holy Bastille prison, Sloth greets him coldly, calling him the former hero. Cress asks calmly what his goal is. Sloth extends his hand and proposes making a deal. Meanwhile, at Cecilia's castle,
Mikey's
she
gonna have to go
politely
in front of
invites
me,
everyone to enter.
kill everything in the
Inside,
path.
she cheerfully comments that it is a beautiful day while Thelma admits she feels
What I'm gonna
nervous.
do is I'm gonna
Cecil
switch
checks
with
on
Mikey.
Karna. but he
He's gonna
quietly
jump on the
reflects on
Desmo.
today's ritual and wishes Cress could have come as well. He
Okay,
wonders
whatever
aloud if
works.
Cress will be okay by himself. She reassures
Since I
him
have
that
a
even when
general
they are
idea,
apart,
'cause I know.
they are still fighting together, and urges him to believe in the temporary
So
separation.
Now that I know where
Carter
you're
smiles
at,
and agrees, saying she is right.
I know where
As they
we're
walk
at.
forward,
This is Reaper,
he adds
or
that she
alley.
is sure Cress will be fine since he is
Okay,
okay.
let's see here.
The hall resounds with cheers as the crowd praises
I'm
Cecil
kind of
and
concerned
celebrates
about
the
what's on
pacification
the
of
other side of that
Calcazar.
tree right there.
Spectators
But
call out
I
encouragement,
think I can outrun
urging
it.
everyone to cheer for the heroes as they step forward. The group advances toward the altar while nobles and citizens watch in solemn silence.
There's a
The
241
priest
for
formally
Lodia
addresses
and
Thelma as a
75
representative of humanity.
right on the
He
other side
invokes
of
the
the
name
tree.
of the god beyond the veil and
In front of
demands a
us.
vow that the demon lord will see her land and serve as a subject.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Karna and Cecilia watch closely as the ceremony continues, and massive heart-shaped sigil manifests, radiating powerful magic above the
We need to do this soon.
Cecil declares
Not
the
to-
pact sealed by her name
I
and
know,
personally
get rid of
recognizes
these
Thelma
so
as
we
a
can
demon
switch.
general of humankind. She
And I'm
addresses
gonna
the
try to
crowd,
import
stating that
without
many may
outgrowing
question her
her.
dream of human-demon
I'm trying to
coexistence,
find the
but
other.
that belief matters more than
Oh,
doubt.
I'm not worried about
Cecilia
them.
proclaims that
'Cause I'm
judgment
going out
is
of
not
here to
based
the
on
right.
race,
They're the
but on
opposite
the
way.
worth of each heart. She explains that humanity is fighting
I'm
desperately
literally,
and
I'm
is
just
searching
gonna
for a new
dive
home.
off this cliff.
She states this
Land
belief
on
is
it.
the reason Calcazarn
My
was
plan.
pacified. She recalls that Calcazarn was once a wasteland fit only for goblins and ogres, but is now healing under the Earth
Because I
Goddess's
think if
blessing.
it comes out of the
Thelma
ground
promises
right
that
as I'm
humans will
falling
settle
and
the
I hit
land,
it, I
build
won't
a
take any
nation,
fall damage.
and one day challenge the demon lord's domain.
Alright, switch.
Cecil adds that to satisfy the demons, humanity must
It
let
may
their
be a
magic
terrible
test
plan,
them as well.
but we'll see.
She affirms this calmly,
Alright, so what am
confirming
I
the condition
taking care
without
of down
hesitation.
here?
Cecil warns that demons of pride must grow stronger still, even to
Well, see, when
surpass
this thing
humanity.
comes out of the
She
ground
defines this
and chases
balance
me,
clearly as coexistence,
it's going to want to
vowing that they
aggro
will
to everything
protect,
in the pack.
fight, and continue
So if
evolving
there's
together.
any dinos
Karna and Cecil
whatsoever
clasp hands as
between
magical energy
here and
surges
the way we
between
need to
them.
go, it's
Cecil
going to try to
announces
attack
that
them
thanks to
instead
the
of me.
demon feast's triumph, 2 new seals
I need to
Pokemon
keep it
Community
aggro
Game
all
a
the time.
wild
She
tadpole
formally
appears
declares
catch
the
it
title as the
using
demon lord
Poke
of the
Catch.
Four Crowns.
Winners revealed in 90s.
As the sigil on
Hopefully,
the altar
this
shines
Pasola
bright.
has enough
Far
health
away,
that
the
I can
demon
just
lord's fortress of rejection looms in silence.
Change
On
it.
the
I
battlefield,
already
a
jumped.
warrior is struck and cries out as monsters close in. The fighter realizes a shot, but even the monsters on the upper floors are absurdly strong. His spiked weapon crashes down as combat intensifies. The blazing slash
Take it.
cuts through the
What was
air,
it?
splitting the battlefield. Warren, the great warrior from the former hero's party, counters with iron knuckle steel fist, charging head-on. Another attack detonates as flame palm blazing impact erupts. Suddenly, Cress is finally freed and returns to the battlefield. From a distance, the adventurers recognize their saviors, calling them the members of the former hero's party, humanity's strongest. Cress looks at them and tells
How
them
much
to lead
damage
the
did
rest
you
to the
take off
fray.
this
In
cliff?
a flashback in the dark chamber,
No,
Cress asks if this was truly a deal. Sloth confirmed the terms, offering to restore the Ruby Bearer and release the Seal of Ruin in exchange for him facing the Demon Lord of
It's
Wrath.
alright.
Cress admitted the offer was not bad, but hinted there was more he can do. When asked how he knew this, Cress recalled the day it happened. He revealed he was the one who implanted the hero's revelation into Karna and no one else. Sloth admitted plainly that it was him. Cress demanded to know what he was trying to do. Sloth explained that divine revelations existed to help one surpass their limits. She forced Cress to choose, asking if he would end here bound by the seal of Ruin
Pokemon
or
Community
stay
Game
with
Tadpole
Cress
escaped.
declared that
No
his
one
choice was
caught it.
clear and vowed to be a hero until his final breath. Sloth stated that the contract was now complete as the seal burned into his hand. Presently, Cress commends his comrades and apologizes for dragging retired men back into the fray. Morgan tells Cress it's nonsense since they are comrades. Warren calls him out for leaving without telling his teammates as he supports Morgan's state. Cress looks ahead calmly as he feels thankful for his comrades. Cress hands over a relic to the adventurers, saying it is the labyrinth key that will return the entire party to base. The group reacts in shock as the girl realizes how priceless the item is. Cress assures them they have the spares they need and tells them not to worry. He adds one final condition before parting ways.
Oh,
He turns
damn, that
serious
is
and
hard.
reminds them to protect humanity's future.
Where am I
Cress urges
going?
them to build a new age-free
I don't
future
know.
of endless conflict.
There's
The
too
key
much
is placed
stuff.
in her hands as he tells her to decide the path herself. Cress kneels and declares this choice will lead to a radiant future. The group answers in unison, fully accepting the responsibility.
I'm not wanting to go
They
left.
charge forward as the battle resumes. Morgan silently confronts Cress for lying after giving away a rare artifact. Cress Cress calmly confirms it and admits he has been ready for this moment.
No, we gotta turn around.
He stands and signals that there is no turning back now. The book is released, entrusting the future to humanity as they walk on in hope. With resolve set, they declare they still have one duty left. Former Heroes Party surges ahead as the conquest of the Dungeon of Wrath begins. Former Heroes Party charges straight into the battlefield as explosions erupt ahead. Spotting an opening, Warren shouts that he has a plan. He slams forward with a knuckle strike, detonating the enemy line head-on. Enemies are knocked back, and Warren praises his toughness after so many years. He shows his technique confidently to show off. A sudden burst of power erupts as Morgan unleashes a heavy strike. Meanwhile, Cress surges forward, activating heroic revelation as he follows Warren. He unleashes double break, cutting down a whole line of charging foes in one sweep. He clicks his tongue in frustration after seeing the enemies move despite being decapitated. The group braces themselves that even more enemies are still coming. Blades clash as Cress tells them not to falter under pressure. Flames explode across the field as he shouts for them to keep moving. Thinking about Karna, Cress apologizes quietly as he prepares to act. A memory slate activates, promising that all gathered information will reach him. Cress warns that the revelation will only be completed after his death. In a flashback, Sloth revealed that the battle's end would finalize the divine will. He calmly addressed Cress, challenging him to show how he chose to live. Presently, Cress raises his sword and vows that he will not die in vain. Golden light surges as he swears to engrave his way of life here. He activates the army revelation, flooding the battlefield with radiant power. Cress raises his blade higher as lightning-like energy gathers around him until his sword breaks. With no hesitation, he leads the charge forward. His companions watch as the demon god of wrath finally reveals herself. The ground splits after she lands her massive sword on the ground. At last, the demon king of wrath stands before them. Cress locks eyes with her and declares he has waited for this day. Without hesitation, she charges forward with murderous intent. Warren dodges her attack and prepares to counterattack with his fist. His disbelief displays by her immense strength. Warren roars and unleashes a knuckle impact barrier. Wrath raises her shield to block the assault as sparks scatter violently. She swings his shield aside, smashing Warren with her massive sword, ending the hero's fate. Without hesitation, Morgan strikes from Wrath's back, but flames engulf the hero as another devastating blow lands. The hero is blasted away, tumbling through fire and debris. Cress pulls himself upright and charges forward as his other comrade meets his end as well. A crimson sigil pulses as Cress declares trust in the next generation, hoping for humanity and demons together in harmony. Cress raises his sword and names the world he fights for. He activates heroic revelation again as he cries out for the future. His double brave skill erupts as he swings with everything in his life. A violent flash of crimson and gold fills the battlefield. A barrier shatters under the overwhelming impact. Wrath's shield cracks from the impact as the final explosion sends Cress's body flying through the air. He exhales slowly, asking the goddess to rest assured, promising that his comrades will come to save her. Her grip tightens as she delivers the final blow, while Cress's body is hurled upward. With his eyes closed, Cress asks them to be patient just a little longer. In his final moments, a vision of himself meeting his wife in the flower field displays. He stands quietly, framed in soft light, his armor now calm and still. He wonders to himself if he was able to remain a hero until the very end. Her wife's gentle voice answers him with a simple yes. Her hand rests over his own, assuring him that he did enough. She smiles warmly and welcomes him home. He looks forward, eyes steady as petals fall across his chest. Light washes over him as his figure begins to fade. Hand in hand, they walk through a field of flowers as he finally says he is home. So they should at least...
There's so much stuff.
Karna must defeat the legendary Death Dragon and bring back its eye as proof of success. It's a difficult quest for sure, especially given the size of the beast compared to a human. The huge talons tore into the ground. Means that any life on Earth daring to challenge her will face judgment as the monster charges forward. Gaia calls out to Karna and asks him...
Gotta go pay.
Oh shit.
But Envy furiously replies that it's besides the point. The Demon Lords declare her pride, insisting strength should come from one's own might alone. They move together, combining their techniques. Necromancy and assassination merge into a single strike. Karna releases his ultimate technique in a blinding explosion.
I got my
Karna
butt
and
kicked
Esha
back
hit
there
the god
by
of wrath
everything.
from both sides, landing the finishing blow.
Well, I did not have... my plan was to lead the way and eat everything.
Meanwhile, Esha flashes demands Freud back. Fury releases a surge of dark power in response. Meanwhile, former hero's
I
party
tried to
charges
get
straight
in
into the
front, and I
battlefield
got
as
stuck in
heroic
all
revelation
that.
again as he cries
I
out
was
for
I
getting
took
protection.
some
stuck the
His
damage,
whole
double
too.
brave skill
I was getting
her
stuck
wife's
the
gentle
whole
voice
way,
answers him with a simple
man.
yes.
It was
Her hand rests
shit.
over his own, assuring him that he did enough. She
Alright,
smiles
Ah,
gratefully,
goddamn
welcomes
cat.
him home. He looks forward, eyes steady as
It was a
petals
nice
fall
trail
across
with
his
death
chest.
like that.
Light washes over him as his figure begins to fade. Hand in hand, they walk
But
through
now
a
you
field
gotta
of
get the
flowers
crap.
as he finally says he is home. Inside the
Yeah,
grand
we
cathedral,
won.
Sloth declares that
Everything was
Cress's
ravaged.
divine revelation is
Amazing,
now
so
complete.
creative.
The seal expands and pulses with violent, unstable energy.
It
Multiple
was a
red seals
163.
erupt around the arena, stacking their power as Sloth is delighted to
I'm
do
not
so.
settling for
Pride
anything
realizes
under
the seal
270.
draws power meant for the gods themselves. She struggles as the seal locks onto her body and restrains her movements until it
We
bores
already
into her
got a
chest.
pretty
She
one that's a
screams.
good level. We need a
Sloth
more.
releases a surge of dark power in response. Meanwhile, at Cecilia's castle, the tablet
Yeah,
of
you're
commands
good.
finally arrives.
Put it
Arnie
right
receives the
there,
tablet as light
probably.
gathers around him. His eyes widen as he learns about what
getting
happened
out
to
of here is
Cress.
pretty easy.
Karna collapses to his knees, his tears falling into the table as he utters Cress's name. Karna breaks down as Cecilia
Okay,
tries to comfort him. He admits his regret over failing to help Cress, but Cecilia reassures him that their bond remains until the end. Gaia's image displays, reminding them of Cress's will. Karna reflects on the shield and Helmhaker's destroyed, while Isha questions whether the Ring of Life can be used to bring him back.
Hey,
Karna
at least you
recalls
got the
Cress's final
spyglass. We don't have to do
instruction
this
regarding
with
the
that.
tablet. He resolves to honor his friend's last wish, agreeing not to let his sacrifice be wasted. Karna steels himself and declares his resolve to continue
Yeah,
the fight
because you
against
have to be
Ren,
able to see its
while
health.
Cecilia and Esha express their
Okay,
The
well,
Legion
you
soldier
see the
suddenly
health
rushes to deliver the news, revealing that
Okay,
the John
did I?
party finally arrives at the Eternal Coffin. Standing before the final dungeon, Cecil is pleased that they managed to reach the point. Karna lifts his demonic helm and equips it as urgency hangs in the air, urging everyone to move forward immediately without wasting time. At the Eternal Coffin,
Isn't that what
the
it's
dragon
supposed to be?
blasts a powerful fire breath, prompting the party to advance while debris rains down around them. Altair shouts in alarm as they realize their attacks are not working. Danette
Do you
finds
want
the
to put
danger
a trap
worsening
right
when the
next
boss
to
shows no sign of falling. Vega yells at the others to stop hesitating and keep moving. He charges forward, resolved to overcome the trial. He is determined to blast through with his good old spirit. Dark,
You could have just did
skull-shaped
it
energy
without the
surges
trial.
outward with violent force. The attack crashes into the enemy in a
Yeah, but
powerful
we also
collision.
got other
The dragon
people
staggers
waiting
back from the overwhelming blow.
It's
The
gonna
party
Okay,
cheers as
fine.
they
I
finally
know
break
you
through
want
the
to let
entrance.
everybody
A
get.
massive door appears ahead, marking the mid-level boss chamber. Without slowing down, the group bursts into their next area. Envy and Gluttony watch them calmly from above, awaiting their approach. The former demon lords mock them for making it this far. An explosion suddenly
what is
rips
that?
through the Orkfield camp in an instant. Two red sigils activate
That.
beyond the spreading
Quit
flames.
scratching that,
Red
you
spins
stupid
around the
idiot.
field, searching for Karna.
Ah.
Declares her intent to kill as the battle intensifies. A glowing red sigil ignites on her forehead,
They get attacked by
signaling the
ravagers.
awakening of her newfound power. Envy laughs loudly, declaring it a rare honor for mortals to stand in her divine presence.
That was
Gluttony
funny,
excitedly
Kaito.
chants about food, clearly thrilled by the situation. The boys react like fans, except for Altair, who is immune to the former demon lord's beauty. Suddenly, the group recognizes the twin demon lords from the guild's wanted board and questions why they are here. Envy proudly announces that she and Gluttony have ascended to a higher stage. However, Gluttony admits that she surrendered because Karna was overwhelmingly strong, triggering Envy to choke her for embarrassing them. She tries to redeem herself and dismisses the demon lord title as pitiful and beneath her. A brilliant dragon-shaped emblem forms, radiating intense glowing light. Envy reveals her new revelation granted by the Genesis dragon, summoning the Dragon King value ship, while the party braces themselves. They stare in awe, realizing the summoned creature is an enormous dragon. Envy commands everyone to witness her true power as energy surges violently. A massive multicolored dragon cannon blasts fire straight toward the party. The attack slams into the ground, sending shockwaves and debris flying.
Hey, so the
Altair is
other
shocked by
question
the
is,
sheer strength of the attack. Envy laughs
did you make a place to
savoring
hatch
the
this
strength
thing yet?
of music to her ears. Gluttony moves forward through the chaos as the battlefield crumbles. The divine omen rises from the earth itself, forming a glowing tree of light. Gluttony observes the party
It's
closely,
got to be made out of metal.
intrigued by their strong magic. Gluttony struggles to restrain her power as blue flames erupt uncontrollably. A massive wave of blue energy crashes
How much damage
called
stone?
the World Eater. The party is thrown back violently, barely maintaining their footing. Altair questions whether victory is even possible as they retreat.
The only reason
Vega
this trap
urges
works in
Altair to
stone is
escape
because
while there is still
you're supposed to
time.
have the Reaper
However,
aggro to you,
Altair
not the trap.
refuses,
But we'll need a metal box to have
Altair
some.
vows never to give up, swearing to grow stronger no matter what. She leaps upward, shouting for herself to wake up and soar higher. The glowing artifact shatters into fragments immediately. A blinding white space opens as Altair questions where she has arrived. Altair falls gently through the sky, remarking that the place feels strangely peaceful. Altair awakens suddenly, calling out in confusion and panic. She sits up in a grassy field, wondering what happened to everyone else. A voice explains she is in the netherworld, where lost souls drift. Altair insists she is fine and completely okay despite the situation. A smiling girl approaches Altair, asking if she understands. Altair notices the girl looks exactly like herself and reacts in shock. The girl introduces herself as the ancestor of all girls. Altair recalls her mother comforting her with makeup, explaining the power's origin. The ancestor explains that Spirit gave her courage to fight proudly, and she has been waiting for this very moment. She announces she is now granting that power onward. Altair's eyes widen as a divine revelation activates within her. A heart-shaped sigil forms.
I don't want to
glowing
pot up the
intensely.
Megalord because
Altair transforms,
a lot of
surrounded by radiant pink energy and confidence. The crowd stares in disbelief as the overwhelming glow fills the room after Altair's revelation awakens. She descends gracefully, fully awakened and empowered. A massive pink barrier forms as Altair confronts enemy directly. Vega and Deneb surge forward, empowered by her presence. They shout in unison as their power synchronizes and rises sharply. The group charges together, committing fully to the counterattack. Envy screams in fury as the battle reaches a decisive escalation. A decisive clash erupts as the parties attack against
Well, to get this thing in the trap, I'm gonna not be using this.
Envy is sent crashing down the hall as the party stands their ground below. Vega celebrates as he realizes all 5 great dungeons have finally been cleared. Deneb urges the group to move on, declaring that the Demon Lord's castle is all that remains. Karna appears from above, revealing that the heroes have been awaited as harbingers of the apocalypse. The party freezes as they recognize a familiar voice calling out to them. Karna steps forward and speaks calmly, saying it has been a long time since they last met. He reveals himself at last, drawing shocked reactions as the party calls
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Grubbin appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Karna looks calm and composed, revealing that he was not the only one to see them. A portal opens as Cecilia and Esha
Kaito Destiny _ Omitsu _ Kainyu. Welcome to my channel.
Omitsu, hello, welcome.
Admitting she deceived them the entire time. Alsha
Hope you're
stands
doing
beside
well.
her,
Here's a
Kaito
shout out for
Destiny,
you.
so too Omitsu _ Kainyu. At Kaito Destiny _ Omitsu _ Kainyu. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements look it's Omitsu _ Kainyu. They were playing Ark, Survival Ascended. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support.
There's the cute
Omitsu
bear
_
VTuber,
Kainyu
everyone.
at URL.
間違えでしたぷーちゃんが好きなのはラムネですよろしくお願いします
Konnichiwa, Omitsu. Kaiwa Desuka. I have no idea if I even said that right. Oh, but I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming on by to hang out for a bit. I'm currently on the Aberration map here with my friends on their server for
Pokemon Community Game Grubbin escaped. No one caught
Death
it.
Valley for Dragon Souls. Let's see. Finish this. Oh. There's the paper dragon. I got Roombas walking in my base area.
What?
Trilobites, aka the Roomba. Let's see. I got 6 left.
Okay,
Okay.
Just checking. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, cool. I got it working.
Okay, so do I just walk it into this or what?
It's supposed to be able to. You're supposed to be able to lead Drake through. He was on a rock, Drake walked. The stairs stopped right here, and it was supposed to be up.
Okay, so I just need to walk it in.
Yeah.
Alright. Time to do something stupid.
Captain Fat Dog's over me, not built guys.
Let's pick a fight with a Reaper on a moose. That sounds like a good plan, right?
Perfect.
Oh no! Hold on. I have an issue.
Alright.
Stupid Christmas event.
Place these structures down, fix up my base.
I'm signing on to Astrios, and I should be over to Tab shortly.
Alright, we just got crap built.
I'm killing monkeys, hold on. Any more Santa helper things that are gonna be in the way?
I don't see anything.
I know that thing.
Let's see if I can get,
Yeah. I think we still do.
I need to fix my hazmat hat.
Oh crap, no, that's bad, that's bad. That's bad.
What?
I'll do it! Oh, you bastard. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to find the Reaper. It's like... Who's on the death notice?
Mikey.
Good, find that Reaper for me. Because I keep running into everything but the Reaper.
To your left.
Hey, that's a baby megalith. Okay, for me, it's showing it off the cliff. Yeah, like it went over the edge. Is it down there or is it up here? Oh, what the hell? Stupid snake. Yeah, it's on the ledge.
Shit.
It fell down, didn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so...
Alright, let me grab this. I can...
Might have to get the controller to get that thing back up here again.
Cycle, pick up.
There's a lot of things that will wreck.
Excuse me.
I got meow meows at my feet again.
Come on, big bitch. Yep, yep. Come to me. Let's go for a swim.
Okay, I'll wait up here and get it up here all the way.
Okay, gates.
I got your attention now.
Oh, this absorbent fucking glitch is still pissing me off.
About to bow. Run again. Hey, dumbass. Where?
Okay, put the gate down right here. And I can figure out.
Run!
Ouchie. Don't you do it.
There you go. Dig up inside the trap, why don't you?
No, it's not. Are you sure the stairs are supposed to be there?
That's what he had on it. There's a fucking Cosmo.
Okay. This.
Come on, Reaper. Yeah, there you go. Come over here. Yeah, come on.
Hello?
Hello? Hi, Luna.
Hi.
Welcome to the madness.
A little bit
I'm
farther.
playing
No, not that way.
Terraria with
Once
the
you do it.
Pokemon mod.
Ah, how's that going?
Gonna have to get down
Pretty
this
good.
way, and then we'll turn her around and bring her back straight through.
They're trying to tame some Reapers.
Ouchie.
And trying not to die in the process.
I mean, it works well when you can run straight under it.
Alright.
Buried.
Wait. Get stuck in it.
Nope, it went over. Okay. You chase it? Come on. Need you to aggro to me. There you go, come on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, walk this way. You're fine. I'm gonna go walk right in here. Would you really just pop up on the other side? Why are you... It's avoiding it.
Okay.
I just popped in to say hi, but I am going to go back to the other account I was in.
Well, it's all good. Glad you could come say hi and hang out for a bit. Also, cute profile picture.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Maybe you think I need to switch to ramp?
Oh, crap. Hey! Hey, you? Come this way. Come on. Get stuck. Come this way. No, no. Man. Alright. Let's try this. Come back this way. Come on. Where you aggro to over there?
Okay.
Yeah, come on. I need you to turn around. Come on. Ouch. Yep. this way. Yeah, come on. Oh, right here, right here. Oh, damn it.
Maybe make wider.
Oh, it fits. Just gotta line it up. Because what I need to do is I need to stand right here in between, and I need it to hit me.
As Cecil's advisor, and Karna as the
Because if
demon
it
general
swings
of lust.
at me, it'll get
The group
stuck.
reels as the truth sinks in that Cecil is the
But
demon
it
lord of
keeps
lust. Cecil
avoiding the
explains
trap
that the
and going
5 great
around.
dungeons were created to strengthen humanity and create new heroes. Celia declares that those who conquered all the dungeons have now been chosen as heroes. She asks for their
It's not
strength
stuck,
to help
it's on the
bring
wrong
peace
side.
between humans and demons. Vega and Deneb pause for a moment until they declare that they do not care about demons or titles and will protect his comrades first. Altair agrees, refusing to
It's
stand
gonna be
by while
nice
her
when I
friends
get
are
to
in
hit you
danger.
back.
Esha dismisses the group as kind-hearted but inexperienced. Cecil
Kofi
observes them
Streambot
closely.
visit Kaito
Moved by
Destiny's
their good nature.
KO5 page
An
at
emergency alert
URL.
echoes through the hall,
Hey, how you
interrupting the
doing? You
moment.
stuck now,
The alarm
asshole.
announces the appearance of the demon lord of pride. Cecil orders all units to deploy, fully expecting this outcome.
How did you...
Karna turns sharply, realizing where
crawled
the battle
under
is
you.
heading. Pride stands before the castle as she prepares to conquer them. Belf
It was
appears,
in it.
mocking Pride's plan to attack the main castle alone. Furious, Pride is filled with anger as she looks at Belf.
It went
Pride
right
whispers
out.
in anguish, calling out
I
for her
don't know
child.
what I did
She
wrong.
demands Froy back,
I had
fury
it in
burning in
there.
her eyes. A violent collision erupts as the two forces clash head-on. She unleashes a devastating
Hey, it's
surge
lined
of
up
power.
again.
The
See if
explosion
it does it
engulfs
again.
the
I don't
battlefield in
understand.
blinding light. Both sides are thrown
Pokemon
apart as
Community
shock
Game A
tears
Wild
through the
Tinke Tough
ground.
appears
Pride
catch it
Find out what
using
out the side.
Hope
demanding his
Catch.
identity.
Winners revealed in
Steps forward,
90s.
declaring himself the demon general of lust and blocking her path. Pride scoffs, claiming Belf stands no chance. He responds calmly, acknowledging her confidence. Belf declares he has no reason not to resist. He vows to protect Cecil, even if it costs him his life. Pride releases a powerful flame technique, engulfing the area as he calls for her child's name. Belf tries to dodge her attacks, but he is driven back by the impact. Pride notices something wrong with Belf's state of mind, triggering her to hesitate as she unleashes a massive inferno. Pride releases her powerful strike, while Belf sits on the ground helpless. Suddenly, a pair of hands reach forward to block Pride's attack. Cecil intervenes, unleashing her power to stop the strike. Pride freezes in shock as she recognizes Cecil.
A
He
megalo
stands
could be a
between them,
problem, though.
shielding Belf from further harm. He calls out to Cecil, stunned by her sudden appearance. She praises Belf's efforts as the battlefield falls silent. Cecil steps forward calmly and tells him to leave the rest to her.
Okay,
Belf
I might
is
have
shown
issues.
recovering on the ground as the battle
Is it
momentarily
in?
pauses. The others
No,
gather
it's not.
together, bracing themselves as
man.
pressure fills the air. Hovering in the stormy sky,
The
Cecil
megalo's gonna
warns
be a
Pride that
problem.
she is losing control. The demon lord reacts sharply, visibly irritated
You
as
done had
Cecil
it in?
continues to restrain the situation. Pride silences
Yes,
her,
but now there's a
unleashing
megalo
a
down
burst of
here.
power against
And
Cecilia. Karna rushes in and
I can be
strikes
picked
Pride
up by a
with the fall.
megalo.
Pokemon
Force
Community
colliding
Game
violently.
Tinke Tough
With his
escaped.
blade raised,
No one
Karna
caught it.
declares he will not let Pride escape this time, triggering her anger to raise after seeing her. Karna
A
charges
bat can be
forward,
picked too,
but
so
Pride
that's a
reaches out
problem.
with a fierce glare,
Come on, man.
power surging from her hand. A spiraling wave of fire erupts and rushes straight at him. Karna slides back while holding his ground, eyes locked on the attack. Pride watches
got
closely,
picked by the megalo.
momentarily gauging his response. Karna realizes her power comes from the curse placed on her by Sloth. Pride confirms it and stands tall, flames gathering again. He speaks up, trying to reason with her, insisting that the curse controls her from within. Pride rejects his claim and raises her voice that she is no one's puppet. Pride declares her resolve and lets her rage explode out of her. Flames roar higher as she commits everything into the attack. A massive inferno crashes down toward him. He steadies himself and prepares a counter. He lunges forward.
There you go, kitty cat.
Fire engulfs the space as her expression twists in shock. The explosion swallows everything, forcing her to scream. Smoke clears, revealing her wavering stance. He calmly questions the limits of her strength, but Karna admits his own weakness and regret. He begs her to stop, refusing to lose anyone else. She trembles, anger cracking.
Oh, what is
under
on the
his words.
ground?
She lashes out emotionally,
Oh
playing
no!
to her hatred and questions if he knows how it feels to lose a child. Karna reaches for the artifact at his side. A strange light begins to form as he makes a decision.
Saved your
Karna
blowtail.
activates the power, calling forth something unseen. Dark shapes burst out and surround the battlefield. Voices echo as painful memories surface around her. A shadow accuses her of an unforgivable act. Pride collapses as the heat and guilt overwhelm her. A small shadow calls out, leaving her frozen in place. More shadows rise from the ground,
upset you that I
closing
picked
in.
that up?
She sees
I
a
don't understand
familiar
what's
face
going
and
on right now.
falters. Karna explains these are the souls tied to her past actions. Pride is
I really
confronted
don't
with the
understand
truth
what's going
she
on.
tried to
Can you
deny.
see this?
Memories from
What is
long ago
this?
resurface, showing her confusion then. She recalls learning
Just
love and
accept it.
responsibility too late. The shadows question her choices without mercy. Tears fall as she finally breaks. Cecil steps forward, asking if she has changed, affirming that Pride learned to love. She acknowledges it but reminds her of the loss. Karna exposes the lies she clung to, but this only angers Pride. She accuses him that the cursed face was Karna, but he only looks at her with compassion. Suddenly, Sloth's cold smile flashes in Pride's head, prompting her to pause in silence. Sloth's sinister image takes over her, triggering her to struggle as the power restrains her. The glowing seal tightens, signaling something powerful. Dark energy twists upward as a massive shadow fully takes shape from Pride. The group recoils in shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. A giant eye opens at the center, radiating an oppressive presence. Everyone turns toward it as the air grows heavy and distorted. Cecil steps forward, recognizing the threat immediately. Nodin's voice echoes as he acknowledges Sloth's appearance after not seeing him for a long time. Esha realizes the truth and calls out its name in disbelief. Sloth finally reveals himself at last. The massive eye hovers in silence, its presence pressing down on everyone. The group advances cautiously, realizing they are dealing with Sloth. Erdal is revealed to be born from the same soul and blood as the prime deity of Sloth. Nodens and Vol explain that he is a spawn of an outer god they once fought. The memory ends with their defeat, showing how overwhelming he was. Vol confronts the floating eye directly, demanding its next move. Sloth slowly opens wider, gathering dark energy. Tendrils spread as he seizes Pride and lifts her into the air. Multiple crimson symbols ignite at once, reacting violently, prompting the group to realize several powers are resonating at the same time. The energy spirals out of control as she starts to self-destruct. The others panic, knowing the entire area could be erased. Karna steps forward without hesitation, until he urgently calls out to Thelma for help. A grand sanctuary manifests as she activates the Ring of Life. She begins her prayer, responding to his resolve. The spell reaches the bound soul and answers its suffering. A surge of light pours down, granting new life. A massive vortex forms and pulls the raging power inward. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out to Pride and calls her mother as the light surrounds her. Freud tells her to finally rest in peace. Pride reunites with her child. Tears fall as she smiles. She calls out his name, grateful to meet again. Freud moves to halt the self-destruction at last, prompting Pride to leave everything to him. She quietly thanks him, while he promises to save her no matter the cost. The frozen chant is released, sealing sorrow itself. Meanwhile, Esha flashes her blade as she prepares to strike, throwing her dagger with a decisive force. The weapon pierces through Sloth's core, while Karna rushes in close and draws power into his hand. Violet lightning surges as he unleashes everything upward. The attack tears through the darkness in a single strike. The faceless one is blasted away, its form collapsing. Meanwhile, Pride is sealed inside a massive block of ice, prompting Cecil to thank Freud for his help. He looks at her quietly, until he kneels before her and surrenders. Freud begs for Cecil's mercy and asks to heal his mother, who is unconscious inside the block of ice. Cecil offers compassion and promises no further punishment as Pride has already suffered enough, stunning Freud. Cecil then offers to remove the sealing mark and have Pride step down from her throne. She also promises to keep her safe and understands that Sloth is all behind the chaos. Meanwhile, Karna shares that he has seen the soul resonance structure and is certain that there's only one source, prompting Esha to conclude that it is no other than the demon Lord of Wrath. It's revealed that the Wrath Lord was once a seraph, and when his divine call merges with God's, the seal exists. A dangerous resonance is formed. If two powerful souls resonate again, their combined force will amplify uncontrollably and crush everything in its path. Lightning surges as the scale of Wrath's power becomes clear, enough to wipe out an entire continent and bring the world to its end. Hearing this, Cecil steels herself and declares that now is the time to challenge Wrath, pulling Karna forward as he agrees without hesitation. Just as they move out, a voice calls after them. stopping them in their tracks. The rest of the group steps forward, saying they heard everything and refuse to
Yeah,
stay
that's why I
behind,
wasn't using them
ready
for
to fight for the world and the people they care about. Cecil turns to them in quiet surprise. She gives a small and calm smile, turning to the group and reminds them that they were chosen by humanity, acknowledging them as the brave ones who stepped forward. Cecil and Altair clasp hands as light gathers around them, and she declares that they will fight together. Before they can move, a warning rings out as he shouts that trouble is coming, catching everyone's attention. A sudden projection of Thelma appears, and Karna reacts in shock as he sees her crying. She panics and reports that the ley line network is overloaded, draining mana directly from human lands. As the message continues, the gravity of the situation sinks in when it's revealed that the capitals are collapsing and every
It's
city
acting like a
is
boss
in critical
right
danger.
now.
A massive
It's
metric
aggro
ring
into the
forms above the
biggest
royal capital,
creature.
casting an ominous glow. Cultists gather beneath it as they chant toward heaven in unison. Sloth descends in their human form, declaring the time for salvation has arrived. The crowd is urged to offer their souls to the true God, proclaiming that justice demands the demon king's defeat. Countless floating eyes spread across the sky, surrounding the capital. The group rushes into the castle instantly given the urgent situation. Karna asks Thelma for an update while civilians suffer in the city. Reports show people collapsing as magic is drained from above the church. More monsters appear one after another across the city.
Okay, almost done with this, then I can switch.
The old gods realize the monsters will keep coming unless the source is destroyed. Cecil turns serious, silently weighing their next move. Karna meets her gaze, ready to follow her lead. She declares they must protect the country with everything they have. He steps forward and agrees without hesitation, slamming his blade on the ground. Light surges around him, preparing a ritual as he calls for the old god's true form. They gather around him, prompting the others to freeze in shock. Gaia suddenly descends from the ground to join the fight. Meanwhile, the group realizes enemies are swarming from beyond the mountains. Altair warns that they are closing in fast. With fury in Gaia's eyes, she condemns the invading beasts. She unleashes a devastating attack, refusing to let them enter her domain. The battlefield erupts as the old gods charge with all their might. Vol calls out to Karna as the fighting spreads, asking him to leave the human realm to the old gods and ask them to deal with the god of wrath instead. Nodens apologizes, admitting old grudges were passed down on humans, but Karna reassures him that it is already settled. Both humans and demons stand together at last. The old gods give them a reassuring look, while Karna reminds them this world belongs to everyone living in it. Thelma is instructed to defend from the ground with support from below. Karna leads the advance, while the group rides together toward the dungeon of the Demon King of Wrath. Far away, Wrath kneels in a ruined domain. She mutters her identity as rage and confusion clash within her. Voices echo in her mind, accusing humanity and traitors alike. She grips her head, unable to decide her true wish. A memory surfaces of Cress, whom she killed who once healed her soul. A massive magic circle ignites beneath her feet. Power spirals upward as the seal reacts violently. She looks up in shock, realizing her control is slipping. Tears fall as the pressure overwhelms her. The circle blazes brighter, signaling that something is about to break. A massive sword slams down from above, shattering the ground on impact as the shockwave spreads across the earth. As the light cascades down, Karna steels himself and vows to find and save the goddess of nights no matter what. Wrath freezes in shock as Karna calls upon her with conviction, shouting that he has come to save her, keeping the promise he refused to abandon. Wrath looks at him in shock, questioning whether he truly came to save her. She suddenly senses something familiar as old memories resurface. Wrath recognizes Karna as someone tied to a power once close to the gods. However, she raises her hand and declares her mission is to end humanity. Flames erupt as she calls down her wrath. Her crest ignites as she challenges them to withstand the attack. Wrath steps forward, fully armed, shield raised and sword ready. Esha reacts as her gear suddenly restores itself. Her blade slices through the air at high speed, causing a destructive strike that shatters the earth. The impact smashes into the ground, carving out a massive crater. She emerges unharmed, mocking the strength of the attack. Heavy pressure spreads as an empress-like presence descends. Wrath turns calmly while the atmosphere grows oppressive. The group realizes she was not even scratched. She notices her strike was avoided by Karna and senses teleportation magic. A glowing magic circle forms as he teleports above her. Wrath watches him closely, her expression steady. Karna responds by gathering his power and charging forward. Their weapons collide in a violent clash of energy. She counters immediately, sending him flying backward. The group regroups and rushes her together. Wrath declares that no trick will ever work on her. prompting her to question why they continue to fight at all.
Alright, we're gonna
Karna
get it
thinks
down
about
here.
protecting the world as it is now. Karna and his allies stand united,
Yeah,
facing
I'm
their
gonna have
fate.
to. I'm gonna run back
Punches
this
his
way because I
resolve,
gotta put this thing
knowing their
away.
hopes depend on his choice. He surges forward, declaring this is why he fights. Wrath acknowledges his resolve without concern, unleashing her full power to crush him. A demonic sword manifests as dark magic erupts. The blade expands into a massive force that pulls everything inward. The others panic as the suction intensifies. They realize the sword drains all magic in its
We have more
vicinity.
building
She
stuff at the
announces
base.
this is the end for Karna, but Esha confidently declares that it is her end instead, claiming her weakness lies too close for sword or shield to block as told by Cress. A hidden stone is revealed, drawing a shocked reaction from the crowd of wrath. He realizes the source of her power. Mana floods her body as she roars. Cecil activates her spell at once as the counterattack begins, while Vega and Dennet leap in, releasing powerful magic together. Wrath receives a critical strike, while Vega tells Karna to deliver the finishing blow. Without hesitation, he invokes a power tied to ancient souls. His focus sharpens as his soul and the flash within him. Esha supports him, urging him forward. They move together, combining their techniques. Necromancy and assassination merge into a single strike. Karna releases his ultimate technique
Yeah, the moves to the
lightning
lake have
explosion.
so
Karna and Esha hit the
it
god of
needs
wrath
to go
on
on a
both
ball.
sides, landing the finishing blow
Oh,
together.
so
The two watch closely while holding their
probably
stance
not the best
until
time
the
to
ring
retire
tightens and
here
begins to
before this.
activate. The light shines through the field as Wrath's weakened body falls into the ground. Cecil senses a violent stirring within her body and realizes the soul inside is collapsing fast.
It's the only one I
group reacts
have
in shock as the
currently
truth
that
sinks
can
in,
do a double
knowing there's
doorway.
almost no time left. They understand that this suffering has lasted for thousands of years, and this may be the only way to cleanse that cursed hatred. Altair admits it's heartbreaking to witness. Karna agrees with her, so he takes action immediately.
Give me a minute.
He raises his sword, and the core begins to glow brighter as energy gathers. He watches closely as the power condenses into a single form, hovering between them. Cecil and Karna hold the core together with care. Cecil closes her eyes and admits she can feel everything.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Copyraja appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The energy stabilizes as it flows into her, wrapping her in light. Wrath transforms into a tiny soul similar to the old gods, followed by a gentle symbol blooming that signals the end of the process. Cecil cradles Wrath as she fades, her expression soft and radiant. Her hands clasp together as the last traces disperse into the sky. The group looks upward as Cecil declares that her soul has finally returned. She adds that the spirit can now breathe as one, if only until her final breath. Karna thanks her sincerely, believing the night's goddess is finally free. Cecil refuses praise, brushing it aside calmly. They exchange grateful words, acknowledging they couldn't have made it this far alone. However, Esha cuts the moment short, reminding them this isn't the time for sentiment. With urgency, she orders everyone to move, warning that the capital awaits. As they step forward, she notes that an enemy still remains, pertaining to Sloth. The group advances together as they approach another danger. Meanwhile, explosions erupt in the distance as a dungeon collapses under the god's overwhelming power. Vol observes that Karna and the others manage to stop the chaos in time. Gaia's thoughts pause briefly as she gives quiet thanks for saving Sval. A roar interrupts the moment as Sloth urges them onward without hesitation. Gaia launches forward, declaring she won't allow Sloth to continue. Her strike crashes down with immense force, tearing through the battlefield. Sloth
Pokemon Community Game Copyraja escaped. No one caught it.
The ground shatters under repeated impacts as the attack lands. From above, they regroup and shout for everyone to head to the capital immediately. Storm clouds loom over the capital, its towers already scarred and crumbling. The group arrives to see widespread destruction across the streets. Shock spreads as they realize the scale of power involved is far beyond normal. Karna clenches his teeth, questioning how anyone could act with such cruelty. Cecil warns him that their enemy is likely already aware of their arrival. Cecil warns them to stay alert from traps, until a dark presence swells nearby, twisting the air with malicious energy. Karna calls out to her, and she responds without hesitation. He blocks the strike with his sword, but the dark energy devours Karna instantly. Cecil shouts his name as the darkness condenses into a massive void above them. The group stares up in alarm as the swirling core expands, signaling the true battle is about to begin. A massive black vortex churns above, stunning the group after devouring Karna. Esha and Vega instantly charge forward, striking powerful attacks as they attempt to save Karna. Seeing Karna lying on the ground, Cecil screams in terror. She rushes to his side in panic as he gasps, realizing his soul itself is being attacked. They recognize the spell as the same necromancy Karna uses, confirming that it is Sloth's doing. Cecil realizes he can't maintain his form much longer under this attack. Turning urgently, she asks Isha for help and says she needs her power. Cecil suddenly recalls how Karna has saved her countless times. Karna struggles from pain, while Cecil steels herself and declares that this time she will save Karna. Meanwhile, Karna awakens somewhere unfamiliar. He sits up in confusion, asking where he is as he tries to walk around. He wanders through the capital streets in a daze, questioning whether everything was a dream. Memories resurface as he recalls being banished from the hero's party and left alone. He remembers having nothing, no one, feeling cold before losing consciousness. As he walks, hunger and thirst overwhelm him, and his body feels wrong. He suddenly stumbles, prompting the strangers to snap at him angrily and tell him to watch where he's going. Karna looks up, startled, as colorful confetti begins to fall around the city. He turns to see a crowd cheering loudly near the castle. Banners fly as an announcement declares the demon lord of lust has been defeated. Norris and the others stand proudly as the crowd celebrates humanity's victory. Karna freezes in shock after hearing about Cecil's defeat, finding the news impossible. He recalls her and notes that he has to defeat her, until darkness takes over his mind as he questions his consciousness. Karna suddenly pauses as his memories of Cecil flashes in his mind. Suddenly, Sloth's spirit appears in his mind and tells Karna that everything was just a dream, convincing him that no one loves and knows him. Sloth's shadow looms closer, declaring that he is empty and unnecessary. He circles him slowly, repeating that he has no value. Karna clutches his head as accusations pile up around him. He is in shock as he reminds himself about wanting to give his grandparents a better life. Sloth mocks him, saying he used others as an excuse. The darkness claims he has no desires and is only pretending to matter. A violent surge of red energy erupts as Karna screams in denial. The voice roars that he is worthless and unworthy of reaching true good. A blinding force hurls Karna backward as the command echoes to be reborn. His body is flung into a vast purple void as everything goes silent. Karna drifts helplessly in the darkness, barely conscious. A distant voice calls his name as a radiant light appears below him. He looks down and sees a glowing figure reaching upward, surprised after seeing Cecil's ghost. Their hands move toward each other as Cecil manages to reach out to Karna inside a night.
Oh shit, I
Cecil calls
built
out to
the
Karna,
wrong ones,
prompting him to
god
stare
damn
at
it.
her in disbelief as he realizes she is alive. She confirms this is his dream and explains she entered it by briefly leaving her body. Even so, she warns that the connection will not last long. She senses that the dream cannot be broken by magic alone, revealing that the seal can only be shattered by his own will and not by outside force. Karna hesitates, questioning if he can truly do something like that. He shields his eyes as doubt overwhelms him, calling himself ordinary. He admits he has no grand dreams or selfish desires. He reflects on drifting through life, always doing what others expected. He calls himself pathetic and unworthy of standing beside her. She listens closely and questions whether living for others is truly wrong, affirming that relying on someone blindly is not good. Cecil tells him that helping others is not weakness, but part of being human. She insists that no one is inferior for lacking a personal dream. She asks him if he has a wish, to which Karna replies that he desires the feeling of wanting to cherish and make his loved ones happy. Cecil smiles and calls his wish beautiful. She promises she will be waiting for him. As Karna watches her ghost fade, the dream begins to collapse as Sloths interrupt.
It was
He mocks
underneath
him,
the Reaper.
declaring his time is up and that escape is impossible. Karna steadies himself and decides
If it had some in its inventory, the bag is still down there in the
wants to
trap.
live in a false world. He clenches his fist and shouts that he will fight for his people and friends. Power surges as he resolves to stand for them in return. The dream shatters as Karna awakens in the real world. His companions rush to him in relief, confirming he is unharmed. He smiles calmly and assures them that he is completely fine. Esha interrupts him, reminding that even though he is strong, he should not forget that they will always stand by his side. Karna thanks them sincerely. He turns as Cecil calls his name and suddenly embraces him. She welcomes him back without hesitation. He apologizes for worrying everyone as the group gathers around him. Suddenly, an urgent report from the succubus unit cuts the moment short as monsters attack and reinforcements are requested. Without hesitation, the group decides to help and move out together. Morale rises as they trust each other completely. Suddenly, Karna remembers the time when he was kicked out of the hero's party, realizing he is no longer alone and now surrounded by true comrades. Karna steps forward
So if I
and
do a
tells
last
everyone to
remote
move with
location,
Cecil
I
and
should be
Esha,
at the trap.
saying he will handle the rest. When they ask about him, He explains he only borrowed some power from the old gods and will return soon to settle things. He turns to Cecil and Esha, calling their names calmly. The group watches as he reassures them with a light tone. Karna reflects that everyone is precious to him and that he wants to protect them all. Thinking about the people who are evacuating and fighting, he declares that they are important too, so Karna decides to protect them without hesitation. Dark clouds gather as Karna walks alone through the ruined streets. He looks ahead calmly as Sloth mocks him for coming alone, calling his move bold and reckless. Karna stops before a towering structure, while Sloth reveals himself and smiles as he calls Karna by name. Karna recognizes him immediately, then Sloth raises his staff and calls for witnesses as something stirs. A massive creature covered in countless eyes descends, which Sloth calls the 100 Eyes of God. Karna grips his staff and steels himself, saying he stands here because someone precious is behind him. He declares he will never lose again. Power surges around Karna as divine energy erupts upward. Sloth launches himself straight toward Karna without hesitation. Suddenly, Nodens appears to join the clash, lightning crackling around him as he advances. He apologizes to Karna for keeping him waiting, urging him to close the distance as thunder crashes down. The battlefield fractures under the impact, but Sloth smirks as he is unscathed by the impact. His eyes glow as he activates the divine power, unleashing another rebirth-like surge while he maintains control from above. Surprised, Karna is in disbelief that his divine revelation has been copied, while Nodens admits he never intended to fight fair. Suddenly, Val charges with a fiery energy as she attacks without restraint. She warns Sloth that they will beat him to pace, but Sloth remains composed and watches through his floating eye. The eye lights up as Sloth clones Envy's power, using her absolute hierarchy skill as gravity pushes Val down. She strains under the pressure, her body growing heavy. Karna realizes the power belongs to the Demon Lord of Envy, while Sloth calmly explains that every revelation in Doommark system is under his control. Karna watches in disbelief as Sloth demonstrates overwhelming mastery. He questions where such terrifying power even comes from. While blocking attacks, Karna notices something unusual and realizes that Sloth is siphoning the planet's ley line energy and begins moving to counter it. Gaia suddenly takes over, declaring control of the ley line as her domain. The floating eyes scatter under the sudden shift. Sloth unleashes divine spirit, rebirth, and attacks directly. Karna charges forward as Gaia condemns Sloth for defiling the domain. Gaia also accuses Sloth of wounding her daughter as well, calling upon the judgment of the earth itself. She causes a massive collapse of terrain, but shock fills her face. Sloth responds by activating yet another rebirth. More eyes replicate around the battlefield.
Dragon, I know
Sloth
what
reveals replication
is
as
wrong,
the
though.
attack continues to multiply. The eye bites into
Gotta
Gaia's
make the
leg,
track break.
siphoning her magic and prompting her to
Aberrant
condemn the
Ovis is
insolent.
166.
Sloth smiles coldly, revealing that this exchange is far from over. The 100 Eyes of God swells with red energy
Followed
as
the
its presence
ASE video.
intensifies, signaling another escalation. Karna reacts in
It was
shock
the only
as
video
Sloth
you
reveals
had.
the doom seal of the Demon Lord of Greed. Sloth explains that the power of greed
To
has
fix
decayed
it
over
now.
countless ages, yet its true strength lies in seizing another's soul.
Alright, well,
Invoking
incoming.
the Earth Goddess's divine authority, the monstrous eye closes in and declares its intent to take everything in its target. Gaia watches calmly and recognizes the move as clever, until Karna suddenly dives down with his blade as the 100 Eyes of God rises beneath him. Karna shouts for Val urgently, and she answers with a blazing spell, unleashing a scorching wind.
I know, I'm coming
Flames wrap
back.
around him as he charges straight through the
Yeah,
air.
I need you to pick
Fire
up
gathers
all your
tightly in his
gates
palm,
put down there.
compressed and unstable.
What you're
until
missing
Karna
is
brings
the
down a
second
holy strike,
level.
cleaving through the flames. Sloth steadies himself as the attack devours him.
What do you
He
mean the
uses his
second
skill
level?
to clone the attack again.
Uh-oh,
Purple lightning
redo
crashes
it.
down as Nodens blasts his divine thunder, yet Sloth
Alright.
snarls back and mocks
I'm
the
over
old
here
god.
by the green
However,
key.
Nodens is confident that he will not be defeated by Sloth. The explosion tears through the ground, forcing Karna to brace himself as the shockwave spreads. Dust settles as Sloth resets his footing. Without wasting time, Nodens calls out to Karna, prompting him to hesitation. Blue lightning erupts as Karna raises his weapon, summoning Urtal behind
Sophie,
him.
quit.
Power swells as the dragon
Do I need
roars, revealing its connection to Karna's
anything
lineage
down there,
and
like
homeworld.
hazard
Sloth
stuff?
calmly explains the summoned being as a
not right
creation
now.
dragon, while noting that constant summoning
great.
only
I
leads
just
to
tried.
regeneration. Suddenly,
When it's time
a
to do
familiar voice
stuff,
declares
we'll
that she
get
will
you
stop
a
Sloth
shield.
from causing chaos. Floating before the moonlit sky, Tasha reaches for a glowing star and claims it as her focus.
So where
With
did I
cold
mess
resolve,
up? Did I not
she
go?
declares she will cut him off from this world's ley
You
line.
didn't put the second
Green
layer
beams
on.
descend as a huge spherical barrier forms, trapping Sloth inside. He realizes he can no longer rely on reincarnation as the opposing
But
forces
that's all
combine
he's
their
shouting.
powers. He concludes that their goal clearly
Kaito Destiny Pika Bowser, welcome to my channel.
Karna steadies himself.
At Kaito Destiny
Pika
Pika
Bowser,
Bowser,
hello,
welcome
welcome.
to my
He
channel.
shouts that he will protect this world,
You got
unleashing
that
a
all
condensed
right,
burst of purple lightning
but
from his blade,
the reason
triggering
it's not
Sloth
getting
to laugh
tracked is
nervously.
because they
The
changed
attack tears
Reapers for
forward in a
ASA.
straight line,
So,
cutting through space with
the way
blinding
you did the
force.
top up
The
here,
strike hits
you
Sloth
need to
with
do
precision,
that on this one.
sending violent ripples across its surface. Karna is thrown back by the recoil
It
as
should have
Sloth
2
suddenly
layers.
turns into a spirit form. Realizing he has been hit and calls for his master for help. Karna stares in shock, recognizing his familiar form.
Kaito Destiny, enjoy your time and relaxing lurking.
3 more,
revealing that Sloth is a contracted spirit
6
and
more of
demands
the
to know
triangle
who forged
cylinders,
such a
because
pact
we need to
with
put
him,
3
but
on
he
each
avoids
side,
answering. In the
where the
distance,
stairs are.
Vol and Tasha look
That's
on
what's
as the moment stretches
preventing it
toward
from
an
being
uncertain
trapped.
outcome. Suddenly, Sloth
That's why it
decides to
can
tell
walk,
Karna
it
one
crawls
thing.
right through.
He smiles darkly, wishing safety upon Karna's grandparents. Karna's
Kaito
expression
Destiny
hardens as
Lucifer
he
underscore Fallenster,
followed by scenes
welcome
of
to my
destruction
channel.
spreading across his grandparents'
At Kaito Destiny
Smoke
Lucifer
and fire
underscore
erupts as the
Fallenster,
walker lies
welcome to my
unconscious
channel.
on the ground, defeated
Okay, well,
in
I'm
an
gonna give
unexpected
you these,
outcome. On the ground below, the resemblance becomes impossible to ignore.
Wisebot
as
4
Karna's
viewers,
grandparents look
alarm
up in
clock
fear.
6 hours
High
4
above the
minutes and
towering structure,
58
a
seconds.
figure stands in silence. From behind a dark helmet, they are certain that their son, Gray, has suddenly appeared. At the top of the tower,
Yeah, I took the
Karna's
gates from the
grandparents
front
shout
of the
in
base.
panic as they question what
So
their
we
son
just
is doing. They confront Gray
need
for
6
abandoning
more.
Karna, but he ignores them with silence. With a powerful look from Gray, a spiritual energy distorts the space below that causes Karna's granddad to collapse and clutch his chest. Gray lowers his head as the grandparents struggle on the ground. Grandma looks up in disbelief, recognizing Gray. He gives his parents a cold gaze and reveals a third eye.
Oh no, Mikey!
Meanwhile, a massive green barrier encloses Karna in the city. Karna grabs Sloth tightly, demanding to know what will happen to his grandparents. Nodin steps forward and orders Sloth to state his demand.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
While Sloth mocks the gravity of the situation, triggering the gods to panic as it means it will release the seals on their true bodies.
I think it's
Nodin
gone.
explains that the world's balance was
Pokemon community game A Wild Meryl appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
the stakes, prompting him to request the release of his grandparents, since they have nothing to do with the situation. Suddenly, Sloth casually proposes a deal. Sloth demands freedom in exchange for Karna's grandparents.
Yeah, I think it disappeared when we left it.
Karna pauses and
because
clenches
nobody
his
stayed
fist
to watch it.
until he agrees on
Oh yeah, if no one's there within render, it despawns.
Yeah, it's gone.
Of the Sloth sigil.
We'll have to get a new
Karna
one.
orders Sloth to swear on his divine name to seal the pact. Sloth agrees with amusement and notices that Karna is used to striking deals with gods. A golden light erupts and the contract is finalized as he starts with undoing Pride's self-destruct curse. In the distance, the curse shatters as the seal begins to break. Pride crashes down, stunned and disoriented. She struggles to understand her identity as power gathers in her chest. Her eyes sharpen as she senses the returning divine presence. The goddess's soul begins to release as multiple demon souls merge into one. Koi declares his role in returning her life, prompting her to vow the goddess's soul will be restored. With a command, divine light surges and strikes downward as the last of the 7 great demon lords' seal has been released. A golden beam pierces the barrier, signaling the contract's completion. Sloth declares that Cecil now holds 2 souls before departing with a promise to meet again. He turns as lightning flashes, while Karna and Nodin's rush toward the former's grandparents.
Pokemon community game Meryl escaped. No one caught it.
I already made it. I broke the PC, gave me the
From
first
above,
time.
Sloth reunites with Gray and confirms the orders have been carried out as he watches the scene unfold.
Oh, there. That's what you were
Sloth
missing, Dragon.
casually
That's why I didn't
gestures
work.
as the scene shifts, until his form changes, and he lands lightly with a cheerful expression. He clings to Gray as golden light erupts from the great tomb, announcing that its seal has finally been broken. Explosive divine energy surges upward as the power of the outer gods have been awakened. Bathed in golden light, Sloth excitedly declares the awakening, and proclaims the arrival of those who serve their Lord, revealing the descent of the 3
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
Urkel snarls as a declaration is made, Genesis complete and Revelation X fully unfolded. Enormous chains stretch across the land as Gaia unleashes the Earth's dominion. She grips the chains tightly, shouting that she will back them up as the energy surges violently across the ground. The chains tighten around the splitting Earth, As Ertl warns Karna, they are only seconds away from total collapse. Gaia yells that even their might cannot hold this for long and urges them to repair the great tomb while they still can, urgently asking them to steady their forms. Karna answers without hesitation, agreeing as the light intensifies. Karna launches himself toward the summit, declaring they will storm it together. From a floating rock above, Gray observes calmly as Sloth notes that they intend to stop the collapse. He rests casually in Gray's arm,
Hey Mikey, while you're up
dismissing
there,
their
can you
efforts
pull
as
those
futile,
top walls?
before reacting when Gray's attention shifts.
Those
Carrying
doorways
a
on the
menacing
top, we
smile,
don't need the very
Karna
top
reaches the
ones.
peak and announces their arrival. He calls out for everyone to lend him their strength, declaring he will use necromancy to quell the roused souls. The old gods respond immediately, unleashing their full power without holding back. Odin narrows his eyes, vowing this is for the land itself. Vol declares her power is for Bastard's children, while Tasha swears to protect them all. 3 divine symbols rise and align as radiant energy gathers. Karna looks up and calls out to the gods above, channeling everything into the ritual. Karna forces the power to stabilize, insisting it must hold. A massive golden barrier forms as the great tomb is sealed once more. Tasha confirms the souls have returned to slumber. Below, Gaia admits all they can do now is barely hold it back. Ertl senses the end and asks if they are finished. Karna steps forward and declares he will summon one more.
But
He
this
reaches
is
out
the way
desperately,
I've always built
calling for Cecil as a glowing summoning circle forms above him. She answers without hesitation, pleased by being summoned by
because
Karna.
the second layer
Cecil calls
prevents
upon
it
the great
from
Bastet,
going
divine
up
progenitor.
like it did.
She declares that the 7 souls shall unite and rise again. Cecil manifests fully, radiant and composed, then gently invites Karna to come closer as she reaches for him. Cecil takes Karna's hands as soft light spreads outward. She reveals the blessing as the healing grace of Bastet. Below, Karna's grandparents regain their strength, with his grandfather realizing his chest feels light again as the danger finally passes. Ertl feels its strength surge once more as Gaia declares she will close the shell and shroud. She calls on Ertl to tend to the great tomb as the ground tears apart beneath her. The dragon gathers power and declares that the law of creation will be set right once more, forming a glowing core as a massive purple barrier expands outward. The great tomb slams down and settles into the earth, leaving behind a shattered crater. Vol confirms that the god's seals have been restored, and that there is peace.
It mirrors it.
Karna
So
rushes
if
through
you
the air
look
toward
at
his
it and they're
grandparents as they
equal
call out to him,
different.
while he lands and urgently tells them there is something they must address immediately. Karna's grandfather admits he wishes they could celebrate, but insists they need to talk first. He looks toward the floating figure in the sky and says it is hard to believe that man is Gray, yet there is no mistake. He reveals the truth at last, stating plainly that Gray is Karna's father, explaining it is because he is their son. Karna freezes in shock, staring up and calling out in disbelief.
Okay, biotoxin.
Good enough. Yeah, the bulldog lost its charge.
Oh, and where is my bulldog?
Oh, there's another one.
Let's see. Alright. Oh, that's right. I need to grab those. Dragon Mom, are you at your base?
He needs
A lot of people don't like this.
Alright, so Nick is in.
A lot of people will just give up.
911, what's your emergency?
Oh my. At least it's not a 10 out of 10.
9 out of 10. Average percentage. Oh, damn, that hurt, bro. That hurt me. Why would you do that? Oh, shit. My video just got a 10 out of 10 like this, man. It got 911, what's your emergency? There's a snake.
Oh.
Oh, shit, is he good?
Yeah. He's giving her the Woody.
911, what's your emergency?
Wow.
One job.
Wow.
Copy image URL.
When you put the link in there, you'll see the image appear if you did it correctly.
I didn't know. Anyway, this is.
Oh my god, I accidentally hit text to speech. Now the guy won't stop talking. He's just reading her fucking link. Actually, isn't there a hide button? Forever. Are you kidding me? If you click it twice. I'm not enjoying myself. If you click it twice, it stops. No, it just starts it over. I know. I made you do it again.
911, what is your emergency?
Should have seen that one coming. Yeah, they should have. Twice. They should have seen it coming. What? I got a 9 out of 10. That's my actual video, my short from today, and I get no win. I lost twice. It's still reading, even though that's not on the screen anymore.
I can come back later.
Sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
You can't handle them! I've never even seen that!
Insane!
You can't handle them! Okay. Oh! Holy boy! I gotta hide that one! Yes! You're damn right that's real. Yes, it's real. That's Beetlejuice. That's Beetlejuice giving her the juice.
And the Beatles.
Oh wow, and there's Pasta's one that doesn't work. Pasta. Copy. Copy image address.
I did. That's bad.
You can't handle the URL instructions. And then the last one is you can't handle the. So much Beetlejuice. Oh shit. Okay, that one's better. That one's way better. Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Yeah. I'll give you that one.
Oh, okay, good. You want the armrest again?
I'm sorry. It's a weakness for me. Like,
Oh my god, I should have known
sorry.
you were into Tiny Black Man. I would
Yeah,
have played it.
he's my favorite. He's my
Should've.
hero. He's my hero. God came to me in a dream last night just to call me. What the f is that? That is a black gay lesbian Jew. Richard Jew. That is the infinity. Is the infinity content of Judaism.
Love this.
Yeah, he would.
Okay. That's insane. That's insane. I don't know which is worse. Bro, I'm now realizing all these are targeted at Scotty. Yeah, no shit. I was just kind of doing whatever I found funny.
Yeah.
You gotta appeal to his judging.
Okay, everybody. Okay. Nice Jewish queer. Next up, fringe. That's definitely pasta.
No, no, you're not getting away, kitty cat. You came over here, you're getting cuddled.
Just real quick.
Oh, that's so good.
I forgot we have to target the cards are. So
Silly Ghost is like,
here we go.
All right. Do I have to read it again?
Yeah.
Blank brings all the boys to the yard.
Oh my god.
Oh, not Bonnie Blue.
Wow.
That was a little too fast. Very true.
Damn.
Oh, I was ready to laugh, not hurt.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Now she probably hurts.
Oh, no!
Hours later, in front of him is his party. Watching him as his strength drains, they all tell him that this is where they part with him. Luke is confused as to why they have attacked him and demands to know why. Alicia tells him with regret that it is because he is a monster for being the only S-rank warrior of their nation who can slaughter monsters with ease for his nation.
Guys,
However,
you know that
now that
Reaper
the monster
coin in
threat
the
is
bottom?
finally over, he is the only monster left. Ort adds that he will bring down the kingdom if they let him live much longer.
I didn't realize it, but
Luke
we got
screams
Ed.
that he will never do anything to endanger the kingdom. Alicia replies that this is only true now and that he might change his mind in the future. Ellie the mage gives her holy sword to Alicia. Luke looks on, shocked that they are really about to do this.
You are not doing this now, Oliver. You will lay there.
Snaps his finger, summoning magic chains.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Applin appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Mercy they can offer. The little fairy of the party smiles and laughs at the S-rank warrior situation. Luke talks to Ellie to convince her that she is making a mistake. The girl's guilt-ridden face shows that she is reluctant to slay him. Ort tells her that it is still her job to finish him. So the girl approaches Luke and readies to use her wand against him. The girl's body quivers and she starts to cry. Ort and Alicia see how difficult this is for her. So Alicia volunteers to take over for her. She approaches Luke with her.
Yeah, when I TP'd, I thought you were still down here.
I told you I was coming out to get her to be active.
I didn't think about it.
I'm sorry, I hear your voice first thing in the morning. Sing me to sleep at night. Are you my mom?
I'm sorry, Mika. I'm not. But I did know your mom.
Pokemon Community Game Applin escaped. No one caught it.
Diana Altares was so brave and fierce.
But you've been with me for as long as I can remember, guiding me.
In a way, you are like a daughter to me. We share memories, thoughts, and feelings. You and I are connected to the technology of the Arcs in such a special way.
Wait! You're Helena Walker, one of those heroes Dad told me about, from back on Earth.
I don't know that I was a hero. I just did what needed to be done.
Sounds exactly like what a hero would say. You saved the world.
And it took everything. But I know you have that same strength within you, Mika.
That strength. So, if you're in my head, do you know how I feel? Do you know what it's like to want someone back with you more than anything?
I do. I loved someone once. Very much.
What was her name?
See? You do know more than you think. To her friends, she was Mei Yin. But to those who feared her, she was called...
The Beast Queen! My dad said she was one of the toughest survivors he ever knew. What happened to her?
I had to leave her behind. But Mei Yin's story continued. To the far side of the earth, into frozen wastes shrouded in endless night, where a small pocket of humanity managed to survive the long cataclysm, in a place called Arat Prime.
Arat Prime? Where the Arcs came from?
That's right. Mei Yin traveled there looking for a way back to me and your mother, Diana. But what she found instead...
What? What was it? Tell me!
There she found... the stuff of nightmares.
Sorry, sweetie, I'm just trying to get this off you. Hold on.
Survivor, hear my words and awaken. It's been over 1,000 years since we last spoke, and I'm communicating with you now from a distant planet because I need your help once more. Yes, you were the one I waited so long for. You completed what I had started, and together, we restored life to an extinct world. But there's still one place left on Earth where a form of element still lingers, rendering it impenetrable to the cleaning energies of the Reseed Protocol. This forlorn outpost, where you are now, was once a research colony called Arat Prime, sister facility of Sanctuary, where the technology to store and transmit human consciousness was perfected. There is stored the only remaining archive of humanity's collective minds and bodies, the Engram Codex. I need you to recover and transmit the Codex, our shared heritage, so I can use it to restore balance to my new world. You should know that it won't be easy, because in the 1,000 years after reseeding, Arat Prime has become home to... Quick! He's here. Brace yourself.
The Codex provides a feast fit for a king and his family. And I can't deny myself a taste. are truly a marvelous creation. I wonder, you may yet better serve the family by joining us rather than feeding us. Yes. You will become one of our kind. Drink, and you will know nothing of death or pain ever again. Ah! What power is this? Who else is in there with you?
I could only stand in for a moment. What are you waiting for, Survivor? Get the hell out of there!
I get a cutscene and I get kicked. Gotta love it.
I mean, this one is, I've tested this one. It worked on Lost Colony, so don't see why it won't work. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, we found one. And I forget.
It's going for you, Sasolo.
I'll be back to help you, but just not here. But thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to help you. Yes.
It won't. There's nothing to do with the moon. Alright, you're gonna walk down.
All of this looks like debris from that
Hang
alien
on for-
ark.
Okay.
One of the very few that didn't make it down to Earth in one piece. What a tragic loss of life.
Hang on for a second. Did the bulk dog go with us?
I don't know. It's up to me now.
There was a bulk dog.
Don't worry,
running
Survivor.
wild.
You've been infected by
One of
red
ours.
element. But I kept you from being turned
Oh,
by firing an engram box through the arc transmission network. I'm using that same network to communicate with you from a planet far away. At least until the so-called Lost King figures out how I've accessed it. My
I
friends
need to make
and
it
I need
taller.
your help, Survivor. And together, we can help you reach safety here with us.
Yeah.
Find a way in
Alright,
and locate the
last
codex so you can transmit it across the galaxy to me here on Earth, along with your own consciousness.
Maybe
You
it's
can
not
do
a
this,
good thing
Survivor.
for this. Before it rises too quickly.
Alright, well, it's eyeballing me.
Hear me,
Good,
my
maybe you
thrall.
can get it in there.
You may have fled
That's what
blindly
there's
into the
not
wastes, but we will find you and bring you back. Do not fear. You are no...
Fucking hyenas. I got stuck in a loading glitch.
Sophie! every cord out. No, sit. I'm sorry, baby girl, but you be bouncing around. It's going right off of it.
Pokemon community game A Wild Audino appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Ko-fi stream bot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Need you buried under the stairs.
Guys, baby girl, we're trying to trap.
I fucking hate hyenas.
Oh, that was close. Come on.
Holy sword instead.
She
She asks what his last words are and then readies to swing her weapon. He tells her that he will never forget what they have done this day. Then Lisha killed him instantly. Luke narrates to explain that his companions are the strongest adventurers because of miraculous powers granted to them, known as blessings. Orc the Sage had been blessed by the Great Spirit. Ellie the Mage was blessed by the Demon Lord, and the Saintess Lisha was blessed by the Goddess. He then goes on to explain that he himself was blessed by the Phoenix, the divine bird of immortality. Due to this fact, he declares that he can never die. 3 months later, giant killer bees are about to enter the small town of Azen. Facing them to protect the
Pokemon community game Audino escaped. No one caught it.
Lugo tells Lily, the village apothecary, to stay back. With powerful fire magic, the masked man blasts away all the killer bees, wrecking a chunk of the forest entrance in the process. The villagers cheer at their hero for his power. That is, except for Lily, who is nervous about the danger of his power poses. She stares at Lugo, feeling suspicious about who he might actually be. Later, Lily visits the village chief, insisting that there is something off about Lugo. Despite her urgency, the old chief remains curious and cheerful. He continues to say that the masked man is way too strong, citing the many situations where he took down monsters and a band of thieves all on his own. The chief does not see the problem since their village became peaceful because of him. However, Lily is more concerned about the strange coincidence that Lugo appeared in their town at the same time as Luke, the S-rank adventurer, died 3 months ago. She believes that the man must have taken down Luke for a high bounty and is now hiding his identity because of it. The chief still says that it is not in his philosophy to turn away from anyone who comes to their village, and that they do not have to worry as long as Lugo has not done any bad things since he arrived. Lily insists that she should just investigate for herself.
I don't know what happens
so the
when it
chief
buries.
informs her that he had asked him to take care of their black air problem. Later, Lily walks into the forest.
Metal
There, she
foundation?
asks the minor spirit to guide him
No,
towards
they're
Lugo.
stone.
Small golden
But the way
orbs
it
of
got
light appear
stuck,
before
instead
her.
of being under
She
the
talks to
stairs,
them with a smile,
it got stuck under the
asking that they
ceiling
also
part.
not lead her to the monster. With their guide, she runs,
It
determined to
went
expose
off
the
my
truth
moose
about
and
Lugo.
stepped
She
into
stops
the
as she
hole.
sees Lugo sitting by the open field. Before
know
Lily
if I'm
notices, Lugo is already beside
When
her.
it's not moving,
The shocked
it's
girl
just spinning
asks
its
how he
toe
is
around.
beside her, if he was sitting in the distance a second ago. He tells her that the one sitting is just his aftermatch and
I'm
fades
not
away
sure.
slowly after.
I've
He then
never had a
asks the
plan
girl
to
what
do
she is
that.
doing in the forest, making her nervous. She makes up the story that she was worried about him because
it's
she
not
had heard that
moving.
he went after the black bears. Lugo replies that he will simply trap the black bears, but the girl does not believe it is that easy. He shows him the honey-filled beehive he got from the killer bees earlier. He places it on the ground and casts gravity magic surrounding it. It amazes the girl that he can use such advanced magic with ease. They then hear the sound of a bear coming, and so they hide in the bushes. A black bear appears and gets hungry the moment it sees the hive. It runs towards it, making it step on the gravity mark. In an instant, the bear dies by being pulled violently to the ground. It was not long before the trap killed dozens of bears. Seeing him hunt down bears so easily makes Lily even more curious about who is under the mask. Her eyes show the resolve to discover who he is more than ever. Later at night, Lily writes down in a journal how the S-rank adventurer known as Luke fell 3 months ago, and how monstrous threats have been rapidly increasing across the world since then. Since then, fields of vegetables have been ravaged, livestock have been stolen, and production and distribution have been thrown into chaos. The next day, Lily gets upset to hear that the carriage carrying their village goods has been attacked. The carriage driver tells her that they were surrounded by sylphs and that they stole everything. She looks at a few boxes remaining and sees that even the medicine and herbs were stolen. The old woman beside her is even more upset that her sweet buns were stolen. Lily tries to comfort her that there are still buns left in the village, but the old lady says that the stolen buns were special gourmet masterpieces. Lugo sees them and asks what is going on. Lily informs him that their carriage has been stolen, only to realize that the masked man is already carrying so many bundles of the carriage boxes. The carriage driver is shocked to see that his stolen cargo is back. Lugo tells him that he got them from the sylphs. Lily gets excited now that she can finally make more medicine. The people go on to inspect every box. Lily notices that Lugo is uneasy.
We won't really know until
that
it
the number
berries,
of
but it's
boxes
not
seems to
berrying,
still be
it's just
small, considering the size of the carriage. The old lady then discovers that the box that should be containing her sweet buns is empty, making her cry. It leads Lily to check her box and see that it is empty of medicine too. This makes Lugo angry with the sylphs, and he begins to grip his hands tightly. An earthquake begins, only for them to realize that it was due to Lugo stomping the ground. He goes to the forest and swears that he will get everything back from the sylphs. Lily follows him and tells him that she will tag along. In truth, she is afraid that Lugo might get so angry that he will destroy everything along with the village. Meanwhile, a sylph named Pei is hovering and is stalking Lugo and Lily as they walk. She swears that
It
she will
does,
trap
but
the
all it can
masked
do
man
is to
with her
tell
traps.
us.
Lugo spots her and
all you
blasts
really
her with
need
fire
is
magic.
anything else.
This
And
leads
it's
to
not
Sylph falling
burying.
to the ground. Lugo has no
It can't
patience and
bite because
demands that she tell
the
him
way
where her queen is.
the
Pei is
stairs
left
are right there,
reluctantly
so it
leading
wouldn't
them
even.
the way to her home. She informs the two that the queen is deep in the
I've
forest
almost got
and
its health
hands them a
down to
map
where it
with
can
markings to show them where
impregnate
she hid all
somebody.
her traps. She then pleads with Lugo to find
I'm
her
just
where to go.
afraid
He
that
says
if
no,
I do it,
so the girl begs with
it's gonna
more
take
tears
off.
in her eyes, claiming that the queen will punish her if she does more to help them. Lily shows mercy for her and asks that Lugo let her go. Pei praises her kindness. Lugo pulls Pei towards him and then tickles her. As a result, the sylph drops something. Lily picks it up, only to realize that it is an undergarment. She then realizes that it is her own garment and shouts at her for stealing. Lugo informs Lily that sylphs have been stealing magic. Lily asks Pei if this is true, but the sylph denies it and tells her that it must be the masked man who really stole it from her. Lily screams at her for lying. Lugo warns her never to trust a sylph's word. Lily has had enough and demands that Pei tell them where the queen is immediately, intimidating the sylph. The trio have reached the sylph's nest, where Lugo starts blasting every sylph with fire magic. Lugo, Lily, and Pei walk, crossing many sylphs that are unconscious until they reach the door to the queen's chambers.
Oh,
Lily
freaking
asks Pei
cat
if there
giving
are
me a
any
jump
traps.
scare.
She says there is none, but with a mischievous smile. She looks and sounds so suspicious that Lugo blasts the door, causing it to explode into pieces. They see that the queen is lying on the floor because of the impact. Even so, Lugo is impressed that she withstood the blast. The queen gets back up, impressing Lily with how quickly she is to recover. The queen introduces herself as Maya and brags that the blast is not strong enough to take her down. Despite her confident attitude, she still looks obviously in pain. She then makes a show that she is okay by declaring that she is fine. Maya tells them that she has the Fairy King's blessing and that
The
this means
starter
no one
place
can lay
was
a
a
finger
4x4,
on her.
right?
She cheers for her majesty. Lugo gets to the point and asks where the cargo she and her people stole is. Maya makes a big face of denying she knows anything, but deep down, the man intimidates
But I
her.
figured with
Lugo
the,
then
it might
asks
have been
whether
a
people
3.
are stealing weapons
No,
and
but I
drugs
noticed
from humans for her. The queen replies with a boast
2
that she
sets
is
of
preparing for
walls.
war. She elaborates that
You know,
since
it
Luke has
creates
died,
3
is the perfect opportunity
rooms.
for them to defeat the humans and usher in the age of sylphs. She points at Lily. A golden
Or you
orb
can just
appears
set up
in Lily's
That's
chest.
what, 12
This causes the
foundations?
girl to go unconscious, so Lugo
set
catches
up a
her.
room
The
with
orb of light heads
a
to Maya's
terminal in
hand,
it that
and she grabs it.
collects
She
babies.
reveals that her theft magic can reinstate
automatically
souls.
collect
She
and
tries to take Lugo's
It doesn't
soul
work
too.
on Reapers.
However, she finds
Yeah,
that
it
her
does.
spell is not working.
It works on my
Lugo
other
explains that her
servers.
magic does not work on
It
someone
does.
with greater magical power than herself. Haley consulted by his claim, believing that no human can ever measure up to her
Because I always
majesty's
thought you had
power.
to claim it
Lugo
first.
says he is no ordinary
Last
human
time I,
and then removes his helmet. Maya is shocked to see his
only
face.
time I've done
He
this
sees her
is
queen worried
that
and
way.
asks
It
what is
works
wrong.
beautifully.
Time recalls when she was a child.
Alright,
with
then
her mother.
I will make
Previous queen warned her not to cross
2 4 left
some
forward.
queens. Among them was the S-rank adventurer, Luke. Now she is shocked to see that he is still alive in front of her. Luke tells her that he will take Lily's soul back, along with the cargo. With Luke's weight of his hand, Maya and Faye experience the heavy weight of his gravity.
Yeah, I knocked it down quite a bit because I was trying to make it move and it just wasn't.
Unconscious. Still, Maya struggles to get up. Luke asks if she has reflected on her actions. The proud queen said that she would never do that. Deep down, she believes she has to stay strong for her duty as the Silk Queen. She screams with resolve that she will never lose to someone like her. This leads Luke to release her
looks like
from
it
his
might
gravity
be
spell.
glowing.
She asks why she
No, it
cancels
needs
the
to
spell
be a
when it is
5.5.
golden opportunity to kill her.
Don't do it.
Luke
Yeah.
asks why she is thinking of starting a war. Catching the queen off guard, he reminds her
It's
that the people could have just
10%.
stayed in peace without bothering him. Maya tells him that ever since he disappeared, monsters have been more active in attacking his people. She tried to ask her humans to help, but she was turned away at the gates. She remembered the lack of empathy in the humans'
Wait,
eyes
does the
back then.
generator reach
She
that far?
elaborates that it was the moment she decided to occupy the human kingdom, so that the humans would realize the threat of monsters again. She envisioned
Oh, I'll
that
make the
humans
box
would hunt
figure
down
out the
monsters by
generator.
then. She believes that the only reason she did not get away with it is that he showed up. She goes to Cornelius and offers the opportunity for him to execute her. Her only
We
request is
need
for him to
a
spare her
terminal and a
comrades.
generator.
Luke replies that she should come to
Terminal in the
Aizen
starter
village,
house.
surprising the queen.
There's
He
another
declares that he
generator and
will
some
protect the
gas.
people. His condition is that
Either
they
that
stop
or build
attacking
it next to the
humans,
base.
especially since there are strong humans in the capital that she can never hope to defeat anyway.
Just use the starter
Maya never
house.
realized this and asks if he is
The
serious.
generator won't
He
reach
replies
beside
without
the base,
pause that he
really.
is. Looking at his eyes, Maya can tell that he is
Generator
not lying and so agrees not to
really,
attack
the
the humans
ball
anymore.
is the
She
size-
reaches out her hand and asks him to agree
legitly
to
barely
protect
the
her.
size of the
Luke
base.
grabs his hand and says that he agrees. 2 weeks later, Lily heads to the chief's house, where she delivers the medicine she made. She reviews that because of Lugo, all the medicine and other cargo have returned. She asks the village chief what he thinks of Aizen Village's current state.
I heard
He
you
answers that
already
he
made
believes
them,
that
man.
Aizen has become even better. He asks Harmony if she agrees. Harmony is revealed to
So
be the
just
old
curious,
lady who wants the sweet
how does
ones.
this mic
And now
sound?
she is only doing a lot of them.
Sounds good to me.
Eating countryside. Lily reports that a large number of
My
Silks
first
have
time
settled in
using this
Aizen
mic,
Village.
so-
They help carry goods, patrol the outskirts, and take care of the elderly, like giving them massages. Looking outside, she
Other
sees
times
Silks
I use
enjoying
it.
the
That's
alongside
it.
of the humans. Despite the seeming peace, Lily still feels uneasy since they stole from them, and she even temporarily lost her soul to them. Maya suddenly goes to her to ask if Lugo likes sweet buns. Lily does not know and asks why she is asking. With an innocent smile, Maya answers that it is because she wants to eat them with Lugo. Her smile is so cute that it warms Lily's heart to the point of embracing her and forgetting her grudge against her. The chief interjects to remind them what day it is. Lily realizes that they have to be ready because officials from the capital
Did I get
are coming to
sand?
inspect
Oh, I
their
did get
village.
sand.
She reminds
Okay, there's
Maya
sand
that
here.
if they make one wrong move, the inspectors might decide that the Sylphs need to be terminated. The chief tells them that he thinks that everything will be fine, and that he is even sure that the inspectors will come to love their village. Lily still wants to be cautious and tells Maya that she is counting on her. Maya declares that she will show the inspectors the best hospitality possible. A chariot is on its way to Aizen Village. Riding inside is the guild inspector Lulu, who does not like her current duty of checking the condition
Mama,
of the
I don't
Sylphs in
think he
Aizen
likes
Village.
you, or
With
she
her is
likes you.
investigator Guerin, who shares his worry that Aizen Village might be being
Yeah.
tricked by the Sylphs, considering their sly and mischievous nature. He believes that if even rank C adventurers have trouble taking down Sylphs, then ordinary villagers wouldn't stand a chance. Lulu says that this is exactly why she brought him along. Garam says that if the Sylphs show the slightest suspicious movement, then he will cut them down.
You're making
The
her real
carriage takes
mad.
a sudden stop. Lulu and Garam look outside and see a silhouette of something
All
coming
up in
out of
your
the
face.
woods. They think that it might be an elaborate Sylph prank. Garam realizes what it is, and in response, shouts at the driver to move the horses. A second later, the chariot is being chased
the
by a giant
boxes are
centipede known
done.
as a death worm.
Just need a
Despite the
generator
danger,
to power
Lulu
the
is so
truck.
excited to see one for the first time. She orders Garam to take the monster down, but he says that even A-rank adventurers can't kill it. The inside of the carriage suddenly turns darker. Lulu and Garam are implored to see that the death worm's face is just outside their window, looking directly at them. Outside, its gigantic body already surrounds the carriage. They worry that this is the end for them. Slowly, the death worm coils its body on the carriage. Garam goes outside to face the creature. He is about to charge at it.
Alright, so I need to know who's going
attack the
first.
creature from behind and behead it.
Yeah, I'll be the guinea pig if anybody
Assures her it was not him. They see that the metal-headed man has arrived to rescue them.
Well, I have the
Later
shield,
on,
so I need
Lugo
somebody
guides them to the
whoever's
village.
I've got-
Lulu
to
thanks
come
him for
for me.
everything. Unlike
I've
Garam,
got
who refuses to save
Ascended
him,
Riot.
Lulu realizes
Oh,
that
okay.
Garam tried his
Dur-
will, since
durability
they believe that Lugo
20.
is just an ordinary
Okay.
villager who took down
Yeah,
a
you
monster
did then, okay.
Garam looks
Ready?
closely at the masked man.
Yeah.
Not sure if he agrees that he is ordinary. They head to the village chief's home. They enter where they see that the chief in time greet them in lively poses. Despite their efforts to be exciting, Lulu and Garam greet them stoically and professionally. Lulu starts the business by showing them around. She elaborates that they came to report on how silts and
Okay, I'm gonna do something stupid.
The chief tells them that life has been better since the silts arrived. Maya asks that Lugo also come along.
So I think I have what's that?
Pokemon community game. A wild Pincurchin appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Lulu can tell the same vigilance is coming from Lugo. She turns on her power to throw people and sets her eyes on Maya. Multiple graphic windows pop up around Lulu with information about Maya. She sees that Maya has a blessing and now knows how powerful she is. Her power makes Lulu believe that it is only right for them to come to the village. The chief thinks that she thinks Maya looks cute and adorable and tells her that she won't find anyone like her anywhere. Lulu wants to know more about her but sets her eyes on Lugo. She is shocked to see that her graphic windows give him gibberish language she can't read. The window in front of her suddenly shadows and
Okay,
is
the problem I
replaced
have,
by
I shoot it with my
Lugo's
shotgun
face,
is
which
dead.
demands that she stop crying further.
Yeah, I got a
Lulu gets so
620 shotgun.
intimidated by the graphic of Lugo's face
I'm
that she
tired
backs
than
away.
that.
Lugo gets behind her to catch her from getting off balance,
So I'm
making her
shooting with
stop.
straight darts.
She asks who he really is. Lugo answers with an intimidating
I can
word
do
that
that.
it would be better if she did not know. Garam
Because I
can
mean,
tell
my
that
long
something
dick
wrong with
is
Lulu,
almost
so she
7.
tells
I
him
mean,
that she
if
just
I put a
has
bullet in it, it
Maya
might kill it
interjects
too.
to declare that
But
the
we need
first stop is the
another 1,000 off of
Maya
itself.
shows the apothecary house to them, only
I
for
didn't
Garam to
expect
tell
it
her
to
that
turn.
she
I shot
knew.
it right in the
Despite
face.
Lulu saying he is being
Did
rude,
way more
she
damage
feels the
than I
same
thought it
thing
would.
deep down. Lugo knocks on the door to tell Lily that she has a patient. Lily opens the door to greet them. To Lulu,
Hey
she
Dragon, we
looks
got a
too young
compound.
to
Do
be
you
an
have any
apothecary.
regular?
Lily tells Lulu that she already knows about her headache, and that
Using my
everything is ready for the treatment.
Pokemon community game. Pincurchin escaped. No one caught it.
Doctor around, making Maya say he is really rude. Lily says that it is true that she is not some fancy doctor, leaving Maya to defend her for being an amazing apothecary. Lulu can tell from the smell of herbs on Locum that she is experienced and so feels at ease that she is the one treating her. Lily goes to work by asking the minor spirit if the patient is hurt, causing golden orbs to show up. She explains
Alright, that's good. It's
that she
glowing.
has been blessed with
Should
the
be
minor
glowing.
spirit. The gold orbs tell
Back
Lily
away
to
with the shoulder pad.
Lulu is impressed that she diagnosed her with these. Lily then calls Kay to bring her medicine. Garen is shocked that she
Go ahead and approach it and see what it does.
shocking Garen that Kay is sick. She brings Lily the medicine, shocking Garen even more at how seemingly close they are. Lily then shows her patient the
That's
medicine
glowing.
and explains that one
Normally
adjusts
it's
her
glowing.
pain, while the other eases her headaches. Lulu is impressed. She
Yeah,
has
shoot
so
it some
many
more.
lightning
Put it
stops,
under
and
5.
it will take doctors from the
This
capital
was
to
free.
get
My
it.
glove.
Lily informs her that it is because Kay and the other
Hey,
souls
go ahead
are
and
very
shoot it again,
knowledgeable when
Dragon.
it comes to forest herbs and know exactly what herbs to find
Put it
in
under
the way.
5.
Thanks to them, they can now keep rare and expensive medicines in stock at all times. Lulu is suspicious since sylphs are not known to trust humans with their herbs. She holds the medicine in her hand, anticipating that she will know if their bond is true once she takes it. She swallows the medicine, and it instantly makes her headache vanish. She is impressed since medicine like it is unheard of even in the capital. Lily explains that it is a medicine she made herself with Kay's help. Lulu reveals that she is a young woman with a
No,
blessing
that's
of
from my
knowledge
life
and
of it.
skill, and sees it as a waste that she is only in the backwater village. She asks the apothecary if she has ever considered coming to the capital. She explains that her
He's
skills
low
would make her
enough. I
a
don't know why.
demand and that the guild would give her a large clinic. Lily refuses the offer.
Here. Hold on, let me stand closer so it glows and then it goes.
For advancement in a huge
Maybe you need the
the
power of the light
apothecary
that to
simply
make it.
answers that she loves Azin Village. She admits that she would like better facilities, but only because she wants to better help people. She also explains that simply having faith and the self-surround already makes her grow as an apothecary because of their knowledge of herbs and their ability to warn her ahead of time when the patient is coming. Lulu recalls how Lily was ready for her the moment she arrived.
Well, that's
Maya
it's
explains
glowing
that they
pink
fly
on
all
mine.
over the village and report back if anything is off. Time also tells her she is not interested in the capital either, since she knows that the village is the safest with Lugo with him. Garen recalls how Lugo took down the village. He asks the masked man to show him how he lives in the village. Lugo agrees and advises that they keep
You need to come on this side,
They head
Paper.
to the forest, where Lulu and Garen are frantically running away from something. They recall asking Lugo to show them his
It's
daily
trying.
routine. Now, the two are being chased by many death worms. Commanding the pack is a death worm bigger than the others. The two are getting
You can
near
see the
Lugo,
motion,
the
it's
chief,
doing the
and Maya,
motion,
who are
but
just
it's
relaxing
swinging
like nothing urgent is happening. They ask the chief
on
to
this
run,
side.
but he remains calm, saying that things like this happen all the time. The old man even offers them tea. They shake the old man to make him understand what kind of
It's
danger they are
definitely
dealing
trying.
with. Suddenly, many of the death worms go unconscious. Maya tells Lulu and Garen that she stole their souls with her theft magic.
Don't want to get too
She
close
boasts that
because I
even
think
the
it can
souls
pick
of
me on
monsters are
this.
not safe from her. They ask that she take care of the giant one too, making the
Because I
big
thought it
one
was
scared.
supposed to do a
Maya
circle.
informs them that the big one is immune to her magic. Lugo informs her that its core is high up on its forehead, and that her theft magic can't reach it. Garen warns Lugo not to battle it, but the masked man is more focused on the sword at his waist. He asks if he can borrow it. With Garen's sword, Lugo faces the monster. Behind him, Maya is cheering him on. The giant charges at him, causing Lugo to strike a fighting stance. Lulu recognizes the stance. She explains to Garen that he has the same stance as Lulu. Lugo moves forward with quick speed. After a second, the giant death worm is revealed to be
Wisebot 4 viewers, alarm clock 6 hours 56 minutes and 36 seconds.
Yeah, I hope no one who's watching and working is enjoying the time.
Report about Azin Village and about how the Celts have brought knowledge that advanced agriculture and how their dexterity advanced their industry,
she's not
how their
got that
size and mobility
haze
developed their
around her. It
information
don't pop
networks.
up
Their
getting her with
assistance
the
to
light
the
cut,
aging
which is
population
something they
is a
don't
blessing.
think.
She ends the report by stating that the reason the Silts are so cooperative with humans is that Azin Village has become the safest place around. Lily
I figured
wonders
out where
if she
the
should
damage
name
is
Lugo
at
in
now.
her report. Garam sees her hesitating to write and tells her she should definitely report Lugo to the guild because he is a huge asset. Garam shares his passion to tell everyone about Lugo so that he can learn from him and reach A rank. Lulu remembers asking Lugo if he would ever come to the capital, and how he answered he will not. The masked man advised her to keep reaching out to Lily and Maya, believing they might accept her offer eventually. She wonders if she will eventually get Lugo too if she keeps reaching out to him. She believes that they need to get a new hero now that Luke is gone. She informs Garam that this is what her friend Lisha told her. Garam realizes that she is talking about the strongest Saintess in Luke's party. Lulu shares her excitement about telling Lisha about Lugo. A week after the investigators left, a different monster was being battled in the clinic. Kay and Lily were completely serious, as they were going to be locked in an intense battle with overgrown lands. They had run wild after being left alone for years.
Well, it used to
Now
be.
it was time for the final showdown. The two ladies charged in, armed with sharp sickles
Hey, I'm
and
coming back.
determination. However, they
Hopefully she's
succumbed
not
to plain
pissed
old
off.
back pain
Far
3
enough
hours
away.
later. Curious about the mission, the Sylph wonders why they suddenly had to mow away the weeds, and is told that the
Where the
apothecary
heck am
wants to
I?
turn the space into a nice garden. That way, they can grow
Hey,
the
it did
herbs
not
they
go
collect without much
back
trouble.
to where I was
Kay
at.
says they can just keep harvesting them from the forest,
I'm
but
going to
Lily would be
die.
heartbroken if any of them were attacked by monsters and were hurt. The Sylph nearly cries upon seeing how much the girl cares for them, and becomes all they can
Mikey's
to help
waiting
her
on
achieve her goal.
back.
She runs off, promising to be back soon with the strongest helper they can get. Although confused, she isn't left alone for too long, as Lugo appears carrying one of their sickles, and saying he'll take care of the rest. Lily watched, well aware of how strong he is, but believing that he'll also have trouble. Suddenly all serious, he warns them against coming close, as it might be dangerous. Before they could doubt him any further, a huge and razor-sharp tornado appeared with a swing.
Okay, so as long as it's glowing and it's shooting in your head,
The women are stunned silent, shocked that all that was left before them was a clean patch of soil.
I mean, I can knock it all the way down to the top.
And the job was done just like that. As expected, he's the best person for the job. Finally asked what they were doing in the first place, the apothecary shares her plans for a garden. Seemingly interested, Lily shows him a bunch of seeds she intends to plant, which also work as an ingredient for mana recovery potions. He's impressed by her ambitions, and they continue to talk about the various herbal plants she intends to grow.
Now
The
we got
masked
the
man
pink
is
glow.
glad, adding that working in soil was actually
That's
fun.
the glow you
She
want.
can't help but smile. Crouching beside him, she
Alright,
says
she's
he's been a
ready.
really big help, and the image of the two working together makes Lily's heart flutter. Soon enough, several soil beds are prepared and full of seeds. Lily thanks Lugo, feeling like she took too much of his time, but he just tells her to call for him if they ever need more help. The young girl is mesmerized by his kindness and warmth. Back then, she confronted the chief and insisted that he's the one who killed Lily.
Fucking snake,
The black
man.
helmet he never takes off is definitely creepy, but he's never hurt her or anyone in the village. With this in mind, she considers trusting him even just a little bit.
I do
A
3K
bright smile
damage, I
spreads
can't
across
get
her
that.
face, accepting his offer of help. In return, she tells him to approach her as well. If he ever needs anything she can
Spin
help with,
again, sweetheart.
Lugo
Spin 'em
agrees to
again.
do so, should the situation arise. She did not know, but Lily would soon come to regret the agreement they just made. The next day, the poor lady's voice roared throughout her house. Pei rushed in, worriedly
I can't
asking
get
what
too close
happened,
to
and
it.
saw her friend shaking, as she pointed to a pile of letters, all of which were medicine mixing requests. All of them are formulas that require precision, and she doesn't know how long it'll take to make them all. Aside from the normal ones, there were fairly suspicious requests, which she decides to report later on. As they
Teleport to
wondered
the
how
base
this
and
happened in
make
the
you
first
bring
place,
it.
Lugo entered. He's surprised to see the pile on her table, sharing that he's swamped with letters as well, and guesses that
right on
Lily
her
must
friend.
have spread their names around the capital. The worst thing he received was this regal-looking letter, which came directly from the Holy Church of Earth. Lily is shocked.
Wait,
and
you have a
amazed
lot
by
of
the
help.
huge
Hold on.
news. After all, the Holy Church is affiliated with the Saintess Lucia, who is in a party with the hero. Lugo then reveals that she invited him into her party. They're unable to react right away, more so when he says that she's about to visit their
Don't worry
village.
about shooting
Looking
it.
over the letter, they confirm the
I
request
got
and
nothing to
encourage
shoot
the
it with
masked
now
man
except
to
for
accept,
shotgun.
as it's an amazing opportunity. Recalling his bad experience with the
taking it to where we
Saintess,
can
he
damage
says
her.
he's afraid she might do something again. Hearing this, the ladies immediately get the
Glow
wrong
from
idea
Nadine.
and wonder if
There
it
we
was
go.
an unfortunate ending to a romance. Rejecting the idea, he cuts it off as he simply does not want to see her. Then recalling how Lily offered her help, if he were to ever need it, he says this was the moment.
Bulldog, now
The
it's not-
secretive
It's
man
just
wants her
glowing.
to meet
We're
Lisha in
good.
his place and turn down her invitation. Beads of sweat ran down the
got the
girl's
pink
face
glow.
as she was stunned by the sudden request.
And
He
I'm
finalizes
away
it,
from her
saying
with the
this was
shoulder
his
pad.
favor. Teacups trembled in Lily's hand. It's true that she offered Lugo help, but she didn't
Alright.
expect that it would be such a ridiculous
Watch out,
one.
Maggie. Okay,
She
let's go
serves the
first.
tea, still shaking in nervousness. The Saintess accepts it with a gratuitous smile, looking as regal and pure as ever. They already knew about it, but her golden silk-like hair, the grace that radiates from her entire being, and the obviously powerful holy knight at her side. There was no doubt that the person before her was the Holy Church's Saintess. Remarkable tense, the apothecary asks what brought such
She's
an
got
important
the pink
person to
glow.
her
That's
home.
the glow we
Even
need.
if she's
There
told
you go,
not
there's
to,
the
the
snip.
situation just brings it out
There you
naturally.
go.
Maya, who
been
doesn't
picked
seem
up.
to have trouble with it at all, screams that there's no reason to freak out. She's been
Get
acknowledged
out
by
of
the
there.
fairy
Omnirk,
Get your
so too
preacher
Trisna
and
just
let's
doing
go.
a quick tries shout out
Friends?
before I head to bed.
She's
Friendly?
really
Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements look it's Trisna they were playing Cult of the Lamb.
They don't do
Go
that.
check them
They
out
don't
and
fucking
give them
do
some
that. They
fluffy
don't do
cheers
that.
and support.
That's new.
Trisna's URL.
They don't do that. They don't.
Kaito Destiny goddamn.
And
Hey there, Omni. Yeah, have a good one, bud. Have a good night.
And nope, no pregnancy.
I think I know what's going on.
Hours later, in front of him is his party. Watching him as his strength drains, they all tell him that this is where they part with him. Surrounds the careful she is. Her
Omnirk I don't choose which tries clips get played.
Oh, I know.
answered he will not. The masked man advised her to keep reaching out to Lily. Sylph nearly cries upon seeing how much the girl cares for them.
Omnirk the
and becomes
RNG
all
gods
determined
do.
to help her achieve her goal. Lugo moves forward with quick Lulu remembers asking Lugo if he would ever come to the capital, and how he answered he will not. The masked man
Oh,
advised her to keep
goddamn,
reaching
that
out to
was
Lily and
loud.
Maya. believing they might accept her offer eventually. She wonders if she will eventually get Lugo too if she keeps reaching out to him. She believes that they need to get a new hero now that Luke is gone. She informs Garam that this is what her friend Luke told her.
looks like I am
Garam
pregnant.
realizes that she is talking about the strongest Saintess in Luke's party. Lulu shares her excitement about telling Lisha about Lugo. A week after the investigators left, a different monster was being battled behind the clinic. Kay and Lily were completely serious, as they were going to be locked in an intense battle with overgrown weeds. They had run wild after being left alone for years, but now it was time for the final showdown. The two ladies charged in, armed with sharp sickles and determination.
When I was
However,
on
they
my
succumbed to
mount,
old back
Yep,
pain 3 hours
it can.
later.
If you can shoot off the mount,
Sylph wonders
it
why
can
they
pick you
suddenly
up
had to
if
mow
you
away
want.
the
Yep.
weeds, and is told that the apothecary wants to turn the space into a nice garden.
I am no
That way,
longer
they can
pregnant.
grow the herbs they collect without much trouble. Kay says they can just keep harvesting them from the forest, but Lily would be heartbroken if any of them were attacked by monsters and were hurt. The Sylph nearly cries upon seeing how much the girl cares for them, and becomes all determined to help her achieve her goal. She runs off, promising to be back soon with the strongest helper they can get. Although confused, she isn't left alone for too long, as Lugo appears carrying one of their sickles, and saying he'll take care of the rest.
I think I know
Lily
what to do,
watched,
so.
well aware of how strong he is, but believing that he'll also have trouble. Suddenly all serious, he warns them against coming close, as it might be dangerous. Before they could doubt him any further, a huge and razor-sharp tornado appeared from the swing, cutting all the weeds and blowing the debris away. The women are stunned silent, shocked that all that was left before them was a clean patch of
Pokemon
soil.
community game A Wild Passimian appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The only
Finally
thing I can
asked
think
what they
of
were
is the
doing in the
latest
first
Reaper is
place.
here.
The apothecary shares her plans for a garden. Seemingly interested, Lily shows him a bunch of seeds she intends to plant, which also work as an
like the
ingredient
way
for
it came to be.
recovery potions. He's impressed by her ambitions, and they
I think
continue
they put
to
out
talk
a
about
patch
the
so you
various
can't do
herbal
that
plants
anymore.
she intends to grow.
Kofi Streambot
The
visit
masked man
Kaito
is
Destiny's
glad, adding that
KO5
once
page
the soil
at
was actually
URL.
treated, she can't help but smile. Crouching beside him, she says he's been a really big help, and the image of the two working together makes Kay's heart flutter. Soon enough, several soil beds are prepared and full of seed. Lily thanks Lugo, feeling like she took too much of his time, but he just tells her to call for him if they ever need more help. The young girl is mesmerized by his kindness and warmth. Back then, she confronted the chief and insisted that he's the one who killed Luke. The black helmet he never takes off is definitely creepy, but he's never hurt her or anyone in the village. With this in mind, she considers trusting him even just a little bit. A bright smile spreads across her face, accepting his offer of help. In return, she tells him to approach her as
Why do
well.
they keep on
If
saying
he ever
charged
needs anything
and
she can help with, Lugo agrees to do so, should the situation arise. She did not know, but Lily would soon come to regret the agreement they
She's
just
not
made.
pink no
The
more,
next day,
she's done getting
the poor lady's voice roared throughout her house. Pei rushed in, worriedly asking what happened, and saw her friend shaking, as she pointed to a
Pokemon community game Passimian escaped. No one caught it.
formulas that require precision, and she doesn't know how long it'll take to make them all. Aside from the normal ones, there were fairly suspicious requests, which she decides to report later on. As they wondered how this happened in the first place, Lugo entered. He's surprised to see the pile on her table, sharing that he's swamped with letters as well, and guesses that Lulu must have spread their names around the capital. The worst thing he received was this regal-looking letter, which came directly from the Holy Church of Iraq. Lily is shocked and amazed by the huge news. After all, the Holy Church is affiliated with the Saintess Lisha, who was in a party with the hero.
Stream Elements.
Lugo
Hi
then
everyone,
reveals that she
as a
invited
heads
him
up I
into
have
the
sleep
party.
apnea
They're
and
unable
tend
to
to fall
react right
asleep
away,
sometimes
more
in
so
my
when she
streams.
says that she's
Please
about
be
to visit
patient
their
with my
village.
disorder or
Looking
try
over the letter,
waking
they
me up
confirm
with
the
my
request
redeems.
and encourage the masked man to accept, as it's an amazing opportunity. Recalling his bad experience with the Saintess, he says he's afraid she might do something again. Hearing this, the ladies immediately get the wrong idea and wonder if it was an unfortunate ending to a romance. Rejecting the idea, he cuts it off as he simply does not want to see her. Then recalling how Lily offered her help, if he were to ever need it, he says this was the moment. The secretive man wants her to meet Lisha in his place and turn down her invitation. Beads of sweat ran down the girl's face as she was stunned by the sudden request. He finalizes it, saying this was his favor. Teacups trembled in Lily's hand. It's true that she offered Lugo help, but she didn't expect that it would be such a ridiculous one. She serves the tea, still shaking in nervousness. The Saintess accepts it with a gratuitous smile, looking as regal and pure as ever. They already knew about it, but her golden sylph-like hair, the grace that radiates from her entire being, and the obviously powerful Holy Knight at her side. There was no doubt that the person before her was the Holy Church's saintess. Remarkable tense, the apothecary asks what brought such an important person to her home. Even if she's told not to, the situation just brings it out naturally. Maya, who doesn't seem to have trouble with it at all, screams that there's no reason to freak out. She's been acknowledged by the Fairy Queen, so all she had to do was stand proud. Leisha piles on, sharing that she's heard all about her excellence as an apothecary. As amicable as her reputation, she adds that she's even heard about the great Fairy Queen. That being said, she'd like for both of them to return to the capital with her and be of service there. The two are stunned by the abrupt announcement and urgently remind her that they've declined the offer before, as they both want to stay in the village. A swift wave of steel brushed past the girl's face. The Holy Knight pointed her blade, glaring at her for the sudden movement toward the saintess. Eliz is told to calm down and lower her blade. Composed and collected, Leisha says knights are far too passionate sometimes. It would do well to hold back, as it'd be trouble for everyone if a saintess candidate were to be harmed. Lily's eyes grew in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what she was being told. The current saintess smiles brightly, confirming it like it's the most natural thing. She has intelligence to run a clinic, skilled to impress Lulu, and trust she's earned from the villagers. Most of all, she has a special healing presence, which would be a gift for most. Taking the girl's hand, she alone decides that it's all settled, and announces that she'll be made into the saintess, who'll raise the church to even higher glory. Lily repeatedly declines, not following the progression of the conversation. Unable to pull her hand away, she confirms that it's just as Lugo warned. He told them that the sly woman was going to come aggressively from the start. If they let her control the pace, they'd be playing right into her hand. That said, all the revered saintess is about grace and love, so the girl believed that there's no way she would come back strongly. He says that's exactly her tactic. She uses that image to catch someone off guard, so they have to push forward just to stay afloat. If Lily doesn't flip the momentum here, it'll go exactly like Lugo said. In this case, she returns her gaze and says she has something to say first. Getting her chance, the brave girl repeats that they've all already declined her offer and asks the visitors to leave. Maya smiles proudly as Liz grips her blade, and Leisha is taken aback by her insistence. Now having a change in demeanor, the lady says there seems to be a misunderstanding. Raising her hand, she summons a blinding magic circle beneath them, meant to teleport them back to the capital. Once they're safely inducted into the Holy Church, all the confusion should be cleared up. She says this all with a smile, but Maya knows better and says they have to get away from the dangerous woman. Keeping a firm grip on the girl's hand, Leisha's gaze changes as she admits that she was hoping that the Fairy Queen would join them as well. The teleportation circle grew brighter, and Eliz stepped in to join them. Things were gradually getting worse. Back then, she believed that there's no way to reach this point, but Lugo says they only think that way out of pure ignorance. Should things get too out of hand, they're instructed to call in for help. Lily does as told and screams his name. Just then, the masked man immediately came crashing through a window. They're surprised by his quick response. He was staying nearby just in case, but he didn't imagine that they'd actually use a teleportation spell. Meeting each other's eyes, they scream for help, and he rushes in to pull them away. However, it all works to Leisha's advantage, as she can now have all three of them. This saves her a lot of time, and she can just bring everyone in one go. Panic spreads across their faces, realizing they came a bit too late. A bright flash of light illuminated the entire house. Just like that, the entire group disappeared from the village. They excitedly entered the home, saying Carmel made some pancakes for their guests. To her surprise, there was absolutely no one inside. She looked around, trying to find her friends, and had no idea that they were in the Eric Holy Church's headquarters. Lily held a white
Shoot the
outfit
foundations
in her
and it'll pick
hands. It was the
everything
church's
up.
sacred vestments, reserved only for its esteemed members. She moved it around, wondering if it
You
was
have to be
okay
really
for her to
careful
wear
that
such
thing don't
fine
die on the
clothes.
way down.
That said, not putting it on feels kind of weird as well. They were teleported out of her house so abruptly, and it was such strong magic that not even Lugo could cancel it. As she was losing hope, the masked man spoke seriously, saying they'll be in enemy territory and advising her to do as they say. After all, he'll protect her no matter what may come. Since he instructed her to be obedient, the young woman makes peace with wearing the vestments. A few minutes later, she looks as pure as ever, now clad in the church's white and gold outfit.
Hey, Mikey, put it in here.
And the tailoring is so fine that she would never be able to afford it herself. Noting the gold accents and accessories, she realizes the perks of being a saint. Now getting a feel for it, She clears her throat and dons an arrogant expression, going on about how her pseudo-followers must obey her commands. The persona quickly breaks down as Maya bursts into the room, telling her to hurry. Shyly hiding her between, Lily then turns her attention
that's the only
to
thing
Sil's
I can
outfit.
think of.
The little girl twirls to show it off, proud of her temporary limelight. The apothecary can't help but fawn over the little sister, whose clothes are much more adorable than usual. Suddenly remembering something, Maya says there's something she has to show her. After walking a bit outside, they encounter a surprising image. Lugo was standing in the halls, wearing pearly white armor that flashed with his black mask. They make fun of the young man, who argues that it's apparently part of the trial for joining them. Leisha appears from behind, noting that they've all seemed to finish changing. With her signature bright smile, she says the clothes suit them well. Now, they can move on and head to the tour of the chapel. It's a regal and grand space with a ceiling as high as the
It
sky.
made sense in
Their
my head.
mouths
I don't
open
know.
wide, mesmerized at the beauty of the area.
I know,
It's
right,
the first
man?
time they've been in
I've
such a
already
large
been beaten
chapel.
enough by this
In the
thing.
middle
Come
of
on
it
now.
all was an eye-catching painting of a woman and a bird. The woman depicted with blonde hair and
My
clad in
moose
steel
has
armor is
taken a
Erak,
beating
the
getting it in
goddess
there.
whom the church faithfully worships. However, there was another
Alright,
thing
come on,
there,
let's go.
which was the
We're
bright
going
red
this way.
bird that seemed to blaze. Alicia was
I know
about to
you'll face
explain
me.
when Lugo chimed in,
You don't like
explaining
me.
that it's the Phoenix Venix. Lily was amazed as it seemed like it could heal anything.
Alright,
Remembered
Dragon.
that
Know
apothecaries
where I
like her
am, and
would
I'm
be
gonna
out
run
of a
under
job
it.
if it really did exist. The masked man continues, saying it's said to come back for revenge, no matter how many times it's killed. In other words, it was an extremely troublesome bird.
Are you
They wonder
serious?
why he knows so much, but he
He
reasons that
teleported
it's
to
just
me.
general knowledge. The others can't exactly agree with that, but instead focus on the amazing painting, wanting to be painted by the artist as well. Lugo says
I wish I
Venix
could
and
give you
Erak
some
exist
jerky,
to
but I
be one
can't.
with blessings, and if the Fairy King makes a name for herself, can be painted like them, while Maya just gushes over his words and the possibility of being a legend. Leisha studies the masked man intently, bothered by his mouth.
I know
She
you don't
asks
like
if
me,
he isn't
but
the
it's
tiniest
not my
bit
fault.
interested. With his strength
I was
and
trying to help other
intelligence,
people.
his name too can be immortalized in the history books. He immediately declines and rejects the mere idea, but the Saintess doesn't let him finish, instead clinging to his hands and telling him to become a holy knight. Her eyes glisten despite his constant refusal, insisting that he can one day have a painting standing proud beside the goddess. Lily is tempted by the thought, but the faithful are still trying hard to push against his rejections. She goes on and on about how it would be the best fit for him, and even offers to make a white
And that's why I
mask to
couldn't hit the
replace his
Reaper with
black.
the moose.
At this point, he forcefully pulls his hand away. Finally losing his composure,
See, this moose
he
has
raises
like
his voice and says,
2,500 melee.
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon,
Everyone
welcome
is
to my
stunned by the
channel.
unexpected outburst, and Leisha wonders if there was a misunderstanding somewhere. She was the first one who invited him, but his words make it seem like it's not. Even the other two are confused. Realizing that he made a mistake, Lugo waves it all off and moves on his own, rushing to head off to the next place. While the Saintess runs after him, who is going in the wrong direction, Lily and Maya whisper to each other,
2779.
finding the very situation
But I mean, it had to be.
while
It
Leisha
used to be
acts
in the
like it's
cave.
the first time they met. He speaks as if they'd known each other for a while. They watch intently, finding it all suspicious. Following the two from
Oh, yeah, you
behind,
gotta build
the
it.
girls try
Oh,
to
wait,
make
that's
sense
on your
of what
butt.
has
Or
happened.
did you
Lily
got your
suggests
corpse,
that
so
Leisha
yeah.
must not
You gotta come
recognize
back
Lugo
and
because of
build
his
it.
mask. That said, his distinct voice and gestures are kind of hard to miss. With her words, Maya finally cracks the mystery and says it's all the mask's fault. Some armors come with recognition block enchantments, which are able to hide the wearer's identity. Given how forceful the woman is, they believe he must have made the mask specifically for her. Their conversation is interrupted as a high voice calls Lugo slide. Upon turning their heads, the two are surprised to see a bunch of sisters fawning over the masked one and pressing their bodies against his. He's trapped in an endless wave of compliments and invitations, earning varied reactions from his friends. The young man has become famous in an instant, contrasting how no one cared back in the village. Although the church is filled with women, opportunities to interact with men were rare. After all, male holy knights are expected to be celibate for life and devote themselves to the goddess. On the other hand, the women are free to pursue whomever they want to, seeking crowded and overwhelmed communities. Maya can't hold back anymore and rushes deeper out. This doesn't seem necessary as Lugo gently takes a woman's hand and sets distance between them all. He's handling himself well enough. Apologizing, he says he's on guard duty today, and will return to them should he find the time. The polite rejection works as they all gush over how well-mannered he is. After making promises to come back and see each other again, the masked man then marched toward Lily. To her surprise, he knelt down on one knee, saying the crowd was getting a bit too thick. While it may be improper, he offers his hand to help and lead her way. He goes on about protecting her properly, and the ladies scream while blushing bright red. The young apothecary turns equally red, embarrassed as everyone is staring, realizing that they're from the same village. The nuns from earlier all squeal in jealousy. Lugo whispers that although he feels bad for them, one never knows where spies are in unfamiliar territory. As such, the young girl can think of it as a favor to him. Understanding the circumstances, she takes his hand and earns shrieks from the crowd. Seeing this, Maya complains about feeling left out of his chivalry, but quickly turns soft as he explains that he can't protect them all if both his hands are occupied. With all that settled, Leisha ushers everyone to continue with the trial initiation. From that point, the tour went smoothly, and they were even able to visit important sites like the Grand Cathedral, the main altar, and even the choir room. Lily is mesmerized, feeling like she was in a sacred theme park. Maya remains unimpressed and calls her a goof. The place they were in was far from a theme park, and was actually a solid fortress. Outside, countless holy knights were crawling in guard. After all, force is sometimes necessary to protect the saints and sisters. As soon as the little girl realizes the reality, the group finally reaches the main event. The final facility is Littlemy, the sacred sanctuary. Upon opening the grand doors, they're met with an enormous open space that was blindingly bright. The visitors had shallow comments, even saying that the stark white feels empty. Even so, it's the most important facility out of everything there. After all, it's where the sacred scripture is kept.
You have
Atop
to
a high
think
flight of stairs
Pulse
was
has
a lone wolf sitting
Reaper
open
trap.
on a podium. Seeing the Saintess candidate's curiosity, Leisha extended her hand, encouraging her to take it. Hesitant, she cautiously turned to Lugo and reassured herself that he'll save her should it be necessary. With this, the girl climbs the stairs. The mask protector doesn't sense any danger for now, and refusing here
Pokemon community game A Wild Gorbis appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Instructed to step forward. Looking at the empty pages, she's eerily told to pray to the goddess Erai. Atop the high staircase, Lily is both confused and surprised by what she sees. She calls to Leisha, saying there's nothing written in the scriptures. Apparently, the prophecy of the goddess only shows once someone already starts praying. With this, she places the girl's hand on the blank pages. Recalling the divine revelation she spoke of in the village, she tells the child to relax. The Saintess received 3 revelations in total. The first spoke of an Asian girl born of monsters, bringing salvation to the kingdom. Second is the arrival of someone long-awaited, possibly one strong enough to fight the monsters. Before speaking of the third, she grips the girl's hand tight and presses it aggressively on the scripture. The last revelation was a troublesome one. The one chosen to be a saint must be a beautiful human with extraordinary talent. She spoke to her only briefly, but that short encounter with her talent and charm was enough to captivate the Saintess. Feeling uncomfortable, Lily tries to break free, but Leisha gripped her waist tight and glared into her eyes.
Check out Teacher's Game 2. He's got one for Aberration.
Meanwhile, the two below watch suspiciously but silently, finding it weird that the two ladies were so close to each other. According to the prophecy, the visitor from Asian village is actually a monster. With this, she wonders who that may be pertaining to. Lily quickly grew pale
Pokemon community game Gorbis escaped. No one caught it.
Saying it'll take her friends some time to climb up there. If she tries to run, she'll be deemed a monster, and she can take care of her in an instant.
I don't think it's the trap.
As this is her only shot at proving her innocence before the holy goddess. She forces her hand onto the page and keeps it there. With this, Lily closes her eyes in terror, knowing she has no other choice. As soon as she started praying, a brilliant light flashed, nearly blinding all those who looked at the altar. The scriptures were the source, and the worst turns to reality. It reveals that the one praying was not human at all. Confirming her suspicions, Leisha looks at the terrified child and aims a magic circle, calling her a wretched monster of calamity. The poor girl closed her eyes, unable to do anything to defend herself. Another blinding flash illuminates the room, signaling the deliverance of divine punishment. However, things don't go as planned as Lugo arrives to save her just in time. Carrying the girl, he apologizes, saying it must have been scary. His arm was wounded, but he says it's nothing but a scratch. Leisha commands him to step aside and casts even more spells. She says the girl is a monster, and that they must eliminate her as soon as possible. He's shocked by what he says, and Lily doesn't do a good job of defending herself, simply trembling with horror and saying it's not true. Surprised by how much she's affected, he hugs her tight, apologizing for not taking her away earlier. The Saintess scoffs at them, mocking the idea of them escaping her clutches. Just then, Maya appeared above the pair, answering the young man's call. She takes Lugo's hand and carries 2 people. While it's completely unexpected,
coming back?
she blames the crazy
They have it
Saintess.
jump
They reach
down
the
off
only
the
door in the
cliff
room,
into
which then
the
becomes
box.
riddled with golden magic circles. To make matters worse, people started flooding out. It's a teleportation spell like the one that brought them there, but now it's allowing the Holy Knights in. Alicia watched with a sinister smile from above, refusing to let any of them leave without permission. Eliz blocked their way forward, while Alicia pressured them from behind. It's the first time they've seen Lugo get hurt, and it looked like a fairly serious one at that. The little girl was busy blaming herself, but the masked man called and asked her to raise her hand. As soon as she does, Maya takes her arm, and the 2 are left.
Why is a fucking man over here?
Doesn't know how things ended up this way, but she knows and understands what she must do.
Oh.
Lugo and tells him to come back safe
Well,
and alive.
I just lost everything.
Not really planning on dying, he neatly lands on the floor. The masked man faces the group of holy knights alone, but instead of an intense clash off the bat, he raises his hand. To them, it seems like he's hopelessly begging for his life. A dark concentration of magic appeared above his body, which the Saintess recognizes as high-level gravity magic. The 2 ladies flying above are confused at first, more so when they feel themselves being pulled in by his spell. Alicia questions why he would attack his own allies, but Maya lets her body get dragged completely and screams at everyone to make way. The knights don't falter and prepare to strike them down, but Lugo has absolute faith in his friend's capabilities. The Fairy Queen calls him out for abusing her with a tune, but rises up to the challenge regardless. Calling on powerful wind magic, she blows those blocking her path and clears the way. With Lily holding on tight, they swiftly move past the crowd, skillfully dodging everyone to make it through to the door.
Fuck off, Microraptor.
It becomes obvious that they're heading toward the teleportation circle.
Teacher's saying you need to get it down below 500 health.
Oh, fuck's sake.
The knights are ordered to seize them with magic, but it's too late. The ladies have no idea where they'll end up, but they can figure that out later on. The last thing Lily sees is Lugo standing behind the crowd, raising his hand and telling them to leave things to him. Unable to do anything but trust his confidence, the 2 disappear, leaving the masked man alone with the Saintess and her vanguard. She scolds him, emphasizing that he just made any of her and the entire church. That said, he couldn't care less. His arrogance offends Alicia, who says she's much more terrifying. The Saintess, who was once part of the hero's party, summoning the holy sword, the guardian of the world gets ready to destroy all those who harm others. However, he knows all too well about her ruthlessness, having suffered from it firsthand. His wounded arm smokes, healing instantaneously without even using magic. Seeing this, she realizes that she's allowed 3 monsters into the sanctuary. Lugo
all you gotta do
argues
is
that
run
he
it
isn't
in
a
and close
monster,
the door.
and even if his friends are, they are ones that serve others and value peace. If anything, they're the ones who deserve to live alongside humans. Alicia is enraged by the concept of coexistence, and is prepared to eliminate all those who believe in it. She charges in, telling him to be a mere stain in her sacred blade. With one swing, light emerged from beneath where he stood, and shot up like a tower of pure energy. Despite this, he backs away and remains unscathed. Gravity magic, healing, and now the ability to dodge the holy sword all deem him a dangerous being. Repeatedly called a monster, he walked on, saying she's called him that before. She finds it absurd, believing that they've never met in the past, closing in and backing away, as if to make it clear that he's capable of dodging.
Yeah, you can do it off a rock thing. If anything, you can shoot off the side of it.
By his skill and the need to eliminate such threats, the Saintess drives the blade into the ground. Having killed all that endangered the church so far, she's determined to do the same right now, and summons beams of burning magic at the masked man. While he's trapped, not wanting to hit the blazing rays, she tells the Holy Knights to take the opportunity and slay the monster. Incapacitated by the Saintess attacks, Lugo is vulnerable to the Knights' attacks. At least that's what they thought. Warning them against interfering with his battle, he doesn't move a muscle and uses gravity magic again, driving each and every person to the floor. The room is filled with screams. Meanwhile, Alicia is so impressed by his master of the magic that she gives him one last chance to absolve of his sins and join
Well, there goes my frog. And there I go again. Mother.
A blinding slash comes his way, and the Saintess is fairly sure of her victory.
Oh, there goes my fox.
That is, until she sees the spot he stood at completely empty. She doesn't follow right away, but a knight alerts her to something behind. Turning, she's shocked to see Lugo coming at her fast with a closed fist, summoning a wall to block. She manages to soften the impact, but the blow is still strong enough to break through her barrier and push her away. She barely keeps her footing by driving the sword into the ground, and even the masked man is surprised that she blocked. Unwilling to lose, she charged in the name of humanity. A simple swing is easily dodged. He's well aware of what it is and even knows the name. Ignoring her confusion, he continues and explains that the condition for activation is inscribing a seal in the air with the sword. Therefore, the best countermeasure is extremely close-ranged attacks. Fists rushed at her once again, and she struggled to block against the barrage of hits coming her way. Naturally, she's aware of her own weakness, which is why she mastered swordsmanship to compensate. Unfortunately for her, the opponent was far too strong and overwhelming. He godes at her, questioning why she's just defending. As the shield of the people, she refuses to fall for his provocation. Looking into his eyes, he recalls Lily, whom she labels as a dangerous monster, concealing its identity to blend in with humans. On the other hand, Lugo was someone determined to protect that monster and was even more dangerous. She spots an opening in his attacks and moves in immediately to take advantage of it. Planting her feet onto the ground, she raises her sacred blade to deliver unto him divine condemnation. The sword is swung down in one smooth motion, but the masked man's sidestep is even smoother. Having dodged perfectly, he was now in a spot to counter and hit the defenseless woman with a powerful spinning kick. It strikes just enough to bring Alicia to the ground, where she cowers and questions where she went wrong. After joining the hero and his party, she cut down every imaginable kind of monster with the holy sword. In the end, she even cut off the hero's head on the kingdom's command. However, it resulted in the monsters becoming active. She was mistaken, and was the one who deserved to be condemned.
Like teacher's trap, he's relying
What the
on
fuck, you stupid pig?
having
Move!
it fall off a small cliff into the box.
Surprise, her veil and
I
hair
don't even know if I have any foxes left now after that.
bottle of potion from above.
I'm
She's
watching
completely confused,
syntax
not
now.
understanding why he'd do such a thing. He goes on about her moves losing finesse
No, I
whenever
think
she gets worked up. What's more,
Is
she
anybody
loses
claiming
focus when she
anything?
feels like she has the upper hand. The lady is about to argue, but he just says that she hasn't improved
We're
despite
all right
his
here
warning.
that's on the
The
server
entire
right
room
now.
fell still as familiar bright red hair appeared, completely removing his mask. Lugo reveals his true identity,
Kaito, you
reminding
still
her
on
his
the app?
order to
Nope,
remember what she
I'm
did.
off.
Seeing her supposedly
Yeah,
dead
okay,
leader
so
greet
we're
her
all
with
right here.
cold eyes,
Everybody that's
Alicia
on the
trembles
map.
in shock, haunted by the memory of killing him. He walks past the blabbering Saintess and onto the injured knights at the back. Apologizing for being so harsh, he pours Lily's potion on them as well, even promoting her work. They're pleasantly shocked by the fact that he's alive. Meanwhile, Alicia was
That's
still
the only
doubting
thing I
her
can
eyes,
think of.
knowing
He
it was
could be
impossible.
wrong.
That
Dude,
said,
I don't
his
know.
strength was undeniable, and there's no one else who could do to her what he did. Her inner
But if you
turmoil
think about where you
worsens,
find the
remembering how she personally
makes
cut his head off. Turning back, she sees his cold but seething gaze, boring a hole right through her. It's him for sure. He was real, and she's come back to take revenge. Turning her around, she bowed and groveled in a hurry. Without raising her head, she apologizes, begging for a chance to explain herself. The young man is silent. She indeed owes him an apology. The sensation of cutting his neck that day still lingers in her hands, and the gruesome sight of what she did was still burned into the back of her eyes. In his helpless form, she mercilessly struck him down and burned his body. She lets it all out, but adds that she only did so because of the kingdom's orders. To her surprise, he says he knows. Quickly raising her head, she sees him turning away and saying it's all in the past. The sight of him leaving pains her, so the former comrade called out, begging him to listen and saying she was terrified. With desperate tears streaming down her face, she asks for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Eliz is unable to take the pitiful display and runs to soothe her master. Holding her back, she asks Lugo what happened. Seeing her armor, he recognizes her as the knight who visited the village. Confirming it, she introduces herself as the Saintess' personal guard. Certain that she was listening anyway, he restates the fact that Alicia killed him. The information makes her heart drop. Feeling like it's a joke, she recalls how her master grieved when he died. The Saintess doesn't even look up. After he was gone, she organized countermeasures against newly active monsters and passionately worked to shelter children who lost their parents in attacks. They traveled everywhere in search of people who can take over as heroes. This is also the reason why she wanted to recruit the three from the village, standing above them and giving a smile of amusement. He calls her actions splendid. The short but striking response hits the knight. The hero himself is implying that all those efforts were made as a facade
Is
of
there
lies.
any
He
Reaper
tells her
Queens
to ask
close by
Alicia
we can
instead.
test it on?
The Saintess frees herself from her guard's embrace and silently puts her head to the ground. In absolute disbelief, disgust is written on Eliz's face. Realizing that all she can do is apologize, she grips the traitorous master's body tight and screams. The entire legion of holy knights place their trust on her. but her actions just made the monsters multiply, leaving even more children orphaned than ever before. Countless comrades died, trying to fill the gap left by the hero, and it was all their leader's fault. Again, Leisha doesn't even have it in her to meet her guard's eyes. Told to look at her, the Saintess turns her head up, revealing a weeping face that was completely covered in tears. Given the gravity of her actions, Eliz is unable to accept her monster's apology, no matter how many times. Just then, Lugo called to the knight, telling her not to be too hard. It's surprising to hear this from the one who should be angry.
I mean, that'd be the only way I know to test it, right?
As she was only
Find one and
this only makes
bring it up and see if that's
the place they were fighting for was actually the root of evil. Speaking frankly, the former hero says they shouldn't do anything unless they want to be assassinated.
Oh,
they didn't do anything and was still killed.
I told him the other two
she
wanted
can't rebel here. Lugo puts his mask back on and calls to the night. He makes it clear that he is nothing more than an ordinary man from Hazen Village. She nearly salutes, immediately understanding what he means. Then calling to
went
Leisha,
down there on
he
the
orders her to keep her hands away from Lily, Maya, and their quiet village. Still bowing, she affirms the order.
You can hear it.
Lastly, the rest
when
of
you
the
go
knights
next
are
to
told
it.
to forget what happened that day. Should his identity be revealed,
trying.
he promises to mercilessly come after each of them. The indomitable hero's warning makes them obedient. Even without saying it, there was no one in the room that would dare go against him. Nearly forgetting, Lugo asks the Saintess to open the door, adding that there's no one who can open it aside from her. Getting off the ground, she runs to follow and grabs the handle. In that moment, she questions
Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get an
path,
S1 this
and how
morning.
she managed to raise her hand against the man she respected above any other.
Have a nice
The door
color.
opened and the masked man walked through, waving casually as he apologized for the trouble. Seeing the man she killed leave again, still as easygoing as ever, Leisha falls to the ground in tears. The knights watched as she hates herself. Eliz seems to have calmed down and says she won't dare to ask
Pokemon community game A Wild Slugma appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
If she truly was regretful for what she did. However, the knight sees the small woman's trembling frame and realizes that she's already put in more than enough effort to atone for her sins. Apologizing once more, she walks away to cool her head. Meanwhile,
Kaito Destiny Dragon Mama 03, welcome to my channel.
From the divine. Before everything
Oh
happened,
boy,
she
oh boy,
placed her
oh
hand
boy,
on the
oh boy, oh
scriptures
boy.
and prayed to the gods. Shock and confusion enveloped her face as the golden letters commanded her to kill the hero. She tried to protest, but the revelation continued.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Immediately brought the matter to order, suggesting that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the old man strictly rejects such thoughts and outright decides to kill him. Indignant, she protests, saying he is one of them and questioning how the old man can even think of killing his #1 apprentice. He reasons that the goddess prophecies have never been wrong, and she should know that better than anyone alive. Besides, the hero has a habit of keeping his true powers a secret even from them. Even Orc, who's supposed to be the wisest among them all, is kept completely in the dark, still refusing to accept it. Leisha gathers magic,
Where's
willing to
that
fight against
other-
it, but is told not to bother. They both know she isn't strong enough to beat him, so he just walks forward, ready to report the matter to the king. While he does, she is not to speak to anyone about the revelation she received, and the plans
Pokemon
made
community
together.
game
With that,
Slugma
she fell to her
escaped.
knees and trembled
No
in
one
love.
caught it.
Just as she does now after the hero, she betrayed spares her life. Meanwhile, Lugo was speeding across the capital, eager to take care of Lily after it was revealed that she isn't a human. Back in the capital, Maya dragged Lily in a rush. The knights weren't coming after them, but they have no way of knowing if there are other enemies. The apothecary questions where they were going, and is told that they're headed to the only neutral ground that exists in every city. After a while of running, they finally see the Adventurer Guild's entrance. Bursting through the door, they manage to secure their safety. Their abrupt entry and church garments confuse those inside, so Maya hurriedly handles the situation.
Did they go under?
You can do that real quick if you need to.
Introducing themselves as members of the church, while some think that there must be a request
Yeah,
for
they
their
hit me in my pocket.
Silk demands to see the boss. However, a couple of familiar figures stepped in and said it's a little too early for them to be telling lies. She panics, feeling like she was exposed far too quickly. Looking at Lily, the Fairy Queen considers having her escape first, but where can they go? So many thoughts rush through her mind. The little girl suddenly cried in relief. Confused, Maya turns and finally understands, as she sees Lulu and Garam looking at her from above. Settling down, they explain how they got into trouble after Leisha forcibly took them to the church. The Saintess friend apologizes, feeling remarkably responsible for exposing them in the first place. Moving on, they're welcomed into the guild,
You know, we
thinking
weren't
they're there
that
to
far
become
from
adventurers. Maya rejects the
Chris.
proposal and says they're only interested in recruiting Lugo.
Whatchamacallit,
Instead, she says they came there
artifact?
for a different reason and shows a letter bearing the masked man's
Yeah.
seal. He gave it to the sylph before Alicia came to the village, saying it should be given to the guild master should an
There's a
emergency
200 and a
arise. Since Lulu
216.
seems to be acquainted with important people, she guesses that she must know the master too. The investigator accepts the task, remembering that she
That
owes
might
the
be
masked
208.
man
The
anyway.
one under
A
is
request from
216.
such a powerful person is probably too much for her to handle. But in this case, it might be something the head of the guild can help with. Soon enough, the visitors find themselves gagging and covering their noses.
There's a
Harsh
bug
stench
on
is
my
seeping out of the
screen.
big room.
Come here, you
The
little shithead.
investigators say that they'll eventually get used to it. Garam smiles, saying they have no choice. As it is
Stupid
the
bug's
guild
gonna get
master's
swirlied.
will. As soon as he opens the doors, a horrendous stench bursts out and hits their noses hard. The two ladies push each other inside, not wanting to go in first, but are both forced to enter anyway.
Chad, we
Inside,
getting
they see a lone person stirring something in a
216's
huge
not
cauldron.
bad, though.
The thick and gloopy liquid seemed to be medicine, being compounded by a girl with a tiny frame. Lulu announces themselves, saying they have visitors. Slightly surprised, she looks at the odd combination and quickly makes sense of what was happening. She hops off the stool and chuckles, telling them that there's no need to be so nervous. She introduces herself as Lara, the guild master and an alchemist, and
I
welcomes
thought for
them
the
to the guild.
216.
Given her playful smile and odd credentials, the two visitors can't help but be
Got
surprised.
42
Lily
points in
can't
health.
believe that the little girl before them was the master, seeing that she's even younger. What's more, Maya was completely on guard after seeing
Well,
her
I mean, we
face.
can wait.
The sylph
They're
says
not all
she isn't the head of the guild for nothing, and notes that the scars all over her body are probably
If I
from
remember
battles.
correctly, there's
Lara
like a
just
biggest
smiles at the
ass,
deduction.
like,
She holds
right
the
around
confidence of a true warrior,
Yes.
and
where
must
they're
have seen a lot of
at.
combat.
And I don't know how
That said,
They're
Lily
almost in
feels
the
something more,
trench, I think.
something uncannily familiar. After a while of thought, she realizes that the girl gives the same vibe as Lugo. Saving the explanations for later, the master moves on to the main topic, saying they must have a reason for being there. Taking a seat to talk things over, Lara reads the letter that was meant for her. The others haven't seen it yet and wonder what's inside. Apparently, the masked man is simply asking for the guild to protect the two. Speaking like familiar friends, she says he's as blunt as ever. Again, Maya is the first to notice and confirms that the two know each other. Without missing a beat, the head says he was her master in swordsmanship. This takes everyone by surprise, not
And you can
expecting
always
Lugo
try
to take a
to
student
lead
on.
it up with
Not missing their
who's-
faces, the girl agrees that it isn't like him at all. The adventure world was too tough for a girl who is untalented in magic. But then she met him. Because of their training, she managed to become an ranker, but couldn't go higher as she became a
Where's the hand
Lily
sanitizer?
silently wonders how old she is, and is shocked to hear that she's 25. While Lara playfully asks questions, the girl panics and asks how she keeps reading her mind. She brushes it off and says she's just good at reading people, and at this point the young lady is just exposing herself. Regardless of skill or some awesome power, there must be a reason why she is a guild master. The alchemist then accepts the task of protecting them until they return to the village, and takes full responsibility even if the church is after them. They never revealed their problem with the church, so Maya asks if it's her power working. That said, it doesn't take a genius to understand what it means. When nuns run into the guild, finding it odd that they left Lugo, Garam asks what he's up to. They explain how he stayed behind to fight the knights, but the reaction to this information is lukewarm. The ladies insist that they should help him, regardless of how strong he is. But Lara tells them to calm down as he's strong enough to fend for himself. Her words don't really quell their hearts, but one thing does.
I got another
Told to look
141
behind them,
popped up.
everyone is surprised to find Lugo, listening silently with his arms crossed. Reuniting, they check on each other's conditions. He shows his arm off, already completely healed from the injury earlier. Eager to keep his powers a secret, he attributes the fast healing to the apothecary's potion. Having made them herself, Lily knows that the potion is not that effective. It's Lara's turn to reunite with her master, calling him out for making a bunch of girls worry. Given his appearance, she can't help but note how he's changed. He apologizes for worrying them, and nonchalantly promises to be more punctual next time. With all that said and done, the guildmaster says it's time to eat. They haven't had a bite of food since teleporting, and with perfect timing, Lily's stomach growls loud enough to fill the room. After turning red from embarrassment, a huge and delicious feast is laid on the table in front of her. The little girl cries while holding a loaded fork. She's told to pick between eating or crying, but she's going through so many emotions to stick to one. Fortunately, Lulu is there to take care of her and wipe the snot away. She tries to calm down, but quickly falls into tears again after seeing Lugo safe and sound. Soon enough, the plates are empty and their bellies are full. Lara is delighted that they enjoyed it, and again reaffirms her promise to keep them under the protection of the guild. Gratitude is exchanged, but now they have to have the difficult conversation and explain what exactly happened with the Church of Arak. Lara asks to know why the church was after their group. Maya is glad that she asked, and takes the initiative to explain things in detail. Unfortunately, she doesn't get much of a chance as Lugo chimes in, saying Lisha attacked Lily. Hearing that this is the reason they fought, the Guildmaster's expression is riddled with surprise, soon changing into disappointment and sadness. She bows her head to apologize, saying the Saintess is also one of their members. She's told to raise her head as it isn't her fault, but the girl who knows his past says it must have been tough for him. With this, Lugo asks that they step aside and have a private conversation later. Since they're master and student, the others know that it's something they shouldn't meddle with. What's important is that they're all alive, despite the terrible thing Lisha did. Fortunately, it won't be a problem anymore, since he personally spoke to her and the knights, and got their vow to leave their village alone. Their agreement is enough to put his mind at ease, while it isn't with the entire church.
Ah,
A Saintess
watch the
standing is
claws!
something to be
I'm gonna
respected,
trim you!
and that very position will likely keep them from having an all-out war. Lily can't help but wonder what their real connection is and start to feel distant. She wants to know more, but can't remove the fear in her
Great.
heart. There's one thing the guild master still doesn't understand. Why did Lisha attack Lily in the first place? It's odd as she brought her to the city and dressed her in divine garments, meaning she's a saint candidate. The room falls still as they wait for an answer. Before entering the holy place, they indeed called her a candidate, but changed tune after walking to the altar. Just then, Lily began trembling. Unable to meet their eyes, she reveals that she's the scary one, drawing confusion from everyone there. She thought about not mentioning it, and stopped herself from prying into Lugo as she feared being exposed herself. Lara wonders what could be so scary about a small and cute human, but the apothecary reveals that she's a monster. The audience's eyes grew in shock. Unfortunately for her, the altar and scripture saw through her secret. Calling to her friends, she shamefully bowed her head, saying she doesn't deserve their protection. Maya calms her down and says it doesn't matter, as she's a monster too. She desperately tries to convince the girl, but then Lara spoke. As the guild master, she doesn't abandon tasks she accepts, but the guild needs to know the circumstances of those they protect, so they need an explanation. The room was silent, waiting for her to speak. Lily takes a deep breath and shares that she's Impusa. The revelation brings varied reactions, as the name is associated with a legendary demoness. Because of the harm caused to civilians, a bounty has been placed on the dangerous creature. She admits that it's her. Lulu recalls how the apothecary helped her and how nothing bad happened. In this case, Garam suggests that there might not be a problem after all. Impusa's power is Mana Drain, which affects anyone she touches. After such contact, it's impossible to remain unharmed. It's the creature's method of attack and sustenance, but a light brush-like with Lulu won't activate the power. On the western continent, their kind is known as a succubus. Garam also heard of them when he first started.
What if you eat it?
I think she said hello, Kaito.
Eat my ass.
Wisebot 3 viewers, -1, alarm clock 7 hours 48 minutes and 5 seconds.
Oh, what am I gonna do now?
Steve's not stupid.
Look at you.
I don't know what I was doing.
It wasn't ready.
I wanted to. Oh.
Now you're stuck looking like that.
Can you see it clearly?
Yeah.
いけるのかな、優勢なんじゃなきゃダメですよね、多分。
優勢なんだ。まだまだ先さ、さすがに。
Look, I need you to laugh. Thank you.
Okay, I need to write this down.
She is. Oh.
God. Yangi.
I'm heading to Astrios for a couple of minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, she already is.
What is happening?
Okay.
Pokemon community game A Wild Lycan Rock, Midnight, appears catch it using, Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Did he?
Are you coming, darling?
There's nothing behind me.
Oh, you big man?
Oh no. Nope. Nope, I just lost everything. I just lost everything.
Can I grab this? Grab stuff. Wait, don't grab stuff. Okay, never mind then. Alright, let's go.
What the fuck?
She big man.
Pokemon community game Lycan Rock, Midnight, escaped. No one caught it.
Ah, shit.
Bye-bye.
Beep! No! That guy here. Oh shit.
What? Can you cross a barrier or something?
That was not how I thought
Alright,
it
but
was.
auto revival pod, so we should be fine.
God damn it.
Where?
Fucking Boombot.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. I forgot to use them. That's what you do. Don't see no time.
Fucking theory of all things.
What the
She's acting like she can't cross this one little spot.
Oh my god, I feel that in my heart and soul.
No. There you go. Come on, big girl. How I'm getting you to blue zone, I don't know. Figure it out along the way.
Yeah.
How do I get that thing in a spot where I can kill him?
Blazer.
So, what was the least off? Good job.
If I remember right,
Come on. You know you want the
Poor babies.
Yeah.
超絶可愛いんだけど。上がれなさそうだな。こっちはこっちだ。
Good girl.
This box is under the thing. Okay.
I'm not sure. I think you. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Unless they changed it for ASA.
My son was in.
Archer, what's a good company to get keycaps from, by the way?
You're talking about like the keyboard caps?
Yeah.
Broken your keyboard, because
I'm working it. She's already wanting to follow.
No, because I got the new Apex.
Yep, right here.
The
Girl.
Oh no, I didn't want to do
yeah, you might have to look. They just don't like this.
arrows, you stupid game.
Alright, so should I keep going, working my way left?
Yeah,
Robin
I
sucks.
guess well.
Robin sucks.
Yeah, she's big matter.
You got hit by the spit.
Spit? No, I've been getting hit with a board.
They used to be able to damage your arm. Get hit by that.
I don't know.
Even not.
The cat.
Trying to
be able to kill that thing.
There we go. I got him off of her. She buried. Killed a mega fish after. Oh.
Oh my god.
Ow. 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 Bitch. Chill.
That's wild.
Alright, time for a little payback, you bastard theory.
You never seen that ending?
Should've just left me alone.
Yes.
Less than 61% of players deceived Shroud by giving
I think
him
that's gonna
both.
stay.
You and 34% of players watched as Invisible kill Shroud 9 the chance to exact vengeance for Flame's work. But I didn't get to pick! Trusted Invisible on
Well, that's going down. That's all fair, but I don't know if it's gonna stay. Work its way back around.
Neglected Invisible, leading her to embrace villainy over heroism. Ow!
No.
Ow!
None of y'all.
There's no option!
Like guys, deserve to get a straight brick
Fucking Microraptors! Piss off, you little Nazi-ass bird.
77 players rescued Sven, a first water boy.
Oh, these things are fucking... I got killed by a level 5.
Not sure where you're at.
Fucking rapid fire attacks.
But you often the jetpack.
Just curious, why?
Have the
Opportunity to keep her out of jail.
Why is it installing Paleo Arc every time I transfer?
Players put away thumbsticks, dick themselves.
I don't know why it does
What do you
that.
mean, dang?
It does it to me too.
Okay.
That would be a monkey question.
Every man you're
These average Richard dying in that river.
Teleported, by the way.
Yes.
Every time I do it, it updates and then it takes me back to the main menu.
Alright, I got a plan to go straight up.
That's the Red River. That's why they're dying.
Crazy.
I said they're
If
not.
you go in there, you're dead.
I said they're not. Aberrant Megalo's standing there.
Maybe
No
it's
help.
because they're wild.
Guess what? She's about to go for a swim now.
Or it could just be tick damage too.
No,
I know
lost
it's
my
insta death for
girlfriend.
players.
Where did I lose her?
Yeah, it's in death because it takes 100. It gives 100 damage.
But I don't know about Dino. So.
Dinos will be about the same. It just takes longer.
Reaper has enough health to make it down the river.
I haven't done anything right now, so we should decide.
Lost from what?
But it's a lot better watching you do it than me.
Come on. You know you want to do that. Alright. No. Get your ass out of the pit.
Behind me? Left. Yeah, inside. You see it? You see the big red blob? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I gotta
I couldn't fix it. I couldn't fix it.
The issue with heat bucket got bad because
You know what? We're gonna get it.
なんかでも結構早めに来てませんでした。
あ、本当？そう。
That was wild.
Yeah?
That's wild.
Looky, looky, I found a bridge.
I don't know.
いや、ハマってるんですよ。
Gyro busy.
あ、ラリーポイント。何もいない。
Where are you?
I don't think you have friendly fire.
When you say heal,
Okay, I gotta get you across.
Pokemon community game. A wild Porygon appears. Catch it using Hope catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
You're so right. I am the problem.
P went for
It's me, the problem.
Why can't you see?
I'm
stuck on Arctic's point of view.
Making me feel Robin.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
This is a better problem. That's wild.
That's what I did. I did accident, yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, we got a little hunter.
You guys back yet? You know
Hello.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
I'm just amazed you haven't got hit by a brother.
75, 80, 55, 30.
I'm trying not to stay too low to the...
What's the face, Hannah?
Thank you.
No. No,
How did I
sad.
get stuck behind
sad.
モスコ、うわ、え、なんか25レベル。モスコ死んでる。やばい。
Pokemon community game Porygon escaped. No one caught it.
Go that way.
許せねえよ。変態ですの仲間を。いた、こいつ。トップしやがって。
Hello, darling. Come on, Russian.
足を殺した。ああ、もう。
なんてことだ。
We can do Obscure Expedition 33 and do Alt Ending. We can do pull out New Vegas. I know Meteor wants to do Minecraft, and then maybe I'll get around to it in a couple of weeks. Then I revenge PlayStation 2. I think I have it on. Burnout game. On what's it called? PlayStation 4. Pokemon ZA in the future, and then maybe Mellow Mondays. You might or might not be here tomorrow. That is so fine. I'll run the poll. And if there's not a clear winner, I'll just pick.
Subterranean Reaper King.
Yay! Yeah, I want to do a full run through. I haven't completed this yet. And that feels real weird.
Oh shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You got a Reaper King to spawn too?
You know what?
Because you're down there without a shoulder pit.
I got one, I just ain't got him on. Didn't want to fight the feature.
Okay, well, if it takes you long enough, you might get an outfit.
If I can get at this stage, it looks like it'll be Minecraft. I know Media really wants to play. If I can get the update, yeah, if I can get the update, I'll play tomorrow. I think that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be Minecraft. Also, just so you guys know, I kind of lock in with Minecraft.
Oh, now you
Like my Pokemon team? No way.
Biting your ass.
Don't play so. Replay this? Yeah, I think I will. What I might do is I might play
Come on in.
What are we doing? This one. Eh? Eh?
I see.
Oh, yeah, we don't. That was a moment. That whole team wipe was
手紙ぐらいしていけよ。
great. Great.
じゃねえかよ。
Alrighty. You guys want to pick your grade? I don't even need to see the end of this. It's Minecraft. We're playing Minecraft tomorrow, guys. I lock in though, so enjoy my lock in.
What? Fuck.
Minecraft and video play. I also don't check who voted. It was, oh my god, it was a moment. It was a crazy moment. It's like there's 5 or 6 endings. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to play it. Maybe I'll do a playthrough like every so often.
And that was.
And then I'll upload them. That might be what I'll do. Connection lost.
Get up. That's why not don't push it there. On it?
You haven't completed one.
What was it called again?
Fuck off, Theory. God damn.
I'm gonna laugh out loud.
Pain in the ass. Yeah. Cat's messing with the toilet again.
I'll let you guys pick. Both M. We can't just type M.
Wait,
I'll be
did it
back
die?
tomorrow for Minecraft. Did I check DMs? Oh,
They're
Frames
probably
is
about
around.
to.
I think Frames is napping last time I went out. But I will let them know
Nothing's
I love
died
you, Hannah,
yet.
and I did see the things you sent. I just have not had
Well,
a
Megalo's got a
to
hold
stop
of it.
Admiral Live.
Yeah, but
The
can you
faces,
teleport
I love the
back
faces.
down there?
Oh, also the Genshin drinks, thank you.
No, I never got to
I
sit
will. The one that starts with them.
Okay,
and
so
them. I can't split you guys up.
what's the best way to do it?
One or the other.
A wing.
You want video to whisper in your fucking ear, or do you want Mo's little cute little wow? I appreciate you, Hannah. I'm still recovering. I'm proud of myself for doing a 5-hour stream today. Imagine split rating. Imagine. Wild. We might go Meteor. Yeah.
It wasn't that bad till I had to do an extra reaper. Because now I can't just aggregate. Got him.
I will. That's why I'm getting up now. It's earlier than I would.
Can we glide straight there from here?
Or Sunday. But because I just wanted to finish dispatch, that's why I would do it now. It also gives me time to catch up on things I need to do. Invalid username.
I got a creeper on the bed one.
Here we go.
The only best way to track it, I guess, is by
Support the besties.
I still have the bulldog on the tracker.
I know Faith is still there, but Mofu and Meteor are doing a 12-hour stream.
It hasn't died yet.
So support them for Wild. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Minecraft. Freaking love you guys. Thank you for being here. Miss you already. No, thank you. Thank you. I wouldn't do this without you guys.
できないんじゃないですかね。
Appreciate
a
your
closer
time,
reaper
for choosing
point.
me.
Is that where I was
Place you
at?
want to hang. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
A 241 reaper. I could have thought I was over here. Was that where I was at?
You should turn around.
Look over to the left a little bit. You see where the U is and the red ribbon on that side?
But I'm not tracking that route. Oh, it was a one.
It was a 141 S.
Well, there's a new S241.
Yeah, it was over there where that death mark. But you were almost at the U of the Red River.
There's that one right there, and that one's even closer. Who can get over there, and I'll just keep two getting
I could try.
What's up, fool? We're doing something crazy. We're on the kite. We know it's spicy, but I fucked up. I got too low to the ground.
If I get hit by a Columbia, probably gonna die.
2,000.
Just let me know when you're closer.
I'm going all the way.
Does it just hover above it? And I'll just teleport in on the... There's nothing better than... Right.
Stay away from that.
そうですね。あ、今買える。そうですね。週刊誌に何かそうなんやつがみんな集合してる。
Oh no, everything's getting attacked. I'm on the side of the cliff, close to the ground.
Alright, hover. So I'll drop that.
I'm landed, so you're good.
Fuck, I gotta get here.
I wanna hurry though. But even the bulldog's still alive at this point. Nope, it's still. That is still over there somewhere.
Why did he get so much bigger when he opened that door? The door just made.
No idea.
Yeah, it's still nice one. But the bulldog didn't make it. Tried to save it.
There are Prolovias here. There was a couple.
See if the code's outside.
Yeah, but if I don't light this thing up, you're never gonna kill it. Because otherwise, you ain't hitting it.
Let's see what we got here.
See, if I light it up, you can hit it. Like 4K.
You got a big box on it.
Pokemon community game A Wild Jupiter appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
coming on your back.
Oh, they're fine as long as they're not in the ground. Hey, where'd those bows go? Oh, okay, I didn't see a thing.
Got him.
Nice.
So I take it the S is gone.
Pokemon community game Jupiter escaped. No one caught it.
Did you not come with? You was right beside me.
It didn't take me.
Fuck! I got teleporter at least.
What the fuck?
Alright, well look at this. There's a 241 S Reaper right there. Kinda curious.
Boxes?
Because if we can get her to cross that little land bridge right there and try to find us, there's a way. We can right here. Or just at least lead her up, get her that way. Right there.
Looking at the S Reaper. This is a 241. It's got really high
Yeah, I mean, we all want to S.
Oh. I know a problem with the Veil Wings. Fuck.
Wish I could see the terrain better.
I think the biggest problem is you don't know if they're up from there. Because it could get down there and it just be another, like, cliffside. Well, at least you know if you die, I can fight.
Come on. Forgot those can explode.
白産地なんかも結構でかくなってる。恐竜も作られてる。え？ベルに買ってるの？
Upweighting for daytime.
Go get to work.
Why me? Why doing that? So me. You hit me in the shin. My poor shin. Poor shin.
I don't know, honey. Did you check any?
You wouldn't hit me again. You wouldn't hit me again. You won't.
He's an easy target. Looking at Lily's body, he confesses that it won't be hard to be charmed, a comment that earns him a painful punishment. They then go over possible causes for their kind's extinction, leading the young girl to share something shocking. Apparently, despite her innate and natural urges, she never drained mana from anyone since she was born. The villagers are brought back to Azum Village. In Lily's clinic, the apothecary laid on the bed, receiving the examination unlike how it usually goes. She lay there, unaccustomed to being the one study. After revealing that she and Impusa never drained anyone's magic since birth, everyone exclaimed in shock. It's their direct source of sustenance, making them question if she's okay. Oddly interested, Lulu and Lara moved into immediately going through tests, breathing hard like beasts, seeing a fresh pile of meat before them. With this, the guild master carefully checks on her appearance, assuring that she definitely looks human. Lulu might have noticed if she used her blessing, but she never even suspected it. The girl apologizes for having them come all the way to the village, but Impusa are creatures of the legend. Is there a way to get it out of the... They brought all the equipment they'll need, so all she has to do is sit back and relax. Although they try to ease the tension, their expressions are oddly sly. Lara closed in with a stethoscope, eager to start the examination. There's nothing out of the ordinary, and she was in absolutely perfect health. Wondering if she's experienced any health issues before, Lily shares that she often feels hungry even after eating. Asked what she did during such instances, she walked over to a glass cabinet and took a bottle of pills out. She hands the supplements over, and they see that they're mana recovery pills made from mocha fruit. Having been self-taught, she sheepishly says she developed them herself.
It doesn't take
Lara
damage
tries one out as a test, and is pleasantly surprised as mana filled her body. There's a gentle warmth of magic spreading, and it was more potent than a raw fruit. Too weak to defeat monsters and not wanting to drain people, she experimented and ended up with the pill. She eventually became an apothecary and calls necessity the mother of invention. With a smile, Lara asks if they could sell the medication in their guild. It's a wonderful idea that would make her the official apothecary of the guild, making them easier to protect. Lily bashfully tries to decline, but is told that her selling such effective supplements would actually benefit the guild. In the first place, Lulu had already intended to recruit her from the moment they met. Now she takes her hand and asks the girl if she could lend them her help. It's a mutual agreement of protecting each other, leaving no one with any reason to decline. They relay the deal to Lugo, who seems approving enough of the idea. From then on, anyone who messes with Lily will face the wrath of the guild. Noting how indebted Lara is to her master, she tells him to call her for help anytime.
Get her up there, and then it dumps her on the top of the waterfall instead of the bottom.
Waving her hands, she declines
Find a way to get out of that water.
That she actually suspected him for a long time. It's news to him, so she explains that he suddenly appeared in the village with an odd mask, which he never took off even when bathing. What's more, he was incredibly strong. It was because of her own guilt and fear of being exposed as a monster. Her parents were killed when she was young, so she did her best to fit in and live quietly. The scariest part was that she was afraid of herself, and the fact that she was constantly deceiving the villager. With pitying gazes, they watch the poor girl weep as she asks for forgiveness. Lugo pats her head, promising that it's okay, and understanding that everyone has a past they don't want to talk about. Her heart is wrung by his kindness, and relief finally washes over her body. Lily hugs the masked man, still repeatedly apologizing. He envelops her in a warm embrace, creating a scene lovely enough to make the onlookers blush. Later calming down, she says she's been crying in front of them too often.
You would die from the radiation.
They say it's no problem, and tell her to count on them from now on. Moving on, Lara
once you get impregnated, you get one health.
They can have a moment together to talk about the future. With this, the master and student finally reunite. Speaking in private, Lugo tells Lara that they'll hide Lily's identity for now and make the nights quiet. Even with his connections, she questions if Leisha will actually keep
yeah,
quiet,
you
but
could
it's one
try,
thing he's actually certain of.
but
As for his basis, it's the sacred prophecy itself.
pretty sure the
The
radiation
monster's
is
daughter in
gonna
the Arzen village will bring salvation to the capital. The guild master hears this for the first time. Lugo thought it was speaking of Maya, but if it's actually speaking of Lily, then the Saintess will protect her with everything she has. Back at home,
even
Lily
trying
looks
to
at
fly
the
out
scars
dead
and
before we got on the
cut her
mountain.
wings off. They've faded quite a bit, but it speaks of how hard pretending
not
to
in
be
the
human
red
is.
phone.
Unfortunately, she had no choice but to pull them out, despite the agony, as she wouldn't look human otherwise. When she entered the village, she realized she forgot her tail and hurriedly pulled that out too, leaving another scar. Lulu can't believe how casually she was sharing such traumatic experiences. Wanting to help, she wonders if healing magic can take them away. That said, it's unknown how human healing magic can affect an Impusa, and this goes both ways. Another factor is the mana drain, which might take too much without them needing to. This leaves the normal methods for Impusa, but the investigator suddenly gets an idea. She suggests using mana drain like her kind does, but it's something the girl wants to avoid as much as possible. After all, she might end up hurting someone. Even doing it on monsters is not an option, as the ability works in a special way. One method is a kiss, and the other is something she can't say out loud. This gets Lulu's mind going, and she quickly realizes what an alternative for a kiss might be. With both women blushing, they set that option aside for now. Even with
You might be able to get it up that other
could
side.
cause life-threatening complications. Just then, Maya arrived and joined the conversation, saying she had an idea. To their surprise, Kay appears with a similarly loud entrance, sharing that she was eavesdropping on their entire conversation.
To the other
They were
side.
shocked to hear that she was under the
And
bed
latch
the
onto
entire
the rock.
time. But the sylph is their housemate who just hides everywhere, waiting for their call. She knows all of Lily's secrets, even the most sensitive ones. Hearing this, the little girl turns sinister, realizing that she's been spying all this time. Running away, the sylphs change the topic and suggest a mana drain partner and say they have a candidate. The two ladies argue that they should realize that there's no person perfect for the job. The actions involved in the process is one thing, but it's also life-threatening. On the other hand, the sneaky sylphs say the more the better, and suddenly drag the little girl out of the house. Continuing to walk around, they give no explanation of where they were going. Lily thinks they're headed to the old chief, but he's too old to go. That leaves only one option, which Lulu immediately gets. They find a large and are surprised to see them all gathered together. With
Fuck. I'm so bad about that.
Saying they have business with him. He doesn't waste any time and reveals that Lily wants to kiss Lugo. It's the
Might
first
be able to do it on the other side and pull it.
and the blatant revelation makes her scream and turn red in shock. Lily hurriedly covers the sylph's mouth, questioning what she was saying all of a sudden, saying she helps her a lot. Kay claims that this is her way of repaying the favor. She simply said what the girl was too shy to say herself. She tries to argue, but blushes as she remembers the moments when he made her heart skip a beat. Even if she does feel this way, they were meddling in her affairs too much. Maya fails to read the room and scolds the girl for staying idle. She insists that the man is hers, but will allow her to borrow as he's the perfect mana drain partner. He has a huge pool of mana and won't die even if she constantly uses mana drain. Lara piles on, mockingly telling her master to kiss the girl if she wants it. Considering the option, he confirms if a kiss really is the only condition for the transfer. Hearing her affirmation, he walks to her and suggests giving it a try. Her face turns beet red again, making him panic and think that she might have a fever. The others are of no help, instead pressuring her to just get it over with and kiss. Lily shakes her head, insisting that she's healthy as she always has been. Misunderstanding. Lugo says she's lying and notes that her eyes are rapidly darting around. If it's to keep her healthy, he'd be happy to serve as her mana drain partner. The proximity of their faces made her heart race. Meanwhile, the four women sat like they were watching a show. Her mind ran wild, already imagining before it happened. Unable to take it, the four girls suddenly darted away, absolutely refusing to engage in such action. The grown-ups are awkwardly left there and scold each other for teasing too much. 2 weeks later, the mana supplements are being packed in Lily's potion room, with Kay helping
Pokemon Community Gamer Wild Loaded appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
saying they just finished. The adventurer takes a seat for now, and waits as the sylph brings him the boxes of pills they prepared. He's delighted by the amount, even noting how impressively they've been packaged. Kay is small, but her effort and diligence was top-notch. Lily follows soon after. Wondering if this batch was enough, confirming the order, he places them all in his bag for now, commenting on how efficient they are, taking less space, costing less, and giving more mana. Getting another sly look in his face, Gariam leans close enough to whisper and asks the child if she's willing to share the secret recipe. The two women are immediately on high alert and ask if someone was ordering him to ask such questions. Caught red-handed, Pei is enraged by the despicable behavior, taking advantage of the young apothecary's kindness. She kicks him hard, but Lily calms the little sylph down, saying it's not what she thinks. They explain that he was just testing her. If she gave the recipe away to anyone, it would hurt the guild's business and violate their partnership.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Besides, even if she does give them the recipe, there are far too many other factors to consider. While this is true, he tells her to be careful since her reputation is spreading fast, which may lead to danger. Thanking him for the advice, she then asks Pei to grab a couple of painkillers as they need to give Gariam something for his swollen hand that she kicked, sitting as she spread it on his bruised arm. He shares that there's another purpose for his visit.
Pokemon community game loaded escaped. No one caught it.
And the other from the Holy Church. The latter one makes Lily sweat bullets and turn pale.
Really gives me that pop. Hey!
Crazy, bro.
Don't make it weird.
Anybody train aberrant iguanodon down here where we had the trap set up?
Bouncing on it,
No, they probably got knocked out by the snakes.
Okay, yeah. It's
that
only at
fucking-
33. I figured that nobody was taming that.
Oh my god.
It's out.
Yeah, a lot of things you find in the blue zone get out with beans.
Well, this sucks. There is no way to get her back up. I mean, I can get her up on the cliff, but that's it. This other side's a dead end.
See that? I don't know.
Unless here, get her off that area.
Get her that side and then drop down up top.
Wisebot 4 viewers, +1. Alarm clock 8 hours 39 minutes and 33 seconds.
Actually, I think there is, it goes all the way down.
Arcade coin.
So if you can get her up that side and drop down there, take her, get her back out.
I have no clue what you're talking about. What the?
The one right in front of you. To your left. Right there. That one. You can get her up out of the water over to, then drop into that water, and then go left. Not towards that waterfall, the other way. You go that way, it goes straight through. Because that water you're seeing coming down is from, and then it loops around up to the ramp, back that way.
What are you chewing on? There's nothing there.
What did they? Oh. I guess it, I don't know.
Oh yeah, they did bring a new Christmas map into the game.
Be nice if I could just pick her ass up.
Oh wait, it's a show? Okay. Oh,
羊肉144も持ってるぞ。ここら辺羊も出るのかな。お菓子の時は羊肉に結構救われてた。
There's a 233 regular Reaper down there, not far from where that one.
Can't you have multiple?
No, you can only have one. Oh no, you can.
羊でも見ちゃいました。
羊肉がね、白さんの食料保存会144個あるんですよ。
あ、これはやりましたね。
やりました。
じゃん。
あやつはやはりハンターだ。
ハンターですね。野生の羊を。
あれなんで羊のあれなんだろう、ジンジンないんですか。
そもそも何の歌なんですかね。
ねえ、なんか耳の子だけどさ、なんか知ってるよ。
Wait, you could relocate the frickin' shelves down?
実はそれも空耳だったりして。
やばい。
実はジンギスカンとは言ってないみたいな。
ある。
I gotta pay 50.
What map do you want to go to?
The desert.
Okay, I have it bought.
I already bought it.
Very effective. I'm not weak. Actually, I've been sky for some reason because I just flew off. What were you saying about me being on the ground? I ain't there no more. Oh, you did this match.
Do I what?
One of them is okay. Bye. Enjoy the
Regardless, alive or dead.
Wow, air jail. Let him in air jail.
Click it. Recover select. Yep.
My dog is
Oh, okay.
Alright.
You know what?
I'm getting me a drink.
I'll just walk. It's fine.
Who's up next to start kiting a read?
What's in here? I'm just here for the show.
そうなんですか。
でもどういうあれが目的でさ、その曲ができたの？AI で再生してくれるかも。できたきっと。
Yeah, so each one has its own delirium.
Crazy things happen. I mean, a Pega's good.
Intro to yoga, or like intro to crying in the bathroom. Somebody turn my shot. See, this is where I play prospects. More, less, simple. I don't know if I'm getting it right.
Oh, what beats that?
Also, this was a lie. I don't know if you could tell.
It's alive! Oh! Download today. Get $50 instantly and play your first
My live stream just cut out again, and it's starting to get on there.
Knock it off, you too. Both of you, knock it off.
I guess with that, I'm just gonna take a break because we ain't got much done of what happened.
Okay.
Whoever walked in front of me was where he was at.
I tried to help you. I tried to help. I took a rocket for you. You're welcome.
I was hiding behind a phone.
It don't fit through the door, brother. It's too fat. Could be.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Milcery appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Yeah, it's probably my shot to put the laptop down and Let everything let it battered.
Okay, well now I'm confused. That's not.
Oh. It's already.
No, that's why it's confusing.
That's what I'm saying. Reset battery.
Yeah, be careful of the hellhounds, by the way.
I don't know where I'm at. Oh, yep. You can do that standing, Mr. Rocket Guy. Yeah.
I just take that.
Fuck, do I get back?
倒したん強。
We'll get that Reaper sometime. Maybe let the dino wipe happen. Spawn up.
This is one of the more
Pokemon community game Milcery escaped. No one caught it.
I don't really care.
There's also like the jumping thing where you can jump across the rock.
Well, at least wanted to try to tame it. We don't end up getting one here on the app.
The Reapers that I care about don't come out for like 4 years.
What are you talking about?
Our Reapers, you know, Jim too.
めちゃめちゃタイミング良かったんです
いやナイスすぎに野生にしかも埋まってるのによく分かってくれたわ天才。
でここに
Oh, that burns. Ow.
びっくりした中でも来ると思いましたわ
Yes,
Yeah. And it's talking y'all a little bit.
You have a good night.
Rest well.
Like the games later.
Oh, I can't jump a cup. Oh my god, bro.
じゃあなんか狙われてる
Oh, I can't jump back up. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh no, I'm not fucked. Oh. No, I somehow made it up. I couldn't. I struggled.
いや赤ちゃんどこ行った？テリジムの赤ちゃん。
やばいテリシの赤ちゃんいなくなってもったか
カプロにワンチャンやられてるんだよな。
マジか
Okay, note yourself. Don't drop from item to the lava. You might die.
テリジムだけ守れたの強かった。あ、いたいたいたいた。いたわ。
ここに
赤ちゃん。やっぱママのこと心配なんだわ。ナイス。行っちゃってくださいよ。はいナイス。
そう忘れてた
かわいいついてくる。
あ、大人になってるトリプル
そう、大人になってる。かわいいついてくる。みんなで拠点に帰ると。
That greedy guy. Where are you, fucking gringo?
Burn it.
Right there. Fuck you. You really thought, bro? You really thought, bro? Oh, come on.
鳥鳥も大きくなってる。いやーこれで護衛隊がほんと。
I'm good, I can check it. Oh, because every time he went for the hit, I dodged. no idea. I haven't heard that.
Hulk with shield.
I have a. Oh yeah, because there was shield. Yeah, I think it's shield or dog.
If you don't have shields, you could it's dodge.
Are you for real, bro? He's in the lava?
Look at word boy.
Yeah. He has my gun.
Oh, Kinder's gun.
Oh,
back here.
I'm telling you, he has my shit. But no, that's the fucking thing. That's the fucking.
Where are you guys at? I don't see them.
Right there, bro. Ah, my ass!
Friendly fire! Friendly fire!
Oh, sorry. I'm actually. I'm right here, dude. Oh, he came back. He came back. Fuck you. I know how to get back. No, it's back.
I have a rocket.
Very tiny. How did you bring her back?
How is it that stupid? Yeah.
There's an icon on the compass that shows where
You grab one of these stuff.
トルがきついんじゃないっていう話したの。
あ、キチンキチンとか作る。そんなに高くはなかったような。あ、でもキチンも作れますね。一応開放してる。
Mr. Don't get very much shots, bro.
Turn the music up, please. It's like a truck that couldn't jump and like fucking landed into the lava.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you said you had a lock. Oh yeah, I have a tiny lock. Just break dancing with the dragon in hand. Okay, yeah.
I had to fucking get out that way. I'm trying to get out of here.
What is that? It's a kitty. What is this?
申し訳ねえ。ストーリーマップだから高レベルわかんないっすね、なかなか。
そうね。
I don't want to go in there, bro.
Nope, not that way. We found it.
We're gonna get rid of
Yeah, I was able to finally get you revived.
You see, I fought God.
カワウソと激袋を除いて、今日投げたら大丈夫。
There's Night Walk over here. It costs 301. 206. 226. There's a Night Walk in there.
There's a Subject 6 and Night Walker. I'm probably gonna get off actually. Or I'm gonna
Really, I'll look on your channel for a while. Log off your view.
Well, have a wonderful rest of your night. Glad sporting and wish me luck while I continue with my mother.
Pokemon Community Game. A wild Mantike appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Thanks for letting me come play them.
Yep, we can do that. We can do that.
We're probably gonna get our ass ate, so.
We'll play Star Wars.
Yeah, I think that you're not gonna try that again.
Oh.
So I don't want to hear. she does again, yeah.
Oh, I want to die.
Yeah,
Alright, it is 2:38.
The war against the underground monsters had finally ended, and the labyrinths that once swallowed countless lives were left in ruin. Among the survivors
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
emerged from the dark tunnels were children born inside those twisted mazes, children known as dungeon babies. Raised on monster milk and sharpened by darkness, they carried power far beyond ordinary humans. But one boy was different. He didn't come from just any floor. He crawled out from the
Pokemon community game Mantic escaped. No one caught it.
When he grew up, he tried to live a quiet life above ground, working as a guide for explorers through the ruins. That all changed when a reckless expedition went wrong. Forced to reveal a glimpse of his true strength, he saved himself and the girl. Then, suddenly, the floor beneath them cracked open, and they fell into the depths of the underground. When he woke up, he stumbled upon something no other dungeon baby had ever claimed, a living dungeon labyrinth that chose him as its master. He inherited his own dungeon that he could access anytime through a portal, and now his task is to make this dungeon the strongest among the others, and to conquer the whole underworld. Now he is no longer just an overpowered survivor of the underground. He is its new ruler, tasked with building, expanding...
Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
He slides his hand over his wrist, and suddenly a system window pops up, known as Naga
At Kaito Destiny Paper Dragon, welcome to my channel.
So, he starts looking up all the terms and details online and finds out that this green system window is something similar to what you'd find in games. He starts to think that the Naga Labyrinth might be the same place...
Hey, Paper Dragon.
He even wonders if perhaps the abandoned labyrinth chose him as its new owner. As he takes a closer look, he notices a red circle suddenly appear next to the portal option, something that wasn't there a minute ago. Curious, he tries to press the circle, but his fingers just pass right through it. That's when reality starts to crack, and suddenly he's back in the dungeon he had crawled out of. There, he sees the same labyrinth emblem. Even though it looks similar, there's something different about this place, making him wonder if he's somewhere else entirely. He suddenly hears the sound of stone creaks, and he notices that the same snake from before has started to move. This time, our boy quickly takes his stance, knowing the snake is way too fast and he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. As soon as the snake lunges to bite, he yanks out the coat he's wearing, using it to block the snake's bite. He then wraps the snake with the coat and ties it to the emblem. Even though he's managed to deal with the snake for now, he's worried that the coat won't hold it for long, as it could easily rip through the cloth. He realizes he needs a weapon that can truly destroy it. Before he can think of anything else, he hears voices calling him out. The voice proclaims our boy as the liberator of 8,230 snakes, the inheritor of the dark depths, and the one who will sit on the Naga throne. The voice looks like it is coming from the snake, and it says he's too small and feeble to bear the weight of the crown. But since they don't have time to wait for someone else, it's just his luck that he's here for this crown. Of course, this all goes way over his head. He confusingly asks what the Naga throne even is, and asks the snake if it's the owner of this labyrinth. The snake doesn't bother responding to his questions, and just wishes him the best of luck as the new honorable king of the Naga. He is quite frustrated to realize that even though he hates labyrinths, he is now stuck as the owner of it, and all he did was enter one just once to earn some money for his sister's wedding. He even tries reasoning with the snake again, reminding it that he had promised his parents he would never set foot in a labyrinth, no matter what. That's when he hears some rustling noises, and suddenly his sister's voice calling out to him. He's quite surprised to see that the portal he came through is still open, and he is even more fascinated that he can hear sounds from the other side. As the door's lever begins to rattle with his sister trying to open it, he tenses up and quickly jumps back through the portal, landing safely in his room. The jump felt like his body was breaking apart, but thankfully, nothing seems wrong. His sister finally opens the door and asks about the strange sound she just heard and why he's sweating so much, especially since he only went to change his clothes. Just then, they both hear a YouTube video playing in the background. His sister gets excited, assuming he started playing video games. As she excitedly tries to enter the room, he awkwardly pushes her out, saying he's just watching a random video and nothing more. She can't believe it and teases him, saying it's shocking that he's found a hobby. She recalls how he never had any hobbies before, and even as a kid, he'd just stare at the walls for hours. Well, to be honest, she isn't wrong. After the dungeon babies were freed, our boy spent months trying to shake off the labyrinth's lingering thoughts that kept flooding his brain. Surrounded by a sense of peace he wasn't used to, it actually made him uncomfortable. That's probably why the other dungeon babies are still drawn to the labyrinths. Anyway, he asks her what she really wants from him, and she suddenly falls silent, bowing her head. She admits that she is feeling guilty that he had to go inside a dungeon because of her. He's unsettled that this is what's upsetting her, so he quickly tries to reassure her, saying there's nothing to worry about. He starts searching through his pockets for the money, but then he realizes that he is not wearing his coat right now. In that case, he He decides to look into the room and tells her to give him 1 second, and he'll be right back. He remembers that he took his coat off in the labyrinth and left it there. As soon as he looks at the portal, he sees this cunning monster trying to loot his stuff from his coat. The sight of this creature leaves him momentarily petrified. But before chasing after it, he tries to quickly brush his sister off, telling her that he'd like to enjoy his first ever hobby a little longer, asking for more time alone. Without waiting for her response, he slams the door shut, leaving her confused by his unusual excitement. She stands there as she thinks to herself how she's never seen him this energetic before. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, our boy listens carefully until he's sure she's gone. As soon as he's in the clear, he locks the door, jumps back into the dungeon, and rushes to grab his coat.
Try something.
He rummages through it, finding his wallet and phone, but the money is gone. Just then, a system notification pops up, informing him that during his absence, an imp entered the labyrinth and stole his money. To find the missing imp, he has to complete synchronization and activate the labyrinth entrance. Not surprisingly, Jinwoo lets out a big scream, finding it ridiculous that an imp would steal some piece of paper instead of something shiny or precious. System does not respond to his yellings, so he tosses his coat aside, he plops back down on the throne, feeling frustrated about his current predicament. He places his hand over the orb embedded in the armrest of the chair, and once again, a system notification pops up. It repeats that during his absence, an imp entered the labyrinth and stole his money. To find the missing imp, he needs to complete synchronization and activate the labyrinth entrance. The details of the labyrinth cannot be accessed until synchronization is complete. It turns out he can control the system windows through these orbs, just like with the tattoo on his arm. He then sits quietly as he considers whether to proceed with synchronization or not. And eventually, he finally gives up to the system's wishes, because retrieving his hard-earned money is his top priority right now. He thinks that once he gets his money back, he can just leave this place as it is, and it'll be one of those many abandoned labyrinths out there. With that in mind, he hits the yes button, and after a bit of loading that says, confirming qualification, he realizes he has no idea what that even means. He tries to swipe away the notification while muttering about why the gate of the labyrinth hasn't opened yet. As he starts to get up from his seat, he can't help but grumble about how he can't believe he wasted his time on this nonsense. It would have been way quicker to just dig around and find his way that money stealer old-fashioned way. But then, out of nowhere, a system notification pops up, saying that the Naga King status is confirmed for user Kim Jinwoo, and synchronization will start shortly. Light flashes around him as he sits cluelessly on the throne, and that same voice from before tells him he's now the owner of the Naga Labyrinth, which is a home to 80,230 snakes. The voice goes on to say that the Naga Labyrinth will be restructured to align with the data set by its owner. Suddenly, the whole place starts transforming, and when the synchronization wraps up, it's got a whole new look, and it's way better than the spooky vibe it had before.
Sorry.
The system pops up with
I don't want you in my lap.
but our boy realizes not much has changed besides some gate info being added. He shoves the window aside and glances at the gate, where he spots that same imp chilling nearby. He calls out to the little monster for his audacity of returning back to place. The imp quickly freezes in place. It looks around, trying to find the source of the voice, only to get grabbed by the throat by our boy. He doesn't hold back, and starts choking the shit out of this little critter, and then lands a solid punch to its face. He demands the creature hand over the money if it values its insignificant
In the thing we have
the little monster starts flailing, trying to let our guy know it doesn't have the cash anymore. Jinwoo cracks his fingers in frustration, gearing up to really mess this imp up. But the little guy suddenly starts rummaging through its pockets. It pulls out a stone and offers it up as compensation for the lost money. As soon as Jinwoo sees it, he recognizes the crimson stone as a down gem. Apparently, down gems are special jewels only found underground, buried deep or nestled in rare plants that grow down there. It's nearly impossible to snag them that way, so most people end up getting them by hunting beasts and searching their remains. Because of their rarity, down gems trade at a high price. From what Jinwoo knows, even one that isn't perfect can fetch $1 million won, and this one looks about the size of the knuckle on his thumb. Just a heads up, that $1 million won is roughly $830 bucks, but still, Jinwoo can see the value in it. The creature, on the other hand, starts struggling as Jinwoo keeps his grip tight on its throat. It then quickly rummages through its pockets again, pulling out another stone. Unable to take the pressure anymore, the imp tosses the stones into the air while letting out a screeching cry. Finally, Jinwoo releases his grip and rushes to grab the stones. He manages to catch one, but the blue gem bounces off his hand and hits the ground. The little monster also takes his chance and scurries back into the tunnel. But Jinwoo isn't worried about it anymore, because he's already scored 2 down gems. But as the blue stone continues to bounce, it cracks open, and a blindingly bright light bursts forth. A system notification promptly arrives, announcing that a mid-rank down gem has been offered to the altar. It explains that the durability of the damaged labyrinth will be restored, and upgrades will begin shortly. But Jinwoo, not wanting to lose his precious gem, rushes to grab it, only to find that the stone has already turned to dust in his hands. The system pops up, stating there are 24 hours remaining until the labyrinth's durability is restored, and 72 hours until the labyrinth is upgraded. Jinwoo couldn't care less about any of that crap. He's just bummed that he literally lost enough cash to buy a car. Fast forward 3 days later, and thanks to Hyunji's new in-laws being super considerate, her wedding goes off without a hitch. After some negotiation, Jinwoo manages to sell the down gem he snagged from the imp to an appraiser for a good price of 18 million won. It's lower than he expected, but it'll do for a wedding gift. He can't let his dad know about this windfall, so he'll have to hand it to Hyunji in person. Still, he can't believe he made that much for just a rock. With only 24 seconds left until the labyrinth upgrade is complete, the notification reminds him of the pain of losing that stone. If it weren't for that mishap, he'd still have 36 million won. But he figures there's no use crying over spilled milk. He just hopes the upgrades will make up for the loss. As reality cracks and a portal opens up, he steps inside and gets bombarded with notifications. The first bit of good news is that the labyrinth's rank has jumped from rank 1 to rank 2. The downside, though, is that activating the labyrinth means beasts and creatures from far away will now detect its existence, and the labyrinth's defenses are utterly weak. Among all this info, the most striking detail is that a Naga nest has been established near the owner's room. When the gate to the nest opens, a cloud of dust billows out, and as he looks inside, he sees a room created in a previously blocked-off wall. This isn't quite what he imagined a Naga nest to be like. He thought it would be stickier and more humid since, they're reptiles. Suddenly he notices the presence of a monster, and the system quickly reveals that there are now 6 Naga workers in the Naga nest. These workers will keep being added every time the labyrinth's rank rises. Although he expected them to be monstrous, they actually look pretty cute. They are now his new underlings, living in the Naga nest and waiting for orders from their owner. Speaking of orders, he reflects on his past as a worker himself and knows just what tasks to assign these little critters. He tells 3 of them to act as scouts and draw up a map of the area around the labyrinth. He instructs them to look for potential dangers and resources, advising them to avoid any and all conflicts and to act with survival as their top priority. Usually, this kind of work would require guards to accompany them, but he doesn't have the manpower for that right now. So he's counting on these little guys to get the job done right. He then commands the rest of the Naga workers to dig through the opposite wall and create a storage space for them. Even though he assigns them this task, he isn't expecting much, because these Naga workers have short, stubby bodies that seem far removed from strength or speed, and he's never seen anything underground look so much like prey. But he figures he has no other option but to rely on them for now. To his surprise, when he checks back later, he finds that 3 of these little critters have dug out another room in under an hour. Just as he's starting to feel a bit hopeful, the system announces that some of the Naga workers sent out as scouts have returned. His anxiety spikes when he realizes not all the workers made it back. He can see only one making its way toward him, and he quickly asks where the others are, wondering if they were attacked. He then also starts berating himself, realizing there's no separate category to summon new workers like there is for soldiers. Losing workers means a permanent loss, and that thought gnaws at him. That's when his little worker reveals that they're safe and came back alone to move over some supplies because their pack was full. It's feeling really proud that their owner actually cares about them. The other Naga cheer for their leader, and the system shows that the morale of the 4 Naga workers has increased, along with a slight boost in work efficiency. The snaky worker then hands Jinwoo a map, and as soon as he grabs it, the system begins updating the labyrinth map. Once he sees this extensive and detailed layout, he realizes he won't have to run around mapping the place himself anymore. The little companion then drops everything it gathered onto the ground, revealing a collection of interesting items they managed to find along the way. By the way, whatever the snake is saying is all in the snaky language, but Jinwoo is translating it for us, since we don't have that close of a relationship with the little monster yet. When he takes a look at the gathered items, he isn't sure if he should feel relieved. Most of these things seem to be from the Great Underground War, either outdated or too rusted. At least it tells him his palace hasn't had human contact for a while. Suddenly, something shiny catches his eye among the stuff. He quickly grabs the shiny stones and is absolutely blown away to find out they're down gems. He then exactly asks his snake friend if it saw more of these down there. The little creature nods, and Jinwoo doesn't waste a second telling it to bring every last one.
Pokemon community game A wild Fido appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
But then he abruptly stops. What if the labyrinth gets attacked while he's gone? His little friends don't seem too keen on the idea of him leaving them behind either. He takes a moment to weigh his options, realizing he might need to find to bolster their defenses before heading out. He asks his snake friend if it's sure there are more gems down there, and the slithery creature responds positively. With that reassurance, Jinwoo decides to prioritize the labyrinth's defenses, figuring he can always rack up real-world cash later since there are plenty of gems down below. He tosses the shiny stones and offers them to the labyrinth. Once the gems are placed on the altar, a blinding light rises once again. As he watches the light, he reflects on how he tried to run away from dungeons all these years, and now he's stuck owning one himself. He has also started to understand why other dungeon babies are so fixated on labyrinths, and why they risk their lives for them. There's something captivating about this whole underground world, and it's beginning to feel like his destiny. After leaving that dark and dangerous underground world, Jinwoo felt an endless sense of discomfort with the bright, safe life he had above ground. Now he realizes it wasn't just
Let's
about adjusting
see.
or getting used to something. He was simply bored. He points out how incredibly dull it's been up there. So, he finally explores this underground world and vows to the king of the Naga that he will fulfill their wishes and bring honor to the Naga kingdom. So to become the sole protector of his turf, and as a proud owner, he wishes to summon some Naga soldiers. The system shows that he can only summon one rank 2 Naga soldier and 2 Naga maids, and he currently has 4 down.
Pokemon community game Fido escaped. No one caught it.
He thinks it over and decides to summon the Naga soldier first, though he's not thrilled about the maintenance fees. It makes sense not to increase his expenses before stocking up on more down gems. In the end, he settles on summoning 1 Naga maid and 1 Naga soldier. As soon as Jinwoo makes the summons, a giant overgrown lizard materializes, his new Naga soldier. He quickly orders the massive creature to head to the gate and guard the workers and storage room. The giant snake complies without hesitation, and our boy could not help but to marvel that with these muscles, his guard can easily solo an entire 5th floor labyrinth.
I'm not inviting
After
people
summoning
because
this
last time I
jacked-up
invited
lizard,
you,
Jinwoo finds himself down to just 2 down gem energy, and uses them to summon the Naga Maid. When the summoning of the Naga Maid begins, another notification flashes up, indicating that an extremely rare hero rank Naga Maid is being summoned. Our boy has no clue what that means, but before he can ponder it further, the ground starts to rumble and crumble beneath him. A blinding light bursts forth, and when it clears, an absolutely beautiful Naga Maid appears. Her name is Dominique, and she's unlike any normal Naga Maid. She's a true and loyal advisor to her master. The maid quickly bows her head in respect, and Jinwoo can literally hear her voice in his head. She gets excited and requests him to give her a command to fulfill. Well, it looks like this one actually talks, and I'm relieved that we won't have to deal with the hissing of the other snakes anymore. He fills her in on the entire situation, and she quickly assesses that he's basically still in the tutorial stage, to which he sadly agrees. She then asks for permission to access the labyrinth map he has so far. As soon as he gives her the go-ahead, the system pops up, showing her the layout, including a mine and some plants laden with down gems nearby. Jinwoo is amazed that she can navigate the map so easily. Dominique then suggests they should explore all the areas in person before starting any work. She asks if it would be alright for them to begin their exploration. He responds positively, agreeing that it'll be good for him to see all the areas too. Their first stop is a stalactite cave near the labyrinth. The maid points out that the walls here are weak, making it possible to dig a tunnel to the mines and set up a mining station in the empty space beneath the stalactite cave. She further explains that breaking down the wall will lead them to mineral mines, where they can gather valuable resources, including potential down gems. She points out that there are gem-shaped flowers inside the mines, which also produce small amounts of down gems. Plus, the underground plants are resilient and require no additional care. With that in mind, she decides to collect them while they're here. Lastly, she emphasizes the benefits of incorporating this area into the labyrinth's domain. The surrounding tunnels are great for defense, and this location provides water, sitting at the center of all the major areas. He then asks her about a dangerous-looking mark on the map. She explains that it indicates territory inhabited by wild beasts. The map shows a large area blocked off on all sides, but it's likely that the workers fled the region after realizing it belonged to certain beasts. Depending on the type of creatures in that spot, they could set up a hunting ground to cater to maintenance expenses. Jinwoo is amazed to see how she is so thorough about everything. He even compliments her on her amazing work, and she beams with joy, stating that she's just doing her basic duties as a maid who helps manage the labyrinth. He reassures her there's no need to be humble about it. He explains that he never thought he'd be able to communicate with a Naga, let alone receive advice from one. Even though he lives above ground, he has no plans to neglect the labyrinth either, but he knows he'll be spending a lot of time away from here. She acknowledges and says she totally gets his concerns. She explains that since they don't have a labyrinth core yet, no one is going to attack them for now. But she warns him that they should always expect the unexpected down here. She recommends he beef up his armed forces and upgrade the labyrinth as soon as possible, which means they'll need to invest more down gems. He asks if she can't handle the summoning of soldiers by herself. She replies that extracting energy from down gems and summoning Naga is something only the labyrinth owner can do. Then he throws in one last question, asking what happens if he doesn't understand.
Oh, fuck.
Naga that stray from the group or try to plot a rebellion, but beasts can't take over a labyrinth just because they can beat the owner. Only the one chosen by the labyrinth can really claim ownership, and no Naga would be foolish enough to throw away the glory that echoes through the underground. sure what she meant by that last line, but they wrap up their conversation for now. He tells her he'll be in her care, and she promises to do her best to carry out his orders. After that, they upgrade the labyrinth using the down gems from the down gem appraisal, where the appraisal guy is examining the stone closely. He mentions he's heard that beasts are starting to crawl onto the upper first floor, making it tough for even veteran explorers to get in and out. Since nobody is able to get into deeper floors, and there's a shortage of down gems because of it, he's not really sure how our guy is managing to gather all these gems. And honestly, he doesn't want to know. What he's really interested in is whether our guy is willing to make an exclusive contract. Our guy thinks over the old man's offer because he's been avoiding the underground for a while now, and has no clue what is going on there nowadays. He agrees, but specifies he wants details about the labyrinths. The old man nods, saying all he needs is these pretty rocks, and he's ready to spill everything. Then he drops some serious intel about some little critters known as hell spiders. He explains that they drop valuable gems, and if they manage to catch just one, it could be a game changer for them. He mentions they're hanging out at the Paju gate right now, but our guy quickly passes on the job and begins walking away. The old man can't believe it, saying it's ridiculous to throw away such an amazing opportunity. He asks if this young man doesn't have family to take care of, reminding him how tough things have been financially for his family lately. That's when our guy spins around with godly speed and obliterates the old man sitting behind. He sternly asks this old coot if he has been investigating him and his family. The old coot tries to calm him down, saying keeping an eye on dungeon babies is part of his job, especially since not all of them are as decent as our guy. He explains that he can't really trust anyone, unlike our boy, who always brings in exceptionally high-quality down gems. Our guy quickly shoots back that he's always found his gems on his own and hasn't done anything shady to get them. The old man acknowledges this, saying he knows that much, but most of the folks who come in here have had it rough. A lot of their families are gone, and people with nothing to protect aren't easy to trust. If things go south, they only have themselves to look out for, and they'll do whatever it takes. But since our boy has a family to look after, things are different with him. That's when Jinwoo leans in closer to the old man, making it clear that if anything happens to his family, he'll show this old coot what happens when a dungeon baby snaps. As our boy starts to walk away, the old man promises him this won't happen again. Before leaving, Jinwoo tells him to just transfer the money for his down gem to his bank account, and with that, he's out the door. The old man is left there, reflecting on how this guy just shattered his table in half and didn't even mention compensation. But honestly, he's not too surprised. Dealing with dungeon babies, you learn to expect the unexpected. The scene then flashbacks to when our lad was younger. He watches in horror as humans are getting eaten alive by spiders. One of the dungeon babies, getting pierced by a monster, asks why they're being killed when they spent their whole lives digging mazes for these beasts. Suddenly, a giant spider hovers above Jinwoo, its sharp red eyes jolting him awake. His maid gets concerned to see him exhausted and out of breath, and quickly asks him if he is all right. The boy explains that he just had a bad dream, and there's nothing to worry about, and it's all in the past. Still, his servants and maid look concerned for him. He chuckles at their cute faces, and the maid asks what's going on in his head this time. That's when he tells her he's smiling because the Naga workers are not what you'd expect in such a dangerous labyrinth. She asks if he doesn't like them, and he reassures her that they're perfect. Just because he grew up in the labyrinth doesn't mean he likes wild, grotesque beasts. Thinking about it, he realizes that thanks to these unusually friendly Naga workers, he doesn't feel as nervous in here as he thought he would be. It's a nice change of pace. He turns to his maid and says there's news that hell spiders are roaming around. While they're safe for now, since they're far from here, he can't rule out the possibility of beasts from deeper floors climbing up. So he asks her how the upgrade is going. The girl beams at the system window and says there are only 3 seconds left until the labyrinth upgrade is complete. Right on cue, a bunch of system windows pop up in front of him, revealing that the labyrinth has been upgraded to rank 3. Some previously unavailable facilities can now be constructed, new forces can be summoned, and 6 Naga workers have been added. A cloud of dust erupts. As it settles, they see the core of the labyrinth, the heart of it all. If it gets destroyed, everything in this labyrinth will be lost. The maid explains that the labyrinth has a limit on how much power it can hold. This upgrade was designed to help support the labyrinth as its power grows. She mentions that it feels like an unnecessary weakness being out in the open, because destroying the core would mean the end of her existence. But the upside is that as long as the core remains intact, the labyrinth will survive, no matter how much damage it takes. Just then, another notification pops up, saying that with the labyrinth core activated, faraway beasts and creatures are now aware of its existence. Suddenly, a red window flashes, warning that a swarm of nearby hordes of rats is heading towards the labyrinth, with an estimated time of arrival in just 1 minute. After this bombshell news, the maid quickly tells him he needs to increase the number of guards, because 1 Naga soldier won't be enough. Without wasting a second, he instructs the system to summon more Naga. The system window promptly shows the entire list, and this time, he has plenty of options, including archers, warriors, mages, and priests. However, he notices that they all require a lot more down gem energy, and he currently only has 21. After a moment of consideration, he decides to stick with Naga soldiers to fend off the approaching swarm of 20 rats. But the maid reminds him that one Naga soldier can only take on 4 horned rats at a time. On the other hand, Naga warriors and priests can handle 2 soldiers, while archers can face off against 3, and mages can take on 5. The catch is that other than the warriors, the rest are weaker in close combat. Jinwoo is genuinely impressed by her insights and feels grateful to have such an amazing maid by his side. Her praise and she squeals in happiness in the background, clearly overwhelmed. Jinwoo, on the other hand, orders the labyrinth to summon 1 Naga soldier and 2 Naga warriors. The energy crackles, and right away, 1 Naga soldier and 2 absolutely massive Naga warriors appear on the scene. These warriors make the Naga soldier look like a kid quaking on its tail in the background. Then, our boy notices one of the Naga workers behind him looking surprisingly sad. Curious, he asks what's wrong. The maid explains that Naga workers are mutations of higher-ranking Nagas. The stronger a Naga is, the more likely it is for weaker subspecies to be born. That little one has just come face-to-face with what it would have looked like if it had been born without any mutations. It finally makes sense to our boy that this Naga might follow orders, but often feels a lack of motivation. However, since it's stronger than the other workers, it never falls behind. She assures him that she'll take that little Naga aside later, but before she can finish, he tells her there's no need for that. He asks her to gather all the Naga workers and bring the new additions too. He reassures her that he's not going to make them dig. It'll be more like a field trip. He reminds her how much Nagas value honor, and since this is their labyrinth's first battle, it would be cruel to make them hide during such a glorious moment. He promises he'll do everything in his power to protect them. The little Naga still looks anxious and unsure of itself, so to boost their morale, Jinwoo picks up the pickaxe the worker Naga uses. He declares that this will be his proud weapon, and he's going to conquer this battle with it. The little one finally lights up with a glimmer of happiness, while Jinwoo decides it's time to show these rats just how big of a mistake they made by invading the turf of the snakes. We finally see the army of rats, snickering to themselves about how they finally made it into the nest of the dumb snakes. As they look ahead and spot a few Naga workers, they burst out laughing, mocking how the owner of this labyrinth is foolish enough to send these trash snakes that only know how to dig. The rats cheer for their leader, praising him for Then, the leader shouts, declaring that he's smart and strong, and that the snakes have already fallen. This is the last snake nest. All the little rats start a victory dance, celebrating before the battle has even begun. With their leader's command, they charge toward the labyrinth, ready to claim what
they're gonna die, they're gonna die.
Throw down their weapons, trembling as the wild rats charge at them. One rat leaps toward a Naga worker with a blade, but that's when Jinwoo enters the scene. He zips through those little critters so fast they don't even know what hit them, leaving everyone in his sight cut in half. He hoists one of the dead rats into the air and declares to his subordinates to prove their worth and eradicate these pests without a trace. The remaining rats turn to flee, only to realize they've been trapped by both sides. All those once happy rats, celebrating their supposed victory, are now crying in fear as one by one, they get demolished. The tables have turned, and it's clear this battle isn't going the way they thought. The leader of the rats, Trash, finds himself rooted in place, unable to move as chaos intensifies around him. His mind flashes back to the past, where he remembers being called by one of the dungeon babies. Trash is frustrated and states that he's going back to digging and doesn't have time for futile talks. The dungeon baby reminds him that if he only digs, what's the point of his existence? Trash replies that if he doesn't dig, he'll end up being eaten by his owners, who are big and strong. As a small and weak creature, he has no choice but to dig. The dungeon baby tries to provoke him, saying he's supposed to be the biggest and bravest of the rats. Trash simply retorts that he's not stupid. He knows the difference between bravery and recklessness. That's when the dungeon baby asks Trash if he doesn't want to get stronger and more brave just like the owner of the dungeon. He states that since Trash just wants to remain weak and insignificant for the rest of his life, he is going to teach the other rats how to get strong and become the owner of the dungeon. Trash starts shaking at this, asking if that's even possible. The dungeon baby confidently replies that it's absolutely true, and even someone like Trash, who just digs, can become the owner of the labyrinth. Suddenly, Trash snaps back to the present as his subordinates call out, asking what they should do. If they don't take action, they're going to die. In a moment of clarity,
Pokemon community game A Wild Flababy appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
And if he becomes stronger, he can save them all. With newfound determination, he starts running toward the crystal, shouting that they're definitely going to win. All the rats quickly engage in battle against the Naga warriors, trying to buy Trash some time to reach the crystal. They swarm the Naga warrior, but just as the warrior tries to stab Trash, another rat leaps in front of him, taking the spear right through its body. With its last breath, it urges Trash to run and save their people. Fueled by the sacrifice of his comrade, Trash pushes forward, believing that eating the crystal is their only chance to escape the misery and fear of being eaten alive by their owners. The Naga maid calls out to Jinwoo, and when he sees that disgusting rat barreling toward the core, he asks the Naga warrior for his spear. Meanwhile, Tratch is almost at the core, and even the little Naga workers try to stop him, but they're simply too small and powerless against a rat's agility. In that critical moment, Jinwoo glides through the air with his spear, throwing it from a distance. The spear pierces the poor rat just as it reaches the crystal, its desperate attempt for freedom tragically cut short. A red notification flashes before Jinwoo's eyes, indicating how fast the HP of the altar has plummeted because of the spear attack. Meanwhile, in the settling haze near the crystal, Tratch is still desperately trying to reach it, his teeth just mere centimeters away from his freedom. But it's all in vain. He's already pinned by that spear.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
His tragic life in that moment. The maid explains that the spear he threw caused more damage than
Pokemon community game Flababy escaped. No one caught it.
And he never expected them to sacrifice their own to get through. As he decides to return the spear to the Naga warrior, the maid happily reveals that there's no need. Since the rat who just got killed was their leader, they've lost their will to fight. Dealing with the remaining rats will be as easy as trampling over ants. Jinwoo points out how he didn't expect the rats to be so weak and feels like he just overprepared for this. The maid explains that while there may be a lot of them, they're only slightly stronger than the Naga workers. She adds that there are labyrinths that catch them and use them as workers, which explains their overall weakness. Jinwoo agrees, and points out that the Nagas glide around so smoothly despite their large physiques. Their long tails allow them to shift their center of gravity, enabling them to move freely and quickly. He acknowledges that this makes them quite the tricky opponents in battle. Meanwhile, in a dark tunnel somewhere, the fire crackles, and we hear a familiar voice, which is the same dungeon baby who urged Tratch to fight. The dungeon baby explains to his master that there was 1 hero-ranked maid and 4 normal-ranked soldiers, and the owner seems ignorant about how to manage the labyrinth because he rushed to summon his forces before the battle began. The master, sitting on his throne, is visibly angry and demands to know if this little piece of information was worth sacrificing 20 workers. The dungeon baby bows deeper, apologizing, but his master cuts him off, telling him to just go catch more rats to use. Not entirely sure if this guy is indeed a dungeon baby. We will just assume he is based on his demeanor. The master then inquires about the mercenary they hired, to which the cloaked man reveals that he's trying to find the best path to attack the labyrinth. The master orders him to prepare for battle once that mercenary returns. The dungeon baby argues that they shouldn't leave the war up to a simple mercenary, but the master dismisses him, reminding him that he too is just a mercenary. Besides, the master reminds him that the mercenary claimed to be a descendant of dragons, and even if that bloodline has been diluted, he should still be strong enough to conquer one measly labyrinth. The next scene shows us the victory panel, highlighting the success of this battle. The notification reveals that the Naga have become slightly accustomed to battle, but the opponents were too weak for them to gain significant experience. The dungeon owner's charisma has increased slightly, and has also earned the title of Beginner Commander. The maid congratulates him on this achievement, but notices something is bothering him. Jinwoo explains that while they won, the rats were able to get to the owner's room far too easily. If the rat leader had been more focused on attacking the soldiers instead of the poor, she or other Naga workers could have been hurt. Hearing this, the maid starts to weep, touched that their master cares more about their safety than the core itself. Jinwoo turns to his warriors and reminds them never to forget the joy of their first victory. He emphasizes that this is the underground, where only the strong survive and the weak perish. They don't have time to revel in their triumph over such lowly creatures, as their Naga labyrinth is still in its infancy. He declares that a new chapter in the history of the Naga has begun. They will fill their storage rooms with treasures, expand their territories, and rebuild their nest into a fortress. Together, they will create a new legacy with their own hands, and everyone will be remembered as legends. Days pass since the battle with the horned rats. The bodies and weapons of the defeated rats are moved to the storage room, where they are consumed by the Naga, helping to temporarily decrease the maintenance fees. 3 Naga workers are assigned to build an ingot station for the mines, while the rest are designated as guards. They move back and forth between the mines and the planting areas, diligently collecting down gems. Jinwoo, meanwhile, thinks about his next course of action, and wonders whether he should send the knights to patrol the surrounding area and construct some hunting grounds for his snakes. But the problem is, he doesn't have enough gems to buy new soldiers. Finding no other choice, he collects the horns of the horned rats left behind by the Naga, who clearly didn't eat them, only the flesh, and goes to Bayek as expected. The appraiser appreciates the horns since they are hard to find, judging by the hiding capabilities of the horned rats. Jinwoo is curious whether these things are really worth anything. Bayek replies that anything that comes from a dungeon is worth selling, as they can be used like deer antlers, but he still hopes for some down gems. Seeing the disappointment on Jinwoo's face, he observes that he must be facing a tough time if he didn't find any down gems. Then he dismisses him, adding that he will transfer the money to his account. dismissal, Jinwoo doesn't move. Baek encourages him to spill the beans. Jinwoo finally reveals his wish to join the spider hunt Baek mentioned last time. Baek understands immediately that he must already be full of regret. Jinwoo answers simply that he needs more gems. Baek wonders what a boy like him needs down gems for. Our boy annoyingly answers that obviously someone like him needs money, so he will sell down gems to have some. Baek understands his need for money, despite the fact that last time, Jinwoo not only refused his offer, but also broke his desk. Anyway, he decides to place him with the second team, as the first one has already departed. Then he needs to know Jinwoo's level, which prompts a remark from Jinwoo that Baek should already know it, considering he was secretly investigating. At first, Baek protests, but then he calms down and asks him to let the matter go. Our boy decides to answer anyway, saying that he didn't personally know his level, but he knows he was raised at the 12th level. Baek is clearly taken aback hearing this and assumes Jinwoo must be joking. But Jinwoo calmly presses that he has indeed lived in one of the underground Duke's labyrinth until he came into the light. With a tense expression, Baek concludes that he must be super strong, because he's categorized as the highest level dungeon type in Korea. Unimpressed, our boy still doesn't understand why the level is so important to everyone. Baek asks if he even knows how to determine the dungeon baby's strength. Jinwoo reveals that he decided to stay away from dungeons ever since coming above ground. He admits that he doesn't even know how the level system works, whether it's something determined by people or by the underground itself. Baek now finally understands Jinwoo's need for information, so he decides to show him what he knows. He scribbles some cartoonish figures on the wall and explains that the level of a dungeon baby is basically determined by the level of the dungeon they were raised in. This means Jinwoo's level is 12, which is one of the rarest levels in the world. Besides him, babies raised in levels 1 to 3 are slightly stronger than average humans, which is why they usually become part of search parties. The next category is levels 4 to 6, which includes babies who typically serve in either search parties or attack teams, as they possess the power of advanced soldiers. The following category, levels 7 to 9, consists of those with the strength of beasts themselves. Like Jinwoo, they are very rare and often end up arrogant because of it. Finally, the last category is levels 10 and above, which is considered something beyond this world. There isn't much information about them due to how few exist. Jinwoo probably already knows this, as he's part of the 12th floor. These people not only possess rare abilities, but also supernatural strength and speed. Baek is quite curious to know if Jinwoo has any such qualities. Something like shooting lasers from his eyes. Glaring at the old man, Jinwoo reminds him that he can kill him without a weapon using just his current power, because Baek is nothing but a frail old man. Baek immediately gets the message. Coming back to the point, Jinwoo asks if they have any spot for him. Baek answers that if the team doesn't have a level 12 member, then Jinwoo will definitely be in. But our boy doesn't want to reveal his higher level. Baek reminds him that this means he'll get less money, as the payment depends on their level, but Jinwoo agrees to that. While contacting someone on his phone, Baek promises to text him the schedule as well as recommend the items. He even agrees to lend some equipment for the journey, but reminds him not to break his desk again. Jinwoo agrees and thanks him. Before Jinwoo can leave, Baek reminds him to bring his ID card and picture so that he can make a fake dungeon baby ID for him. When our dude shows his complete obliviousness regarding it, Baek is once again in disbelief that in what world our boy is living. Later, Jinwoo returns to his Naga realm, where Dominique is mimicking him and giving a grand speech about them becoming legends. Suddenly our boy asks what the hell she's doing, which petrifies her. She fumbles for a moment, but Jinwoo lets the matter go and asks for the report for the day. She begins to explain their activities. The workers are doing well-mined minerals, using the stalactite cave as their base. She adds that they've collected a few down gems from the lines and plants. Meanwhile, they've also caught a beast, from which they not only obtained a number of down gems, but are now using its body for resources, disassembling it in their storage room. Jinwoo is satisfied with their progress and asks to see the down gems. She immediately presents them, but one slips from her hand. The dungeon instantly decides to convert the gem into labyrinth energy. Without hesitation, our boy orders it to be used for summoning a Naga. Dominique grows sentimental, realizing that he sacrificed the gem for the labyrinth instead of keeping it for himself. Jinwoo explains that he has no use for it above ground anyway. He then informs her that he might not return for 2 weeks. When she asks why, he tells her about his upcoming expedition to hunt some hell spiders. He reasons that they need more upgrades to grow stronger, and the low-grade down gems from the floor are no longer sufficient. Instead, he's going to hunt the hell spiders to collect some mid-rank down gems. He then summons a Naga, and the system provides him with a standard-level Naga archer. Looking at this newly summoned soldier, he imagines how his cute, chubby green worker will look when he will fully grown. He then turns to Dominique and observes that they have almost used up all of their down gems to summon Nagas. So he decides to leave the remaining ones for maintenance fees. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he addresses his maid in a serious tone. Looking at the portal thoughtfully, he asks whether it's possible for them to adjust the size of the portal. Later, our boy stands in front of the Paju underground gate. Before moving forward, the leader of the team, Lee Jun-young, decides to give a short briefing. She introduces herself and keeps the speech brief, as her party members are already experienced. This expedition is scheduled to last 2 weeks and includes 22 people. 7 are part of the search and attack unit, while 15 are members of the search party. All dungeon babies except are of different levels, which is showed by their arms bands. With that, she ends her briefing. A guard then informs her that the expedition team may proceed and instructs his companion to open the gate. With the announcement of the gate opening, Jun-young urges everyone to hurry, reminding them they are already quite behind Team 1. Then she wishes them a safe return. After a while, one of their explorer gets caught by a whip-tailed lizard and starts shouting for help. Jun-young tells everyone to stay on guard since the monster's tongue is already occupied, meaning it can now attack with its tail. Then she instructs them to attack from its back instead. One of the dungeon babies remarks that starting with a beast like this means there's less chance of making good money. Meanwhile, the trapped explorer keeps screaming for help, while another casually comments on how explorers these days aren't very efficient. Despite the careful process of selecting plans and teammates, they still lose people. Someone else comments that even though it's been 10 years since the war, people still keep getting injured or killed. They point out that most of these explorers are in their 20s or 30s, which doesn't make them great fighters. Left with no choice and burdened by debt, many head underground only to become prey for the beasts. Then with a sigh, one of them leisurely unsheathes his sword while reflecting on the tragic lives of these people. Suddenly, everyone stops in surprise as our boy slashes the monster, freeing the trapped explorer. Everyone is stunned to see a level 7 mercenary pull off something like this. Taking advantage of the moment, Jun-young immediately commands her team to aim for the open wound. Unfortunately, the man is already dead. She comments that he should have moved as soon as he felt the blood coming to him. Then, she orders the others to collect the down gems and regroup. She further instructs everyone to spray themselves to mask their scent after completing their work. Then she runs over to our boy, praising his skill. As it's not an easy task to pierce a whip-tailed lizard, now she understands why Beg recommended him. However, she warns him not to act without her orders, no matter how much he wants to show off his strength, because stunts like that can tire him out before the main course even arrives. Jinwoo isn't sure whether taking action was a mistake. She explains that it's her way of showing concern since normal humans can easily deal with beasts like these. They need to conserve energy for the real battle ahead, which will be much harder to face. Jinwoo, despite her explanation, replies nonchalantly that he only moved because he was feeling stiff from the cold. Then, another subordinate informs her that they've completed the task. She asks how far they need to move to reach a safe point. He answers that they'll have to walk for another half an hour. Jinwoo expects this outcome, but he knows there's a significant difference between normal explorers and dungeon beasts. Then, one of the explorers asks whether they're going to leave the corpse behind. She responds that they have no choice as they can't take it along, because it might attract more beasts. Meanwhile, Jinwoo silently observes the cruelty and the casual attitude they have toward the death of others. Still, he's certain that if the dead person had been a dungeon baby, the treatment would have been very different. Anyway, it's not his concern. After a week, they reach the entryway of the second floor. Jun-young asks for a report. The explorer explains that they came across 2 whip-tailed lizards. There were no casualties, just some minor injuries. Jun-young runs to the team, finding that several members have collected down gems. They're amazed to find so many, especially considering they are still at the entrance. One of them asks about the overall worth of the gems, to which another answers that they can fetch around 50 million won. One of the explorers expresses disappointment, feeling that they're risking their lives for only 2 million won when they will have their share. The leader is irritated by this comment, explaining that this is just the start as they've only collected small down gems so far. He discusses the possibility of finding 2 mid-level gems, which they could obtain from the Hell Spiders. One explorer asks about their value, and he answers that each would be worth 10 million won. The explorer is stunned, realizing that they could make such a significant amount of money. At that moment, Young-tae addresses Jun-young with a tense expression, explaining that it seems like the first team have vanished into thin air as they find the traces of intense fight. Jun-young assumes that the first team must have captured the spiders. However, Young-tae is about to mention the strange traces he found from the first team when someone comes rushing toward them. The person is panicking, informing them that one of his teammates froze in place while trying to pick up a down gem. Everyone panics upon hearing this. Jun-young analyzes the situation quickly, realizing something after knowing that the down gem had fallen from above. She immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle. Then, she turns to Young-tae to prepare the flares. Afterwards, she immediately fires them.
Pokemon Community Game. A Wild Mime Jr. appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Jun-young concludes why they found traces of the first team all around the area. By counting, she concludes that half of the team could be dead, as there are only 10 of them. To retreat for now, she orders the team to get out of here and regroup. At that moment, a spider approaches from behind her. She immediately activates her power and kills the spider while informing everyone that they can camouflage. She orders the dungeon babies to take the front battleground and tells everyone to take cover to protect themselves. The next moment, the flares begin to die down, and they need a light source to continue the battle. She orders another flare to be ready, but the next moment, she is protected by our boy, who quickly orders to ready the flare. As soon as another flare is lit, they see dozens of spiders above the explorers. Meanwhile, one of the dungeon baby faces the spider with bloodlust in his eyes. He leaps into the air and kills one of them. He then tells Young-chul to touch the spider. Young-chul gets ready and slashes the spider's leg. The next moment, another dungeon baby steps on a spider and crushes it with his boot. He comments on how sloppy Young-chul is. Then, he kills another spider and throws another one, taking out 2 spiders at once. There is a girl who is playing with her thin sword, making mincemeat of the spiders with it. She nonchalantly turns to the bulky one, who comments that he thought she was taking everything too seriously. She responds, while saying that she thinks these spiders are weak and below her battle standard. An explorer reminds her that these are still hell spiders. Suddenly, one of them notices more spiders coming toward them. He cautiously warns everyone to stay on their guard, as they are not...
Pokemon community game Mime Jr. escaped. No one caught it.
Rushes toward the hell spiders, cutting through the spiders like vegetables. Seeing his strength, Jun-young is in disbelief that he's really a level 7. After the battle ends, Jun-young asks the workers to check for any injuries. Those who are unharmed should start working on the spiders. The other dungeon babies are quite satisfied with the warm-up, having fought the spiders. This catches Jun-young's interest, and she explains that it's odd for spiders, creatures from lower floors, to be so weak. Young-chul comments that they are weaker than the lizard beasts. Someone else remarks that maybe it's just a myth that those monsters are super strong. Meanwhile, one of the explorers is relieved that they didn't have to use explosives. But suddenly, their discussion comes to a halt when our boy inspects one of the spiders and concludes that these are not hell spiders. They might belong to the same species, but their size is even smaller than hell spider babies. Moreover, they don't have exoskeletons, and their skin is much weaker. He then suspects they might be a subspecies, but quickly rejects the idea, as their fighting style still doesn't match. Hell spiders are not the type to engage in close-range battles. Jun-young tries to interject, but he shuts her up. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking about the cautious nature of hell spiders, who don't attack first, but wait for prey to fall into their trap. Some explorers notice thick spider webs that weren't there a moment ago. Then, they realize that their entrance is also blocked by spider webs. The next moment, our boy feels a chill run down his spine as he senses an ominous aura. He turns to Young-tae and asks about the explosives he has. Young-tae replies that although he does have some, they don't usually use them. He then suggests to Jun-young that they should install them at the entrance where the spider webs are. Young-chul doesn't understand if the spiders are truly finished yet. His companion adds that they have usually read in comic books about situations where a bigger threat lurks in the shadows. Jinwoo agrees with them, deadpanning that the hell spiders are waiting for him, but the dungeon babies remain relentless, thinking they can handle them again, without fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Our dude reminds them in a serious tone that those weaker monsters are not real hell spiders. Jun-young is about to ask how our boy knows this, but before he can answer her question, there's a shriek from one of the dungeon babies. She yells that some spider-like creature has dared to scratch her body. She's ready to take down the giant spider. As shouts soon as Jinwoo's eyes land on it, he immediately yells at her to get away from it. She arrogantly states that these are hell spiders, the same ones they killed moments ago. But her sentence is cut short as the hell spider pierces her guts. With bulging eyes, she looks up at the giant spider's mouth. The next moment, there's a loud crunching sound as she is devoured by the hell spider she arrogantly claimed to have killed. The hell spiders, along with their queen, finally decide it's the right moment to reveal themselves. Jun-young is tense as she assesses the situation. She immediately gives the order for everyone to stop their work and huddle together. Then, she turns to Jinwoo and asks him to confirm whether these are real hell spiders. But she stops, seeing Jinwoo frozen in his place. At the same moment, an explorer falls in front of the hell spider, pleading with Jinwoo to save him. This scene stirs a memory of his own life back at the dungeon. When Jun-young addresses him again, he comes out of his trance and informs her that there are a total of 2 baby hell spiders, one adult, and numerous subspecies they've already fought recently. He suggests that they ask the explorers to explode the entrance with spider webs as soon as possible. He even worries about a cave-in because the webs of these spiders are quite tough to break through. Jun-young suspects aloud that he hasn't just seen the hell spiders, but has spent a long time observing them. Our boy doesn't deign to answer her. Then, the battle begins. The dungeon babies are ready to fight and wonder aloud where the dungeon babies from the first team are. Young-chul answers that it seems like they've been eaten. Then he asks about the explosives, and Young-tae answers that they are just about to be prepared. The bulky dungeon baby wonder why they need to flee when they've come here to take down these hell spiders and now want to run away, even though they've shown up. Indeed, it doesn't make any sense. The blonde one reasons that the other dungeon babies were eaten by the spiders, reminding him that they may have let their guard down. Jinwoo orders them to move back as the hell spiders make their move, but the bulky one doesn't follow the order. He starts to fight instead. Jinwoo desperately asks him to stop if he doesn't want to die, but the bulky one doesn't listen. As soon as he arrogantly punches the spiders, he feels as if he's punched solid iron and is struck by immense pain. The next moment, another dungeon baby is killed by a spider. By their arrogance, the remaining dungeon babies understand that another spider is coming. Our boy comes in and slashes the spider's legs, stunning the onlookers. Then he continuously slashes and attacks the spiders. Kaito immediately realizes that Jinwoo is not just any ordinary dungeon baby. His friend calls him to come over where they are going to explode the entrance. The hell spiders attack again, and Jinwoo leaps into the air to dodge. He's clearly tired, but his expression turns serious when he sees the double attack coming from two hell spiders. He understands that they have no time to hold back his abilities. If he does, he'll be a dead man. Even though it's been a while since he used his abilities, he activates one and attacks the spiders, stunning everyone around him, leaving them wondering who he really is. Someone asks Junyoung about the explosives, and she answers to blow the entrance already. Then, she shouts at Jinwoo to come with them, as they've opened the entrance. But, to her shock, he pushes her toward the entrance and readies himself to attack another hell spider with a different weapon. With one slash, he strikes the monster. Then, he looks back at his teammates with glowing eyes, telling them they will meet above ground. The next moment, a cave-in happens, and Jinwoo is trapped with the hell spiders. He turns to the hell spiders and wonders if they've been mocking him while thinking they've won. But now there's no one left to witness his power, so he needs to give them a real show. With that, he opens a portal, and his warriors appear behind him, all ready for the immense battle that's about to unfold. Jinwoo immediately starts giving orders to his army. He decides to take on one of the two baby hell spiders, while leaving the other to his warriors. He then instructs his soldiers to guard the gate, with the archers covering them from a distance. He asks about their biggest problem, which is the adult hell spider, which is not even moving. He thinks the floor is too narrow for such a giant to move properly, so it's wise not to make unnecessary movements that might cause it to cave in. Dominique informs him about the approaching subspecies spiders. He tells her to get inside their realm. Then, he encourages his army, telling them not to be afraid, as these monsters are only slightly worse than what they've encountered with horned rats. He orders his army to kill each and every one of them. With that, he rushes to one of the baby hell spiders and slashes its chelicera. The archers are also killing numerous spiders, while one soldier is tossing them aside like they're nothing. Jinwoo notices how his warriors are getting better. Even the archers are shooting arrows like cannons. He challenges the spiders to perform even better, wanting to give them a harder time, so he can show off his skills to his army. However, his arrogant thoughts are cut short when Dominique addresses him through telepathy, informing him that the adult hell spider has started moving. In the next moment, he's attacked by the adult spider, but he leaps into the air just in time to dodge. The adult hell spider roars in fury. He tries to block the shriek with his hand, but his system informs him that his combat power has surpassed his limits, setting the level to match the hell spiders due to his fear of them. He decides to check his Naga army. One of the soldiers is injured, while another is dead. Only the archer and Dominique are able to block the attack. Even so, he gets a warning that a Naga warrior has sustained a severe injury. The mother hell spider gathers aura around its mouth and shoots it in his direction. He dodges it, luckily, but addresses Dominique, who informs him that the gate is in danger because of the sheer number of subspecies spiders trying to get in. He's about to tell her to wait inside, but he's attacked again by the hell spider. In this moment, he realizes that the hell spider's purpose is to eliminate him, as it has turned its back to the gate. There's no use in him escaping to the gate, which could endanger his Nagas. Suddenly, he notices something shimmering near one of his Nagas, and decides to attack the hell spider again. This time, he successfully damages the baby hell spider, taking out 2 of its 4 eyes and slashing its jaw. He then gathers all of his aura into his hand and pushes it inside the baby hell spider. The next moment, he comments on how these hell spiders are stronger than he had expected because of the jewel he finds inside them. With that, he pulls the core from its mouth. His mind races as he realizes the significance of the gem, so he immediately shoots it inside his realm. His system quickly processes the mid-level down gem. He orders his system to summon a mage Naga, with the first order being to annihilate the hell spiders. This Naga is no ordinary one, but a rare rank Naga that immediately activates the seal, freezing the spiders. The small spiders are caught inside it while a large wall appears in front of the giant one. The remaining baby hell spider tries to break free and attacks one of the Naga soldiers. Seeing the situation, Jinwoo realizes that the magician Naga must be using range over intensity, which explains why the baby hell spider is still alive. The Naga mage doesn't disappoint its master and attacks the baby hell spider again. Jinwoo is then informed that they have dealt with the baby hell spider. Now the only one left is the giant mummy hell spider, who is glaring at them. Jinwoo observes that he can attack the weak spots of these spiders, which are the eyes, mouth, and leg joints. The problem is the giant size of this hell spider. His blade won't be big enough to reach its brain even if he attacks its eyes. He's not even thinking about going into its mouth as he doesn't want to risk getting eaten alive. While he is thinking about his battle strategy, Dominique informs him that there is a chance of further caving as the surrounding structure is taking intense damage. With her words still echoing, the poor dude has a bizarre but fantastic idea to defeat the Hell Spiders. He asks his army to wait for his signal and orders them to attack the ceiling. After they succeed in that attack, they will try to move up to the first floor. Dominique warns him that it's a dangerous gamble they're about to take, but he shouts back that they have no choice left, as their combined attack power is not enough to kill the adult Hell Spider. He then climbs up the cliff and calls out to the Hell Spider, asking if it can follow him. After getting a clear signal from the monster, he is saturated with bloodlust. With fire in his eyes, he declares his intent to take revenge for having been exploited for half of his life by these creatures. The Hell Spider should feel honored to be the first of its kind to face his wrath. Meanwhile, Dominique questions whether they can truly bury the Hell Spider alive. The archer adds that Jinwoo must have a plan. She doesn't agree that they can bury this giant thing alive, no matter how many times they attack the ceiling. Then she wonders aloud whether there's something important on the first floor. Her focus shifts back to the current situation that Jinwoo is fighting alone while she and her Naga companions are waiting idly, which makes them feel useless. She thinks about how Jinwoo told her they don't have enough power to defeat the Hell Spider. The entire Naga army begins to discuss how they shouldn't feel discouraged. Jinwoo's intention isn't to make them feel denied, but to make them wait because he prioritizes their safety over his own. Dominique feels relieved hearing this and silently reflects on Jinwoo's benevolence. The Nagas cheer, while declaring that they will trust their master and wait for his signal so they can act. Dominique then turns to the Naga mage and asks how much mana he has left. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is attacking the Hell Spider, but he's clearly exhausted as he tries to lure it upward. At the same time, another party on the first floor feels the shaking from the floor. One of them wonders if he's the only one sensing the vibrations. Another reminds him that there are no big monsters around capable of shaking the floor. But the first one remains uneasy and tells his friends to wrap things up quickly because he senses something bad is coming. At that moment, the floor cracks and the adult Hell Spider emerges from it. Jinwoo gets a notification that due to this incident, a passage has been created between the first and second floors, which also causes an environmental shift across both floors. He yells at his system, saying he doesn't have time for its babbling, and it can go back to where it came from. He's grateful that he's in a large cave now. Then he warns the humans to run away as far as they can. A new problem arises. How can Jinwoo throw the Hell Spider off this floor? He signals the Mage Naga to begin casting. The magician freezes the spider, but Jinwoo notices that the ice isn't solid. It's actually a clever plan by the good Naga maid who wants to please her master. She believes she's figured out his strategy and instructs the mage to create a thin ice layer first, causing the Hell Spider to thrash and slip, while the path it takes is lined with thick ice. This way, the spider's own weight will work against it, making it crash through the cracked ice. She knows this fall won't kill the spider, but she also knows that all it needs is enough space to finish it off. The next moment, the Hell Spider falls. Dominique orders her companions to restrain it. The mage begins casting a spell while the other Nagas use brute force to hold the spider down as they wait for their master to finish it off. The next moment, our boy rushes toward the spider and attacks its eyes. Finally, our dude claims victory over the Hell Spider, which boosts his charisma. Not only that, but he is promoted to the rank of Ordinary Commander, increasing his attack power and raising the reputation of his Naga army. His soldiers and warriors are also upgraded to the rare level. He then turns to his Naga army, noting that one soldier's arm hasn't regenerated even after the upgrade. Curious, he asks Dominique why the magician Naga didn't level up. She explains that magicians usually need to put in more effort to level up. Not only that, but they also require access to research facilities. These facilities, along with others like a smithy, will become available once they upgrade their labyrinth. Checking his system, he concludes that they need at least 50 down gems to upgrade the labyrinth, but they currently lack 48 of them. He decides to check the battle rewards. The Nagas present him with numerous gems of different ranks. In total, mid-rank Hell Spider down gems and 44 low-rank gems from subspecies. While holding one of the mid-rank down gems, he expresses sorrow over the companion they lost in battle. But at least these gems help compensate for the loss. Now with 62 down gems, he uses 50 of them to begin upgrading his labyrinth. The process will take 100 hours. Then he tells his Nagas that he's going to take some low-level down gems off the ground so that no one gets suspicious. He's warns his army that their recent victory will likely attract other beasts next door. Because of that, they need to close the gate as soon as
Stupid polar bear.
He instructs them to collect as many spider corpses as they can and retreat into their home. Next, he orders the magician Naga to block all the exits with magic once he leaves. However, seeing the mage's condition, he turns to
Pokemon community game A Wild Tyrant appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Soldiers and instructs them to block the entrance with rocks instead. They agree and begin preparing. Dominique then asks if he's leaving now. He replies that he's heading to the first floor and will stay away from the labyrinth until the upgrade is complete. While checking their food supply, he concludes that the Nagas can survive for 5 days with his supplies. Suddenly, he notices Dominique fidgeting. Understanding her unease, he compliments how well she carried out the second half of his plan. He also praises everyone for their efforts and promises to reward them with whatever they desire once he returns. With that, he sets off while promising to meet them again after 5 days. 5 days later, our boy is inside the expedition team's tent at the Paju Gate. When the remaining dungeon babies enter the tent, they look at him with stunned and tense expressions, like he's some kind of otherworldly creature. Our boy comments on how late they are for showing up. Jun Young shouts at him, reminding him that it was supposed to be a 2-week expedition, and they completed it in just 5 days. It's him who's faster than them. Anyway, that's not the real issue. Despite her irritation, he innocently offers her food, which only makes her more irritated. Still, she decides to take a seat after the long journey and asks what happened to him. He answers vaguely that he just got lucky and managed to escape. She doesn't buy it, reminding him that he was the one who said they couldn't outrun those monstrous giant hell spiders. He coolly responds again that he's just super lucky, which prompts a remark from Jun Young that he's sly and shameless, which he doesn't even bother to deny. Then she decides to let the matter go and asks
Pokemon Community Game Tyrant escaped. No one caught it. Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
She reminds him, however, that they don't live underground anymore, and by the rules of the outside world, she's indebted to him. He decides to test her and tells her he wants her to do something for him. When she eagerly asks what it is, he pushes his dish toward her, asking her to put it away. With that, he opens the tent flap and casually tells her he's going home to get some rest. Anyway, he's already claimed the expedition loot, and besides, he doesn't think she has anything to offer him, since she's about to face failure on the expedition front. Jun Young calls out, asking him to meet her later so they can talk about the lower floors, but he simply shrugs, feigning ignorance about the matter. Finally, he's back at the down gem appraisal shop. Beck is thrilled to see 12 down gems, which makes him truly believe Jinwoo is from the 12th floor. He offers 400 million won, including a bonus, after deducting damage to the equipment. Jinwoo's expression turns thoughtful upon hearing this. Beck assumes he doesn't like the offer, and reminds him that he's even adding a bonus. But Jinwoo is actually thinking about something else entirely. Out of nowhere, he asks Beck if it's possible to help him find a house in a quiet place for around 300 million won. Beck clearly doesn't like the request because he's not a realtor, after all. Our dude subtly warns him that he can take his business elsewhere. The old cunning merchant gets the hint and decides to make an exception for our boy as he agrees to give it a try. Then Jinwoo decides to throw another request at the poor old man. He asks him to call his father and tells him that he's employed there. The poor man, having no choice, listens to the yelling of Jinwoo's foster father and tries to reason with him while saying that his boy doesn't go underground but works at his shop, which deals with materials from the dungeon. While he listens to the father shouting, Jinwoo nonchalantly opens the door and reminds the old man that this is the necessary way for him to go underground without any nagging from his father. Spike clearly isn't pleased with the way he wants to. He can't do much about Jinwoo. After a few days, Jinwoo is finally back at his labyrinth. He's finally free from the obstacles that had defeated him from this realm. Earlier, he had to close his bedroom door to hide the portal, but now he's living in a separate home to avoid being caught. Besides, he's been dealing with the constant nagging of his father. He's furious about him disappearing for 20 days without notice. To calm things down, Jinwoo told them he's been working at the appraisal shop, which helps reduce their suspicions about him going underground. Dominique notices him looking exhausted. She guesses it's because he's been busy these days, thinking about all the work he's done. He asks about the upgrade of the labyrinth, and she confirms it's been completed, but he doesn't notice any visible difference. Dominique agrees, but adds that now he has more options for armed forces and facilities. The exterior will only change once they reach level 5. While he's checking the quantity of down gems, his maid informs him that a guest is waiting for him. He follows her down area as she explains that all labyrinths are getting these guests, because they kind of travel different floors. When he enters, our boy doesn't find a tourist, but a black market merchant imp, who greets him so humbly that it's almost like he's lying on the floor. Jinwoo looks at him intently and immediately understands his intention. This poor imp is trying to replace Mr. Beck in the underground, but with bad luck on his side. His first question is how this person knows about this place. The black merchant chooses flattery, declaring that his deed of slaying the hell spider earned him a reputation which helped him learn about the Naga. Dominique, being a good maid, immediately informs him telepathically that he is lying. These kinds of merchants keep a close eye on things underground. It seems like he's in charge of the area where their labyrinth is located. Besides, she also warns him not to take these merchants lightly just because of their appearance. The imp then praises Dominique, but Jinwoo doesn't buy the flattery and asks the merchant's real purpose. The black merchant finally reveals that he wants to form a long-term business contract with him. After a while, Jinwoo corners his maid and asks if they have a choice to get rid of this black merchant. but she warns him against it because these merchants are dangerous and might spread rumors about them. So they have no choice but to be polite and play along. Jinwoo comments on how annoying they can be, but Dominique reminds him that they can also make use of these black merchants since they usually sell useful items. Finally, our boy decides to shop for a while and asks her to bring the down gems. Then she telepathically asks him to purchase the recommended items from the black merchant first if he wants to make a deal with him. Then Jinwoo informs the black merchant to show him the recommended item, which quite pleases the merchant. After a long, flattering babble, he finally reveals a rare item which is a parasite that costs a high-ranking down gem, something he thinks our boy can't possibly have. Still, Jinwoo decides to see it. He looks closely at the jar, then glances at Dominique for approval. She nods, and he shows the merchant some down gems to estimate its worth and how many he needs to buy this parasite. The black merchant tells him he needs 5 of them. Our boy finally purchases it, even though it's all his savings. After a while, he is informed that the black merchant has a tradition. When dealing with a new customer, they show their most valuable item first. Dominique confirms this and encourages him to use it. Jinwoo finds it annoying to think about putting this parasite inside his body, but he has no choice. It's not like he can keep it as a pet. Then he finally releases the parasite, which is eager to become part of his body. He does this because he fully trusts Dominique, whose advice has never let him down before. As the parasite absorbs into his body, he comments on how he is becoming less human day by day, though he thinks he wasn't fully human to begin with. His system notifies him that the parasite is now assimilating with his body. Ignoring the notification,
okay, we got metal.
He asks Dominique for some help, which brightens her face. Meanwhile, he's informed that the labyrinth has leveled up. He can now unlock new facilities and increase his armed forces. He's also granted 6 more level 1 Naga workers. Additionally, creatures without homes will start visiting his realm. Looking out the window, he thinks about how his realm's durability and capacity have increased. He wonders if he's rushing the upgrade. Dominique agrees, but adds that most labyrinths focus on their armed forces and facilities before ranking up. In his case, he's already done most of the groundwork, allowing fast progress. Now the question is whether the owners of other labyrinths are weak. Dominique answers that most owners don't get directly involved in anything, as far as she understands. Then he decides to construct facilities while checking the facility list. He has several options like a livestock farm, training center, bar, smithy, and so on. There's even a temple option where his Naga can worship his picture with an annoyingly expression on. Before deciding anything, he asks his system to bring up a big labyrinth map. He points to a particular area and asks Dominique to get intel on which creatures live there, especially the archers and warriors, so he can gather more forces. While looking at the map, he plans to build a livestock farm and a bar in the mountains. Other facilities are more expensive and require more down gems. For now, he decides to focus on expanding his army. He orders his workers to bring all their low-ranked gems. Now having 162, he offers 150 down gems to summon more Naga. He then declares that he's going to summon the whole army. After 1 week, we find our boy sitting on his throne with a bored expression. He's informed about the expansion of the Naga nest and the establishment of the livestock farm in which they've successfully caught giant rabbits and boars to breed. Meanwhile, workers are digging new hallways and laying traps. He worries whether they are getting enough rest. Dominique assures him she's making sure of it. Then she informs him about the new troops, which have been split into teams to take breaks, patrol, and train, so they have everything needed to fill the new map. While looking at the map, he feels glad to have a real labyrinth, but they're getting busier as they progress. He's also struggling to gather enough down gems for maintaining his realm, which helps him understand why the hell spiders left their floor and started a war. After a yawn, he decides to hunt more down gems. Dominique grows concerned because he's spending more time in the labyrinth instead of living with his family. He assures her that he has moved out and is living alone in a remote area. Since the place is pretty empty, he doesn't face any disturbances. He even offers to show her the above ground, which brightens her face. Then he looks at the portal and realizes that he spent a full 24 hours there, so he decides to take a rest and reminds Dominique to do the same. After returning to his hideout, he remembers that he hasn't eaten anything, so he decides to install a generator in his realm to have quick ramen ready in case he spends long hours in the labyrinth again. When he falls onto his sofa, he gets a notification that the parasite has successfully assimilated. But the next moment, a warning pops up that the parasite is trying to take over his body, jolting him awake. His eyes start changing and he screams in pain as if his eye is on fire. We can say our boy is either quite unlucky, or maybe lucky because just as he suffers from the parasite's pain, Junyoung decides to visit him, Wine being annoyed by how isolated his home is. As soon as she hears about his shriek, she rushes over immediately and calls him. Jinwoo looks at her with bloodshot eyes. After a while, he starts feeling better and decides to search for his guest while asking about her well-being. As they sit, he apologizes for showing her his twisted state. She panics, wondering what that thing is because it feels like his face is melting at that moment. Avoiding her gaze, he excuses himself, saying that he picked up an eye disease from underground. But she doesn't buy it as she's lived her whole life down there, and even babies born in the deep floor dungeons don't have anything like that. He then nonchalantly asks if they are from the 12th floor, which stuns her momentarily. With an unfazed expression, he tells her he got this disease underground on the 12th floor, from the Duke Labyrinth spider, but she still doesn't believe him, and quickly informs him that all babies from the 12th floor dungeon are either dead or missing. He wonders aloud why people declare the 12th floor dungeon babies dead when they're actually alive. Now Junyoung understands how Jinwoo knows so much about hell spiders. Since he thinks she's smart enough to figure out the levels, he trusts her enough to tell her the truth. Then he changes the topic and asks why she's here, assuming Beck must have told her his address. She hesitantly asks if he will join her team for the next expedition, promising to give him a big cut since he didn't take anything from her on their last one. She's unsure if he'll join since he's already doing well on solo missions, but suddenly he agrees, which catches her off guard. He explains that he's not used to underground expeditions because he only recently became interested in going underground after coming above ground. The underground has changed a lot since he was last there. Junyoung's face brightens as he tells her he'll join her team until he gets the hang of underground work. She can't believe a level 12 dungeon baby will be with her team, but he dryly reminds her it's only temporary. He shows her the door while she informs him about their next journey. The expedition will take 2 weeks and starts in 4 days. They will have 5 dungeon babies, including them, along with 10 explorers. Except for one dungeon baby, all of them were part of the Hell Spider expedition. At that, he quips that they didn't do well on the 2nd floor and now plan to play adventurers on the 6th floor. She timidly answers that he hasn't seen their best capabilities, that her team are experts at going even to the 8th floor. He understands that since they were against the Hell Spiders, they lost. Anyway, she reminds him that they will be preparing equipment meantime, so they will meet after 4 days. He will receive a detailed schedule as well. When she greets him goodbye, he annoyingly reminds her that she needs to inform him before coming to his home. Otherwise, he will call the cops, which changes her expression to embarrassment. She quickly runs away. After she leaves, he's thankful that he didn't leave the portal open when she entered his home. Finally, the 4 days pass, and our boy is at the small entrance of Paju Gate D. Looking at the entrance, he comments it feels like this will lead them to Subway. She informs him that usually Gate C opens for large-scale expeditions, but Gates D and F allow entry if they show their ID cards and team members. Besides, thanks to our boy who opened a new entrance to the 2nd floor, Gate B is crowded with beasts, so they can't enter from there. Then someone interjects, introducing himself as Jung Chansik, a level 7 dungeon baby. Jinwoo introduces himself in return. One of them comments that Yongchul assumed Jinwoo was a monster and ran away, which irritates Yongchul. Both of them then greet Jinwoo, and Junyoung tells them to shut up so they can get inside. She orders Yongchul to take charge of leading the explorers, which makes Jinwoo question whether Junyoung is really the leader of the team. She vaguely answers that he'll see for himself once they get inside. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth bar, Dominique is drowning herself in alcohol. Looking at her, the Nagas comment on her misery ever since Jinwoo left the place. Not only that, they're grateful that this time there's a bar for her to control. Otherwise, last time she tried to cut one of Naga's tail because it would keep growing back. On top of that, they assume there's a secret room devoted to their master. Dominique is listening to
Bayside Fiberwood.
Suddenly she gets an idea to build the secret room they assumed she had. Meanwhile, the team for this expedition is definitely different from the previous one, which was made up of freelancing explorers and dungeon babies. This time, they are taking matters seriously as Chansik instructs the explorers that there are numerous beasts about 500 meters ahead, so they need to move silently while passing through. The harmony among them is also better since they're already part of the same team and know how to work together. Then Chansik tells the team that if anything unusual happens, Kaito will be in charge from afar, while explorers with spears will move to the center. Meanwhile, Junyoung and Jinwoo take the back row. While in the rear, Junyoung comments that Chansik is pretty cool. Jinwoo agrees, saying that's probably why Chansik takes the lead despite being a level lower than her. She excitedly informs him that Chansik is one of those rare people who become quite powerful even beyond the middle floors. He doesn't just have great detection skills that identify organisms. He can also use a stealth skill like camouflage, which gives them an upper hand in battle. Then she wonders whether he actually has a detection skill, but he denies it, adding that it's just his instinct that helps him detect things. At first, she doesn't understand and then loudly comments that level 12 dungeon babies are truly out of this world. This catches the attention of the explorers, who start murmuring among themselves. Our boy gets irritated because he wants to stay low profile. She quickly apologizes while saying she forgot about that. Then one of the explorers informs them to move to the front row as they are right in front of the gate. Chansik informs them that this entrance leads to an abandoned labyrinth. The other path is ruled by wolf monsters. So, they decide to take this labyrinth since he doesn't detect any immediate danger. Next, he asks for their opinion on his decision. Jinwoo objects, wondering if they
Pokemon community game A wild Dratini appears catch it using Poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Jinwoo agrees with the decision, while thinking he himself wants to see a big labyrinth, which will help him expand his own. Then Chansik announces they are going to enter the owner's room at the center. At that moment, Jinwoo hopes his Naga is doing well. Meanwhile, Dominique is giving instructions to have the cute little chubby Nagas dig a secret room for her. Elsewhere, the scaly Dragon King is asking Rikshasha about Draken. She replies that Draken received a severe injury and is currently healing. The master is not happy with the news because Draken should be stronger if he wants to call himself a descendant of the dragon. Then he asks for an update about getting around their target area. She hesitates to answer clearly because she doesn't think his dragons can cover that much ground. The king agrees with her, saying their species is naturally slow. She nods in agreement. He then asks what if they take another route. She informs him that even with a new route, it will take 3 months to cover the distance. Next, he asks if she will go solo. She reminds him that it will take her 2 weeks to reach the destination. So, they decide she will complete the task with her trickster skill. Meanwhile, Jun Young's team has arrived at the owner's room. Jinwoo is in disbelief that even after a few hours
Wisebot
of their
8
journey,
viewers,
they still
plus
haven't
4.
found any
Alarm
beasts.
clock 10 hours 22 minutes and 17 seconds.
Okay, so I need...
Since there is nothing valuable there, no beasts come to this place. Even the army wanted to make this place a resting area for the 3rd floor. At that moment, Jinwoo asks if there really is a map of this place. Chansik confirms it, explaining that the labyrinth
Okay, I need more iron and hide.
Pokemon community game Dratini escaped. No one caught it.
And decides to pick up the map next time. Then Chansik orders them to rest here. He instructs Yang Ho and Heejin to check the motion sensors around the entrance, while the remaining members set up camp. He tells everyone to hurry up so they can rest early. Jinwoo is grumpy about not having a task for a few days. Junyoung explains that it's because he's their best member and needs to stay in his best shape for the battle. Then, jokingly, she assigns him the task of checking the throne where the owner sits and gives orders, in a disbelief tone. He dryly thinks to himself that he can't tell her that he's someone who does the same. Just then, our off-duty guy's parasite skill activates, and he feels a sharp pain. Junyoung immediately notices and asks if he's alright. He assures her the pain is manageable, but asks no one to come near him in case they got scared of their life. She offers to help him as she runs away to the other
Fiber
side.
wood.
Meanwhile, he is wondering if she had glimpsed a thin window of his system. Then he opens his eye and notices that he no longer feels pain. Besides, his parasite eye was deactivated for a while since he's gaining control over his parasite. His thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly sees a red spot which looks like a thin light inside the altar. He only opens his healthy eye and realizes that he can't see that red dot without opening the parasite-possessed eye. He moves toward the altar, realizing this parasite must have given him a detection skill. He takes out the red object, which looks more like a rock than a shining gem. His system solves the mystery by informing him that he has found an abandoned labyrinth fragment, which can be used for some special purpose. However, our boy isn't happy to find this instead of a down gem, which would be more useful to him. Then his system informs him that his parasite's detection skill has expanded, as now he can see dozens of shiny objects all over the dungeon. He's taken aback when he realizes all of these are down gems. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth bar, Dominique is still drowning in her misery, while 2 Nagas are questioning one about why they have their tools out, even though they're off duty today. Then Greeny notices Dominique's state and asks about the reason behind her condition. Both Nagas inform him that she basically wanted to build a temple for our boy in the form of a secret room, and he regretted doing something without his permission. Poor Greeny suggests that they should just ask our boy about making a room for him and Dominique, since basically she's more human than they are, so it's understandable if she's uncomfortable living with them. However, he doesn't realize Dominique is already standing behind him, oblivious to poor Greeny. With a darkened expression, she silently expresses how brilliant the idea is. Meanwhile, Junyoung's expedition team moves forward. Junyoung asks about his well-being and jokes that he has a rare fetish. He explains that he didn't get much sleep last night, which left him tired. Then he taunts her that she is the reason of his sour mood to divert her attention from him, because last night he collected and hid numerous down gems. He not only mapped out the labyrinth afterward, but also marked the spots where he could find more. He's satisfied with the parasite's performance and jokes inwardly that he could even grant it a wish if possible. The parasite, possessing a very dark humor, tells his system that it wishes to know the taste of cooked human flesh. Suddenly, there's a commotion in front of them, and once again, the dungeon babies are called to the front. Our dude guesses that it must be beasts if they're summoned like this. He's right when Chansik reveals that 2 packs of beasts are preparing for between their position and the labyrinth exit. Chansik guesses that these beasts could be sharp-toothed bats or 4-armed monkeys. In the worst case, they could be wolf monkeys, about 20 bats and 8 monkeys. Our dude questions why Chansik can't pinpoint the exact species. Chansik explains that he can only estimate their numbers and can't confirm if all the beasts are the same species or not. He then reveals that they can't avoid a confrontation with them. Blonde asks if they can just wait for the beasts to fight each other and kill some each others, while making it easier for them to pass. But Chansik disagrees. Both sides have large armies, so when they start fighting, the smell of blood will attract even more beasts, trapping them inside the labyrinth. Then they debate whether to confront the beasts now, even though their initial plan was to avoid fights until the 6th floor, or just wait for the packs to tear each other apart first. Chansik warns them to understand the gravity of the situation. They are about to face 28 mid-ranked 3rd floor beasts that could be involved in a territorial dispute. However, Junyoung is overconfident, ready to rely on our dude when it comes to defeating these beasts. Chansik starts sweating, realizing how lightly she is taking the situation. Jinwoo interjects as they move forward, saying it will do them no good to wait forever. It's better to face the problem head on, Chansik agrees with. While loosening his collar and drawing his weapon from a cool stance, he agrees to take on half of the beasts. The team stands at the battlefield where the beasts have already begun fighting. Chansik misreads their numbers because they are total 30, which makes the adventurer think he might die today. Our dude jumps in front of him, declaring that he's not going to die today. The next moment, he leaps into the air, sword in hand, ready to battle the beasts. One by one, he slashes, cuts, and beats them down like they're nothing more than practice dummies. Chansik grows nervous watching Jinwoo fight with such ease. It must be because he's a lower floor dungeon baby. Basically, how a dungeon baby fights depends on several factors, like which floor they're currently on, and which floor they were born on. Mostly they fight until the enemy collapses. Chansik is taken aback as Jinwoo mercilessly kills each beast, striking with precise aim at their weak spots. It almost looks like he can see those weaknesses. Chansik wonders how our dude can fight like this, especially when, in reality, he's only slightly stronger and faster than Junyoung. The answer to his question comes from Junyoung, who also casually informs Chansik that Jinwoo was born in the Marcus Labyrinth. Chansik knows that Labyrinth sits in the deepest depths of the 7th floor. Junyoung clarifies, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world, that in order to survive there, Jinwoo had to win countless battles. This brutal survival training apparently turned him into a beast-slaying machine. Since his labyrinth was practically lounging beneath the 8th floor, he had no choice but to grow strong enough to survive beasts that eat movies for breakfast. Chansik takes the hint that Jinwoo is from the famous labyrinth, but still comments that survival instincts alone can't explain his strength. The guy must also be stupidly talented. Junyoung, quite proud of the little fairy tale she just spun to cover up Jinwoo's actual level, wears a smug smile. Then both of them decide, since Jinwoo's out there basically doing all the work, they should probably contribute a little themselves. With his spear raised, Chansik steps up, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Jinwoo already has parasite vision activated, making the world around him move in slow motion, and his body feel feather-like. As he slices through beasts like he's prepping ingredients for a stir-fry, he briefly wonders if he's using his full power, but no, he quickly dismisses the thought. He's being cautious, keeping himself at Junyoung's level, even though it feels like he's going all out. His system feels like it should answer him and notifies him that the parasite inside his body activates the innate abilities within his body. This skill helps him not only increase his potential, but also strengthen his weakness detection skill. With this skill, he can even see through the ribcage of the monkey monster. At that moment, stopping his thoughts, he is merely looking at his system screen in order to know more about this parasite. He really feels like the parasite is more worth than what he paid for, if not for the fact that it once tried to take over his body. He decides to research more on its capabilities later. At that moment, he is informed that the parasite is adapting and liking him, accepting him as its host, and even ready to protect him to ensure good survival once it completely assimilates into his body. Then, he is informed that his team has cleared the beasts from their side. He answers that he has done as well. They stand in front of the corpses of the beasts. Junyoung comments on how he agreed to take 50% of them, and ends up killing 70%. He is uncertain whether he has overdone it. She replies that while it does make things convenient for them, she then leans in and whispers in his ear that she had to clean up his mess because his relentless fighting style raises questions about his strength. Even the explorer declares him a hero, someone born to fight. At that, he grows uncertain whether he really has gone too far. Then Junyoung turns to her team to wrap things up and collect the down gems before any more beasts approach. At that moment, she is addressed by Chansik. She's about to praise his effort, but he cuts in to explain that they're likely to have another problem in the form of another expedition team, which is twice their size. Not only that, this team is clever enough to have been watching them while they fought. She immediately alerts everyone to take fighting positions. Jinwoo doesn't understand why she's doing this, since the team isn't made up of beasts. She explains that this is the underground, which is basically lawless territory, so of course it opens the gates for shameless theft. This is a common strategy teams use. While Junyoung's team is busy fighting, the others wait and watch, hoping they'll be too worn out to defend themselves. If not for Chansik's detection skills, they'd already be ambushed. At that, Chansik informs them that the other team has regrouped, having sensed that Junyoung's team is aware of their presence, so they're likely to give up on the ambush. Jinwoo assumes they might be going back, but Chansik corrects him that they'll definitely come back. Then Junyoung turns to her team and tells them to stay alert. They're already tired from the previous fight, so trying to run away from this team would be useless. She then turns to our boy, slightly apologetic for relying on him too much. However, she wants to know if he can fight humans too, if it comes to that. He affirms, adding with a casual smirk that he's grown quite fond of them. When the other team finally arrives, Junyoung and her teammates' expressions turn sour. It's Song Jongchul's team, well known for their bad blood with hers. The redhead freak doesn't waste a second before taunting Junyoung about her last expedition failure, casually bringing up the rumor that her team was massacred by hell spiders. But there her team is standing still intact. Oh, and of course, she conveniently has the bodies of those monsters to spare. Annoyed by his non-stop babbling, she tells him to get the hell out of there. But being the professional nuisance he is, Song insists that he's just passing through and needs to search for valuables, because apparently, Junyoung is on his way. Watching this little circus unfold, our boy raises an eyebrow, clearly curious about this obnoxious redhead. Chansik explains that this person belongs to the Expedition Association, which has government backing. That's the reason this arrogant fool thinks he gets to decide who can or can't enter the labyrinth. Jinwoo doesn't believe the government would allow such thieves down here, but Chansik reveals that, judging by the popularity of the association, there are very few teams that aren't part of it, which also makes the association ridiculously rich. That's why these teams act so cocky, like they own the entire underground. Jinwoo really dislikes them. At that moment, he activates his detection skill, which helps him see the enemy's abilities. To his surprise, Song is slightly stronger than Junyoung. Everyone else is either level 7 or below. While assessing them, Jinwoo also notices the experienced explorer flash an evil smile. Clearly they're used to tearing apart weaker teams. It's only a matter of time before Song's team crashes Junyoung's, except for Jinwoo, of course. His expression darkens as he watches those smug, greedy faces. Disgust rises in him at the sheer hunger in their eyes. His disgust boils so intensely that it turns into bloodlust. It seeps from his body in such a strong wave that even his teammates can sense it. At first, Junyoung assumes there might be a Labyrinth King nearby, which, to be fair, isn't entirely wrong. But she doesn't realize the real Labyrinth King is right behind her, radiating that bloodthirst. Her thoughts are interrupted by Song, who mocks their scared faces. Their timid reactions make him feel like the villain of the scene, which, ironically, he kind of is. He sneers that he'd love to help her, especially since she lost so much in the spider expedition. But with an irritating little wink, he adds that he's got work to do. Then, with theatrical flair, he mockingly tells his team to move ahead and not touch Junyoung's loot. Turning to our boy, he drops the playful tone and gets serious. He warns Jinwoo not to fall for Junyoung's looks, and not to waste his time being part of her team since he hasn't even registered her team with the association. He's already detected Jinwoo's strength and offers him a place on his association-backed team. Our dude dryly retorts that he's not interested. Not that Song bothers to hear the full answer. With a smirk, he bids them goodbye, leaving a final little promise hanging in the air that he'll be seeing Junyoung in a deeper form. Junyoung is visibly angry at Song's audacity. Chansik tries to calm her and Jinwoo down, reminding them that at least they've resolved this without bloodshed. When they look at Jinwoo strangely, he blinks in confusion and asks if something happened. Chansik urges him not to hide anything from them, pointing out that they definitely sense bloodlust coming from him. Jinwoo brushes it off with a lazy excuse, saying it's just his hot-headedness acting out. The rest of the team doesn't feel anything though, so they stay quiet. Chansik explains that bloodlust is something only certain higher dungeon babies can sense. If everyone could feel it, the entire place would be in constant chaos. Meanwhile, Jinwoo turns to Junyoung and casually asks about the connection to Song. She reveals that they were both born and raised in the same labyrinth, and that Song was actually a good leader back then. But once he went above ground, he probably caught a bad case of normal human greed and got addicted to money. She is also taken back how he changed. Then she turns to her team and tells them to wrap things up so they can gather the loot from the beasts they've defeated. Chansik agrees with a nod, clearly glad to be focusing on something less dramatic. Jinwoo reminds her about their initial plan to head to the 6th floor. She explains that because of Song's team, they've become a major obstacle because they already tried to ambush them. Besides, Song's team is big enough to attract all the beasts. Usually she would go ahead with her team alone, but thanks to Jinwoo, they already have enough material. Just then, she's informed that her team has finished their work. She asks everyone to gather and wrap things up. After an uneventful week at the bottom of the dungeon, it's a relief that everyone is alive this time. Junyoung is thankful they got out before Song could do any more damage. Meanwhile, Jinwoo wants to research the association about Song. As he says goodbye to Junyoung, he turns to his main source, Beck, who knows coincidentally Song well. Beck reveals that because of his skills, Song has become a kind of pseudo-leader of the association. Beck agrees that the association's control over the dungeon's entrances and exits has helped decrease explorer casualties. Jinwoo is surprised to learn the survival rate has increased because of it. Bike explains that in the past, dungeon babies from lower floors would take explorers in to clear the dungeon, only for most to die in the process.
Pokemon community game A wild Clamperl appears, catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Which is why people favor them. Jinwoo realizes this system is basically like the Adventure Guild from those comics he's read. Then he asks Bayek if Song is involved in any shady business. Bayek answers that he doesn't know of any, but even if Song's done something evil, it's been kept secret because no one really knows what goes on underground. Jinwoo reminds him that he can spy on people, but Bayek shrugs it off, saying that it's hard to figure out what's really happening down there. All Beck can do is catch wind of rumors. Then he pauses, remembering something, and brings up the topic of human hunters, which confuses Jinwoo. Bayek explains that these human hunters are a group of high-level dungeon babies, with no explorer affiliation.
Okay, so I got that.
They usually cover their faces with bandanas to hide their identities. Beck warns Jinwoo to watch out for them, which Jinwoo appreciates. Before Beck leaves, he asks about the down gems Jinwoo must be here to sell. Jinwoo answers that he doesn't have much since he only takes his share from the team. While walking ahead, his thoughts circle back to the association, and he concludes that Junyoung must have another reason to dislike them given their good reputation. Still, he decides to stay out of it, not wanting to get involved. After a while, he's back inside his labyrinth. Dominique is surprised to see him return early. He explains that the expedition ended sooner than scheduled. Noticing her downcast expression, he asks if something happened while he was gone. She reveals they have another guest waiting at the bar. He assumes it's another black merchant, but she corrects him that it's an under-elf mercenary. Confused at first, he decides to see for himself. On the way,
Pokemon community game Clamperl escaped. No one caught it.
So it's better not to hire one. He counters, asking if that's true, then why she invited one inside instead of shooing them off. She admits it's because they don't have a trained
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
And tells her not to worry, deciding to meet the elf himself to size up the situation. Then they enter the bar, where the elf has been hiding inside a closet. As they approach, she reveals herself, none other than Rikshasha. When Rikshasha looks at Jinwoo, Dominique immediately dislikes her attitude and reminds her to greet her master. Taking a cue, Rikshasha quickly bows and apologizes for entering his domain without permission. Then she asks for permission to introduce herself, which he silently grants. She states her name. His tone darkens the moment he notices the weapon in her hand as she offers her services. Dominique is ready to strike, but he stops her. With a lowered face, Rikshasha admits it was a test to gauge his strength and apologizes. Jinwoo cuts her off, telling her to cut the crap and get to the point. She explains that she hadn't seen a human sitting on the throne before and just wanted to test him. Jinwoo jokingly asks if he passed. She assures him she meant no harm by her stance, while Dominique remains visibly angry at Rikshasha. Coming to the point, Jinwoo asks about her skills, which are reconnaissance, exploration, and information gathering. He likes these skills and decides to hire her, which immediately angers Dominique. Then he asks Rikshasha to follow him so they can discuss further details on the way to his labyrinth. Before moving ahead, Rikshasha flashes a smug smirk, clearly to rile up the fuming Dominique. While observing the Naga labyrinth, unbeknownst to everyone else, Rikshasha takes in everything around her. She concludes the labyrinth is managed very amateurishly, as there are no traps, and the core is completely exposed for anyone to see. Not only that, the workers seem completely unalert. All of this makes her wonder if Jinwoo really knows what it means to be the owner of this labyrinth. Then she notices the Nagas playing and points them out to Jinwoo. He reveals that they're off-duty, which stuns her. She grows even more confused when he explains that he ensures his workers get enough food and rest, which makes them more efficient. He relates to their situation because he was once used to being a digger himself. At that, she concludes that his mindset is weak, but that his labyrinth is overall worthless. Jinwoo then asks about the trainer to Dominique and whether there's training today. She replies that it's a magician this time. Meanwhile, Rikshasha decides to go along with the plan. After a while, Jinwoo starts getting a headache thinking about the state of his labyrinth, as development is slow, and he doesn't have many down gems to upgrade it. All the down gems they have come from mining, just enough to sustain maintenance. Besides that, they have free food and water nearby. Sometimes the troop catches wild beasts, which help them get some down gems and materials. On a daily basis, they only manage to get 3 low-ranked down gems, earning them 3 points. At that point, Jinwoo realizes that he had overlooked something during his last upgrade, and while summoning new troops, because they've become harder to manage now. He asks for an update on his forces. She replies that since they lost 2 soldiers in the last battle, they currently have 42 soldiers, 2 warriors, 1 healer, and 1 magician. He comments aloud on how difficult it's becoming to control such a large army, but notes that as they expand their territory, it will attract more beasts. She wonders how many soldiers they might have lost if it weren't for the healer. He agrees, adding that they're also losing mid-rank physical soldiers. They are losing, which is strange since they're supposedly only on the first floor. Jinwoo insists that his expedition clearly took place on the first floor when he landed in front of it, so he assumes it must be on the second floor. Dominique guesses the labyrinth must have swallowed him up somehow, but explains that when he received ownership, the labyrinth return to the first floor. She says it often works like that. Jinwoo then seriously recalls the ancient items he encountered, and the fact that there were no humans at that time. He just assumed that he was in an isolated part of the floor. Finally, he asks Dominique which floor their labyrinth really is on. Unfortunately, she admits she doesn't know, because she has never left the place. Now this is a real problem, but it's not like he can do much about it. Even the lower floor can be a safe haven as well. It doesn't surprise him if the labyrinth is on the lower floor. Deciding to take help from Rakshasha, he asks about her and her location. Dominique informs him that she's at the bar after her patrol shift, but she doesn't like him asking about Rakshasha. The elf deems her rude. Getting up, he realizes how ridiculous it is that he doesn't know about their labyrinth floor, whining internally and hoping she must know it, as she sees the outside of it. Afterwards, they stand in front of Rakshasha, who greets him while questioning his presence there. Dominique, ever the eager one, immediately quips that they can't tolerate someone like her in the energy. Rakshasha dryly retorts that in that case, they should put a door on his head. Before their bickering escalates, he shuts both of them up. Then he turns to her and confirms whether she's been wandering around and coming there, which she affirms. He then asks about their labyrinth floor. She wonders aloud that this must be a human system to categorize the underground area, but unfortunately, as a native of the underground, she never knows how to determine these floor plans. However, Rakshasha also offers to share the things she has seen outside of their labyrinth, which he agrees to. She reveals that their neighbor is none other than a labyrinth that survived a great underground war, the labyrinth of the Scaly Dragon King. Jinwoo is clearly taken aback to hear this. Rakshasha presses that she visited that labyrinth before arriving here. She introduces the Scaly Dragon King, whose name is Anaxtis, and who, like most labyrinth owners, rarely leaves his throne. He wants to know the distance between the two labyrinths, and she tells him it's a 4-day journey on foot. He immediately analyzes that this neighboring labyrinth must be more powerful and of a higher level than theirs, while having survived for decades. In that case, there's a chance their two labyrinths could eventually merge if an imbalance occurs on their floor. He knows this from his experience as a digger, since the route he often digs through is used as battlegrounds by various beasts, which he frequently witnesses firsthand. Then Rakshasha drops the bomb that the Scaly Dragon King knows about the Naga Labyrinth's existence. He wants to know if that's true. She explains by revealing the existence of another labyrinth owner called the Blonde Panther, whose labyrinth lies between the two. The current Scaly Dragon King tried to take over the Blonde Panther's territory, but failed. This means they want to conquer that territory in order to reach the Naga Labyrinth. She adds that Jinwoo still has time because Scaly Dragons are usually slow creatures. Jinwoo is glad to hear that, as this gives him enough time to prepare. Then he casually comments on how she knows so much about the Scaly Dragon King. She replies that it's because she was once hired by them as well, which immediately raises Dominique's suspicion that she might be a spy. She denies the accusation, while adding that she simply worked for those who hired her, because that's her job as a mercenary. Now, however, her loyalty belongs to the Naga Labyrinth. Before Dominique can argue further, Jinwoo assigns Rakshasha another task. She declines it without even listening, assuming it must be related to fighting the Scaly Dragon. But he clarifies that he doesn't want her to fight. Instead, he wants information, anything she knows about the Scaly Dragon King's kingdom. Additionally, she needs to keep an eye on them during patrol to assess the current level of their army and footing. It shouldn't be a problem for someone like her, since she has already worked with them. At that, she reminds him that she'll charge a good amount of money for the task, which he agrees to. She promises to get it done within a week. After she leaves, Dominique informs him about her patrol. He then tells her about his own upcoming departure. But Dominique adds that she still suspects that clever elf, thinking Rakshasha might be hiding something. Jinwoo agrees with her. After all, there's no reason for a mercenary like her to work with a weaker labyrinth when a war is about to break out. He then voices his doubt that she's currently working for the Scaly Dragon. Maybe she's just adventurous enough to take on different clients. But then he recalls the detailed information she shared about the Scaly Dragon King, and suspects she might be passing their information along as well. This raises a concern from Dominique, whether it's wise to send her into enemy territory alone. Jinwoo decides to take advantage of their enemy's arrogance by letting Rakshasha express their lack of threat openly. That way, the enemy will underestimate them, assuming they're nothing more than a band of Naga soldiers without down gems. Dominique remains hesitant about Rakshasha revealing any information to the enemy, but Jinwoo cuts her off by revealing that they possess something the Scaly Dragon's labyrinth lacks. He explains that Rakshasha told him during the Great Underground War, Anaxtis went into hiding, despite being nearly invincible, because he feared human weapons and, more importantly, humans themselves. In the present, he explains to Dominique that he, being human, can scare Anaxtis. With that, he bids her goodbye, promising to return with a gift for her. Somewhere else, Junyoung jolts awake at the sound of her cell phone ringing. She's quite grumpy about being called on her day off. When she sees the caller ID, she can't believe Jinwoo is calling her directly, assuming he must be joining her team. He quickly corrects her that he doesn't intend to do that. Instead, he wants her to repay the debt she insists on settling. there are some things he wants from her. A week later, in the Scaly Dragon Kingdom, Draken brags about how he emerged unscathed after fighting the Nagas, claiming it's thanks to his high dragon bloodline and so on. His companions, who haven't get any scratch either, refrain from joining in the bragging. If they do, they'll only end up being reminded of how great a hero Draken is. Not to mention, he was unusually quiet during the raid on the Blood Panther, because he was nearly killed that time. When Draken asks whether they have anything to say, his companions resort to flattery, praising how great he is, which makes him blush. He steps ahead, casually expressing how he'd rather rest on the throne than go on this journey. This catches the attention of other scaly dragons, who quickly remind him that the throne belongs to Anaxtis, and that careless words like that might invoke his wrath. At that moment, Draken spots a Naga worker and points him out. They're baffled that the worker didn't detect their presence earlier, but when the Naga suddenly tries to flee, they immediately give chase. Draken is determined to catch him, even as his companions try to stop him. In the end, Draken corners the Naga and is about to grab him, but the Naga swiftly digs into the ground and escapes. Draken is left stunned. Before he can even react, a voice emerges from the shadows, asking whether all dragon descendants are as noisy as Draken. Overconfident and offended, Draken yells back, daring the stranger to insult him. He demands that the figure introduce himself. When Jinwu steps forward and reveals that he is the Naga King, everyone is stunned to see that the Naga King is, in fact, a human. Other dragons understand the urgency and decide to relay this information to Anaxtis, but Draken assures them that he can take Jinwu down himself, even boldly challenging him to fight the descendant of dragons. Our guide, already exhausted by Draken's repetitive descendant of dragons chant, asks Dominique to just get on with it. It's revealed that Jinwu has already hidden Naga workers armed with human weapons, waiting to ambush. As soon as Draken sees the workers, he reprimands Jinwu for making his weak labyrinth's workers engage in battle. He even tries to shame him, pointing out that the workers can't even hold the weapons properly. This makes Dominique call Draken a lizard, which infuriates him. While he again chants about being a dragon's descendant, she scoffs that they only need a maid and Naga workers to deal with them. With that, the ambush begins, and they open fire. After some time, Rakshasha is seen entering the Scaly Dragon Kingdom, once again taking in the dark and gloomy atmosphere around her. This labyrinth is maintained like many others, where workers labor non-stop until death, surviving on minimal food. With bitterness, she thinks this is how a labyrinth should be run, not turned into a human paradise like Jinwu's. She then presents herself before the Scaly Dragon King, informing him that she has relayed Jinwu's knowledge of their war plans, which likely puts him on alert. She also reports the limited size of Jinwu's army and the low possibility of acquiring many down gems. So, it's the original plan of this cunning Scaly Dragon King to make Jinwu desperate by revealing the plan of war. They are likely to attack on their own, but to do that, they must first try to eliminate the Blood Panther. In the end, both parties will fight each other, and he will have a labyrinth without an owner to claim. He appreciates Rakshasha and tasks her to encourage Jinwu and his army to take on the Blood Panther. After a week, she will arrive at the Naga labyrinth. They are likely to leave tomorrow. She warns him that they need at least 2 months to start a full war since scaly dragons are slow. But it seems the Scaly Dragon King has another trick up his sleeve, revealing a siege dragon behind him. Meanwhile, Draken and his companions panic upon seeing the Naga soldiers firing at them. At first, they console themselves, believing human weapons don't work on them. But when one of them gets injured, they realize the weapons are effective. They decide to retreat but can't, as the Naga soldiers surround them. It's revealed these special weapons are a favor Jinwu requested from Junyoung, who explains they are designed to fight underground beasts. Created on the black market but never used, they were stored in a warehouse before falling into Jinwu's hands. He compliments her connections, and she replies that it's part of her job to meet different kinds of people underground. Now she is curious why someone like Jinwu needs those weapons, and he dryly retorts that he needs them to play. In the present, he analyzes that these weapons are indeed effective against the soldiers. Meanwhile, Dominique is having fun with the guns. But Draken, who is afraid of the guns, suddenly realizes that these bullets are nothing against him, just some rubber bullets. He is proud to have dragon blood in his veins. Then he fights against the Naga soldiers but is defeated. This gives him the opportunity to mock Dominique, asking if that's all the Nagas have. Before he can fire at her, Jinwu stops him, saying he's going to deal with her.
She grabs a rocket launcher.
They engage in a battle for a while until Draken pushes him away. Everyone is stunned by that, but Jinwu rises from the dust while analyzing Draken's strength. Draken has super-level strength as well as the power of a Hellspider, but his fighting skills suck. Jinwu assumes Draken must be trying to manipulate him, so he activates his parasite, but doesn't find a single weakness in Draken. Suddenly, he spots a red spot on Draken's back, but when he tries to touch it, he's thrown aside. Draken wonders if he has killed Jinwu, but Jinwu's voice comes from the dust, admitting that Draken is indeed a descendant of the dragon, and that his weakness is also like a dragon's. Draken shouts comically that he doesn't have a weakness, but Jinwu reveals that he has a weak spot between his shoulder blades, and that's where he's going to strike.
Pokemon community game A Wild Huntail appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Jinwoo gets ready for battle. He can feel the ground shaking and the air vibrating around him, signaling that Draken is truly getting serious. Jinwoo knows he's never even scratched Draken before, so he has to attack his weakness in one powerful strike using all the strength he has. With that, he rushes past Draken, while the so-called descendant of dragons stands like a brick wall. Behind Draken, Jinwoo can clearly see the weak spot. He doesn't understand why this dragon has left his weakness so exposed, which makes him think it might be a trap. But he doesn't have much time to waste and aims straight for the weakness. Meanwhile, Draken sweats profusely but doesn't move from his place. He's struck by the words of the scaly Dragon King, who called Jinwoo a fool with a weak labyrinth. Now Draken knows his own weakness. He's fidgety, fearing he might die today after being hurt by Jinwoo's attack. He is hell out of nervous about what's going to happen to him at the hands of our dude. Then he decides to retreat, pretending to spare Jinwoo's life in front of everyone so he won't be called a coward. But Draken's eyes widen as he sees Jinwoo disappear right in front of him. The next moment, Jinwoo slashes his chest and blood oozes from the wound. He panics because it's the first time someone has ever made him bleed. Draken's vision turns red while all he can see is blood, and all he can think about is death. Suddenly he senses Jinwoo's presence behind him, but just as Jinwoo is about to strike his weak spot, he drops to the ground, trembling profusely. Whining and shivering at the sight of death in front of him, he pleads with our boy to spare his life, saying he's just a hired mercenary doing what he's told.
Pokemon community game Huntail escaped. No one caught it.
But now, what should they do with Draken, who's asking to be spared while his dragon body could be useful to them? Jinwoo casually wonders aloud how he might kill the dragon or open up his body. Hearing this, Draken panics and pledges his loyalty to Jinwoo in desperation. Jinwoo is annoyed by his antics because someone who betrays his master to save his own life can easily betray him in the future too. But Draken is too desperate that he swears on his dragon ancestor to pledge his loyalty. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a flash of light engulfs him. Jinwoo is confused at the sight, and Dominique explains that it's a seal bound by dragon vows. Dragons, though arrogant, are also honorable creatures. If Draken breaks this vow, he'll likely suffer a painful death. But she's a little surprised that Draken doesn't have wings like a typical dragon, which makes him appear more like a subspecies. Jinwoo then turns to Draken and asks about the vow. Draken confirms everything, adding that this is the price dragons pay for their pride and arrogance. Jinwoo decides to accept Draken, thinking he might be useful in the future. Some days pass since the confrontation with the scaly dragon soldiers. Jinwoo is preparing for the battle against the scaly Dragon King in a bizarre way. He has basically made Draken his guinea pig, experimenting on him because their body types are similar. But Draken informs him that the scaly Dragon King has a much thicker body than him, and no known weaknesses at all. Then he is ready to target Draken with another weapon. But Draken reminds him that even though his thick skin won't be penetrated, it will still hurt. Unfazed by his pleas, Jinwoo is ready to strike while warning him that if he avoids the attack, it will count as an act of betrayal. Then he hits Draken, while reminding him that it's better to be in pain than be dead meat. At that moment, Rakshasha enters the labyrinth and recognizes Draken. When asked about their connection, she explains that they know each other, but don't interact regularly since they have different roles, and Draken might not even remember her. Getting straight to the point, Jinwoo asks for an update regarding the scaly dragon king's troops. She replies that the bad guys are preparing their forces for war, and our boy likely has 1 month. Besides, she doesn't think Jinwoo can prepare a troop capable of standing against the scaly dragon army. He understands this after all. Those beasts have survived for a decade. Then Rakshasha suggests they take down the Blood Panther.
Kaito Destiny _ Omitsu _ Kainuu, welcome to my channel.
Hi, Mitsu.
No one has ever managed to defeat it.
At Kaito Destiny _ Omitsu _ Kainuu, welcome to my channel.
How you doing, Omitsu? How's your arcing going on? Here's a shout out for you.
Kaito Destiny, so to Omitsu _ Kainuu. Stream Elements look it's Omitsu _ Kainuu. They were playing Ark, Survival Ascended. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Omitsu _ Kainuu at URL. _hello, are you okay?
待って攻撃的にしたらなんか嘘でしょマジ
Alright, let's take a look. Try to find some more metal so I can use that to get the heck out of here. Hello, are you okay? Yeah. I had a bit of an issue with
My ice foxes went all underground. As you can see from the image. But yeah, I still have them locked on as waypoints, and yeah, they're right underground here. What do we got here? It's level 10. Yeah, I was right over here exploring a little bit, and all of a sudden I got hit by a mana, those little jet dragons, the manas, and it hit the ice foxes down below when they teleported. So they glitched. So I have 6 ice foxes underneath the mesh, which I don't even know how the hell I'm going to get back. Let's see if there's some metal over here. So far I got this mammoth, a baby from it, a stego, a mud poop flinging drunk dino, crystal. What is this, Oliver? Just lay down. My cat's being climbing on daddy kind of thing. But I will need crystal here. Oh, I was hoping to be able to transfer our characters, but yeah, that ain't gonna happen. So it's like, yeah, I'll just rough it out. Sound like I've done it before, countless times. Oh, there we go, got another level. No. Uh-oh. There we go. Why can't I... Uh-oh. Server crashing? Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. Level 51. Oh, might as well do that. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. There's a spot I want to move to, but I should have went over there first, but I decided to start over here because I didn't want to be too overwhelmed. Okay. There we go. Now I get it. I should have enough metal for what I need, but I'd rather have more just to be on the safe side. Damn it. I was supposed to harvest that nut. Is this metal? No. This is all sulfur, sand, and stone. We'll move I can take you on. Sorry, bud, but I need your body for hide. But you gave me more pelt than hide, so... Baby raptor, huh. Okay, some decent amount of hide there. Where'd you go? What level are you? You're a 120. Did I not pick up any prime? I can get some prime over here. Alright. I might want to just tame that raptor at 120, because there's two 120 babies, so... Oh, it's a 55. Yeah, fuck that then. I really wish I had a dino ball from the dino depot. That would make this so much easier to transport dinos. I wonder if there's a section in the Discord for suggestions and stuff like that. Now my question is why is there an Elder Claw baby over here?
Pokemon community game A Wild Verum appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Oh, look at it! Look at the baby on the bottle. Oh, that's adorable. I gotta really protect this little one now. Let's see, you're 25. You're 25 female. Yeah, fuck it. I'll take you both.
They're not at this base. They're at the other base. Oh my god.
Okay, let's see.
Pokemon community game Verum escaped. No one caught it.
We're not playing DVD.
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
How do I get out of those holes in the ground with like the vines covering them?
When you know when the sun blows?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go find.
You're gonna have to tame a lot of Rexes.
Right. So,
oh no!
You shoot the root. You look like a heart.
No! Okay, one pig down. Fuck. Yeah, I got the hide I needed at least. Holy crap.
Three's a lot.
Wish they'd give you more, like, at least some clothing or something, or some armor.
I forgot you can't SMP day flashbacks they do twice.
Where'd the baby go? It's right there. Damn it. That's a real shame. Well, I only needed one poop pig anyways. You're a 115 Rhino. You'd actually hurt. Okay,
What? They didn't die? Oh, that's crazy, bro.
okay, drop that, Off that. I'll take that and that.
Hold the line! Hold the line!
I'm gonna have to probably tame a parasaur and put a platform on it and make that my little convoy base. How things stand, I'm gonna need a mobile structure. Alright. 8 hours. $18 minutes is fine. Okay, all I need to worry about is fortitude, weight, and health. Other than that, everything else should be fine. Now I just need the metal. Increase your weight. Oh, that's right. Saddles. You don't have one.
The blueprints, I mean, that's in
I got a frog for paste.
Wisebot 8 viewers, alarm clock 11 hours 13 minutes and 27 seconds.
If you take damage, you level up.
There we go. Oh, aren't you just a cutie? I feel bad that you're a low level, but... Cooked prime... Oh. Yeah, I don't need to do that for you, because you're just gonna be for...
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Other stuff.
Minding my cow cat business.
Okay. Okay. Okay, rest of the points going to health. Okay.
Oh, there.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to put a wall up. Put my all my dinos up close to each other and put a wall up or something, because I'm gonna have to go to bed. I need to go use the restroom real quick. And figure out something to eat. Also, where'd you kitties wharf? I heard one of you wharf. Where'd you make your messy at?
Oh, there's a third one. Where? Oh, so you're fighting behind you, bro. What the hell?
Oh, I just saw them. The same time you spotted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like, the fuck? Why am I hearing battle music? Oh, bitch. Any more ugly asses? No, okay. Yeah, bro, all this are all actually. Fuck you, blue things.
Someone's peeing in the corner there. It's no surprise. Okay, I don't know where your crochet bag went to. I seriously thought it happened.
You're kissing ass. I've done that too much at work.
Easy, bro. How did they taste, bro? How did they taste? All in fairness. Damn, bro. It tastes that bad? Crazy.
Enough for them to give me shout-outs.
Yo.
I thought I had another bag. Where is it? You're gonna have to wait until later, kids. I'll make sure to go get your crunchies then, but... What? What you have is what we have. I'm sorry, but things are still tight on Daddy. I want to get you more and have a better living space, but... US sucks to live. I actually wish I could live in Japan, but... I'm not good at translation on Japanese yet. So I can't really do much. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I just feel bad, pretty much. Okay, I need 5 more. We're gonna take this much.
Only material, man.
And we're gonna go back to the anime manga.
Collecting down gems. However, there's a downside that it's a do or die situation. Either they win or they lose the labyrinth. Dominique also agrees with her, regardless of the risk involved in the plan. He finally agrees to go through with it. For this purpose, he first needs a detailed map, so he tasks Rikshasha with creating one. She agrees to map out the area, starting from the Blood Panther's territory. He then dismisses her. As he moves ahead, Dominique asks about his next course of action, assuming he's planning to get more human weapons. He declines, saying that human weapons are basically useless against monsters. Not to mention, they're hard to obtain. He leaves her baffled as he declares he's going to collect his savings and return soon. Rikshasha will complete her task in the meantime, and poor Draken is left awkwardly asking for permission to move. An hour later, he arrives at the Paju Gate, where he has hidden the down gems. He takes out the maps and asks the system to synchronize them. Once the process is done, he'll be able to easily locate the area where he hid the down gems during the expedition. During that expedition, it took them 4 days to reach the 3rd floor from the 1st, even while moving at high speed. So after analyzing their pace, he asks his parasite to scan and locate all the down gems it can, and to compare that against the speed of a dungeon baby. Then, deadpan, he tells it to strengthen his legs dozens of times, before pausing and ordering it to increase his speed by 100 times. With that, he starts acquiring a number of low-rank down gems.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Gastrodon appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Dominique answers that there is no incident. Then they discuss his journey briefly. He explains that he went from the 1st to the 3rd floor while emptying his bag in front of parasite, but looking at the number of low-rank down gems, around 435, they are still not enough for them to prepare an army for war. On top of that, judging by the thick skin of the Draken, even hundreds of their first and second rank soldiers can't win against such a scaly dragon. He then decides to update the labyrinth first, a process that assuming they even have a month to prepare. However, Dominique reminds him that Rikshasha might be lying, but it is a risk he needs to take. He uses 100 gems to upgrade his labyrinth. Afterwards, he plans to summon level 5 Naga soldiers for the army, and sets aside some down gems in case he needs to summon more later. Suddenly, his eyes catch the option for rank 4 Naga troops, offering strong and patient mid-level Naga gatekeepers who defend the gate and won't open it without his permission. He slightly changes his plan and summons the gatekeepers. Meanwhile, Rikshasha steps toward the Naga labyrinth, her mind reeling with the scaly dragon king's plan. He is going to dig a tunnel under the Blood Panther labyrinth.
Paper Dragon, Poke Catch Ultra Ball.
Hey, Paper Dragon.
But suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted as she is abruptly stopped by the Naga gatekeeper, who roars at her. At that moment, Jinwoo allows her in and introduces her to the gatekeeper for future
Pokemon community game Gastrodon has been caught by Paper Dragon.
He explains that he had some down gems tucked away for this purpose. She analyzes the situation and realizes they now have a chance to win against the Blood Panther with this expanded force. But he reveals that only he and the boys behind him are going to fight the Blood Panther, while the remaining soldiers are assigned to protect the labyrinth in his absence. She is taken aback by this revelation. Even though Jinwoo reveals that they are not only the elite force of his army that have been fighting the battle before, she doesn't believe that they have a chance to win against the Blood Panther. He adds that he will join the fight, but she doesn't trust their strength, convinced they will be annihilated. Having had enough
No, protect the baby! Protect the baby!
Then he asks if she has had enough rest, saying he will show them the path to the Blood Panther. She already rested in the she thinks about how she is going to avoid getting involved in the war by using the excuses to go out to the labyrinth and make it. But in the end, she knows she has to go with them no matter what. After a while, tell me where the freak's at! She informs them that while Blood Panthers may help in war, there is still the
Hey, welcome to the stream, ladies. I did not know there was an alpha raptor that spawns over here.
But she doesn't believe she can survive it herself. Suddenly, she senses an ominous aura behind her.
But hey, I got clothing.
The next moment, she freezes
Sickle.
as our guy threatens her not to move
New
back if she wants
axe.
to stay alive, because she's about to be interrogated. Rikshasha acts indifferent about the matter. Jinwoo voices his doubts to her displeasure, explaining how he manages his labyrinth in a humane way while giving rest, holidays, and good treatment to his workers. She thinks that must be a weak plan and doubts his army's strength based on it. But he's also someone born and raised underground, so he knows the system of these dungeons well. His sole purpose is to eliminate enemies and protect his own. However, he's still unsure whether she's a friend or foe. She replies that she's just a hired mercenary, but our guy already knows she's working with the Scaly Dragon King and still gives her a chance to explain herself. She casually admits that he knows she worked with the Scaly Dragon King too, and if she were double-crossing him, there'd be no reason to tell him. Besides, she also spies for him, yet Jinwoo doubts she's feeding them false information. She gets angry at the accusations and firmly denies ever doing such a thing. As he activates her parasite, which he can't see, he admits that she never fed him false information, which only makes him more curious about her true motives for double-crossing both sides of the war. She protests, saying he has no proof for his claims. Instead of answering, he asks if she knows about parasites. She says that she's heard of them, but never seen one in person. Our guy then reveals that he has one, and that he's left a fragment of his parasite inside her body, which petrifies her. The next moment, she sees a parasite crawling on her arm, while he explains he implanted fragments in her to spy on her actions inside the Scaly Dragon King's labyrinth. She doesn't understand why he's given her a chance despite knowing this. Casually, he replies that he's fond of her. Finally admitting she underestimated him, she confesses that she wants nothing to do with him or the Scaly Dragon King, as her only goal is revenge on the Spirit King. But then a chill runs down her spine. She slowly turns around, and our guy, fully transformed in his parasite form, warns her that she'll die if she turns completely. With that, he prepares to attack. She braces for the attack, but it never comes because the strike was meant for a Blood Panther hiding in the shadows. He strikes it while analyzing that this Blood Panther is fully camouflaged during its attack, and moves with incredible speed. However, our guy can see his enemy's weakness through his parasite and lands a hit. Rikshasha is taken aback by this display of
Guess
power.
the XP went to the frog for that kill.
She underestimated him, assuming he was just a human no matter how strong. But now, looking at him, he doesn't even look like one. He then asks her why she's standing there. He offers her an open chance to run away from the battle, but warns that they will have a conversation this time, and darkly deadpanning that next time he won't give her a chance to open her mouth. Looking at him, she realizes that he's a monster born and raised underground. After the battle finishes with his Blood Panther, she asks if he can still see the Blood Panther. He admits, wondering if it's recovering since it has stopped moving. While he thinks about how useful the parasite is and how to use it to its full potential, he also recognizes its downsides. It's draining his energy too quickly. After a few seconds, he won't have enough energy to continue, so it's better to finish this battle quickly. His thoughts are interrupted by Rakshasha, who warns him about another Blood Panther. This one bites his mage. Without wasting time, he rushes to it but finds yet another one. He curses under his breath because it's like fighting hell spiders. He prays inwardly for the parasite to hold longer so he can defeat both. Rakshasha draws her sword, declaring she will help him, but he refuses her aid. Even when she protests, he asks her to weigh her options while he faces them alone, making it clear he won't accept her help. In the end, he warns her not to underestimate him or his army. Later, the Naga healer treats the mage's injury. Another warrior asks about the mage's condition. The healer replies that the healing is in progress, but the mage has only a minimal chance of survival without it. The warrior warns the healer to protect the mage because Jinwoo has a soft spot for him. They need to keep him alive until Jinwoo arrives. Suddenly, a Naga warrior is attacked, and he fights back. He battles a Blood Panther for a while, but the Blood Panther gains the upper hand after injuring him. The next moment, he slams him against the wall. Despite his wounds, the warrior glances at his comrades fighting a giant Blood Panther, and clearly losing. One soldier is eaten by the beast, blood spurting over him. Witnessing this, the warrior remembers the day he was born as the first Naga warrior, and the honor of fighting on the front lines. He rises with determination, recalling the vow to fight for his king until they achieve the glory Jinwoo promised. He doesn't fear death as he charges at the Blood Panther, determined never to back down against the formidable enemy. Then, he clamps the Blood Panther's jaws shut, realizing how wrong he was at the beginning. He is thrown back again, but he attacks the Blood Panther once more. The Blood Panther roars and tries to get him, but he flinches, surprised that nothing happens. The condition is met, and the Hall of Heroes responds to the brave warrior's wish. The next moment, he is ablaze, thinking how he can call himself a warrior when he fears death and wants his king to protect him instead of the other way around. With his body on fire, he is determined to kill the Blood Panther, even if he dies alongside it. At that moment, the system informs him that his heroification will now commence. He crashes the Blood Panther into the ground. The Panther lunges at him, but he blocks its claw and tears it apart. He attacks relentlessly and slams it down again. Finally, he defeats the Blood Panther, thinking about how everyone bragged that the Blood Panther was invincible. But they are wrong. Rakshasha is shocked to see the Naga warrior undergoing heroification and wonders if this was all part of our dude's plan all along. Maybe that's why he brought so few soldiers with him.
Okay,
Then she quickly
let's
rejects that
see.
thought. She knows the purpose of heroification is that a beast can only rise in rank after experiencing a certain realization or incident that acts as a catalyst for the process. No one can predict it in advance, not even the hero himself.
Well, that gave me a few levels.
Not underestimating his troops and realizes
I'm at level 55 now.
at that moment, Jinwoo is also informed about his warrior undergoing heroification, but he doesn't fully understand what it means. Whatever it is, he's ready to unleash his full power. Meanwhile, the Naga warrior prepares to attack the Blood Panther. The next moment, the Blood Panther disappears. He taunts the Panther to come at him with full force. Meanwhile, Rakshasha analyzes the situation, recognizing that this is the typical Blood Panther fighting style, as they hide and use surprise attacks as their leverage. The Naga warrior grows frustrated watching this, but Jinwoo remains calm since he can still see them. Besides, the Naga warrior still needs to protect his injured comrades, which gives the Blood Panther the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Naga mage rises from his place. The healer warns him not to move, but he reminds them he doesn't have the luxury of rest. They are in the middle of battle. The next moment, a Blood Panther tries to attack the Naga warrior, but the mage creates a protective shield around them. The healer scolds him for using mana when he's on the brink of death. The mage then tells the Naga warrior that he's used all his mana to make the shield so the warrior can fight without worrying about them and unleash his full strength. The warrior feels satisfied with his performance and asks the mage to create a shield on the ground as well. They don't understand him, but instead of explaining, the mage tears the ground beneath them to strike the Blood Panther. Then he scoops up a big rock and throws it inside the Blood Panther's mouth. The Blood Panther is injured and clearly exhausted. It tries to strike the warrior, but he not only blocks the attack, but also tears off its nail and fashions it into a weapon. He's determined not to let it go. He's baffled, however, to see the Blood Panther hiding behind the shield made by the Naga mage, which is surprisingly low for their standards. The Blood Panther forgets the mage is still there, and the mage hits it with a spell while the Naga warrior squeezes its jaw with his tail. When the panther tries to attack again, the warrior angrily bites it and tears off its limbs. It's only just getting started with its torture. After a while, the Naga warrior finally kills the Blood Panther. Next moment, he He hears the sound of clapping, and it's from his king, aka our guide. He immediately bows before Jinwoo, who praises him, saying he has outdone himself by defeating the Blood Panther when Jinwoo was only expecting him to.
Okay, so
humbly reminds him that they lost a soldier because of the fight. Jinwoo warns him not to speak ill of fallen soldiers, and the warrior gets the hint. Jinwoo continues, saying that despite their ranks, he sees his Nagas equally, even if they're workers with guns or fallen soldiers. They work until death. The warrior shouldn't shoulder everything alone just because he has that rank. He shouldn't underestimate the value of other Nagas based on rank. The Naga warrior understands and promises to do better. Meanwhile, Rikshasha notices how Jinwoo gives the hero-ranked warrior a hard reality check instead of showering him with compliments, which is something a true king should do. Jinwoo then decides to reward the Naga warrior for his performance in this battle, and also for the fight against the Hell Spiders. Suddenly he names him Qantas, which stuns him. Jinwoo explains that Qantas is the name of a brave general from the past. So he not only gives him a name, but also ranks him as general of his Naga army. Hearing this, Qantas immediately vows to follow Jinwoo's orders forever, even if it means following him down to the depths of hell. After wrapping up, Jinwoo instructs his army to return to their labyrinth. He asks if they can really carry the Blood Panther's body, which is still alive. They assure him that they can. Jinwoo feels sorry to leave behind the other Blood Panther's body, but they can't use its hide. Regardless, he at least obtains the highest ranked down gem, which is a Blood Panther heart. His system informs him that he can carefully use the Blood Panther's power from its heart, but he needs to construct and research it in the smithy and research facility. He wishes for some down gems that can be used immediately, but instead he gets the Blood Panther's heart gem, which he can't offer to alter. Then he turns his attention to Rikshasha, who hasn't run away yet. He assumes he has passed her test. She immediately kneels down, declaring that she doesn't dare to do it. Unfazed by her flattery, he darkly asks her to continue their earlier conversation. So, this Rikshasha fellow is following the Scaly Dragon and urging them to defeat the Naga Labyrinth so they can become stronger. Only then can she get revenge on the Spirit King with the Scaly Dragon King for her family. Jinwoo guesses this much of the story, despite some loopholes. When she points out there are some facts left out, he answers that he doesn't have time to hear the full story, and has left the details for another time. For now, he wants to know the moves of the Scaly Dragon King. She informs him that he has already left his labyrinth when she was on her journey, and that it will take him 5 days to reach there. Jinwoo feels disappointed hearing this because he assumed they would have 2 weeks. They don't have enough time to upgrade their labyrinth. Rikshasha is stunned to realize that he already knew, since he had placed a parasite on her for spying. He casually admits that he was lying. The parasite she found on her body was actually attached to him. She is shocked to discover it was all a hunch. Then he tells her not to be so surprised, as she is also a master of trickery, fooling the 2 kings of the labyrinth. She agrees with him. He then agrees to give her one last chance. But first, he will deal with the Scaly Dragon King. He even promises not to kill her immediately, regardless of her choice. Then he asks which side she will choose. He promises to avenge her if she sides with him, but warns her of the consequences if she picks the other side. Hesitantly, she asks if she can have more time to think, at least until the war is over. Jinwoo catches her hesitation and swiftly attacks her throat, realizing she wants to side with the winner of the war. He is strangling her, reminding her that she has been kept alive for too long. Now his patience is wearing thin, and he wants her to decide which king she will choose. Meanwhile, at the Naga Labyrinth, everyone waits anxiously for our boy to return. When he returns, they're glad to see him safe. Dominique immediately congratulates him on winning the battle and earning the hero rank warrior. He asks if she has exchanged greetings with Qantas. She casually replies that there's no need, since he's the same Naga who's been living there. Jinwoo admits his mistake, saying Qantas looks different now. But Qantas has another idea as he exclaims that Dominique should greet him because it's an order from our boy. Dominique, however, doesn't look thrilled by this. Then Jinwoo asks Qantas about the message he needs to deliver to Dominique. Dominique immediately answers that they can experiment with the Blood Panther heart, but the problem is their mage is injured. Jinwoo decides to summon more magicians, but another problem arises that they're running out of time. Dominique doesn't understand his statement. He informs Dominique about the latest update regarding the war. Dominique is furious to learn that Rikshasha was a mole, despite Jinwoo explaining that she is now on their side. Then he asks Rikshasha to explain everything.
Okay, so let's see.
Dominique to set his grudge aside for the sake of the war. He then instructs Qantas to construct watchtowers and set traps with the help of the workers. Once that's done, he is to begin training the soldiers. When Qantas confidently claims he'll finish everything in 3 hours, Jinwoo reminds him to take his time, but to do the work properly. When Dominique asks about Jinwoo's next move, he answers that he's heading to the upper floors to collect some down gems and acquire weapons for them. He instructs them that a
Pokemon community game A Wild Dino appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
He reassures them with a smirk that the Scaly Dragons are just a little stronger than horned rats. Meanwhile, the troops of the Scaly Dragon King advance steadily. Both Azarg and Urzarg, warriors of hero rank are summoned by Anaxtis, who orders them to lead their units forward. They are instructed to complete their mission before he arrives at the destination. The day of the war finally arrives. At the front lines of the Naga Labyrinth, the invasion is already underway. Dominique informs our boy that everyone is in position, and the final briefing is about to begin. He urges her to go. She informs him that they have 90 Naga soldiers and 10 warriors, excluding Qantas. Their forces also include 6 archers, 4 healers, 5 magicians, and 2 gatekeepers to defend the
Okay,
labyrinth.
56.
Everyone is ready for battle. On the other side, the enemy vanguard consists of 121 scaly dragons, which comprises 100 soldiers, 18 warriors, and 2 mid-sized scaly dragons who appear to act as gatekeepers. Their commanding
I'll wait
leader
on
seems to
that.
be of hero rank. He then points out that scaly dragons are close-range fighters. Dominique agrees, stating that this is a well-known characteristic of their kind. He recalls his earlier conversation with Rakshasha, who informed him that scaly dragons possess exceptional defensive abilities and strength strong enough to overpower their opponents. However, due to their sheer mass, they suffer from a major drawback. They're slow and lack any proficiency in long-range combat. Jinwoo understands they are the impulsive type, always ready to charge into battle, even when unprovoked. Rakshasha had warned him, though, that
Pokemon community game DNO escaped. No one caught it.
back to the present by Dominique's voice, who has spotted the enemy vanguard. He quickly checks the labyrinth's upgrade status. There are still 2 hours left until completion. Rakshasha's prediction was dead on. The enemy has arrived right on time. Without wasting a second, he orders everyone to take their positions and prepare the first line of defense. Then something clicks in his mind regarding hero rank soldiers. He calls out to Draken, who by now looks rather disgruntled with Jinwoo's treatment. Understandably so. He hasn't exactly been thrilled about being used as a glorified target dummy for this long. He then orders Draken to go and fight the hero rank warrior, because it's time for him to prove that he truly is a descendant of dragons. As soon as Draken steps in front of his former colonies, they immediately recognize him. They had heard he was dead. The hero rank scaly dragons are furious that he switched sides after witnessing defeat and begging for mercy. Draken reminds them not to address him so casually as they are no longer comrades, but they mock him instead, calling him nothing more than a boastful fool who kept claiming to be a descendant of dragons. In their eyes, the ancient legends of dragons...
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Draken warns Azarg not to speak ill of dragons, but Azarg mocks him again, saying dragons are extinct. Besides, scaly dragons are also distant relatives of the dragons, so Draken is nothing but a yellow lizard in their eyes. They laugh, asking whether he's here to surrender like a coward or actually has the spine to fight. Meanwhile, they begin analyzing the enemy formation. The Naga soldiers don't look particularly strong to them. However, the magicians stationed in the rear catch their attention that they seem to be preparing something. The scaly dragons decide to keep a close eye on them. They then order their troops to advance in order to crush the Naga forces. Urzarg instructs his companion to go deal with the magicians, while he personally takes on Draken. Declaring that he will grant Draken a painless death, he charges forward. However, Urzarg is caught off guard when his weapon fails to pierce Draken's thick skin. He tries several more times, but nothing works. Meanwhile, Jinwoo observes that Draken has improved since he's even letting his enemy attack him from behind. Dominique, watching the fight, is uncertain whether Draken can truly defeat his opponent, but Jinwoo explains that Draken has an intense fear of death. Because of this, he possesses excellent survival instincts. He's not blindly taking blows as he's carefully analyzing his enemy's fighting pattern. In fact, he's deliberately showing his back to test whether the enemy knows his weakness or not. Everything Draken is doing right now is part of a calculated effort to survive. Dominique admits that Draken really is strong. Jinwoo adds that he saw it in his movements the moment Draken surrendered to him. Meanwhile, Urzarg realizes that he has completely underestimated Draken. In the next moment, he activates his full power as a scaly dragon hero, but he doesn't know that, after our boy Jinwoo, Draken is the strongest among them. That's why Urzarg's hero-ranked weapon breaks upon contact with Draken's Hero++ level skills. Urzarg is stunned. Finally getting serious, Draken grabs Urzarg and reminds him of his earlier words that scaly dragon blood is thicker than that of true dragons. But Draken corrects him, stating that original dragons possess certain attributes, one of which is the ability to breathe fire. The next moment, a fireball bursts from Draken's mouth, engulfing Urzarg in flames as he screams in pain. Shocked and disbelieving, Urzarg wonders how, as a supposed descendant of dragons, he isn't immune to fire. A heartbeat later, he is reduced to ashes. Seeing what happened to their hero, the scaly dragon troops are gripped with fear and begin to flee, but Azarg grabs them and orders them to advance. They still need to deal with the magicians. Following the command, they charge forward and manage to kill one Naga mage. Seeing the display in front of her, Dominique immediately asks Jinwoo whether they should signal their forces to open fire, but our boy doesn't agree with her, as they can't afford to waste arrows for now. He believes in his mage Naga to handle the defense. His belief proves right, as the magicians are ready with their ice magic the moment the scaly dragons are thrown at them. Many of the creatures die when cracked ice pierces through their bodies. Some manage to land on the ground, but in the next moment, he sees a gatekeeper grab one and hurl it into the air. Azarg and his minions growl in frustration. Seeing this, Jinwoo comes up with a new strategy and asks Dominique to order the gatekeepers to throw the scaly dragon toward the mid-scale soldiers. It's his trap, to lure them in. Then he asks for an update. She informs him that they've secured the middle, thanks to Draken. However, the enemy army panics after witnessing their commander's death and begins to split on both sides. The problem is Jinwoo's smaller force, which might give the scaly dragons an upper hand. So she suggests opening the trap now, but he believes it's not the right time. They need to lure the bigger soldiers into it first. He then turns to Qantas and asks him to handle the left flank while Draken takes care of the right. They must ensure the enemy force...
Do you want pets? Is that what you want? You want attention? You want pet? 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 Now you walk away.
They are about to face the main force, which is led by the scaly dragon king. The next moment...
I want to start this, but this is a beta, and I really don't want to deal with that.
The main enemy force numbers around 300 troops. Out of these, 150 are regular soldiers, while the rest are high-ranking fighters. They also have over 30 mid-sized catapulting scaly dragons. Overall, Jinwoo is clearly outnumbered, especially when it comes to elite soldiers. Dominique points out Anaxtis, who signals his force to move forward. The soldiers blow their whistles to announce the start of the battle, and the enemy begins to advance. Jinwoo stays alert, realizing that the main forces have launched the war. He orders his troops to focus on the flying dragons first, but tells the archers to hold their fire for now. Dominique warns him that they won't be able to defend for long once the main force pushes forward. He asks her to be patient because they need the enemy army to get as close as possible in order to execute their plan. Dominique then updates him on their side of the battle, saying that the magicians are about to run out of mana. Judging by how intensely they're defending, they won't hold much longer. She urges him to act soon. He starts to object, but suddenly stops and tells Dominique to send the magicians underground. Dominique telepathically orders the magicians to stop using their defensive spells and join the fight. As per his order, the magicians target the scaly dragon soldiers advancing forward. Suddenly, the enemies notice ice forming around their feet. In the next moment, a large number of soldiers become stuck in the ice. Qantas immediately orders his troops to attack the trapped soldiers. Seeing this, Rakshasha comments that the area where the soldiers are standing is actually a dirt-covered cliff. If they're paying attention, they can easily avoid falling into the trap. Jinwoo analyzes the situation. It seems the scaly dragon king doesn't have updated intel on his enemy. The force he sent has been completely annihilated by Jinwoo's army, except for her and Draken, who are now on Jinwoo's side. With both survivors switched over, the Dragon King is left completely in the dark. Jinwoo then asks about their losses so far. Dominique responds that they've lost 20 soldiers and 1 warrior. On the other hand, the traps have wiped out nearly 20% of the enemy forces, including most of their vanguard. Still, the enemy has around 250 soldiers remaining. Then he issues a new order to use the narrow bridge to their advantage by focusing their troops at its entrance. He instructs Qantas, Draken, and the gatekeepers to lead the charge. His strategy is to force the enemy on the riverbank to spread out, reducing the impact of the catapult attacks. At the same time, he commands that any scaly dragon flying toward Jinwoo's side must be killed on sight without hesitation. They can't risk the scaly dragons disrupting their defensive line, so he asks Dominique to telepathically inform everyone to kill every scaly dragon, targeting the weak spot under their chin. Rakshasha is questioning his war strategy and asks where he learned all this. He casually answers that he learned it from video games. Naturally, Rakshasha, who has no idea what video games are, is petrified by the thought that humans engage in war for fun during their free time. Now all they are waiting for is the scaly dragon king to join the battle so our boy can show his real stunt. Jinwoo hopes this happens before the main force reaches the second line of defense. Meanwhile, something is bothering Rakshasha. She feels something is off. When Jinwoo turns to her, she explains that she hasn't seen any champion scaly dragons or siege rank scaly dragons yet. The next moment, there's an explosion. As the dust settles, they see a large dragon breaching the right wall. Jinwoo is stunned to see the massive dragon and asks about it. Rakshasha explains that it's a siege rank scaly dragon. Our boy is clearly tense because siege rank scaly dragons are massive in size, comparable to Hellspiders. If they advance any further, there's a serious risk of severe damage. The next moment, he's informed that a new scaly dragon troop is approaching from a different path. This unit consists mostly of elite fighters, led by a hero-rank warrior. Not only that, the fighters are closing in from the rear while the siege dragon is approaching head-on. Trying to stay calm, Jinwoo orders his forces to retreat to the second line of defense and commands the archers to cover the retreat. He then instructs Qantas and the gatekeepers to block the enemy from the right side. Dominique points out that Qantas might not be able to handle it alone, as he hasn't held the hero rank for long. She suggests sending Draken instead, but Jinwoo disagrees because Draken is like their fortress. and sending him would risk collapsing their entire defense. Then Rakshasha interjects, saying she'll assist Qantas, not wanting to just laze around. Jinwoo hesitates, thinking she isn't ready for real war. She protests, insisting she's capable enough to survive this. Finally, he gives in and tells her to go and help Qantas deal with the hero-rank troops. Then he instructs Dominique to release the Blood Panther onto the bridge. She immediately complies, relaying the command through the magician. The next moment, the large ice rock behind the scaly dragons on the bridge cracks open, and out comes the Blood Panther. Dominique is worried that the Blood Panthers might turn against them, but Jinwoo, now fully transformed into his parasite form, is confident. He has defeated them once and controls them now. He's right. The Blood Panthers shudder at the sight of him and immediately begin tearing through the scaly dragons. Meanwhile, our boy complains about how they all starved just to heal these Blood Panthers. He hopes they'll buy them some time, but now it's time for him to face the siege dragon, which is the real problem. Luckily, it's heading straight toward him, so he cracks open the wall and pulls out a giant hammer. He's ready with his mace, the best weapon to use against a giant enemy with tough exterior armor. But Dominique reminds him to save his energy for the battle with the scaly dragon king. He assures her that he will do his best. The next moment, he injures the siege dragon. Now it's time to attack from another side. Suddenly, he freezes momentarily, stunned by the direction the siege dragon takes. He immediately shouts at Dominique to run away because the dragon is after her, not him. The next moment, the siege dragon rushes forward. Our boy worries about Dominique's safety. She telepathically tells him she's fine, but then reveals that the real target of the siege dragon isn't either of them. It's the dungeon core. Jinwoo understands the gravity of the situation and orders Draken to come immediately. Draken arrives instantly, ordering Draken to stop. Draken panics, doubting he can stop the dragon. Jinwoo encourages him by reminding him that he is a dragon and just needs to pull the siege dragon's tail to stop it from getting the core. It works. Draken decides to fight the siege dragon, which he dismisses as just a big lizard. Jinwoo asks him to hold the siege dragon until they get the scaly dragon king. Then he asks for an update from Dominique, who informs him that 2 groups of their Naga army have successfully retreated to the second line of defense because of the Blood Panthers. Currently, they are fighting against the scaly dragons, but 20% of their forces have been annihilated by her rank fighters. He then orders the archers and magicians to help against the hero rank troops. He asks for updates on Qantas and Rakshasha. Fortunately, both are alone but having a difficult time against the hero rank warriors. The good news is the Blood Panthers are becoming a great help. They have wiped out most of the main force and are forcing the enemy to fall back. Jinwoo assumes the Blood Panthers will likely eat the scaly dragons and then run. But Dominique gives her opinion that, since the Blood Panthers have experience defeating scaly dragons, they are doing it successfully. It's only a matter of time before they attack the scaly dragon king. Meanwhile, the scaly dragons panic as they realize the Blood Panthers are obeying the Naga King's orders. The Blood Panther roars and tries to attack another scaly dragon. But the next moment, the scaly dragon king grabs its jaw, furious that this creature dares to get its claws near him. Then, he opens his mouth and breathes fire on everything around him. Dominique tenses up as the fire from the scaly dragon king wipes out half of the left flank Naga force. Now Jinwoo can clearly see the scaly dragon king, who has finally joined the war. Rakshasha and Qantas are rushed towards their enemies and engage in an intense fight, their movements precise and skilled as they strike with their weapons, each delivering hit after hit. However, Rakshasha suddenly takes a hit. A swift slash grazes her arm, and in her struggle, she stumbles aside, grasping her wounded shoulder. Qantas remains near the foe, his large blade poised as he calls out to her. He glances back to check on her, and she manages to convey that her arms are intact, but one has become incapacitated. Rakshasha stands resolute, visibly distressed by the dire turn of events. She acknowledges that their adversaries are far more powerful than she anticipated, and if their king had taken action, they would have been invincible. The elf and the Naga warrior now confront the dragon soldier, who wields a lengthy sword and shows no inclination to retreat. Rakshasha realizes that he possesses not only strength, but also experience. Their enemy is Urzarg, who is the formidable dragon fighter. At the same time, Draken is struggling to hold back a massive scaly dragon. Rakshasha figures he's trying to stall a siege-type conqueror. Not far from there, Jinwoo stands in the center of the battlefield. He grips a giant weapon in one hand and uses the other to command the Naga warriors, planning their next move. Rakshasha realizes that Jinwoo is conserving energy for a more dangerous fight, the one against the king. Suddenly, behind her and Qantas, a bright yellow glow appears and they are stunned. They can't understand what's going on at first. The dust clears to reveal Anaxtus, the scaly dragon king, stepping onto the front lines. He's massive and intimidating, standing among his soldiers. Dominique mentally warns her master that the king has entered the fight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rakshasha checks on Qantas.
Pokemon community game A Wild Laren appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Although she quietly doubts the victory. Qantas is taken aback by her words, falling briefly into a daze. Rakshasha, meanwhile, steadies her blade and reminds herself that all they Jinwoo steps forward, facing the enormous Dragon King directly, and dust swirls around them. Argai raises his weapon and prepares for a fight that could determine everything. Just then, a system notification pops up and it announces that the Rank 5 Labyrinth upgrade will complete in 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Jinwoo clenches his fist as if sealing his resolve, and Naxtus observes him, surprised to see a human standing against him. The Dragon King mocks him, wondering where the Naga King is hiding. He even offers to spare Jinwoo's life, maybe even let him join his ranks if he cooperates. Jinwoo, however, isn't impressed. He thinks the king is full of nonsense, while adding that he is the Naga King himself. With bloodlust in his eyes, Jinwoo channels a surge of energy, lifts his weapon, and launches himself into the air. Swinging with incredible force, he crashes his weapon down onto the back of Anaxtis' head. The blow sends shockwaves through the cave, but Jinwoo immediately realizes something. The king barely reacts. His armor is far tougher than Draken's, and Jinwoo can't find any weak spots. Still, Jinwoo refuses to retreat. He watches as Anaxtis slowly turns his head, unaffected. The king admits that he underestimated Jinwoo and had hoped to spare him. But now,
Pokemon community game Laren escaped. No one caught it.
Anaxtis starts radiating violet energy that even terrifies his own soldiers. Jinwoo remains focused, still releasing energy, hammer in hand. Their clash escalates as Anaxtis launches a powerful attack, crushing the ground and sending debris flying. Jinwoo dodges and jumps out of the way, frustrated by how fast the huge Dragon King moves. Forced to activate his Predator combat form, Jinwoo transforms, his eyes glowing red, his power rising. But Anaxtis is relentless and lands a massive hit that sends Jinwoo crashing into the ground. Jinwoo rises again, dispersing the dust around him, now fully embracing the power of the parasite he once hoped to avoid. In the chaos, Anaxtis unleashes a fire from his mouth, setting fire to the battlefield. Dominique, watching from a distance with Draken, grows deeply concerned for her master. Draken struggles to hold the scaly dragon back, admitting through gritted teeth that scaly dragon may indeed have dragon blood strong enough for breath attacks. Dominique is frustrated he only mentions this now. At that, she thinks about what Jinwoo told her earlier about using gun and wonders whether he is going to use it. Back in the fight, Jinwoo splits into two shadows, each wielding a hammer. One of the shadows appears behind Anaxtis, landing another heavy blow to the back of the Dragon King's head. Anaxtis flinches and lashes out, but Jinwoo dodges once again. Now unleashing waves of tentacles from his hands, Jinwoo continues to strike. He binds Anaxtis in place and lands another crushing hit. Although Anaxtis tries to fight back, Jinwoo is faster and more strategic. He is determined that he can definitely win this battle, as after fighting this one, he gets a hang of Dragon King's move with the help of his parasite. While hitting him again, he aims to hit his weakness in order to break his armor. At that, he keeps hitting the same weak point, exploiting the king's huge size and slow reactions. But Jinwoo is also cautious about his enemy breathing fire. But Anaxtis suddenly erupts with powerful violet energy, throwing Jinwoo back and obliterating everything nearby. As Jinwoo lands and regains his footing, Anaxtis finally admits he underestimated him. He even declares that Jinwoo is not human at all. Now fully enraged, the Dragon King taps into his deepest reserves of power. His soldiers begin to panic and flee, fearing they'll be wiped out if they stay. Rakshasa watches the enemy retreat, confused at first. Urzard comments that the Naga King deserves credit. He never thought he'd see him fight at full power again. When Rakshasa asks